Marvel, The Ultimate Superman. Chapter 1. Hydra. In the barren wastelands of Tennessee, USA. Beneath the seemingly lifeless plains lay a massive underground research facility. A young man in his early 20s, strikingly handsome, was typing away rapidly on a computer. A name badge hung over his left chest. Nolan. Researcher number 21-03. Nolan was responsible for researching the Super Soldier Serum, the very serum that represented the idealistic power within the Marvel Universe. However, Nolan didn't work for the US military. He served another organization, Hydra. "Hey Nolan, how's it looking?" Project lead Jason glanced over at him, then at the enormous machine operating in front of them. Inside, a volunteer was struggling in visible agony. "It's no good." "Still a failure," Nolan shook his head. As the serum was injected, the volunteer's face contorted in pain until, under both their gazes, his body melted into a grotesque, viscous sludge. Blood and gore splattered the interior of the chamber. "Damn it! Another failure," Jason growled. "Keep trying. We're running out of time." With that, he stormed out of the lab, leaving Nolan alone. His expression turned grim after hearing Jason's words. Running out of time equals running out of days to live. Nolan muttered to himself, thinking about Hydra's brutal protocol for dealing with useless facilities. Take the research data. Wipe out anyone who knew the secrets. They would send in a cleanup squad to eliminate everything and everyone. Don't tell me I'm going to die right after transmigrating. That's right, Nolan wasn't from this world. He came from a version of Earth in his previous life. He never imagined that, of all places, he'd transmigrate into the Marvel Universe and worse, end up working for Hydra. Well, technically, the original owner of this body worked for Hydra. But this organization was notoriously cruel to anyone it deemed worthless, treating people as tools to be discarded once broken. Better hope these two abilities can get me out of this mess. Nolan glanced at the powers he'd gained during his transmigration, unique gifts tied to his very soul. Abilities acquired: Master of Research, Spirit of Evolution. Master of Research, you are the sovereign of science. You possess unparalleled intellectual capacity, able to comprehend and master any knowledge you desire. With time, you can create anything imaginable within the laws of this universe. Spirit of Evolution, your body holds infinite potential for evolution. You can adapt to and absorb any form of power, transforming it into your own. With a Master of Research, Nolan could deconstruct any supernatural force, eventually creating extraordinary objects that existed only in theory. With the Spirit of Evolution, he could merge those forces into himself, transforming from an ordinary human into something much greater. He was no longer the powerless Nolan awaiting death. Now, he was a scientific titan armed with terrifying potential. If Tony Stark could build an arc reactor in a cave, then isn't it totally reasonable for me to reverse engineer the Super Soldier Serum on my own? Yes, that serum. With research data already in front of him, Nolan naturally wanted to unlock its secrets and gain superhuman strength. But he had to be careful. If Hydra caught wind of his success, they wouldn't just imprison him, they'd lock him away to milk him for every innovation he could offer. Nolan had no intention of losing his freedom. That's why he never revealed the full extent of his capabilities. Taking a sip from a nearby drink, he was just about to slowly tackle the remaining serum formula when... Warning! Warning! Alarms suddenly blared across the lab, jarring Nolan out of his focus. Then Jason's voice came through the lab's intercom, panicked, "Nolan. The cleanup squad just arrived. The organization might be planning to blow up the entire facility." "What? Why?" "No idea. But all entry and exit points are now under lockdown. Security's rounding up every researcher in the building." Nolan frowned deeply and shut off the comms. "Shit. Can't they just give me a little more time? Just his luck to transmigrate straight into a death sentence. If he got captured, it was game over. I need to escape, but how? His mind raced. Then his eyes landed on the machine in front of him, the replica of the one used on Steve Rogers. It was designed to inject and activate the serum. Right now, Nolan was just a regular person. With his frail, research-oriented physique, he'd be dead within 2 steps if he tried to run. That left him with only one way out. Before they caught him, he had to perfect the Super Soldier Serum, inject it, and use his spirit of evolution to rapidly absorb and adapt. Become a small-scale version of Captain America. Decision made, Nolan dove into the remaining formulas at breakneck speed. Page after page filled with complex calculations as he dismantled every obstacle that had previously stalled the research team. Meanwhile, in the head office of the facility, a man dressed in a Hydra soldier's uniform was on the phone. Jason was tied to a chair and forced to listen to the conversation with a superior. Yes, all researchers are being rounded up. A chilling voice came through the line. Good. Secure all remaining data. Erase all backups. Then initiate a full base detonation. Leave nothing behind. Yes, sir. Make absolutely sure there are no traces left. The soldier ended the call, opened a surveillance feed, and scanned through it carefully. He spotted Nolan in Lab 2. Grabbing his radio, he shouted, "There's still someone in Lab 2. Go extract him immediately." Roger. He then turned toward Jason, sneering. "You scientists are such a waste. All this effort, and for what? We could have raised a whole army with the resources you burned through." Jason glared at the soldier. "Without us, you'd still be grunts with guns." The soldier scoffed. "And what's your boy in Lab 2 trying to do? Still clinging to that serum fantasy? You really think he's gonna make it work? I've always said this serum project was a joke. Should have invested in exo-suits instead." Jason smirked coldly. "Then go tell that to the Winter Soldier." Chapter 2. Moment of Life and Death. Back when Jason left the lab, Nolan was already deep in simulation, attempting to crack the final pieces of the Super Soldier Serum. He had originally planned to take his time with the last 2 or 3 complex problems. But no one expected Hydra's purge to arrive so quickly. With pressure mounting, Nolan pushed his brain to the limit, running mental calculations non-stop. By the time Jason warned him, he was already working through the final equation. It didn't take long. Though pale, Nolan's eyes shone as he stared at the perfect chemical formula in his hands. At that moment, he was stunned that he had actually managed to figure it out. Keep in mind that the US military, Hydra, and other organizations have been trying to replicate the serum for years without success. And now he had done it. Alone. To be fair, Hydra had already solved most of the puzzle, leaving only a few extremely difficult gaps. But sometimes, it's those final steps that are the most critical. After all these years, Nolan was the one who finished it. Such was the terrifying power of his master of research ability. With this gift, he believed that as long as he survived, he would one day reach the very peak of this universe. Next step: prepare the serum. Once it's ready, I'll use the chamber to inject it. If it works, I'll walk out of here and finally have the strength to protect myself. This facility was just one of Hydra's many scattered teams working on the serum. There were no subjects like the Winter Soldier, no enhanced beings, just regular researchers. Even the Hydra cleanup squad, at best, consisted of battle-hardened veterans. In this scenario, a perfect super soldier would be more than enough to decimate them. Nolan quickly locked the lab from the inside and shut off the external access codes. Now, the door could only be opened manually from within. Originally, this feature was a failsafe giving researchers time to destroy data in case of an enemy breach. Now, it had become Nolan's final shield. The lab's reinforced with tempered glass. Even if the soldiers outside are fully armed, it'll take them time to break through. That's all I need. Slamming the door shut, Nolan sprinted to the lab bench. He began rapidly activating machines and gathering ingredients. Soon, his hands were full of vials and reagents. With practiced precision, he mixed the compounds blue and green liquids, blending, crystallizing into different states, and then processing them in a centrifuge to extract their essence. In the monitoring room, a Hydra soldier squinted at the footage. What's this guy doing? He can't really think he can crack it now, right? In such a short time. The squad captain sneered. He's delusional. The whole organization's been trying to recreate that serum for decades. A no-name researcher pulling off a miracle like that? Laughable. He thinks he'll just inject it and walk out. What a fantasy. After a moment's thought, the captain pulled out his communicator. Team 13, head to Lab 2. Everyone else, continue rounding up the remaining researchers. If enemies catch wind of this, we'll have more than a cleanup job on our hands. In the lab, Nolan glanced at the surveillance monitor. The stream of incoming soldiers made his hands move even faster. The pressure was building. He didn't have much time before they were at his door. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed just beyond the lab. Through the glass, a fully armed squad spotted Nolan. There he is. He's inside Lab 2, running every machine. Looks like he's cooking something up, the squad leader shouted into his radio. Use the passcode. The lock's disabled. Manual access only. Then blast the glass. The captain's voice was cold as ice. Is this guy seriously defying our authority? The squad raised their rifles and opened fire. A barrage of bullets hammered the glass. Bang! 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 Nolan broke into a cold sweat as the gunfire echoed. His grip on the reagent tightened. Just a little more, almost there. Teeth clenched, Nolan pushed his mind and body to the brink. There was no room for error. He only had one shot at this. Back in the command room, the squad captain watched the feed and frowned. He can't really be trying to synthesize the serum. Has he lost his mind? If he fails, he's better off dead. He had seen plenty of volunteer test subjects in his time, many of whom his team had to clean up afterwards. He knew firsthand how agonizing the process was when the serum failed. This guy's driving himself straight off a cliff. But something felt off. The captain couldn't shake a sense of unease. He picked up the phone. What's the situation? Came the voice from the other end. Sir, I have something to report. Across the ocean, Baron Strucker sat watching a screen showing the lab's interior. He saw Nolan frantically working with the reagents and shook his head. Don't worry. Let him play. If this rookie can solve the Super Soldier Serum after all these years, then our entire research division might as well retire. He had glanced briefly at the data Nolan was using but didn't take it seriously. If the serum could be cracked that easily, then Hydra's years of effort would be meaningless. Back in the command room, the squad captain heard Strucker's indifferent tone and swallowed his concerns. He hung up the phone. Outside the lab, the sustained gunfire finally left a faint crack in the reinforced glass. The cleanup team grinned. Finally. This damn turtle shell's starting to give. All this trouble, for one guy. What a waste of ammo and time. Watching Nolan still mixing away inside, the soldiers sneered. Keep shooting. Once we get in, I'm gonna use that freak as target practice. Or maybe we're doing him a favor. If that serum of his really works, it'll be a mercy kill. Ha ha ha. Inside the lab. Nolan stopped mixing and began shaking the test tube. The colorless liquid inside began to shift until it gleamed like a sapphire, a dazzling blue radiance pulsing within it like a work of art. Staring at the vial, Nolan finally exhaled in relief. He had done it. The Super Soldier Serum. But he couldn't inject it directly. That would be suicide. Without energy reinforcement from the injection chamber, the serum would drain his body dry, leaving him a shriveled corpse. And Nolan had no intention of dying that way. As cracks spread across the glass wall, he rushed to the control panel and loaded the serum into the machine. Then he climbed in himself. Super Soldier Protocol Activate. Chapter 3. Perfecting the Super Soldier Serum. The moment the soldiers outside saw Nolan lying inside the chamber, several of them exchanged knowing glances. They'd been through this routine plenty of times, some even involved in the actual experiments. They all knew what was coming. This guy's got a death wish. Would have been better if we just shot him ourselves. Failed serum. Never tried it myself, but I've seen it. One guy begged me to finish him off. He's nuts. Completely gone. Inside the command office. The Hydra soldier watched Nolan enter the machine and, remembering Baron Strucker's words, began to relax. His earlier unease vanished. This guy was as good as dead. As he watched Nolan inject the serum, he grabbed the phone to report in. Inside the chamber, tubes extended across Nolan's body. As the sapphire blue liquid began to flow into his muscles, pain exploded through him like a lightning bolt. Ag. He had expected pain but nothing like this. Agony surged through every nerve, threatening to tear his very soul apart. Nolan almost passed out, but he knew that if he lost consciousness now, he might never wake up again. Without a conscious will to command the transformation, the body would collapse. That's why Steve Rogers was chosen for the original serum trial, not because of his strength but because of his willpower. Though weak physically, his mental fortitude made him the perfect candidate. Nolan's sweat poured like rain. His body trembled violently as he fought to hold himself together. His eyes bulged from the pressure. Hold on. He roared internally. If he could survive this, then with his talents, he'd be unstoppable in this universe. He might even touch the limits of what this world had to offer. There was no way he was dying here right after transmigrating. Especially not like this, a failure even after injecting a perfect serum. He had come too far for that. His powers were extraordinary. Dying now would be the ultimate waste. His muscles began to swell uncontrollably. The research facility's power grid is strained under the sudden demand. When Steve Rogers became Captain America, half a city's energy was needed to complete the transformation. Nolan's spirit of evolution helped him rapidly absorb the serum, but it couldn't generate the power needed. The energy flooding into him felt like molten lava, burning through his muscles from the inside out. It was even worse than the pain of the injection. His fists clenched tight, so tight that his fingernails pierced his palms. Blood trickled out, but he barely noticed. The rest of his body was screaming in pain far louder. His frame swelled grotesquely, resembling some fleshy monster. The cleanup team watching outside the chamber froze in discomfort. Looks like a failed injection to me. Poor bastard. I'd rather take a bullet to the head than go out like that. The squad leader snorted. Enough. Let's finish him off, he already wasted too much time. The reinforced bulletproof glass was covered in cracks now. Even though they were sure he was dead, they wanted to make absolutely certain. Gunfire raged against the glass until it finally shattered with a sharp crack. The cleanup team smiled in satisfaction. Finally. I should install this glass at home, damn near indestructible. Go in there and put a few rounds in him. Let's get this over with. Heh, leave it to me. I'll make it quick. They charged in. Back in the command room, the soldier picked up the phone. Sir, he just injected himself with a failed serum. He's in so much pain he's probably praying for death. Shouldn't be long now, huh? The soldier suddenly stopped talking. There was a sharp intake of breath. What happened? Strucker's tone sharpened. He didn't die. The soldier's voice was filled with disbelief. Inside the chamber, Nolan had done everything in his power to stay conscious through the waves of agony. And finally, the spirit of evolution activated. Warm energy surged through him, feeding off the power from the machine and reinforcing his body. His once frail frame began to bulk up, muscles surging with explosive strength. Steam hissed out of the open chamber as Nolan clenched his fists, feeling the power in his palms. So this is the spirit of evolution. I absorbed the serum this fast. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed in the chamber. Nolan's eyes narrowed coldly. Time for me to take control. He grabbed a pair of surgical scissors once used to dissect failed test subjects. Now, they had a new purpose. With his newfound strength, even ordinary scissors became deadly weapons. Nolan stepped out of the machine, still completely unclothed. He yanked a slab of bulletproof glass from the machine and, moving like a bolt of lightning, rolled behind a lab bench. The cleanup team burst in, immediately alarmed by the billowing steam. Shoot! Shoot! But Nolan was already gone, vanished behind the counter. The soldiers glanced around in shock. Holy crap! He's not dead. No way. That's impossible. He moved that fast. Did he actually succeed? The squad leader's face twisted in fear. He grabbed his radio and shouted. Captain! I think he succeeded. Out of all their test subjects, Nolan was the only one who survived the injection. Everyone else had turned to sludge. I saw it too. Came the terrified voice over the radio. On the other end of the phone, Strucker demanded. What happened? He's alive, sir. The squad captain's voice trembled. He knew exactly how powerful a super soldier could be. If the lab had just birthed another one, they were in serious trouble. But Strucker sounded thrilled. He really did it. A regular researcher had actually succeeded in perfecting the Super Soldier Serum. Bring him back alive. I want full testing done to find out exactly what we're dealing with. Chapter 4. Give Hydra a taste of true power. Inside the laboratory. The security personnel, remembering the stories of Captain America's power, were overwhelmed by fear and kept firing frantically. But the lab counters were made of solid metal. The bullets left only small dents, unable to harm Nolan hiding behind them. The guards continued to fire as they advanced cautiously. After all, even a super soldier could be wounded. And once wounded he could die. Behind the counter, Nolan estimated their position using sound and a distant mirror. Then he moved. With a roll, he popped out from the opposite side of the table, yanking a white lab coat over his body. Dodging rapidly, he sprinted across the lab while calculating movement trajectories in real time, vaulting over several stations in one go. In his right hand, he held the bulletproof casing from the chamber. On his left, a surgical scalpel was picked up on the way. Perfect for close combat. He charged headlong into the group. Startled by his sudden appearance, the guards instinctively opened fire. But even as bullets flew, Nolan remained calm. He deflected the incoming rounds with the bulletproof shield. Clang! 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 With his evolved reflexes, these bullets posed no real threat, especially with the shield in hand. And once he was in their ranks, armed with a surgical blade and a superhuman body, it was a massacre. To Nolan, these well-trained guards moved no faster than children. Before they could even aim their weapons, he was in their faces. Slash! Slash! Hot, viscous blood spurted from sliced arteries, spraying across Nolan's face. One after another, he cut them down like vegetables. Soon, the chaotic sounds of gunfire and shouting faded. The lab fell silent, save for the trickling of blood across the floor. Only Nolan remained standing. His white coat was drenched in crimson, and his face smeared with gore. With his dark, intense expression, he looked like a demon risen from hell. Time for the control room, Nolan muttered. He needed the rest of the lab's data. Without it, everything he'd done would be wasted. Grabbing a rifle and a tactical vest from a fallen guard, he reloaded and prepared to move. He had to secure the intel and get out. He might be a super soldier now, but he wasn't Captain America. If Hydra deployed their own enhanced enforcers like the flawed Winter Soldier units, he could still be outnumbered and overwhelmed. The grudge between him and Hydra could wait. One day, when he was strong enough, he'd erase them with ease. And with his talent, he had every reason to believe it. But for now, he needed that data. It held the key to his rapid growth. He wasn't the protagonist of the Avengers. A single Super Soldier Serum wasn't enough. He needed more. Stronger powers for Hydra and for what was coming. Nolan bolted down the hallway. In the command room, the squad captain trembled as he watched. What he had just seen confirmed that Nolan had become a true super soldier and one with full self-awareness. This isn't possible. Strucker's voice cut in, full of excitement. Has it been confirmed? By the time Strucker accessed the live feed, Nolan had already finished the slaughter. The only thing visible was fire and blood. Sir, he did it, the captain confirmed, switching the feed to Nolan's current path. There he was, a black-haired young man in a blood-soaked lab coat sprinting through the corridors. His eyes were calm. Focused. Nothing like the unstable prototypes they had seen before. Strucker's gaze narrowed. That's the successful subject. Why yes, sir. Strucker shot to his feet, shouting. Then what are you standing around for, you useless idiot? Bring him in alive. He's a genius, a perfect specimen. If you capture him, I'll promote you to command one of the elite 10 squads. Strucker had never expected such a surprise. One lone researcher, pushed to the edge, had tapped into infinite potential. And actually recreated the Super Soldier Serum. To be safe, he made another call. Send a team to Research Base 31 immediately. I want a man named Nolan captured. Also, awaken one of the super soldiers as backup. If we get him, the rest of those wastes can be discarded. The current super soldiers under Hydra's control were flawed and prone to instability. They remained cryogenically frozen, only revived when necessary. Even then, success was rare. They required highly resilient candidates, and even then, mass production was impossible. But if Nolan had truly created a perfect serum, the old failures could be scrapped. If a civilian researcher could survive it, soldiers would do even better. Strucker was already picturing his own army of super soldiers on par with Captain America. Enough to crush S.H.I.E.L.D. and anyone else who stood in Hydra's way. Back in the control room. The squad captain, thrilled by the possibility of promotion, grabbed his radio and roared. All security teams intercept Nolan immediately. But listen closely, not fire. We need him alive. If he dies, so do you. Hydra guards scrambled toward the lab entrance. And that's when they met Nolan head-on. Combat broke out instantly. Inside the narrow corridor, firearms were useless. Nolan shot forward like a missile, launching himself into the crowd. Blades flashed. Blood sprayed. He grabbed one man to use as a human shield, cutting down others as they screamed in terror. Gurgled cries echoed from slit throats. A wave of bodies hit the ground, blocking the incoming security reinforcements who were immediately mowed down by friendly fire. In no time, Nolan reached the main control room. Without hesitation, he eliminated the guards inside. Then, turning to the console, he rapidly tapped at the keys. Data flowed across the screen as he transferred everything onto a hard drive. One file stood out. Weapon X program. That's right, the very program responsible for Deadpool, X-23, and Logan. The Wolverine. His next target was Logan. The incredible regenerative factor that made Wolverine nearly immortal was what Nolan needed next. As long as he stayed alive, every piece of his plan was possible. He had to acquire that power. And the best part? There were already successful samples of Deadpool and X-23. Nolan preferred powers that were practical, tested, and obtainable. They would guarantee both survival and future growth. Naturally, Wolverine's healing factor topped the list, but not just as Nolan copied files on many other mutants and enhanced beings. All of them would one day become puzzle pieces in Nolan's grand plan. Though it had only been hours since he arrived in this world, Nolan already knew his path. This was the Marvel Universe. And in Marvel, one name stood above all others, the God among men. Even though Superman belonged to DC Comics, Nolan thought otherwise. In terms of power, he was the gold standard. Smallville Superman, Silver Age Superman, Golden Superman, thought robot. He would rebuild his own Superman. From the Super Soldier Serum to the powers of mutants, Nolan had already mapped his evolutionary path. He knew what abilities to seek, and who to take them from. Superman's foundation was clear in his mind. The road would be hard, filled with enemies and challenges. But with Master of Research and Spirit of Evolution, plus his deep understanding of the Marvel Universe, Nolan had every reason to believe he would become the god among humans. Chapter 5 Breaking the Siege. As Nolan continued hammering away at the keyboard, vast amounts of data were downloaded. He slipped the hard drive into his coat. Time to go, he muttered, and then he burst from the control room in a flash. Whoosh! He shot out into the corridor. Outside, security guards were already waiting for him, but they only held melee weapons. No guns. That was the order. They had to take Nolan alive. If he died, they'd go down with him. But how could they stop Nolan now, armed with a tactical combat knife and enhanced beyond human limits? One swing meant one kill. In just moments, Nolan was drenched in blood, fighting his way toward the main exit of the facility. In the surveillance room, the squad captain scowled. Bastards, where the hell is backup? He could tell. If this continued, there was no stopping Nolan. And if Nolan escaped, his own merit and a chance at a promotion would vanish. Deploy gas grenades. Just knock him out, I don't care what it takes. He barked over the radio. These security fools, if they couldn't shoot, why hadn't they used gas or tranquilizers? Meanwhile, at another Hydra base in Tennessee. Upon receiving orders, a fleet of military trucks roared out of the compound, speeding toward the research site. To avoid attention from nosy third parties, the convoy split into over a dozen squads, each taking separate routes to converge on the target. These trucks carried Hydra's elite veteran seasoned warriors forged in battle. Elsewhere, a stealth aircraft took off from the base. Aboard were 4 super soldiers, faces blank, eyes lifeless, sitting upright like programmed machines. Back at the research facility, the squad captain gritted his teeth. You really think being a super soldier makes you invincible? Fortunately, the cleanup team had prepared for unexpected situations. He grabbed another phone. Team 1, equip your exoskeleton armor and intercept Nolan. Soon, 5 soldiers in heavy exo-suits sprinted toward Nolan's location. Enhanced by the armor, their speed was unnaturally fast. In a wide-open atrium, Nolan was darting from cover to cover, his superhuman agility allowing him to leap and pivot with inhuman grace. Whether in close quarters or gunfighting, his skills evolved rapidly. His current learning speed meant just a few tries were enough for mastery. But despite his power, the enemy had deployed a mix of gas grenades, tear gas, and more. Even with his enhanced constitution and high resistance, the cumulative effect was starting to wear on him. Occasionally, Nolan took hits, scratches, minor wounds, and even a few shots. The guards were desperate and had abandoned orders to capture him alive. Wounds opened on his body, pain surged, but compared to what he had endured during serum absorption, this was nothing. He didn't even flinch. Steady hands gripped the rifle as he calmly fired precision shots, dropping guards with surgical accuracy. Almost there. He spotted the front gate up ahead. Just a little further, and he'd be free. The next time he meets Hydra, he will make them feel the same torture as he felt. Suddenly. Whoosh! 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 5 figures in heavy exoskeleton suits burst into view, charging straight at Nolan. They knew his strength and didn't hesitate for even a second. Nolan sensed danger and immediately raised his weapon. Bang! 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 But the enemies raised their armored arms and deflected the bullets effortlessly, closing the distance even faster. A devastating punch came flying. Nolan blocked with his rifle. Wham! 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 3 thunderous blows crumpled the rifle into twisted metal. The 5 soldiers surrounded him in a tight formation. Nolan found himself on the defensive, struggling to hold them off. He recognized the armor. It boosted strength, but the wearers lost some mobility. If he faced just one, he could win. But 5? All veterans. Their coordination was airtight. Whenever he tried to single one out, the others would immediately strike his blind spots to force him back. He had almost made it to the exit. Almost. But the exo-suits had blocked his path. Damn these things. Then, a thought flashed through Nolan's mind: exo-suit weaknesses. He remembered that exo-suits had fallen out of favor on the battlefield due to how easily they could be disabled. EMP blasts. High voltage. Chemical agents. More importantly, their early designs left vital circuits and hydraulic pistons exposed for portability. Nolan's eyes locked onto the exposed cables and pistons of the suits. No shielding at all. Suddenly, his gaze flicked toward a nearby lab door. The 5 soldiers laughed as they forced Nolan back. Come on, give it up. We're not trying to kill you. Surrender, and maybe you'll get promoted, too. Yeah, you're outmatched. Might as well tap out. We're allowed to rough you up a little. Nolan remained silent, retaliating with a flurry of counters. He absorbed a punch, then kicked a steel desk straight at them. Crash! The lead soldier punched clean through the desk, debris flying everywhere. The others flinched as their vision was obscured. Nolan seized the moment, turned, and sprinted toward the lab. The soldiers were momentarily confused. Why run into a side lab and not toward the exit? What was he thinking? They gave chase in full pursuit. In the command office, the squad captain saw Nolan divert into the lab and scoffed. He checked the layout. That's just a basic lab. Not even any corrosive chemicals. What could he possibly do in there? He laughed with excitement. This was supposed to be a cleanup op, and now look at this haul. If higher-ups are impressed, my career's about to soar. Chapter 6. Just a bunch of brute-force gorillas. The small lab wasn't far. With a few bursts of speed, Nolan dashed into the side lab and immediately locked the reinforced door behind him. Hydra didn't skimp on materials. These labs were built sturdy. He just needed a little time. Boom! Boom! The elite Exo squad slammed against the door. Dents rapidly formed across its surface. It wouldn't hold for long. Outside, the squad leader shouted. Quit wasting time. This door won't save you. Come out now before you waste everyone's energy. When we catch you, you'll regret it. Inside, Nolan was already tearing apart lab equipment. He quickly slipped into a surveillance blind spot and began assembling. The door would hold for maybe 30 more seconds. That was all he needed. He was putting together a high-voltage generator, the kind capable of turning low-level current into dangerous, concentrated bursts. Most labs were equipped with them. Normally, these generators had safety mechanisms that limited output. But Nolan planned to remove those safeguards and unleash raw voltage. This kind of low-current, high-voltage discharge rarely killed anyone directly, unless it passed through the heart. But it could cause instant muscle paralysis and knock out machinery. And more importantly, it could fry sensitive circuits. For something like an exoskeleton suit, just one blown component would lock the whole frame. The suits that once gave them power would become prisons. Nolan's hands worked at lightning speed, stripping wires, soldering circuits, coiling copper, occasionally glancing up at the weakening door. Boom! Creak! The door groaned under the stress. Then, with a final crash bang, the door swung open. Nolan stood there, holding a metal rod-shaped homemade high-voltage device in hand. Block the exit. He has nowhere left to run. One of them stayed at the door to seal off the escape. Their leader sneered, eyeing Nolan, who stood ready for a fight. Another, stay here and back me up. Careful, he might have a taser or some kind of stun gear. But Nolan had already moved 2 strides, brought him into striking distance. Watch that stick in his hand. Don't let it hit you. What's the big deal? Looks like a taser baton. Our exo-suits are coated with anti-conductive sealant. He seriously thinks that'll work on us? Electricity won't pass through that. One soldier laughed confidently. The squad leader and 2 others charged at Nolan. But then they froze. What's happening? Their leader let out a panicked grunt. Get ARGH. Crack. A massive arc of electricity burst through the room. One by one, the exo-suits gave off sharp pops and fizzing, then their power systems died completely. Nolan looked like the god of thunder himself, copper wire coiled in his hand, arcing with energy. He whipped it toward another soldier and pop. His suit locked up too. The last man guarding the door barely had time to react. The moment he heard his captain's voice, the copper whip struck his exo-suit, and he froze. All 5 stood motionless. Their suits were paralyzed. Their muscles were numbed. Nolan smiled coldly. First off, your anti-electrical coating is patchy at best. Second, ever heard of dielectric breakdown? No. Of course not, you're just a bunch of brute force gorillas who don't know a damn thing. As he spoke, the surgical knife in his hand gleamed and then fell. Slash. Slash. Blood sprayed. The 5 soldiers dropped, eyes dim and lifeless. None of them even understood what Nolan had said before they died. Before leaving, Nolan turned to a nearby camera, flashed a middle finger, and shouted. F***KU, Hydra. He sliced open the exo-suit wiring and pried 2 intact power cells from their packs. Heavy? Maybe. But to Nolan, they were valuable as weapons or even improvised explosives. He dropped the drained high-voltage rod, grabbed the knife and power cells, and charged toward the facility's exit. He knew Hydra's reinforcements would be arriving non-stop. Whoever ran this base once they realized the Super Soldier Serum had worked would throw everything at him to bring him back. He had to leave now, or he'd never get another chance. Raising the gun he'd picked up, he gunned down incoming guards with precise bursts. Without their exo-suits, they stood no chance. Bodies dropped. Screams echoed. Then he was through the exit. Up the stairs, racing for freedom. The base was buried underground beneath a wasteland not too deep, luckily, and built with stairways rather than elevators. His eyes locked onto a jeep parked above, clearly used to transport test subjects. With one punch, he shattered the window, tossed his gear onto the passenger seat, yanked out the ignition wires, and twisted them together. Roar! The engine kicked to life. He fired a few final rounds into the tires of the remaining vehicles. PSH. Rubber deflated, making sure no one would be chasing him anytime soon. Then he hit the gas. The jeep roared across the wasteland, kicking up dust and sand as the wind blasted through the shattered windows. The air was thick with the scent of blood. But in this moment Nolan felt free. He glanced ahead. He was out. And the world was finally wide open. But he knew it wasn't over. Hydra would hunt him like a pack of rabid dogs. They wouldn't let the man who held the perfected Super Soldier Serum slip through their fingers. He couldn't afford to relax. His next goal: Logan. The Wolverine. What he wanted now was Logan's regenerative factor to replicate and integrate into himself. But preparation was key. Logan's bones were bonded with adamantium virtually indestructible. Not even Nolan's super soldier enhancements could stand up to that. And adamantium? It was long gone, reclaimed and hidden away. He'd never find any in the open. So, he had another plan: find Vibranium, the natural counterpart, and use it to develop a countermeasure for Wolverine's claws. Chapter 7. Revenge. Conveniently, on the way to find Wolverine, there was someone Nolan needed to deal with first: a Vibranium dealer named Ulysses Claw. Currently, nearly all the Vibranium circulating on the black market could be traced back to this man. Not long ago in Avengers, Age of Ultron, he sold a sizable cache of Vibranium to Ultron, allowing the AI to forge himself a nearly indestructible body. And in return, Ultron sliced off his arm over a careless remark. But that was fine. Claw had always been a weapons dealer selling Vibranium to villains. Nolan figured he'd simply repurpose some of that material for his own use. Slamming the gas pedal, Nolan rocketed across the wasteland. The jeep surged forward in a trail of sand and dust, vanishing from the research base in the blink of an eye. The squad captain watched the disappearing vehicle and roared in frustration. Damn it! He ordered his men to give chase, but the guards quickly realized all the remaining vehicles had their rear tires shredded. One guard furiously kicked a car door. Damn you, Nolan. Boss. He took the prisoner transport jeep. We actually fitted it with a tracking device in case any captives escaped. Another guard pulled out a laptop and began typing furiously. Moments later, a glowing trail lit up the screen, the vehicle's route updating in real time. The captain's grimace turned into a grin. Good, very good. Right then, a stealth aircraft descended through the clouds, landing outside the ruined facility. The captain's eyes lit up. The elite squad the Baron sent is here. Nolan's finished now. A team of heavily armed super soldiers dropped from the aircraft. Even the elite Hydra guards instinctively tensed up at the sight. Everyone here had seen what these monsters were capable of. Some of them had even starred in internal training footage performing lethal combat maneuvers that haunted other agents. The captain rushed forward eagerly. Officers. We've tracked his vehicle, just take this laptop, and you'll catch up to him in no time. He won't get far. The super soldier in charge took the laptop, gave it a glance, and nodded. Under Baron Strucker's orders, eliminate all personnel. The words hadn't even settled before everyone froze. What? Without warning, the super soldiers raised their weapons and opened fire. Rat-a-tat-ta. Gunfire tore across the wasteland. Screams rang out. Blood splattered across dirt and sand. The team leader calmly reported over the phone. Understood. Begin full cleanup of the facility. Secure all data and samples. Retrieve remnants from the lab Nolan was working in. Then begin pursuit. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, in a quiet desert town, Nolan was selling the jeep to a streetwise black market dealer. $2,000. It's yours. The man eyed the jeep greedily. If it weren't for the assault rifle Nolan carried and the bloodied lab coat he wore, he would have tried to mug him outright. Still, at that price, it was a steal. Later, Nolan watched the man drive off with the jeep and shook his head. Then he walked into a local pharmacy. He needed a few supplies before moving on. Not long after, Nolan exited a dingy bar with a slightly altered appearance. His skin was paler, and his clothes had changed. Take your time, Hydra. By the time you catch up to me, I'll be someone you can't even touch. Nolan smiled and approached a cowboy tending horses by a stable. Give me a ride. $1,000 and I don't shoot you in the head." The cowboy saw the rifle pointed at him and nodded frantically. "Why yes sir." "Where to?" Nolan gave him a location. "I know that place," the cowboy stammered. 2 horses galloped off toward the next town. Meanwhile, on the highway, the same dealer who bought the Jeep was driving along, humming a rap tune. The Jeep performed better than expected. He figured he'd enjoy it for a while and sell it for a nice profit. He didn't notice the stealth aircraft tracking him from above. Inside, the lead super soldier stared at the vehicle below and reported in. "The research facility's self-destruct sequence has been initiated. All data is secure." "And Nolan?" "Still tracking." "Good. Retrieve him." Boom boom boom. A barrage of gunfire rained down. The driver screamed, slamming the brakes as fire bloomed ahead of him. Panicked, he jumped out of the vehicle and dropped to the ground, hands over his head. "I'm American. I swear I'm not illegal." A group of super soldiers landed around him. Their leader growled. "Who are you?" "I." "Forget it." One of them casually raised a gun and shot him through the forehead. He collapsed in stunned silence. "Sir, this isn't Nolan. Just a random man." "Damn it. He must have switched vehicles off camera. Activate satellite tracking. Scan for any active GPS signals in the region. He's thinking ahead, even while fleeing. Send a recon squad to Klau's territory." Baron Strucker's voice remained cold and composed. In the United States, Hydra could find anyone. It was only the wasteland terrain that had slowed them down. In a city, Nolan would have been captured hours ago. "Understood." The super soldier with the metal arm gave the order to destroy the vehicle and then boarded the aircraft with the others. They began scanning for Nolan's trail. Back in the desert, the cowboy politely helped Nolan dismount from the horse. He had considered ditching Nolan mid-ride until he saw how well Nolan handled the horse, despite his appearance. He wasn't a seasoned rider, but the wild stallion obeyed him without a fuss. And with Nolan holding a loaded gun? Yeah, better not. Nolan walked into a saloon. Inside, everyone gave him wary glances. Some even shifted as if preparing for a fight, but then they saw the military-grade weapon at his waist. Their gazes quickly dropped. Not civilian hardware. Definitely dangerous. Nolan scanned the room. He was in a gray zone. The kind of place that dealt in favors, weapons, and blood. He walked up to the bar. The bartender was wiping a glass. "What'll it be?" "I'm looking for Klau." As soon as he said the name, the room fell quiet. Several people looked up. A few even stood. The bartender chuckled. "Watch your mouth, kid. Klau doesn't run with us anymore. These folks all used to work for him." Nolan smiled coldly. "Tell him. I can help him get revenge." Laughter broke out around the bar. "Revenge? What are you talking about, man?" someone snorted. But Nolan didn't flinch. "I can help him attack Wakanda." Chapter 8. Klau. The bartender froze. So did everyone else in the bar. They'd all worked under Klau at some point. And if you worked for Klau, you knew better than to joke about Wakanda. Some things you just didn't say. And yet here was this bloodstreaked stranger, calmly claiming he could help Klau attack Wakanda. Ridiculous. A towering brute scoffed and stood, muscles bulging under his vest. He looked like he could go through a wall. You think you can help Klau?" He walked toward Nolan, hand raised to slap him across the face. "Wherever you got your info, kid, you need to understand running your mouth gets people killed out here." But before his hand could land, Nolan caught his wrist. The brute blinked in surprise, then winced in pain as Nolan's grip tightened. Crack. Bone shifted. Joint strained. The man tried to pull back, but Nolan squeezed harder. Crack. Crack. The giant let out a grunt of pain. What the hell are you? With a swift motion, Nolan twisted the man's arm at an unnatural angle and drove his boot straight into his stomach. Too much talking. The man flew backwards, crashed into a table, and collapsed into a pile of splintered wood and shattered bottles. He groaned in pain, holding his stomach, the fight knocked clean out of him. A few of his buddies stood, tense. Nolan lifted his pistol, eyes cold. Come at me one at a time, I won't use this. All at once. You'll regret it. They froze. The entire bar fell into an uneasy silence. Did you see that? One hand. He broke Lone Wolf's arm like it was a twig. This guy's not normal. Did you see his build under that coat? Respect came fast in places like this, and it always followed power. Right now, Nolan had all of it. If Clow thinks I'm some clown, Nolan said, scanning the room, ask him this: does he know Hydra's been watching him? The bartender stiffened. Hydra. That word carried weight. Nolan didn't explain. He didn't need to. The bartender gave a stiff nod. I'll go get something from the back. He slipped through a door behind the bar. Nolan didn't move. He knew what this was. The bar wasn't just a hangout, it was one of Clow's safe houses. That bartender? Probably Clow's direct man. Hydra's files made it clear, this was where Clow did business. Sure enough, the bartender returned a moment later with a bottle in hand. He set it down in front of Nolan. Drink this, and Mr. Clow will see you. Nolan stared at the inky liquid, then gave a faint smirk. Clow really thinks I'm here to beg for favors. He looked up, voice sharp. Tell him this: unless he wants Wakanda's new Black Panther tracking him down, he better come out and talk. The Avengers are already looking to recruit Wakanda. You think Clow can dodge S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or Tony Stark? He turned on his heel. Pulling power plays before the deal's even on the table. Amateur. He made for the door. If Clow didn't want to cooperate, fine. Nolan would just sell his location to Wakanda. They'd love to see Clow gift-wrapped. Some of the other patrons began to move. Nolan raised the pistol again. Try something. I dare you. Just as he reached the door, a voice stopped him cold. Easy there, kid. No need to be so quick to leave. A man stepped out from the back. Nolan turned and immediately recognized the face. Ulysses Clow. Exactly like in the files. Older. Paler. The missing arm was sealed in a bulky prosthetic stump. Clow, Nolan said. Didn't expect you to be hiding in plain sight. You're not afraid Hydra will come knocking? Clow chuckled. If I was afraid, I never would have made it out of Wakanda with a pile of Vibranium. Then his smile vanished. Let's talk. Somewhere private. Lead the way. Outside, a matte black SUV was already waiting. Clow climbed in. Nolan followed. Not here, Nolan said. Unless you want Hydra sniffing around your doorstep. Clow narrowed his eyes, pulled out a burner phone, and dialed. Full evac. Clean sweep. He hung up and stared hard at Nolan. You just cost me a safe house. Hydra already knew. They just hadn't made their move yet. You're a resource to them, Clow. They're just waiting for the right time to take a bite. Clow's face tightened. Nolan tossed a thick folder into his lap. Call it compensation. Clow opened it. His expression shifted. Blueprints. Mechanical schematics. Designs for something advanced. A mechanical arm, Nolan said. Custom built with Vibranium. Stronger than the one Ultron took. With this, you could be more than a black market dealer. You could be a weapon. Clow flipped through the schematics, stunned. This is next-gen. Chitauri enhancements. Hydra neural interface. Fully integrated with human biology. To Nolan, it was just scrapped from the archives. But to someone like Clow, it was priceless. Drive, Clow muttered to the driver. The SUV surged forward. They arrived at a mountain pass. Hidden behind rock and shadow, an entrance opened. Guards raised weapons and then lowered them when they recognized Clow. Inside, the mountain had been hollowed out. Walls tiled, floors reinforced, furniture modern. A hidden stronghold. They entered a wide chamber. A striking woman, clearly Clow's assistant, stood waiting. He handed her the schematics. Then turned back to Nolan. You said you could help me take Wakanda. He leaned in, eyes sharp. With what? Nolan tapped his temple and smiled. With this. Lifelong arms dealer paranoia was in his DNA. Nolan wasn't bothered. Let the girl stay. Besides, back on his old Earth, he'd never even tried something like this. There's no reason to play monk now. This was a new world. New rules. Clow left with his assistant, and Nolan sat down with a plate of food. The last few hours had drained him more than he'd realized. Even a super soldier needed fuel. As he chewed a piece of roast beef, Delina knelt beside him and slipped under the table with a sly look. This beef is really good, Nolan muttered, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He sank his teeth into another bite. Chapter 12. Where are you, Nolan? After his meal, Nolan leaned back. Delina, kneeling before him, gracefully finished cleaning up and rinsed her mouth in silence. No ulterior motives, no fuss. You can stay nearby while I work, Nolan said flatly. Just don't make noise. I don't like distractions during experiments. He wasn't worried about her stealing his DNA or some sci-fi nonsense. If genetic extraction were that simple, Captain America would have been locked in a lab ages ago. He retrieved his vibranium shield, picked up a heavy steel hammer, and under Delina's stunned gaze smashed it against the shield surface. Clang! A muffled thud echoed, but the shield didn't even flinch. Not a scratch. Not a dent. Perfect, Nolan muttered, nodding with satisfaction. This should hold up against his claws. Captain America's shield was forged from vibranium alloy, with traces of proto-adamantium and other rare elements. It had better penetration resistance. Adamantium, being more edge-friendly, could be honed sharper. But pure vibranium? It excelled at kinetic absorption. For Nolan, this shield wasn't for offense, it was defense. He wasn't trying to kill Wolverine. He wanted to capture him, and study him. Next came customization. Cap had his red, white and blue star-spangled banner. Nolan. He sprayed a bold red S at the center. The crest of the House of L, Superman's emblem. He outlined the S with diamond-shaped lines and filled the background in a deep, royal blue. Clean. Powerful. Symbolic. He gripped it, testing its weight and balance. Nice. Solid. Just the right heft. Placing it aside, Nolan started planning his next phase. Time to finish Clow's arm. And before Hydra shows up on our doorstep, I need to level up. Training. Research. Weapon upgrades. The data I've absorbed from Hydra is a drop in the bucket. My predecessor's knowledge base was pathetic. To replicate Wolverine's regenerative factor, Nolan needed advanced bioengineering mastery. And not just textbook theory, real, experimental level knowledge. The only reason someone like Stryker had pulled it off was because he had help from geniuses like Xander Rice and Dr. Trask, the father of the Sentinels. Without them, Deadpool and X-23 would never have existed. And Nolan? He was just a former mid-tier lab tech in a throwaway research facility. So he had to learn. Fast. Hydra's data was useful, but he'd also need to trawl the internet for bleeding-edge biomedical research and synthetic biology papers. The more he absorbed, the closer he'd get to understanding and replicating Wolverine's healing factor. With his mind racing through plans, Nolan pulled up Klau's bioscans and prosthetic schematics. The arm wasn't just a mechanical replacement. It had to interface with nerves through sensors and microprocessors. Simulate natural movement in real time with near-zero lag. Track every micro-movement with nanosecond precision. React with perfect alignment between thought and execution. Even a fraction of the delay would make it feel like moving underwater. Thankfully, the Chitauri had already perfected such tech. He would fuse it with the Vibranium-powered sonic emitter Klau's team had prototyped. The alloy compatibility was solid. Now, it was just about execution. A symphony of biofeedback sensors, AI-tuned processors, and seamless hydraulic coordination. Elsewhere, the squad of Hydra super soldiers had reduced Klau's first safe house to rubble. After a full sweep of the area, nothing. It was like Klau and Nolan had vanished from the face of the earth. Baron Strucker gritted his teeth as he read the report. This had Nolan's fingerprints all over it. He's like a mole gone at the first sign of wind. Strucker narrowed his eyes. Pull up all known intel on Klau. That rat was barely worth tracking before, but now he's joined forces with Nolan. His aide began running searches. Within minutes, Strucker had a narrowed focus on a specific zone. Expand the search grid. Use satellite support if needed. I want every corner of this region swept. But Baron, the aide interjected carefully, expanding into this zone could attract S.H.I.E.L.'s attention. We'd be risking exposure. He wasn't wrong. Hydra had only just purged the Site-31 facility to cover Nolan's escape. If they moved too loud, especially near a populated zone, they'd have company. I don't care, Strucker snapped. Nolan isn't just the key to the Super Soldier Serum, he's something more. He'd re-examined Nolan's past and found the inconsistencies glaring. No way someone with that resume could have created something this groundbreaking. Not unless he'd changed. Strucker knew the truth. There were special people in this world. Hidden among the masses. He'd studied them. Experimented on them. And now, he believed Nolan was one of them. If Nolan linked up with other gifted individuals, he'd be unstoppable. He had to be captured. No matter the cost. Yes, sir. The aide bowed and left. Strucker stared at Nolan's photo in the file. His voice dropped to a whisper. Where are you? Nolan. Chapter 13. Poison. 1 week later. Inside the combat chamber, two figures were locked in a fierce sparring match. One of them had an unmistakable edge. His right arm, gleaming with a metallic sheen, was a powerful cybernetic limb. With a roar, he threw a brutal punch. The air cracked with a sharp whoosh. But in a split second, the other figure raised his vibranium shield. Clang! The room echoed with the impact as the two fighters froze in a brief stalemate. Nolan suddenly stepped in, grabbing Klau's other arm and yanking him forward. With perfect form, he flipped the arms dealer over his shoulder and slammed him to the ground. Oof! Around them, several guards immediately raised their weapons in panic. Put those down, you damn mutts. Klau growled from the floor. Nolan offered a hand and pulled him up. You really are tough for a guy with just flesh and bone, Klau grumbled. Feels like even with this new arm, I still can't take you. You sure you didn't tamper with my programming? You're still adapting, Nolan replied coolly. And you're relying too much on that steel arm. Your greatest asset shouldn't become your biggest weakness. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the towel Delina brought over. Over the past week, Nolan had been deep in accelerated training. When not buried in stacks of biomedical journals and genetic research, he was grinding through combat drills, sparring matches, and firearms training. With his enhanced learning and super soldier physique, he was like a dry sponge soaking in knowledge at a terrifying rate. Clow flexed his arm with awe. Feels like it's always been part of me. The power, the control, incredible. But your body still feels stronger than this arm, he added, glancing at Nolan with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Nolan shook his head. Maybe in pure force, we're close. But this thing is tougher. And you've got sonic blasts. He tapped his chest. I'm still flesh and blood. I get shot, I bleed. Clow laughed. You make it sound like someone out there's bulletproof. What's next, a guy who shrugs off rockets? I'm talking about humans, Nolan replied. Not rage-fueled monsters like the Hulk. There are others: Colossus, Luke Cage, the Juggernaut, even people who can fly. Clow blinked in disbelief. Damn. The world's full of weirdos with powers, huh? Nolan just smiled. And I plan to dissect every single one of them, he thought. Especially Jessica Jones. That flight ability of hers, he needed it. As they walked out of the training room, Clow nudged him. So, your body must have been modified too, right? Think you could hook me up? I could, Nolan said casually. But it'd hurt. A lot. You might end up as a pile of goo if you can't handle it. Clow gulped. Any chance for a pain-free version? No pain, no power, Nolan said flatly. You traded an arm for that one. Not everything comes free. Fair, Clow grinned. Guess I'll stick with what I've got. I'm going to check on the Vibranium exo-suit design. It's coming along, but I still need a power source for extended field use. We've got time, Clow replied, waving it off. Just then, his curvy secretary rolled up with a tray. Mr. Clow, Mr. Nolan, fresh juice. Enjoy. A post-sparring tradition between the two, a juice to cool down. Clow grabbed 2 glasses, handed one to Nolan, and raised his own. To our glorious future, he grinned. Cheers. Nolan took a sip and then immediately froze. His brows furrowed, and the glass slipped from his fingers, shattering on the floor. With a flick of his arm, he slammed his shield into Clow's glass, sending it flying. Don't drink it. It's poisoned. Clow, already 2 gulps in, stared at him in confusion until the secretary whipped a compact pistol from her cleavage and fired at him. Bang, bang, bang. Nolan raised his shield just in time. Bullets pinged harmlessly off the vibranium. Clow's cybernetic arm morphed instantly, releasing a sonic shockwave. The blast struck the assassin squarely in the chest. Blood gushed from every orifice as she collapsed in a heap. At that moment, security forces burst into the room. Sir. Gunfire outside. Return fire. Prepare for evacuation. Clow barked, groaning as the toxin began to cloud his mind. They found us, Nolan muttered. Your secretary was a Hydra agent. That means they were one step from putting a bullet in your head. Cut the chatter. Clow snarled, clutching his temple. Grab your gear, we've got an exit route. Forget sneaking out, Nolan countered. You're already drugged. That ether's going to hit harder before it wears off. Take your guns, we walk out the front. Clow hesitated, then nodded. I can take it. Follow me. They made their way to the weapons cache. Outside, gunfire erupted like a war zone. Clow stumbled into the armory. What do we need? Everything, Nolan said calmly, grabbing body armor and tossing a vest to Clow. Arm your men. Get them to break through the front. And stop acting like a rookie, your arm is a damn cannon. Suddenly, he turned, eyes narrowing. A shadow behind them. Help, me. Delina whispered. Without a second thought, Clow spun, drew his pistol, and shot her between the eyes. Blood sprayed across the crates as her body dropped. Nolan glanced at him, surprised. What? You getting sentimental? Klaus sneered. Right now, it's just us. Trust no one. Nolan nodded grimly. Klaus may have been generous, but he was still a warlord. Blood didn't faze him. Is there another way out? Yeah. The side corridor leads to the main hall. Klaus slung his rifle across his back and snapped on the vest. Nolan armed himself like a walking arsenal, grenades at his hip, a rifle across his chest, and a rocket launcher in hand. Klaus blinked. You seriously going out like that? You got a better idea? Klaus barked into his comms, everyone. Breach the front. They pushed through the corridor doors. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted instantly. Nolan's shield shot up, catching the bullets like a wall of steel. He dropped the launcher onto his shoulder. It's him. It's Nolan. Get the tasers. Tranquilizers. We need him alive. He's got a rocket. Spread out. Too late. Boom. The launcher roared. The impact obliterated the corridor, blood and debris everywhere. In a single breath, half the enemies were gone. Their formation shattered. Nolan surged forward, bullets pinging harmlessly off his shield. He returned fire with his rifle while seeking cover. Move, he barked at Klaus. Finally shaking off his shock, Klaus raised his gun and joined in. Bang! 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 Enemies dropped like dominoes. From every corner, reinforcements poured in. Nolan's expression remained cold and focused. Another rocket flew. Boom! Another wall was blown open. Let's go! Nolan shouted. And with that, they charged through the smoke and fire into the chaos. Chapter 14. I don't care if you're Bucky. Ha ha ha. Nolan, we are wrecking these guys. Klaus laughed wildly, mowing down enemies with his rifle. With his cybernetic arm, he felt no recoil at all, firing single-handedly with ease, trailing right behind Nolan. Damn it. These two are monsters. We need Winter Soldier support. We can't handle this alone. Why the hell is a lab researcher fighting like this? Is he even a real scientist? What the hell? Nolan moved like a phantom, each stride, each shot surgical. He blasted through obstacles with explosive precision, switching to his assault rifle and dropping Hydra soldiers one by one with pinpoint accuracy. The soldiers couldn't aim for his vitals, they'd been ordered to use tranquilizers and tasers. But those projectiles were slow, easy for Nolan to intercept with his enhanced reflexes and Vibranium shield. And Klaus' security team? Providing ample cover fire. In mere moments, the two of them had broken through the safe house. There's a river just ahead. Klaus shouted, now mostly recovered. I've got a speedboat stashed there. Then let's move, use that arm properly. The energy reserve should still be full. Nolan yanked 2 smoke grenades from his belt and tossed them behind. Klaus dropped his overheated rifle, his cybernetic arm transforming into a sonic emitter. He swept it toward the enemy. Thump! Blood exploded from the noses and ears of nearby Hydra agents. Damn, this thing works, Klaus grinned. I tuned it to the average human heartbeat frequency, Nolan said, eyes scanning ahead. But when you're up against tougher targets, you'll need to recalibrate. The arm will collect feedback data in real time. Got it, Klaus nodded, sticking close. Soon, the sound of rushing water grew louder. There. That's the river. Klaus' face lit up. Freedom was just ahead. Sure, he'd lost a cache of data and Vibranium, but he was alive. Suddenly, Nolan's instinct screamed. The hairs on his neck stood up. Without hesitation, he raised his shield behind his head. Clang! A heavy blow struck the shield. Nolan's mind raced. He knew who this was. He used the force of the hit to roll backwards and create space. Clow turned in shock to see their attacker. Curly brown hair. Cold eyes. A lean but lethal physique. And that unmistakable metal arm, far more advanced than Clow's. The Winter Soldier, Nolan muttered. Even without a name, that silhouette was iconic. Hydra's elite weapon is Bucky Barnes. Like Nolan, he'd received a variant of the Super Soldier Serum. But unlike Nolan, Bucky's version was flawed. His mind was unstable. His autonomy was compromised. But his instinctive combat prowess? Second to none. Clow didn't recognize him. He launched a sonic blast, sending Bucky stumbling backwards with blood dripping from his nose. Keep hitting him. I'll hold him off. Nolan called. Bucky's eyes locked onto Nolan. The target was clear. Perfect. Nolan had spent a week training for this. He charged forward, shield raised. Bang! Bang! Clash! Shield and metal fist collided. Nolan was stronger and faster, but Bucky had years of battlefield experience. Every time Nolan seemed to gain the upper hand, Bucky's instincts reeled him back into control. It was a stalemate. Hardware versus skill. But more footsteps approached. Move it! Clow shouted, waving his sonic arm. But Bucky was quick to shift focus. Each time Clow prepared to fire, Bucky changed angles. I'm here for him. Bucky growled. You stay out of it. Clow hesitated, torn. If he left Nolan, he might escape. Nolan narrowed his eyes. You really think Hydra was gonna let you walk? They had a spy in your bed. Clow's eyes flickered with anger. He gritted his teeth and swung his arm again. This time, Nolan pressed the offensive, pushing Bucky into position with a flurry of blows just as Clow fired. Whum! 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 The feedback reading started to stabilize. Bucky staggered. Blood poured from his nose and ears. He dropped to the ground twitching, barely conscious. Just a second-rate knockoff, Nolan spat. No vibranium. No future. Nolan raised his shield to crush Bucky's skull. But more Winter Soldiers were incoming. Forget him. We need to move. Clow yelled. Nolan emptied his rifle into Bucky's chest. Bang, bang, bang. Blood sprayed across the dirt. Then he pulled 2 grenades from his belt, popped the pins, and dropped them beside the twitching soldier. Tick tick tick. Go! Nolan shouted. Clow's jaw clenched. This guy really hates Hydra. And Nolan didn't give a damn if this was Steve Rogers' old pal. Hydra had come for his head. That made them dead men walking. Not even Stark himself would get a pass if he got in the way. Boom! The twin blasts ripped through the jungle, trees shook, and the ground trembled. Just ahead, the speedboat came into view. The two of them leapt aboard. Nolan sliced the mooring line with his shield. Start it. Vroom. The engine roared to life. Behind them, the safe house erupted into a massive explosion, an inferno engulfing the entire hill. Heh. They wanna chase me? Clow grinned, holding up a detonator. Screw that, I blew the whole base sky high. Nolan turned to him, gaze icy. You tried to abandon me back there. Clow's smirk froze. I didn't actually do it. The truth was, he'd heard what Nolan said. He knew Hydra had him marked. If he lost Nolan now, he was as good as dead. And now he understood something. Being a vibranium dealer meant nothing to real power players. To them, he was just a vendor, a dispensable pawn. But Nolan? Nolan was different. A brain like his could convert Clow's wealth into an unstoppable force. And in a world ruled by strength. That was everything. Chapter 15. The target. The surface of the pool rippled as a head broke through the water. A tall, blonde bombshell immediately stepped forward with a towel in hand. Whoosh! Nolan emerged from the pool, water cascading down his well-defined muscles. His sculpted physique made nearby women glance repeatedly, their eyes lingering shamelessly. Lying on a sun lounger nearby, Clow let out an impressed whistle. You sure you're not a supermodel? With that body, you'd never be broke again. Nolan shot him a look. Shut up. Tell the others to clear out. Clow waved dismissively, and the poolside cleared out swiftly. I'm heading out, Nolan said, reclining next to Clow. Break's over. A full week had passed since their escape. They'd rested enough. It was time to get back to business. You sure you want to go alone? I could tag along, Clow offered. From what you told me, that guy's no pushover. Their partnership had deepened over the past week. Mutual survival bred camaraderie. No need, Nolan said. You've already assembled the squad for me. If I can't handle it with that, I'm worthless. You stay here. Keep digging into those profiles I asked for. And stay sharp. Hydra won't be far behind. Clow narrowed his eyes. What are you even after with these people? I want to study them, Nolan replied with a grin. They've got power. Real power. Don't you think that's worth researching? You're the one who needs researching, Clow muttered. You're out here poking monsters just to study them. You're not afraid of dying. Doesn't matter. Just do what I say, Nolan said. If Hammer Industries has archived any data on the miniaturized arc reactor, we can finally complete our exo-suit army. You really think Hammer had the tech? Clow scoffed. If they did, Stark's energy monopoly wouldn't be a thing. Because Hammer is a clown, Nolan shrugged, rising to his feet. We'll lay low here for now. Hydra won't dare move too boldly in this territory. Once we're strong enough, they won't matter. Understood. And don't trust Killmonger, Nolan added. Test him a few more times, you'll see. He just wants your help to win Chala's trust. And let's face it, Wakandans don't think straight. Clow watched Nolan's retreating back, a flicker of awe in his eyes. You're a damn monster, Nolan. One day later. 2 jeeps rolled into a quiet mountain town. According to Hydra's intel, this was the last known location of Logan. And based on what Nolan remembered from the movies, Wolverine had indeed once laid low in a place like this. The sight of the armed convoy quickly caught the town's attention. Nestled at the foot of the mountain, it was a tight-knit place where strangers, especially armed ones, were rare. Nolan stepped out, Vibranium shield slung across his back. The rest of the tactical squad followed, decked out in bulletproof vests and carrying advanced gear. The town was tiny, just a few streets and shops. Locals stared warily. Start questioning them, Nolan ordered. Yes, sir. The team dispersed. Before long, reports crackled over Nolan's earpiece. No sign of Logan. Nolan frowned. Did he already go to Japan? Boss, we found a poacher camp. Poachers? Nolan's eyes lit up. In the Wolverine, Logan clashed with poachers after they poisoned his grizzly bear friend. That confrontation ultimately drove him to Japan. We didn't find him, but we did catch 5 poachers, the voice said. Bring them in. Gunshots and shouting rang out in the distance, but the skirmish ended quickly. 5 rough-looking men were dragged into view and kicked down at Nolan's feet by a soldier named Ander. The lead poacher glared up. What the hell do you want with us? Nolan studied the rugged, bearded man, definitely Scandinavian. What are you doing here? He asked coldly. Bang! Nolan casually took a pistol from a nearby soldier and shot the man in the thigh. The scream pierced the mountain air. Tossing the weapon back, Nolan said flatly, answer my questions, or next time it won't be your leg. We're hunting, one of the others blurted out. What kind of prey? We heard there's a gray bear up in the mountains. Wanted to bag it and sell the pelt. Nolan's eyes narrowed. Bingo. That grizzly was Logan's only friend during his seclusion until it was poisoned by hunters, triggering his rage. Thanks to his master of research ability, Nolan could recall every detail from films and comics with perfect clarity. The pieces were falling into place. Get up, Nolan said with a grin. I've got a business proposal for you boys. Days later, a stormy night. Heavy rain lashed the mountainside. A group of armed men hiked through the woods, weapons at the ready. Their leader, Eddie, limped slightly as he pushed forward. It's close, he said, wiping rain from his face. Based on what we've seen, the bear should be right up ahead. Nolan remained silent, eyes scanning the terrain. He wasn't afraid of Logan attacking, but if Logan ran, that'd be a problem. This is it. Nolan nodded. Begin. Tents and tarps went up quickly, meat soup simmered over open flames. Animal traps were laid throughout the area. Soon, the smell of cooked meat filled the woods. A massive shadow lumbered into view. There! Eddie cried out. It's coming. Nolan saw it too. Open fire. Thwip thwip thwip. Arrows and tranquilizers whistled through the air. The bear, drawn by the scent, staggered and let out a tortured roar. It turned to flee. He's trying to run. He won't get far. Nolan exploded into motion, legs pumping, body blurring as he launched forward like a missile. The trap was sprung. And somewhere, hidden in the dark, Logan was watching. Chapter 16. Hunting the Wolverine. The massive grizzly bear had just started to flee when a figure shot out like an arrow, landing squarely in its path. It was Nolan. In an instant, he was blocking the bear's escape. The beast roared in frustration, rising to its full, towering height. With a thunderous growl, it raised both of its massive paws and swiped at Nolan. One solid hit could easily reduce a man to a bloodied ragdoll. He's insane. Eddie and his companions exchanged alarmed glances. They'd seen what a full-grown grizzly could do to a man. Nobody in their right mind would stand their ground like that. But the next second, their jaws dropped. Nolan lifted his shield and caught the bear's blow head-on. The sheer force should have knocked him off his feet, but he didn't budge an inch. The bear roared louder and rose upright, its 2-meter frame looming like a mountain. It squared off against Nolan, a man facing a monster. The poachers stood frozen in place. And then the bear collapsed, darted by a flurry of tranquilizer darts from all directions. A deafening shout cut through the rain. Who are you people? A blur of motion burst from the forest, followed by a scream. One of the team members fell, clutching his abdomen and crying out in agony. Rain streamed down Nolan's face, but he paid it no mind. He shouted into his comm, target sighted. Execute the plan. Logan, better known as Wolverine, had lived through war, betrayal, and the deaths of friends. Though he'd long since retired from the blood-soaked battlefield, instincts forged in fire never dulled. His body, gifted with unnatural resilience, was still a weapon. He stood over the tranquilized bear, eyes locked on Nolan and the shield in his hand. Captain America. Logan growled, his voice rough with suspicion. I haven't done a damn thing to shield. Even in seclusion, Logan wasn't blind. Captain America was the star-spangled symbol of American heroism, and that shield was iconic. To see a stranger wield it was unsettling. But Nolan said nothing. He dashed forward, shield raised. With a metallic snick, Logan's adamantium claws burst forth, 3 on each hand. They gleamed in the rain like 6 blades of death. His claws met Nolan's shield with a shrieking clang of metal. Yet the claws didn't slice through. Logan's eyes narrowed. You're not Steve. Who the hell are you? You're Logan, Nolan said calmly. Or do you prefer Wolverine? You've been in hiding a long time, but your claws are still sharp. He parried strike after strike with the shield, which spun and twisted with practiced precision. Logan fought with pure aggression, abandoning defense entirely, slashing at Nolan in relentless arcs. You working for Stryker? Logan growled. He was furious now. But before Nolan could reply, the air filled with the hiss of syringes. A dozen tranquilizer darts buried themselves into Logan's flesh. The chemicals hit his bloodstream immediately, but his mutant healing factor burned through them faster than expected. Still, his steps faltered. His vision blurred. He turned to flee, pushing himself through the forest like a wounded beast. You run? Nolan's voice was cold. A gunshot rang out. The tranquilized bear groaned. Logan turned his head just for a second. That second was all Nolan needed. He caught up and launched into a furious assault, his shield smashing down again and again. Logan, half-dazed, still fought like a cornered animal, slashing with desperate strength. Then, it happened. A net dropped from above, reinforced with vibranium wiring. The magnetic anchors snapped into place, locking Logan in a metallic cocoon. He tried to cut his way out, but the net didn't budge. Nolan exhaled. Thank you, Clow. Your vibranium stash came in handy. Another volley of tranquilizers hit Logan, dosing him with enough sedatives to drop an elephant. Finally, the Wolverine collapsed. Hours later. Logan stirred. Voices drifted in. This is who you were after. A grizzled old man with a beard. Logan. One of the former top dogs at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. I thought they all vanished off the grid. You actually found one. Enough chatter. I'm starting the research. You staying? Hell no. I want to keep my dinner down. Logan's eyes fluttered open to a blinding white ceiling. Panic rose in his chest. He remembered this feeling all too well. Being strapped down. Being cut open. Being studied like a lab rat. He growled. You're awake, Nolan said with a grin, tightening his surgical gloves. Honestly, I thought this would be harder. They'd shipped Logan out of Canada under heavy sedation. Nolan had dosed him again and again with high-grade ether to keep him unconscious until they reached New York. Now, the real work began. Who the hell are you? Logan spat, his voice hoarse. Name's Nolan, he said lightly, lifting a scalpel. The next few hours were a blur of agony. Nolan worked with brutal precision, slicing and analyzing Logan's body layer by layer, measuring his regeneration with scientific zeal. Every wound was catalogued, and every reaction was recorded. Surface laceration, fully healed within 5 seconds. Bicep muscle incision, 60 seconds to regenerate. Testicular rupture, 65 seconds recovery time. Nolan's fingers danced over the keyboard, recording each line with clinical detachment. His face was unreadable, even as blood pooled and congealed. This lab's equipment isn't advanced enough, he muttered. If I had Stark's AI set up, everything would be voice commanded, and records would be instantaneous. He sighed. Clow's still too poor. I need better funding. No matter how strong I get, I can't perform miracles without proper tools. And yet he worked tirelessly, methodically. He had caught the Wolverine. And now, the true evolution could begin. Chapter 17. The next target. Logan lay helplessly on the operating table, blood pooling around him. Technicians moved quickly, collecting every drop. Nolan set down his clipboard and gave clear instructions. Extract his blood, red marrow, yellow marrow, interstitial fluid, germ cells, stem cells, prep the tissue slices. Yes, sir. If he resists, inject him with ether and the nerve toxin I prepared. Those are vibranium magnetic cuffs, he won't break free. Be cautious of his claws. With that, Nolan slipped off his lab coat and exited, research notes in hand. He was headed to his room to review Logan's healing data when his phone buzzed. The screen displayed Clow's name. "I found the person you're looking for," Clow reported. "But they're in the city, so I couldn't send in a team. I've had the intel forwarded to your computer." "Got it. Oh, and the Golden Panther wants to meet you. Said he'd like a talk. Day after tomorrow. I still have some experiments to run tomorrow. Also, send me a batch of test subjects and note the life-threatening risks." "Understood. Also, I've hired you a secretary, background checks clean, and already signed over her employment rights. Use her as you see fit. I told you I don't need one. Trust me, you do. Otherwise, you'll forget to eat. Balance your work and rest, partner. I don't want my collaborator dying on a lab table." Nolan hung up and returned to his room. They were now living in a lavish suburban villa, one of Clow's many safe houses, hidden in plain sight. Being within city limits meant Hydra wouldn't dare pull another large-scale search like before. The lab was directly beneath the house. To keep close to his research and isolate the materials from others, Nolan had moved his quarters underground. Back in his room, he organized his data. Wolverine's healing factor was roughly 5,000 times stronger than an average human's. At its core was the regeneration catalyst, a factor that dramatically sped up recovery without depleting energy reserves. "There's more to this than I imagined," Nolan muttered, staring at the regeneration data. "A healing factor that doesn't consume energy, this catalyst is rewriting biology." Each mutant's genome was a treasure trove. And from Logan alone, Nolan had already discovered that the fabled X gene could bend the laws of physics in startling ways. Idiots at the top. Every mutant is a living goldmine, and they chose to exterminate them out of fear. His frustration boiled. The US still enforced anti-mutant policies. If Nolan wanted to unlock his full potential, he'd need those laws repealed. He recorded the data, then powered up his computer. Clow's intel opened on screen, an individual profile. Jessica Jones. A classic all-American beauty. Her school history caught Nolan's eye. Midtown High. Peter Parker. He narrowed his eyes. "I'll need to find a way to buy into Oscorp, or at least acquire their biotech division." Pushing that thought aside, Nolan refocused. Jessica was his next target. A woman with super strength in flight. She'd been Peter Parker's classmate. During a family road trip to Disneyland, an argument with her brother had distracted their father while driving. Their car collided with a military truck carrying radioactive chemicals. Everyone died except Jessica. She fell into a coma for months. When she awoke, she discovered she had gained superhuman strength and the ability to fly. She was later adopted by the Jones family and took on the name Jessica Jones. Her flight ability was Nolan's primary objective. There were stronger candidates like the Human Torch or Thor, but they were backed by teams. The Fantastic Four, the Avengers, not people Nolan could afford to antagonize yet. Jessica, though. She was doable. More importantly, her powers came from post-accident radiation exposure, making her abilities potentially replicable. Even if the odds were low, with Nolan's scientific prowess and the evolution core in his body, he could push those odds to 100%. Alias investigations, closed for years. Has she already encountered the Purple Man? He began analyzing and drafting a plan. In the early days, Jessica had tried being a superhero. That ended when she met a man known only as Kilgrave the Purple Man. His power was psychological control. Despite her physical strength, Jessica had no mental defenses. Kilgrave enslaved her, body and mind. It wasn't until Jean Grey the Phoenix rescued her that she broke free. But the trauma lingered. She withdrew from society, sinking into depression, until she met Luke Cage. "You two are a damn goldmine," Nolan murmured as he closed the file. This one would be tricky. Logan, for all his raw power, was a loner. Once they discovered his weakness, Nolan's team had simply mobilized and bagged him. Jessica could fly. If he messed this up, she'd vanish into the sky and the next opportunity might never come. Worse, this was New York. Throw a rock in any direction, and you might hit a superhero. A direct operation, or even Nolan moving personally, would risk exposure. And that one-eyed bastard from S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury was practically obsessed with monitoring superhumans. Any clash involving supers would bring S.H.I.E.L.D. down on him like a hammer. Hydra was already after him. If Fury joined in. And Fury had his own trump card. Captain Marvel. A cosmic-level powerhouse Nolan definitely couldn't deal with yet. Still, he had to obtain the power of flight. What kind of Superman can't even fly, he scoffed. The flight was a hallmark ability. Most supers fought on the ground. If Nolan could take to the skies, he'd dominate the battlefield. With that, he locked his room tight and made final preparations. Tomorrow, he would begin the real exploration. The Secrets Within Wolverine. Chapter 18. Natasha. After a short rest, Nolan got up and headed outside for a swim to clear his mind. Clow wasn't around the villa that day, most likely off handling the aftermath of their last escape. Though Clow had made his fortune through Vibranium trafficking, he wasn't one to sit idle. He still ran several businesses to support his scientific endeavors. Losing 2 safe houses, especially the mountainside lab, had cost him dearly. That particular base had been a vital research site, and while most of the data had been backed up, the loss was still significant. As Nolan stepped out of the pool and reached for a towel, a curvy woman approached and handed one to him. "Thanks," he replied instinctively. When he looked up, he was met with a cascade of red waves and eyes brimming with charm. Eastern European, the woman gave him a dazzling smile and introduced herself. "I'm Natalia Norseman. Mr. Clow assigned me as your new secretary." Nolan immediately realized who she was. "Clow, you sly bastard. You sent me her." This wasn't right. Nolan wasn't supposed to be on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar. Which meant they weren't targeting him, they were targeting Clow. And it just so happened that Clow, looking to hire a secretary for Nolan, unwittingly opened the door. Background check came out clean. Of course it did. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had a dozen identities apiece. Clean as a whistle, naturally. It only took Nolan a moment to piece it together. "All right," he replied calmly, masking any hint of suspicion. He knew full well that even the slightest change in expression could tip off a professional spy like Natasha. "Go prepare breakfast. I like Eastern cuisine." "Right away. I'll have someone bring it in," she said with a soft nod before turning to leave. Nolan watched her retreating figure. No wonder so many people were infatuated with her. Still, he felt nothing. Too plain. Sure, she was beautiful, perhaps even by Eastern standards, but her pores were too large. He didn't care for that uneven texture. And he wasn't a fan of public property. No matter how many refurbishments a bus underwent for customer satisfaction, it still reeked from overuse. A private car, though, may need some tuning at first, but at least it's yours and hasn't had dozens of drivers before. Nolan lay back in his chair, mulling things over. Clow, for all his resources, really couldn't be trusted. His previous secretary had been a Hydra agent. Now this one was from S.H.I.E.L.D. The man was practically a walking target, hoarding vibranium and metals without the strength to protect himself. A sitting duck, ripe for carving. From the wolf's den straight into the tiger's jaws. Still, Natasha did her job well. At least she brought breakfast with a bit of flair. Nolan ate contentedly. Soon after, he returned to the lab beneath the villa. Natasha had been dismissed for now, which suited her just fine. Before going underground, Nolan sent a message to Clow, informing him of Natasha's real identity. In the lab, Clow's team of technicians was already bustling. "Boss, everything's ready," one of them said as Nolan entered. These were Klau's personally vetted personnel, loyal, at least for the time being. Their families were under Klau's control, which guaranteed a certain degree of obedience. Nolan nodded and looked at the operating table. Logan was still there, covered in dried blood and open wounds, some halfway healed, others still raw and ragged. "You really are a treasure," Nolan muttered. "With an ability like this, and no one thought to study it? Letting you wander the wilderness. Kill me if you've got the guts." Logan growled, his voice hoarse from pain and rage. He'd woken and passed out repeatedly over the last day, ether and neurotoxins pumped into him like clockwork, sometimes just for shouting too loud. Nolan shook his head. His eyes gleamed with obsession. "Why would I kill you? If I could have found your brother, I wouldn't have needed you. I just want to understand your abilities." He paused, then added with a vague smile, "Once I'm done studying you, maybe I'll let you go. Depends on how cooperative you are." That was a lie, of course. Nolan still hadn't decided what to do with Logan. Killing him was nearly impossible. The man had survived a nuclear blast, after all. He turned to examine the latest batch of tissue slides. Comparing healing phase cells with normal ones, he noted little difference. So it's in the genes. Once everyone left, Nolan took a syringe and drew blood from Logan's arm. Under the cold gleam of an electronic microscope, he dropped a single bead of blood onto a slide. A double helix structure appeared on the screen, twisted strands of deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. DNA was the keeper of genetic information, and Nolan was determined to unlock its every secret. He zoomed in. Eventually, he found it, an anomaly embedded deep within the sequence, seemingly out of place, yet perfectly integrated. The X gene. The origin of mutant kind. Nolan leaned in, analyzing every detail. "This structure's insane. I'd need molecular scissors to splice this into myself." Even with his evolution core capable of adapting to any power, he couldn't transplant something he didn't fully understand. The X gene responsible for Logan's healing was incredibly complex. Not that it daunted Nolan. What truly held him back was the lack of proper tools. "Maybe I'll start with genetic seeding." He couldn't wait. If he wanted survival in New York, he'd need at least a partial version of Logan's regeneration. A full transplant wasn't feasible yet, but he could inject fragments of Logan's genome to overwrite portions of his own. It wouldn't grant Logan's peak-level regeneration, but it'd be a start. It would take many trials. Countless refinements. Nolan pressed his temples, eyes sharp with resolve. He needed that healing factor. With it, he could finally stand his ground in a city filled with gods, monsters, and men with agendas. Chapter 19. Breakthrough. Outside, Klau rushed back the moment he received Nolan's email. This was getting ridiculous. The so-called secretary he'd arranged for Nolan turned out to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the tea lounge, Nolan handed Klau a piece of paper. "Say nothing aloud. There might be bugs in this room." Klau nodded, pretending to chat casually. "So, how've you been sleeping lately?" On his phone, he typed, "What should we do? Fire her? Not bad. And your appetite?" Nolan's fingers replied, "No. That'll tip her off. The test subjects will arrive this afternoon." Good. Their conversation on the surface was mundane, but their fingers were busy exchanging critical messages under the table. Nolan still found it insane how effective Black Widow was. Despite her fame as a hero in Avengers 1 and 2, her infiltration skills remained absurdly flawless. Such was the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. able to rewrite a person's entire identity and background at will. Suddenly, Nolan spoke aloud. Oscorp lost military contracts after Norman's experimental failure. Their stocks plummeting. If you've got spare funds, buy in. Sure, Klau nodded, confused but compliant. Oscorp's a biotech company. I've seen their research. It looks like Norman was developing a serum for enhanced human performance. As Nolan kept going, Clow quickly realized what he was doing, feeding S.H.I.E.L.D. false intel to divert their attention. With their obsessive tendencies, S.H.I.E.L.D. would absolutely dig into it. Sorry, Green Goblin, Nolan thought. I'm throwing you under the bus. Norman Osborn, aka the Green Goblin, was Peter Parker's best friend's father and a major player. Sacrificing him was a tactical move. The conversation drifted into Oscorp topics, with Nolan doing most of the talking and Clow nodding along. In another room, Natasha Romanoff listened through her earpiece. She immediately forwarded the Oscorp intelligence to HQ. Who is this guy? She muttered. Why does Clow trust him so much? Though Natasha's original target was Clow, given his dealings with Vibranium and the fugitive Killmonger, Nolan's unusual standing and unexpected intel made her suspicious. Her instincts as a veteran spy told her this man wasn't ordinary. She wanted to investigate his lab but decided to wait a few days so as not to arouse suspicion. Soon after, her earpiece buzzed to life. A deep male voice came through. Forget Nolan for now. Just a tech guy. The Oscorp lead is solid. Keep your eyes on Clow. With the Avengers split over the Registration Act, we need intel. You want me to leave again? Remember, a spy completes missions by any means necessary. Understood. After parting with Clow, Nolan returned to the lab. This space was still safe for now. All non-essential personnel had been cleared out. From here on, Nolan had to conduct the experiments himself, especially since they involved his own biological data. Logan was sedated on the operating table, hooked to a nutrient drip. Nolan had administered a high dose of ether. The mutant was still unconscious, but barely. Let's begin by testing fluid compatibility. Nolan picked up a syringe to draw more of Logan's blood, only for the man's eyes to snap open. You're awake. No worries, just drawing a few more samples today, Nolan said calmly. Mood affected hormone levels, and he needed clean data. You, bastard. If you've got the guts, kill me. Logan roared. He'd sworn this would never happen again, not after the hell of the Weapon X program. But it was happening again. Still, Nolan only offered brief words of reassurance and continued extracting fluids, blood, lymph, and other tissue samples. Then he drew his own corresponding samples and got to work. Lymph's not viable. Arterial blood either. Platelet activity's too aggressive, treating my cells like foreign invaders. Logan's despair deepened with each mumble. This monster wasn't just dissecting him, he was talking to himself about it like it was a chemistry quiz. Maybe this. Using his stolen Hydra knowledge of bioengineering, Nolan began formulating compound solutions. He gradually increased his concentration, seeking a perfect balance. Finally, one test succeeded. Logan's venous blood fused with Nolan's arterial sample. There it is. Just need the test subjects now. Logan's eyes widened. What the hell are you even researching? For the first time, real fear flickered behind his rage. He wasn't afraid of pain but of endless captivity and being drained dry like a science experiment. But his only answer was the hiss of syringes. A line of needles delivered translucent liquid into Logan's bloodstream. His limbs twitched. He tried to curse. You. And then he passed out. If it weren't for the ether messing with the data, I'd let you sleep forever, Nolan muttered, checking the reinforced vibranium cuffs again. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 20. Experiment successful. Clow's efficiency hadn't let Nolan down. Within hours, 6 test subjects had been delivered. To gather comprehensive data and assess whether genetic responses varied by ethnicity, there were 2 volunteers from each major racial group, black, white, and Asian. He wanted to experiment on humans from different races to see if they would be affected differently. In the lab, Logan slowly came to again, the effects of the latest sedatives wearing off. When he saw 6 strangers being wheeled in, a flicker of pity crossed his eyes. This devil was actually still experimenting on human beings. With his past in mind, especially what Stryker had put him through, Logan's loathing for scientists who used humans as test subjects was absolute. "You butcher!" he growled through gritted teeth. Nolan didn't even blink. "That's rich coming from a man who's left rivers of blood behind in 2 world wars. It's an honor to be called a butcher by the Wolverine." He signaled the assistants to strip the volunteers. "I've made it clear this experiment carries a high risk of death. If you die, a compensation fund will be wired to the account you provided." "Okay," 2 men nodded emphatically. The rest followed suit. "Then let's begin." With a scalpel and syringe in hand, Nolan began replicating the previous procedure. Soon, the lab echoed with howls of agony as tissue after tissue was harvested. No anesthetics were used. Nolan needed clean data, unaffected by chemical interference. Despite the cries, Nolan remained unfazed. Once in his experimental state, he was pure logic and precision utterly detached. If necessary, he'd put himself on the table too. The volunteers knew what they'd signed up for. The generous compensation was, in truth, the price of their lives unless one of them got lucky and survived. Subject 2, blood sugar is too low, self-healing factor absorption is slow. Subject 4, excess protease detected in tissue fluid, regenerative factor failed to fuse. Subject 1, fusion proceeding normally. Increase dosage. Begin trial on additional fluids. More and more data flowed in. Though Nolan possessed the spirit of evolution, which neutralized most compatibility issues between powers, it didn't mean he could fuse anything and everything. A person needs the potential to gain power for it to work. For example, without an X gene, introducing a regeneration factor might cause cells to die off or worse, mutate into uncontrollable cancerous growths. Nolan didn't have that problem. His body could host opposing powers like Human Torch and Iceman without internal conflict. It was like he had an infinite number of skill slots. As long as he could manufacture the cards, he could slot them in. Shut them up. The noise was becoming a distraction to the assistants. Cloth gags were stuffed into mouths. "Look at him, he hasn't made a sound. And you lot are screaming like banshees." Nolan made a precise incision across one black subject's chest. The man's skin paled from the pain. The others, still recovering from their own surgeries, glanced at Logan. The mutant sat motionless, silent, even as his body was harvested like a resource. Was this sheer willpower? Too much ether? Nolan muttered, studying Logan's vacant gaze. The mutant's body had rapidly developed a resistance, requiring higher and higher doses. Sometimes the excess knocked him senseless, leaving him dazed even after waking. Catching Logan had been easy. Figuring out what to do with him. That was the real challenge. For several days, Nolan buried himself in the lab. Leveraging Hydra's research and his own data, he finally cracked most of the relevant genetic sequences. A universally applicable solution, a regenerative serum, was now within reach. The 6 subjects were barely clinging to life. Still, Nolan ensured they stayed alive, no matter how tenuous the thread. His scalpel never faltered. He didn't risk procedures that might kill them, even if it meant extra work. He needed them to witness the final result. He held up several vials, most filled with Logan's harvested fluids, others containing tailored genetic binders. Since he didn't yet have access to molecular scissors for gene splicing, Logan remained his raw material. He added and refined ingredients until the vial shimmered like a violet gem. The serum was ready. Subject 1. Inject. The black man Subject 1 gritted his teeth as the needle plunged into his vein. "You motherf ********. Give your daddy a quick death already." Nolan ignored him, making a light incision across his chest. Blood gushed from the wound. Failure? No. In Nolan's augmented vision, the blood flow slowed. The edges of the wound began to crust, then scar over. He exhaled in relief. It worked. Project Phoenix 1 success. You're a god, Nolan. You created a superhero. You're a genius. Cheers erupted from the assistants. Even the other 5 subjects momentarily forgot their agony. Logan watched in stunned silence. He knew those effects. That was his ability. It was slower, less potent, but it was his. And this madman had copied it. The revelation rocked him. He'd always believed that mutants were chosen and born with gifts that set them apart. But if those gifts could be replicated, synthesized, then what did it mean to be a mutant? Bastard! Let me out. I'm a superhero now. Subject 1 bellowed, drunk on his newfound power. Compare Subject 1's healing efficiency with Logan's. Note energy consumption and wound recovery rate. Nolan remained calm. He didn't inject himself. Not yet. Caution came first. V Chapter 21. Flaws in the formula. Nolan stood before experiment subject number 1, whose mouth had been stitched shut. Around him, lab assistants continued to test and log the subject's regenerative capabilities, comparing them to the detailed data previously collected from Logan. Sir, epidermal regeneration clocks in at roughly 500 times that of an average human. One assistant reported. The black volunteer stared in disbelief as a strip of skin was peeled from his body. His agony was ignored in favor of metrics. Muscle regeneration is at 1,000 times baseline. Bone density recovery is measuring at 2,000 times normal. One by one, the numbers rolled and each data point meticulously logged. Strapped to the adjacent table, Logan listened to the figures being rattled off, his expression hardening with every word. For the first time, real doubt crept in. He was the best there was at what he did. But what if even that wasn't enough to escape this man? He'd survived being used as a weapon by Stryker. Back then, at least he had a function. He was meant to be unleashed. That was how he broke free. But Nolan? He didn't want a weapon. He wanted a research specimen. And specimens never go free. Subject number 1's initial excitement over gaining superhuman powers had long since vanished. Now, with his healing factor fully active, the assistants cut deeper, harder, without anesthesia, delighting in the fact that he couldn't die. The man writhed and thrashed as much as he could, reduced to guttural sobs by the pain. If he began to pass out, they injected stimulants to keep him conscious. They wanted real-time data. No gaps. Nolan compared the results with Logan's metrics and quickly furrowed his brow. While this subject wasn't a full match, the numbers were impressive. The healing factor wasn't as potent as Logan's, no surprise, since Nolan had used genetic grafting instead of full integration. But even so, muscle regeneration reached 70% of Logan's, and bone recovery up to 80%. Recheck Logan. Same location, Nolan ordered. Logan, who had been watching the tests from his table, blinked. Wait, what? Before he could react, the assistants had already moved in. You sick freak. Logan growled, teeth clenched. You think Xavier's gonna let this slide? He's dead, Nolan said casually, flipping through more data. Well, sort of. Word is he's been revived inside his comatose twin. But regaining full power? That'll take time. More than I need. Logan went silent. Nolan's awareness of mutant affairs was alarmingly accurate. Even details only whispered about in underground channels he knew them. Magneto too, Nolan continued, stripped of power, pumped full of gene inhibitors. Last I heard, he's a cripple hiding in a hole somewhere. If I could locate him, I'd have him on a slab next to you. Logan glared but said nothing. The pain from the fresh tissue harvest was nothing compared to the dread pooling in his gut. Nolan's eyes scanned deeper into the test logs. Adamantium. The unique alloy bonded to Logan's bones made them virtually indestructible, but it was a problem. Unlike soft tissue samples, bones couldn't be harvested, so Nolan used a vibranium-tipped drill to extract a marrow core instead. Turns out adamantium isn't as perfect as it looks, Nolan muttered. He glanced at Logan. Tell me, feel like you're getting older? Slower to recover? Logan didn't answer, but his expression tightened. This metal in your bones, it's alive, in a sense. Integrated with your healing factor. The longer it's there, the more it suppresses your regenerative potential. Nolan tapped a tablet. At first, it was fine. But over the years, your healing slows. Your body ages. Eventually, your healing factor fails and then you die. Logan froze. Nolan continued, voice almost sympathetic. There's a trade-off. The metal's been shielding your brain. That's why you're not a vegetable from all the head trauma. But without the healing factor, it turns into your coffin. Logan's mind reeled. How did this man know about my memory loss? Meanwhile, subject number 1, who'd been enduring constant tissue removal, started to show signs of decline. His muscle regeneration is slowing, one assistant called out. By a factor of 20, another confirmed. The subject was pale, eyes sunken, pupils dilated. Sweat drenched his brow. Nolan ordered a full biometric scan. Vitals crashing, a tech read off. Blood sugar, pressure, sodium, and potassium levels are all plummeting. Cell membranes rupturing. Rapid onset systemic apoptosis. Apoptosis, cellular suicide. Shut it down, one assistant asked cautiously. They'd finally made a working prototype, shouldn't they preserve it? No, Nolan said coldly. I need to know the limits. Push it. The lab fell silent. They all watched as subject number 1's body literally melted down, tissues collapsing, structure dissolving into a liquefied mess. The remains were promptly shoveled into an incinerator. Nolan reviewed the final data, impassively. Test the remaining 5. I want full comparisons. I need to know exactly how long a dose of Phoenix Serum can sustain someone, and more importantly, how to grant healing without killing the host. Chapter 22. I'm built different. Inside the lab, Clow had just arrived, summoned by Nolan's message. He stared in astonishment at the subject's wounds healing before his very eyes. Good Lord, Nolan. How the hell did you pull this off? Inject me now. If I had this, I'd be immortal. The look Clow gave Nolan was nearly reverent, like he was staring at a god. A single vial, capable of granting someone such an incredible power. Sure, the mechanical arm Nolan had designed for him was a marvel in itself. It gave up on the wrong end of a glider. Still, before tackling Oscorp, Nolan had another priority, Jessica Jones. Flight and super strength, a budget version of Superman. With her powers, he wouldn't need to play defense anymore. He was deep in thought when... Knock knock. He glanced at the security camera. Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow herself, disguised in her usual cover identity, tight leather bodysuit included, hugging every inch of her frame like it was sewn on. Who is it? He asked, already knowing. It's Natalie, came the smooth, sultry voice. I'd like to talk about work. As your assistant, I think we need more communication. Nolan rolled his eyes. She'd been playing the long con lately, faking closeness, accidentally brushing against him, staying too long in shared spaces. Now, a midnight visit. She was making her move. He clicked the lock open, curiosity piqued. There she stood in the doorway, eyes warm, voice soft, posture inviting. She pressed a hand lightly to his chest. I just want us to be on the same page, boss, she purred, stepping inside and casually closing the door behind her. Nolan stepped back immediately, avoiding contact. If she was the mother spider, he wasn't about to get caught in her web. Is there a problem with your workload? Or, your salary? Natasha blinked. Was he serious? She was practically throwing herself at him. Most men would have melted by now. What did it take to get a reaction? But no, this man wasn't biting. And that only made her more certain, he was hiding something. She took another step forward. Boss. Nolan's eyes narrowed. If you don't have something to say, get out. Still, she stepped closer. Her hand brushed his neck. He grabbed her wrist instantly. What do you think you're doing? His voice was ice. She tried to pull away, but his grip was like iron. She blinked. She was trained. Enhanced. Stronger than most men. But she couldn't budge him. What the hell? She shifted her stance and tried to draw him in for a fake embrace, reaching subtly for the device strapped to her waist. But his other hand snapped forward and caught her arm. He was smiling now, cold, amused. Really? He said. She lashed out with a kick aimed at his groin. He blocked it effortlessly and responded with a swift counter, slamming her to the ground. Pain lanced through her arms as he twisted both wrists behind her back. A small injection device clattered to the floor. You came earlier than I expected, Nolan said coolly. I thought you'd try this later. He'd been watching her the whole time. The second she reached for her belt, he knew. Natasha Romanoff might have been the best spy shield ever produced, but she was no match for Nolan in a fight. Not anymore. Something for injecting me? Try it yourself, Nolan said, picking up the device. Suddenly, Natasha twisted and drew a hidden pistol from her thigh holster. It wasn't aimed at him, it was wired into something. Stay back. I'll shoot, she warned. Nolan just smiled and stepped forward. She fired. Bang! A hole opened in his chest, right where his heart should be. Blood spurted. Natasha froze, shocked. You're a mutant, she whispered. The wound was already closing. Nolan didn't answer. He was already beside her. He pressed the injector to her neck and jammed it down. The solution entered her bloodstream instantly. Before she passed out, she heard his voice, mocking and low. I left you a parting gift. You'll love it. Chapter 24, 24. Let the chaos begin. Ugh. Natasha groaned as she stirred awake, her head throbbing. She found herself lying in the middle of nowhere, some abandoned patch of land on the outskirts of the city. I actually let a normal guy knock me out. What the hell was that strength? She frowned in disbelief. His physical power had felt wrong. It was on par with Captain Rogers, maybe even more intense. No, that can't be. She flexed her wrists experimentally. They'd been broken, she remembered it clearly. But now? Completely intact. Not even a bruise. Then she spotted a folded slip of paper near her. Here's a little gift. For the time being, you're practically unkillable. Enjoy. If Fury finds out you're nearly immortal, well, let's just say I'm dying to see what he does. Can't wait, smiley face. The smirking face doodled at the bottom was somehow even more insulting than the message itself. As Natasha processed the note, a deafening roar overhead broke the silence. Boom! A figure smashed down from the sky in a burst of smoke and dust, carving a shallow crater in the ground. Sunlight caught gleaming armor. Natasha? What the hell happened? Tony Stark's helmet retracted, revealing his concerned face. Tony, She hesitated, recalling the note. And more importantly, everything she'd been through working under Nick Fury. If what that psycho said was true, if she really was near immortal, then Fury wouldn't just leave it alone. Routine medical exams would turn into full-on invasive surveillance. She'd be studied. Monitored. Controlled. I'm fine, she said quickly. Tony raised an eyebrow. Friday's scan had already picked up traces of sedatives, ether, and several unknown chemical compounds in her bloodstream. You sure? Your vitals are all over the place. Natasha forced a smile. Yeah. Got caught up in something weird. It's over now. Classified mission. Right. Tony didn't push it. Talk to Rogers for me, would you? We need to move forward with the Superhuman Registration Act. It's for everyone's safety. His mask snapped shut, and in a blast of jet fire, he was gone. Natasha stared into the sky. That bastard. She muttered. Back in Queens, New York. Nolan and Clow had relocated again after the Shield incident. With his experiments complete and his Phoenix Serum functional, if unstable, it was time to lay low. The two men sat across from each other in a cramped, run-down apartment. Clow exhaled deeply. Just when I was starting to enjoy the good life again, we're on the move. By the way. Did you actually inject her with Phoenix Serum? Why? For fun, Nolan said with a shrug. Clow stared. You realize that serum is worth 50 grand a vial? You handed her a bottle for laughs. Nolan just smiled enigmatically. He knew what the outcome would be. Natasha would start experiencing changes, maybe subtle at first, but eventually, Fury would notice. And when he did, chaos. If Natasha chose to stay loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D., fine. Let her suffer under Fury's paranoia and constant surveillance. If she didn't? Even better. Either way, she'd become a time bomb. She's a walking distraction now, Nolan said. Even if she figures out something's wrong, finding someone who can fix it. That's a short list. Whatever, man. Clow waved him off. Your madness, your rules. Anyway, I bought up most of Oscorp's shares like you said. I own 21% now. The transfer paperwork just came in and needs your signature. Any trouble? Nolan asked. Used cutouts. Nobody knows it was me. And the company's stock is tanking. IRS, EPA, and probably some angry gods are all knocking on their door. Anyone else buying? Yeah, 2 other whales are scooping up stock fast. Norman Osborn, probably, Nolan muttered. Trying to buy back control. Most likely, Clow smirked. Oh, and about the Phoenix Serum, we found a buyer. Pretty shady crowd, though. Let me guess, radicals from the Middle East. Clinton Avenue, actually. Domestic nutjobs who love blowing themselves up. They're thrilled about the idea of dying twice. Sell it. Done. Clow leaned in again. We're also making progress on blaming everything on Golden Panther. The intel Natasha took. All the info you fed us. Is any of it true? Of course it's true. Then, you think Iron Man and Cap can still be friends after this? They won't know, Nolan said simply. The intel Natasha had stolen and deliberately planted contained one explosive truth, the real reason the Starks were murdered. Clow exhaled slowly. You're really trying to split the Avengers? If they're united, I don't stand a chance, currently, but if they're divided. Nolan glanced out the window. That's when I move. Clow pointed downward. That detective agency see it? Nolan followed his gaze. It was a small office space tucked between 2 laundromats. Alias Investigations. Jessica Jones works there. She's still in that post-traumatic slump. Drinks all day. Barely works. You want to make a move? Not yet, Nolan replied. She's volatile. Strong, but unstable. If she flies off, she'll be hard to catch. Better to wait. Jessica had once been a bright-eyed vigilante. But after what the Purple Man did to her body and mind alike, she fell into a deep pit of despair. Her strength was formidable. But her trauma made her unpredictable. Clow let out another long sigh. Man, running with you is like a roller coaster. First Hydra, then Shield, and now you're pissing off every super in New York. Speaking of which, Clow added, what about Logan? You keep him on ice. For now. Keep extracting what we need for the serum. He's not going anywhere. Nolan's eyes narrowed slightly. Once we perfect Phoenix Serum 2.0, the game changes. Chapter 25. Contacting Jessica. Nolan stood across the street, watching Jessica stagger toward her dingy little detective agency. He needed to find the right moment to approach her. Grabbing her outright wasn't an option. He wasn't even sure he could beat her in a fight right now. Sitting inside a coffee shop across the street, Nolan watched her office door, thinking it over. Then he got up and started walking toward it. It hit him, she's a detective. Why not just hire her? That would be the cleanest way to make contact. He had just crossed the street when Jessica stepped out, locking the door behind her. Looked like she'd just woken up and was already calling it a day. Seriously? Was business that good? Nolan quickened his pace. Just as he was about to call out to her, a massive explosion lit up the sky in the distance. Ha 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 ha. Come on, Spider Boy. You'll never catch me. The skies echoed with manic laughter as a figure zipped through the air on a glider cackling like a goblin. Green Goblin. Stop right there. A flash of red and blue leaped between buildings in hot pursuit. Nolan blinked. Great. Of all days to be out, he just had to bump into those two. Spider-Man's presence meant Green Goblin was definitely the one who'd started this. Nolan quickly pulled out his phone and texted Clow. Hopefully, this wasn't one of his screw-ups. Still chasing me? Maybe save the civilians instead, the Goblin taunted, lobbing pumpkin-shaped bombs in every direction. Explosions tore through the air. Rubble rained from buildings. Screams echoed down the block. Peter's face tensed behind the mask. He fired webs like crazy, yanking debris aside and snatching people out of harm's way. Goblin. I said stop. Green Goblin turned, saw how close Spidey had gotten again, and chucked more bombs in all directions. Nolan looked up just in time to see red and green streaks passed overhead. Classic, he thought. Spidey's rogues gallery really had a thing for green. But then he saw one of the bombs was heading straight for Jessica. She was still disoriented, hungover from earlier, only just registering the chaos around her. Look out! Nolan shouted, launching himself toward her. Jessica turned her head, spotted someone diving at her, and reflexively threw a punch. Her fist caught Nolan square in the gut. Just then, the bomb hit. Her office exploded behind her. Debris shot out like shrapnel, but Jessica instinctively shattered the rubble with a single swing of her arm. Nolan, now gasping on the pavement and feeling like his organs had rearranged themselves, gritted through the pain. That is the power I want. He rolled over, coughing up his coffee, barely able to move. Oh crap. Jessica's expression shifted to panic. She'd realized what had just happened. He wasn't attacking her, he was saving her. She had hit the guy who'd just saved her life. God damn it, she cursed inwardly. Jessica had been through hell thanks to Kilgrave. Trusting people, especially men, wasn't easy. But this man had saved her. You okay? Peter landed beside her, noticing the telltale signs of super strength. Her face was familiar, but he didn't say anything. Can you help me get people out? Just a sec. Jessica turned and sprinted toward the guy she'd punched. She knew how hard she could hit. But Nolan was already sitting up, groaning and clutching his stomach. You're strong, he wheezed. Think you cracked my spleen. He was totally fine, of course, but no need to tell her that. Peter blinked, confused by the exchange. Okay, cool, you got this, I'm out. He fired a web line and slingshot after the goblin. I was actually here to see you, Jessica. Heard you're a hell of a private eye. Nolan clutched his side, playing the injured victim to perfection. You know me? Jessica sat awkwardly in the coffee shop, visibly uncomfortable. Coffee shops brought up bad memories. Memories she'd rather not relive. But Nolan had risked his life to save her. That counted for something. Of course. Why else would I come looking for you? Though I gotta admit, I didn't expect you to have that kind of strength. Are you, enhanced? You know about people like us? She asked, narrowing her eyes. I'm one of them, Nolan whispered. Otherwise, you'd have killed me back there. I thought you were just a normal PI, didn't expect someone superhuman. You think I'm a mutant? No. My powers came from a lab accident. Fire. Burned up half my body when I was a kid. But after that, I started healing faster. Way faster. I call myself the Phoenix. He shrugged. Aren't we all supposed to have code names? What's yours? Just. Jessica's fine. She didn't look thrilled with the question. Sensing her discomfort, Nolan shifted gears. Right, sorry. I did come here for a reason. I need your help tracking someone down. He slid a folder across the table. Jessica flipped it open. The name jumped out at her, Ulysses Clow. Who is this? Nolan's expression darkened. A trafficker. He kidnapped my brother years ago. I've been chasing him ever since. I just got word he might be in New York. He leaned in slightly. I don't know the city well, so. I'm hiring you. Jessica scanned the file, her brows furrowed. All right. I'll take the case. She stood. And since you saved my ass earlier, no deposit needed. I'll contact you when I have something. She was clearly ready to bolt. Wait, can I at least get your number? Nolan asked quickly. So I can stay in the loop. Fine. But don't call at night. And if I don't answer, I'm probably passed out. She slapped a card onto the table and turned to leave without another word. Nolan smiled as he watched her go. Step 1, complete. Chapter 26. If brute force doesn't work, try charm. After leaving the cafe, Nolan glanced at the encrypted message Clow had sent him. One of the men he'd paid to quietly acquire Oscorp stock had just been killed and blown up, actually. Figures. The Green Goblin was clearly targeting his associates now. When money couldn't solve a problem, it seemed brute force was the next option on the table. Nolan calmly tapped out a reply with his next set of instructions. Moments later, his phone rang. Nolan. What the hell are you doing? You sent her to investigate me? Clow was clearly rattled on the other end. He was still cleaning up after one of his men had been shredded by a flying goblin, and now Nolan was telling him he'd hired Jessica Jones to dig into his operations. He knew how dangerous Jessica could be. Was Nolan trying to get him killed? Relax. I'm not putting you in real danger. What the hell are you planning? I'm going to win her over when she's most vulnerable. Right now, she's probably under SHIELD surveillance. If I go in guns blazing, I'll only make things worse. So, I'm going with a softer touch. Your idea of a soft touch is sending her after me? We need common ground. Something to talk about. Oh, and have someone send flowers to her agency. Every day. You're trying to seduce her. Clow sounded genuinely stunned. Are you out of your mind? Nolan set his files aside and smiled. Exactly. When she lets her guard down completely, that's when I'll make my move. You're insane. Clow suddenly felt a cold chill run down his spine. Nolan's plan clicked into place. He was exploiting Jessica's emotional scars, waiting to strike when she was weakest. It wasn't seduction, it was psychological warfare. This guy wasn't a scientist. He was a demon wrapped in human skin. And now Clow realized something terrifying: Nolan wasn't just a genius in the lab. He understood people. If he ever set his sights on you, the best you could hope for was a quick death. You wouldn't happen to have a way to access the military's mutant genome database, would you? Nolan asked suddenly. Have you lost your damn mind? That place is under the tightest lock and key in the US government. I wouldn't even ask about it, let alone go digging. You're insane. I was just asking. Nolan shrugged. If it were that easy, he would have kidnapped Professor X and Magneto already. Originally, he'd planned to extract power from Sebastian Shaw. But with Shaw dead, his body had likely ended up either with the US military or in Russian hands. Only two real possibilities. Klaus sighed and said, by the way, I found your guy Daredevil. He's working as a lawyer now, but word is, he's knee-deep in a turf war with Wilson Fisk. Keep tabs on him for me. Daredevil was on Nolan's list. Super enhanced senses. Besides being blind, his perception was off the charts, rivaled only by beings with cosmic-level intellect. More importantly, he was accessible. And that made him a prime target. A few days later, Nolan sat reviewing Dr. Connors aka the Lizard's latest research paper. He planned to replicate the experiment himself, if possible. But as he finished reading, Nolan frowned. No experimental data? Or is it hidden? He saved the paper in his archives. He now had a solid grasp of Connor's work, maybe even equal to the man himself. But he couldn't recreate the experiment. Not without the missing data, or the specialized equipment. Even some of the formulas were deliberately vague and clearly altered. Oscorp must have falsified parts of it. Still, Nolan could tell Connors was nearing human trials. There was even a video link included in the paper, a mouse with severed legs, regenerating them completely. With his data or his help, Phoenix 2.0 could become reality, Nolan murmured. There was no doubt, the Lizard was a genius. His serum shattered the boundary between ordinary humans and superhumans. The only mistake? Rushing into human trials without corporate backing or funding. If he'd had more time, he might have really created a cure for limb regeneration. Soon, my army of undying soldiers will rise. Nolan placed the tablet aside. The Oscorp stock acquisition had hit a deadlock. Only 3 major stakeholders remained, himself, Norman Osborn, and he suspected Nick Fury, that slippery bastard. Stock prices had skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Logan had become their golden goose. Phoenix 1.0 was flooding into Hell's Kitchen. It was selling faster than Vibranium ever had, mainly because the supply was endless. Vibranium had to be rationed. This stuff. They could draw gallons of base material every day. With the formula in hand, it was easy to replicate in bulk. Sure, there were side effects. Clow had made that clear. But people were still buying it in droves. That's how popular it was. And the profits? Clow was being a good little soldier, using it to snatch up bankrupt tech firms and reinvest into corporate restructuring. They were building an empire. From the ground up. Pym Tech might be worth targeting next, but my intel network's still too weak, Nolan muttered. His screen flickered with new intel: superpowered individuals, their weaknesses, behavior patterns, and how they might be countered. His path was crystal clear. He would become the ultimate superhuman. A scientific god. Anything less would be a waste of his talents. His unique physiology allowed for unmatched compatibility with a range of powers. Now, it was about developing the right cards, and the right abilities to install into his deck. Just as Nolan was deep in study, his phone buzzed. Jessica. He smirked. She moves fast. He answered. Hey, it's Nolan. Nolan. I found something on Clow. Swing by the agency. On my way. And stop sending me flowers. He chuckled. Not a fan of roses? I'll switch it up. I don't like any flowers. Got it. He showed up not long after, holding a fresh bouquet of red roses. Jessica frowned. Didn't I tell you to stop buying these? Her voice was sharp with annoyance, but her hand still reached out, took the bouquet, and placed it on the side table with the others. This one, at least, he delivered in person. There's something in Hell's Kitchen that might be linked to your brother, Jessica said flatly. A regenerative compound. It's called the Phoenix Serum. Ring a bell? Sounds like we're headed to Hell's Kitchen. We leave now. No time for lunch first. Chapter 27, 27. An unexpected encounter, Daredevil. Jessica and Nolan walked side by side as they stepped out of the restaurant. Her voice was sharp and cold. You don't seem the least bit concerned about your brother's situation. Nolan shrugged. Didn't you say the deal's going down tonight? It's barely afternoon. He glanced at Jessica, amused. Just minutes ago she'd been enjoying her meal with genuine delight. Now, outside, she acted like time was of the essence. They quickly got into a car and made their way to Hell's Kitchen. But just before they reached the neighborhood, the driver pulled over. Sorry, folks. This is as far as I go. There's a local fee for out-of-town drivers in Hell's Kitchen, and I'm not paying it. Neither of them liked that. So they got out and walked in. Nolan took in his surroundings with keen interest. This place was infamous. The starting zone for so many. Hell's Kitchen might be small, but it was a hotbed for some of New York's most dangerous figures. Daredevil, the Punisher, and even Constantine-style investigators roamed these streets. Not to mention the Hand and Wilson Fisk. Hell's Kitchen was a pressure cooker, tiny, but packed with power. The streets were filthy, littered with trash. Gang members loitered openly, tattoos on their faces and shoulders, some twirling knives as they squatted on curbs. One of them gave a sharp whistle when he saw Jessica. A few thugs on the corner exchanged looks, chuckled, and started following them. They're tailing us, Jessica muttered. Nolan grinned. Sounds like the perfect moment to impress you. Jessica raised an eyebrow, half smiling. She'd already caught on to what Nolan was up to. He wanted her to investigate Clow, sure, but he was also trying to charm her. She wasn't playing coy about it either. Nolan chuckled as the 5 thugs closed in. 3 of them blocked the sidewalk behind them, cutting off any escape. 2 stepped in front. The leader was a bald guy gripping a knife. His partner had a smug grin, a pistol swinging from his waistband. The blonde sneered. Hey, boy, why don't you lend us your girlfriend for a little fun? Judging by your size, she's probably not satisfied anyway. Nolan smirked. Your mom told me she was more than satisfied. You son of a, Blondie snarled. You've got a death wish, huh? This is Hell's Kitchen. Out here, it's all about strength. Nolan scanned the street. No one batted an eye. Pedestrians walked past like it was nothing. A few even stopped to watch, like this was just another episode of street theater. Hand over your stuff and the girl if you want to walk away from this. Crack. Before Blondie could finish, Nolan's fist smashed into his face, blood gushing from his nose like a faucet. He stumbled back, cursing. Get him. Blondie yelled through gritted teeth. But Nolan moved faster. He spun, using the force of his shoulders to slam backward into one thug, knocking him flat. With a sweep of his leg, he smashed another to the ground. Jessica took a step back. With her strength, she could have ended them with 2 punches. But if Nolan wanted to show off, she'd let him. The remaining 2 thugs charged with knives. Nolan lashed out with a steel-like kick, knocking both blades from their hands with a pair of metallic clangs. With a spin of his hips, he delivered a sweeping roundhouse that sent both flying. Blondie had recovered and was reaching for his gun. But Nolan's hand was already on it, pinning the weapon and Blondie's hand to his waist. Blondie looked up to find Nolan smiling down at him. This is how strength works. I like it. Even Natasha Romanoff had trouble breaking Nolan's grip. This punk didn't stand a chance. Nolan squeezed harder. Blondie winced in pain. I work for Wilson Fisk, he hissed. Wilson Fisk? Nolan almost laughed. I've already pissed off Hydra and Shield. You think I'm scared of the Kingpin? Without hesitation, Nolan yanked the gun from Blondie's belt and fired 2 rounds into his chest, right into the heart. Blondie collapsed, eyes wide with disbelief. The remaining thugs scrambled to flee, but Nolan's voice stopped them cold. Move one more step, and you're next. They froze, slowly turning back, hands raised. Nolan turned to Jessica with a smile. They insulted you. Your call on what to do next. Jessica's eyes flicked to the gang members. Get lost. And don't let me see you around here again. She glanced at Nolan, raising an eyebrow. His fighting had been more precise, efficient, cleaner than hers. Her raw power gave her an edge, but if they were on equal footing, he'd wipe the floor with her. Not bad, she said. You've got skills. What can I say? I need to keep improving if I want to find my brother. It was a lie, but a convincing one. Nolan chuckled and said, let's grab a seat somewhere. We should talk strategy. Sure. But you're buying. Always. Later, they sat tucked into a quiet booth in a small, no-frills diner, discussing how to approach tonight's deal set to go down in a large warehouse deep in Fisk's territory. Getting in undetected would be tricky. Jessica didn't seem too worried. She could leap over fences and scale buildings. But Nolan? I've been through my fair share of training, he said with a confident grin. Don't worry about me. Just then, the diner door swung open. Nolan looked up and blinked in surprise. What are the odds? A man in a crisp suit stepped inside. Dark sunglasses covered his eyes, and he moved with ease, tapping his way in with a white cane before settling into a nearby seat. He ordered without hesitation. Daredevil. Nolan quickly pieced it together. Tonight's exchange involved Fisk's men. If Daredevil Fisk's arch-nemesis wasn't sniffing around, that would be suspicious. Especially with Phoenix 1.0 flooding Hell's Kitchen. If anyone would notice, it was the devil of Hell's Kitchen. Matt? Jessica murmured, following Nolan's gaze. You know him? Nolan asked, surprised. Then again, it made sense. Jessica and Matt would later team up as part of the Defenders. Still, he hadn't expected her to know Matt before Luke Cage. Yeah. He's an interesting lawyer, and a superpowered one, she added, lowering her voice. By then, Matt had already turned toward them. He walked over with a smile and gave Jessica a brief hug. Jessica. What brings you to my part of town? Just chasing down a lead. Phoenix Serum. You know about that too. How could I not? Matt tilted his head slightly toward Nolan, sensing something odd. Jessica caught the look. This is Nolan. He's my client, and my friend. Client? Friend? Matt repeated, a bit surprised. He knew Jessica's history. For her to use the word friend and to say it about a man wasn't something he heard every day. Chapter 28. The bait and the daredevil who walked into it. Still, Matt was glad to see Jessica stepping back into the light after everything she'd been through. Nice to meet you. I'm Matt. Nolan, he replied with a smile. Just Nolan's fine. They shook hands. Nolan did his best to hide any hint of suspicion. Despite being blind, Matt's senses were razor-sharp and borderline supernatural. The man had a sixth sense, mapping his surroundings with pinpoint accuracy based on the information his body absorbed. In some ways, he saw more than anyone with working eyes. We're after the same target, Matt said, glancing at Jessica. Why not team up? If my client's cool with it, I'm in, Jessica said nonchalantly. Nolan grinned. The more the merrier. Daredevil walked right into my web. He had only intended to reel in one fish. Now, two had jumped into the boat. That night, Daredevil appeared in full gear, his iconic red suit cutting through the shadows. Nolan stayed in plain clothes. Jessica masked her face with a strip of black cloth. You're not going to cover your face? Matt asked. Nolan shrugged. Not my style. Suit yourself. Matt turned and vanished into the darkness like a ghost, flipping and vaulting across rooftops with a fluidity that defied his blindness. His cane, of course, was really a weapon. Nolan followed closely, Jessica right behind them. The three of them quickly arrived across the street from a massive warehouse. Harsh floodlights lit up the entrance, flanked by high concrete walls topped with electrified fencing. They're probably inside, making the exchange, Nolan whispered. How are we getting in? There's a blind spot on the west wall, Matt replied. We have 3 seconds to make it over undetected. Can you handle it? Watch me. They shifted position. The new spot was cloaked in shadows. Jessica leaped first, soaring through the air and landing behind the wall with ease. Matt followed, scaling the structure with practiced agility. Just as he reached the top, a blur zipped past him. Nolan. He landed cleanly on the other side. Matt had no idea he was already being studied. His enhanced senses were impressive, but his physical limitations kept him from fully capitalizing on them. This kind of edge is wasted on him, Nolan thought. Matt landed behind them moments later, unaware he'd already been marked. The trio crept to the warehouse's rooftop, peering down at the deal unfolding inside. Let's end this, Matt said without hesitation, then dove straight through the skylight. Jessica followed. Nolan smirked. Street-level heroes, always charging in headfirst. No plan. No finesse. Don't blame me for taking advantage. He dropped in after them, casually thumbing a button on his belt mid-fall. Thud. By the time he hit the ground, Matt and Jessica had already taken out most of the goons. Bodies groaned on the floor, clutching bruises and broken limbs. Jessica popped open the crate between the two negotiating parties. Boom. A shockwave ripped through the building. The crate was rigged with liquid explosives. Jessica was thrown across the room by the blast, just as a shrill alarm blared throughout the warehouse. You're surrounded, a voice bellowed with cruel amusement. Klau's silhouette appeared above. Helicopters hovered overhead as armed soldiers rappelled down, guns drawn and aimed directly at them. Klau spotted Nolan and grinned. Well, well. Logan's brother, right? Perfect. Now I can bag both of you. Damn it. It's a trap. Jessica growled, struggling back to her feet. Matt staggered. That noise. His hypersenses, usually a gift, were now betraying him. The layered, fluctuating frequencies flooding the warehouse scrambled his perception. He couldn't build a mental map of his surroundings anymore. He was blind, truly blind. Get us out of here. Jessica shouted. Her coat had been shredded in the blast, exposing skin and blood, but she didn't care. She grabbed Nolan in one arm and Matt in the other. Klau gave the order. Metallic shrapnel ripped through the air in a hailstorm of gunfire and micromissiles. Jessica burst through the front gate, just as another explosion went off. Boom! Fire lit up the night sky. Bullets tore through the chaos, piercing flesh. Blood sprayed across Nolan's shirt. He shielded Matt with his own body. I'll be fine. Nolan roared. Use me as cover. I'm good. Jessica spat blood. The explosion had rattled her insides. She could feel her organs crying out. I can't let you get hurt because of me, Nolan said softly. Don't worry. I won't die. Even in his disoriented state, Matt looked up. They're flirting, right now. Move. Or we're not getting out of here alive. Reinforcements were closing in. Nolan discreetly tapped a second button on his belt. Level 5 of his emergency protocols now active. Jessica gave him a look, sighed, and then slung Nolan onto her back like a human shield. Cradling Matt in a princess carry, she blasted off into the air. Hold on tight, she called back. At that moment, her lips brushed against Nolan's. She blinked. Was that? Nolan had passed out. So had Matt. Jessica looked down at both of them, breathing hard. You didn't want me to get hurt, huh? Nolan woke to soft breathing beside him. Jessica was slumped on his bedside, fast asleep. Looks like last night worked perfectly, he thought. The whole thing had been a carefully staged performance, a play to win Jessica's trust. The idea of betraying her outright? Impossible. She was too powerful, too fast, and could fly. Any trap he set would have failed if she'd seen it coming. Matt had been a lucky bonus. It gave Nolan a chance to test the modified frequency disruptor custom-built to exploit Daredevil's weaknesses. The results? Excellent. According to the comics and shows, loud noises were Matt's Achilles heel. Nolan had gone a step further, adding shifting frequencies to overload his supersenses. That's why Matt had crumbled last night. Sure, in the long run, Daredevil might grow into a legend. But right now? He was just a slightly enhanced human. With the right intel and enough time, Nolan could dismantle someone like him without breaking a sweat. Chapter 29. New test subject. You should rest. Nolan stirred, and Jessica immediately stood up. You're at my place. I'll grab you some milk, she said, heading for the kitchen. His Wounded Hero act, costing over $100,000 in setups and staging, had worked like a charm. The usually short-tempered Jessica was now doting on him, checking on him non-stop. What about Matt? Nolan asked quickly, feigning concern. He took some bullets to the arm and thigh, but nothing critical. In truth, she was more worried about him. When she brought Nolan back, he looked like a ragdoll full of holes. If it weren't for his rapid healing, she might have thought he was dead. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jessica glanced over. I'm terrible at cooking anything fancy, so I asked my neighbor to help out with dinner. I'll go give her a hand. As soon as she stepped out, Nolan exhaled, murmuring to himself, hook, line, and sinker. He wasn't exactly a master of romance, but thanks to some intense recent study of behavioral psychology, it was clear that the two desperate hero acts had left a mark on Jessica's heart. It wouldn't be long before he could harvest the fruit of his labor. The memory of Jessica carrying him and Matt out of that war zone, risking her own safety to protect them, proved just how far she'd already fallen. If she'd acted selfishly, she could have escaped unscathed. She was strong. Terrifyingly strong. But the sweeter the fruit, the more time and patience the gardener must invest. As for love, Nolan had no interest in distractions. Women only slowed down his rise to true power. Matt. I wonder if Clow managed to grab him. His phone had been destroyed in the explosion, so there was no way to contact Clow directly. But he'd already instructed him to capture Matt. Nolan's job was to keep Jessica occupied. Considering Matt's injuries and how effective Nolan's gear had proven to be against him if Clow failed now, then he was truly worthless. Nolan leaned back, letting his body rest. The faint smell of alcohol still lingered in Jessica's apartment, but the place was surprisingly clean. He'd half expected to see empty bottles everywhere. Dinner's ready. Jessica called out. Nolan got up, surprised to find his clothes had been changed. Thankfully, he'd planned this well. He hadn't carried anything incriminating on him. During dinner, the elderly neighbor smiled warmly. It's the first time I've seen Jessica this sober and her apartment this clean. Jessica groaned and covered her face. Please stop. After the meal, Nolan spoke up. That intel we got was fake. We walked straight into a setup. Jessica's expression darkened. I'm sorry. Her informant had been someone she'd relied on for years. She hadn't expected them to sell her out. I'm fine. I am the Phoenix after all, Nolan said with a grin. I was practically turned into Swiss cheese last night, and here I am. But it almost got you and Matt killed. He locked eyes with her. Matt, I could take or leave. But you? I couldn't stand seeing you hurt. Jessica rolled her eyes at the shameless line. If Matt finds out you said that, he'll probably burst into tears, she said, amused. But what now? Klau's going to be on high alert after this. We just keep digging. But Hell's Kitchen is unstable right now. We should tread carefully. Jessica nodded. Yeah. Got it. Before he left, Jessica gave Nolan a soft hug and kissed him gently on the cheek. Give me a little time, she whispered. Of course. A gentleman is always patient with a lady, Nolan said, touching his cheek. I guess she's into me, too. I want your body, and you want mine. Fair enough. Back at his own place, Nolan found it empty except for a phone and a piece of paper on the table. The paper was covered in coded text. Nolan barely glanced at it before lighting it with a match and tossing it to the floor. He picked up the phone and headed downstairs. A cab was already waiting. The driver said nothing. No questions. Just pulled away from the curb and drove. Eventually, they reached a secluded estate on the outskirts of Manhattan. Sprawling grounds, distant from prying eyes. As Nolan walked up, Klaus stepped out to greet him, grinning. How'd it go? She's in. Shouldn't be long before she's fully under. That woman's scary strong, Klaus muttered. If it hadn't been for you and the blind guy, she could have wiped out everyone in that warehouse. Why do you think I've invested so much time into her? Nolan replied coolly. They continued talking as armed guards patrolled the estate. Inside, Klaus opened a reinforced door leading to an underground facility. I've got 2 labs down here. Logan's in one. And the guy you wanted, he's in the other. They reached the lab. On the operating table lay Matt Murdock, unconscious. Blood trickled from his ears. We maxed out the sonic disruptor like you said, Klaus explained. Nearly blew his eardrums out. A few assistants were already prepping equipment. Nolan slipped on a lab coat. Bring in the subject. I'm ready to begin. They're prepped. Volunteers are standing by. With the serum, I only need 1. 3 assistants entered, wheeling in the subject. Nolan glanced at Matt and ordered, inject him with the Phoenix serum. I need to perform a full anatomical study. Daredevil wasn't just about hearing. His entire sensory matrix had evolved smell, touch, and even some kind of supernatural intuition. Nolan had to understand everything about how Matt's physiology had changed. That meant cutting him open. Methodically. Precisely. Without the Phoenix serum, Matt wouldn't survive it. But Nolan needed to push his body to the brink and study how it reacted. He also continued investigating the company behind Matt's original mutation. It wasn't an X gene, this was something else. A unique, singular evolution. Gene transfer wouldn't cut it. He needed to dissect the source. If he could unlock Daredevil's ultra-perception and combine it with Spider-Man's spider sense, then Nolan would have the ultimate counterattack system. Unless someone vastly overpowered him, he would be untouchable. The serum coursed through Matt's veins. Moments later, he stirred. Then, with a hoarse voice, he whispered, Nolan, it's you, isn't it? He didn't sound surprised. He already knew. Chapter 30. Daredevil's unique anatomy. So you saw through me after all. Matt's voice was calm as ever, even restrained. When we were escaping, your heart rate never once spiked, not even under stress. Which means, you were prepared for what happened. And when you told Jessica you didn't want her to get hurt, not a single physiological response. No tension. No sincerity. He turned his head toward Nolan. You don't care about her. Only she bought your act. Nolan raised an eyebrow, impressed. Then why didn't you warn her? Matt exhaled. Didn't have time. His tone carried a tinge of regret. But that's not what bothers me most. What I can't figure out, is how you understood my weaknesses so well. We'd never met before. That was the heart of it. Nolan had prepared a sonic disruptor tailored precisely to Matt's vulnerabilities. It had hit him hard, too hard to even issue a warning before he was overwhelmed. By the time Matt came to, he was already surrounded. The lab equipment was humming, and the air was laced with so much pepper extract that his sense of smell was completely disoriented. He was helpless. And now he was strapped down, utterly exposed. You don't need to know how I knew, Nolan replied coolly. He gestured to an assistant. Start with an otoscopic scan. I want a full image of the ear canal. Before Matt could respond, something cold and metallic slid into his ear. The scratch of steel against the inner walls made him wince. Who are you working for? Fisk. The Hand? Why capture me? He demanded, teeth clenched. He wasn't naive. There had to be a purpose. Nolan wasn't torturing him out of malice. This was methodical and scientific. But Matt had no memory of ever encountering him before. I'm not with Fisk, Nolan said, studying the monitor with interest. And I don't work for the Hand. I'm doing this for research. Because you are worth it. He zoomed in on the live imaging. Your middle ear has undergone extreme mutations. The middle ear, comprising the eardrum, ossicles, and eustachian tube, amplifies and transmits sound to the brain. But this? Nolan's eyes lit up. Your tympanic membrane is thinner, but stronger. The middle ear cavity has developed nodules, fleshy growths acting like secondary amplifiers. And these ossicles? He leaned in. Complex, dense, far beyond standard human structure. They're like microresonators. You've developed an entirely new acoustic architecture. Matt gritted his teeth. You're insane. But the procedure continued. Nolan began surgical dissection on Matt's ear, comparing the real tissue to the scans. Then, without hesitation, he cut away the outer ear and began carefully removing layers to access the inner ear and mastoid structure. Each nerve. Each bone. Each mutation is carefully extracted and catalogued. Pain racked Matt's body. Cold sweat soaked his face. Being the monster. Hated. Feared. Alone. Or you can walk with me and be human again. Nolan stepped out into the night. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He already knew Connors would follow. Because in truth, he had no other choice. Chapter 34. The perfect lizard test subject. Nolan hadn't even made it far from the house before Kurt Connors caught up to him. Boss, Connors said, panting slightly. Here's the data on the lizard serum you asked for. He handed over a flash drive. Good, Nolan nodded. Is there anything else you left behind? Valuable equipment, data, samples. Connors hesitated. I had been moving some of the gear, into the sewers. He sighed heavily. Nolan gave him a faint smile. Don't worry. You won't be living in the sewers anymore. I'll send a crew to collect everything. You'll have a proper lab soon. By dawn, a delivery truck followed Nolan's car onto the grounds of Clow's estate. Inside the vehicle, Connors sat, trying to process what he'd just learned. One detail, in particular, had stuck with him. The red-suited figure he fought in the street? That had been Peter. Could that have been Richard's super spider, he murmured. Back in the day, both he and Richard Parker had been working on cross-species genetics. Connors, due to his own amputation, had pushed for splitting the lab, so he could focus on reptilian DNA. Norman Osborn had backed the idea, seeing military potential in regenerative serums. The lizard serum was born. But Peter had become the spider's successor. You knew Richard before he disappeared, Nolan said, glancing over. Do you have any idea what happened to his research? No. Toward the end, he kept most of it to himself. I never thought he actually succeeded. Connors sounded odd. Do you still have your early notes from that project? I do. They're at my house. Retrieve them. We'll examine them together. When they arrived at the estate, Nolan spotted Klaus standing outside, looking agitated. As soon as he saw Nolan, he stepped forward, then hesitated, noticing Connors behind him. Out with it, Nolan said. He's with us now. Connors blinked. Just like that. I'm one of them. Klaus nodded grimly. Green Goblin's gone completely off the rails. Several shareholders who refused to sell are dead. My team. All wiped out. You think he's found a trace of our plans? Nolan asked. It's possible. Want me to tip off Jessica? Connors raised an eyebrow. Green Goblin. Nolan glanced at him. Norman Osborn. He injected a prototype of your serum, skipped human trials. The result? Split personality. One of them is a megalomaniacal maniac in a glider suit. Connor's jaw dropped. Norman. He's the Goblin. Then it hit him, he wasn't one to judge. He, too, had become a monster. An enemy of Spider-Man. Nolan waved it off. Let him come. We'll be ready. Then he looked at Connors. Come with me. Connors followed him into one of the estate's underground labs. His eyes widened at the sight of the surgical table. Who is that? Logan, Nolan replied simply. The Wolverine. He was unconscious, heavily sedated to prevent him from feeling the effects of constant extraction. His body looked shriveled now, his muscle mass reduced, like a fish left under the sun. Nolan gestured. This is the key to your salvation. Cut him. Connors hesitated but complied. He made a shallow incision across Logan's arm. Seconds later, the wound sealed. Completely. Connors stared. That was incredible. Nolan handed him another flash drive. These are the serum notes. I want your thoughts. While Connors took to the data, Nolan returned to his terminal and began reviewing the Phoenix Serum's core structure. He could have rebuilt the lizard serum from scratch, it wasn't overly complex. But that would take time. And now he didn't need to. Why reinvent the wheel when you can build a better car on top of it? He skimmed page after page, running simulations and formulas on the fly. A stream of calculations unfolded across his screen, resolving more of the lizard serum's instability with each line. Meanwhile, Connors was absorbed in the Phoenix Serum documentation. This is from a mutant, he asked. Yeah, Nolan said. Wolverine. Born with this. His genes are saturated with a regenerative factor. Connors clenched his jaw. He had spent years crafting the lizard serum, struggling, sacrificing just to become a freak. And this man? He had that gift since birth. And he still looks human, Connors muttered bitterly. Exactly, Nolan replied, catching his tone. Mutants are born touched by God, yet most of them waste their gifts. My Phoenix Serum? It's based on Logan's DNA. Think of what we could do, how many lives we could restore. Paraplegics. Amputees. Terminal patients. He turned to Connors, voice soft but firm. If one man must be sacrificed, to save millions, isn't that worth it? Connors didn't reply, but Nolan saw the gears turning. He began drafting new combinations in real time. The lizard serum functions via rapid cellular regeneration and neurocluster overgrowth. You see here nodular expansion, followed by nerve cascade feedback. He continued muttering as he coded. Transformation happens because the lizard serum oversaturates the host. But if we stabilize it with the healing factor, it might suppress the reptilian identity. Nolan's eyes narrowed, then slowly turned to Logan. He already had the answer. If he wanted to test how the healing factor interacted with lizard serum, why not use the perfect test subject? Logan. Reptilian Wolverine, he whispered to himself. A new hybrid. A new evolution. A new weapon. Chapter 35. This is my turf. While Nolan was still assessing Logan's condition, Curt Connors finally closed the last tab of the extensive files Nolan had handed him. Boss, you really are a genius. You actually extracted his healing factor. He looked at the near-unconscious Logan in awe. This is God's most extraordinary gift to mankind. Nolan nodded, but his tone was serious. The Phoenix serum is still flawed. I need your help to fix that. Connors understood what he meant right away. You're referring to cellular apoptosis. In essence, cells undergoing rapid regeneration often self-destruct to protect the organism from mutations or cancer. But the Phoenix serum triggered such intense regeneration that the body's self-preservation mechanisms began working against it. Here, Nolan said, pulling up a projection of formulas. This is my proposed modification to the lizard serum, integrating components from the Phoenix formula. Tell me what you think. Connors leaned in. Dense equations and molecular pathways scrolled across the screen. He quickly identified Nolan's overlay of the lizard serum's core regeneration mechanics. Healing factors resist foreign elements, but if we could time the apoptosis to target the cells undergoing reptilian transformation. The two scientists plunged into deep discussion. Ideas flew, and formulas changed. Within hours, they'd mapped out the most efficient hybridization path. Boss, you really are a genius, Connors said again, overwhelmed. You're even more brilliant than Peter. Of course I am, Nolan smirked. But to test this, we'd need a human subject. That's dangerous. Then Connor's eyes slowly turned toward the lab table. You want to use him? He's perfect, Nolan replied. Logan naturally produces the healing factor. If we monitor his blood during the transformation, we'll know if the serum can be controlled. But if it fails, we could create something worse than the lizard. Stronger. Wilder. That's why we test in increments, Nolan said. I'll synthesize a counter-serum in parallel. You handle the experiments. Connors hesitated, then nodded. All right. But first, Nolan added, go home. Tell your wife everything's okay. Take some money. Make it look normal. Thank you, boss. Hours later. Phoenix levels rising. Healing factor concentration is up by 30%. Lizard traits, neutralized. Weight, mutation spike. Partial transformation occurring. Reptilian traits expressed in the upper limbs. Cellular breakdown begins in the surrounding tissue. Inside the lab, Logan's body convulsed under heavy sedation. His muscles twitched and bubbled as cellular changes took effect. One assistant narrated the data aloud as Connors leaned over the monitor. Inject the lizard serum, he commanded. Dr. Connors, I said inject it. Nolan turned. In the Phoenix division, Connors' orders carry the same weight as mine. He had come to appreciate how quickly Connors absorbed and enhanced his theoretical frameworks. The progress on Phoenix 2.0 has been accelerating at a stunning pace. The assistant complied. Logan's eyes flew open as the serum flooded his veins. His withered muscle fibers expanded rapidly. Scales thick and green broke through his skin, spreading down his arms before stopping abruptly at the shoulder. Extract lymph and plasma samples from the transformed area, Nolan instructed. Then inject Phoenix serum and track dosage thresholds. Logan snarled. What the hell did you do to me? Neither of them responded. Later, as the process stabilized, Connors exhaled. If only we had Oscorp's full lab suite. Soon, Nolan replied. Norman's descent into madness just helped us break the deadlock. We now hold 51% of the shares. He smiled. 16% more and we control everything. Once they held a majority, he could act with impunity. No board meetings. No voting. Just action. Oscorp would become the tip of his research spear. The perfect front. The dangerous projects. They'd go there. If anything blew up figuratively or literally, it wouldn't touch him. Suddenly, Nolan's expression shifted. He pressed a button on the wall. Alarm. Siren lights flared across the estate. Cloud jolted from his office and called in. What's happening? Nolan's voice was calm. Green Goblin's here. He grabbed his Vibranium shield and motioned for Connors to follow. They headed for the surface. A green hover glider buzzed above the estate's swimming pool, casting a shadow across the lawn. Standing atop it, clad in armor and madness, was Norman Osborn the Green Goblin. His face twisted into a grin. So you three vermin are the ones stealing my company. Then he spotted Connors. You too. You traitor. A razor-sharp bat-shaped bomb flew toward Connors. Clang. Nolan batted it aside effortlessly with his shield. More research material, he said flatly. With steady steps, Nolan walked across the lawn and stopped beneath the goblin's glider, staring him down. You came to the wrong lab, Osborn. Traitorous thief. Osborn screamed. I'll send you straight to hell. He reached for a pumpkin bomb but froze. His other hand clenched the wrist. A different voice slipped out, weaker, fractured. Run. I can't hold him back. Nolan didn't flinch. You don't need to hold him back, he said coldly. Because this is my turf. With that, he hurled a grenade straight at the goblin. Thanks to his enhanced strength, the throw was dead-on fast, tight, and impossible to dodge. But the goblin reacted with lightning reflexes, tilting the glider to dodge. Too slow. Is it? Mid-air, the grenade erupted not in the fire but in micro-shrapnel. Whir. A pulsing sonic frequency detonated, scrambling the glider's flight systems. The goblin's smirk vanished. Wham! He plummeted straight into the pool. Sputtering, gasping, he tried to surface. Only for a strong hand to clamp down on his face. Shove. He was forced back under. He thrashed, but Nolan's grip didn't budge. You like calling people bugs? Nolan sneered. Let's see you act like one. He shoved harder. Drink. Chapter 36. Spider drops in. Inside the lab. Awake yet, Norman? Nolan stood beside the reinforced surgical table, where Norman Osborn lay shackled in magnetic restraints. His goblin mask had already been removed. Nolan studied him with clinical detachment. After being taken down and hauled in for testing, Norman had been subjected to multiple blood extractions specifically to analyze the composition of the so-called goblin serum. Though the substance gave him regenerative properties and immense power, Nolan suspected the serum wasn't the real catalyst. It was a conduit. Something else was triggering the shift into the goblin persona. Still, it was worth dissecting. The way Norman flinched with every prick of the needle told Nolan all he needed to know. The goblin was scared. And that fear, at last, pushed the darker persona into hiding, leaving Norman Osborn, the man, to face his reality. As Norman's pale green eyes faded back into normal brown, Nolan gave a nod to the assistant. Pause extraction. I think Mr. Osborn is ready to talk business. The truth was, acquiring full control of Oscorp wasn't going to be cheap. The shares were now split three ways: Nolan, Norman, and a scattering of minor shareholders. Buying the rest would require an insane amount of capital, and even then, there was no guarantee he'd hit the 67% threshold needed for absolute control. But then, Norman walked into his trap. And with Norman's voting shares added to his own, Oscorp would be his. You. Norman wheezed. His eyes locked onto Connor's. What the hell are you doing here? Nolan smiled. You can call me Nolan. You already know who I am, the new majority shareholder of Oscorp. Connors didn't respond. His allegiance was clear. The man who had once signed his paychecks now meant nothing to him. He'd tolerated Norman only because he needed funding for his research. Now, he didn't need to tolerate anything. Nolan pulled up a chair beside Norman. Let's talk business. You want my shares? Norman barked. Forget it. Oscorp belongs to the Osborn legacy. Always has. Always will. Nolan shrugged. What if I told you I could cure your genetic illness? Norman blinked. Nolan had done his homework. All these so-called villains had reasons for becoming what they were. Norman was driven by a genetic disease. Connors by the loss of an arm. They weren't born evil, they were men who broke under pressure. And Nolan? Nolan gave them the one thing no one else could. Control. You're bluffing, Norman scoffed. I'm a scientist, a genius. I created Oscorp from scratch. Enhanced my own physiology. And I still haven't solved it. Believe what you want, Nolan said with a grin. But you'll see soon enough. I always show good faith. Suddenly, Nolan's expression sharpened. Though I have to say, you really left a mess. You've got a tail. Outside the estate. Perched in a tree overlooking the heavily guarded estate, Peter Parker scanned the compound through his mask. There were no tall buildings around here, making web-slinging impossible. If anything went wrong, he'd be fighting on the ground. Is this where the goblin's been hiding? He whispered to himself. After tracking the signal from one of his bugs, Peter had followed it here, and to his surprise, he'd spotted someone familiar. Professor Connors. Peter narrowed his eyes. He recognized the man walking through the courtyard deep in conversation with someone else. Was Connors, the goblin? He stayed hidden in the trees, unsure. He couldn't read lips, and there was no clear audio feed. Inside, Nolan sipped coffee by a window, casually watching Peter from a screen. Cautious little guy, he muttered. I thought he'd come storming in by now. Connors stood beside him, watching the monitor as well. Want me to go out and draw him in? Connors asked. If I pass by him on the road, I'm sure he'll approach me. Good idea, Nolan nodded. He's tricky not because of his strength, but because certain people are watching him. S.H.I.E.L.D. was already starting to splinter. With Hydra exposed and the agency collapsing into chaos, it wouldn't be long before everything unraveled. And soon after. Civil War. Peter Parker would side with Tony Stark. That much was canon. But Nolan had his doubts that this would play out like some airport brawl between friends. According to Klau's intel, dissent was already brewing across the superhuman community. Even the Fantastic Four were showing signs of resistance. This world's not a comic book, Nolan said softly. When the Superhuman Registration Act drops, it won't be a slap fight. It'll be war. He folded his arms. I wonder who's going to get more support, Cap, or Iron Man. Meanwhile, in the trees, Peter watched as Connors climbed into a car and drove away from the estate. Without hesitation, Peter dropped from the branches and took off after the vehicle on foot, pulling off his suit along the way. He had to know the truth. Was his beloved mentor, the Goblin? He moved faster than traffic cutting through the woods and across the pavement. When the car slowed on a bend, Peter raced ahead and planted himself on the roadside, pretending to be lost. Connor spotted him immediately. "Pull over," he told the driver. The car came to a stop. In the back seat, Connors looked at Peter in surprise and mild amusement. He outran a car. So that's the power of spider DNA, he thought. "Peter," he said aloud. "What are you doing out here?" Peter gave him an awkward smile. "I was looking for some lab samples. Got a little turned around." "You heading back to Midtown?" "Actually, yes." "Need a ride?" "Wow, talk about perfect timing." "Thanks, Professor." Peter climbed in, trying to play it cool. But his spider sense wasn't giving him anything. That was the downside of precognition. It didn't work until danger happened. Still, he had to know. Was the man beside him really the Goblin? Or something worse? Chapter 37. Tony Stark. After Connor successfully lured Spider-Man away, Nolan let out a quiet sigh. Time to move again. With Peter Parker's curiosity piqued and the Green Goblin having vanished here, it was only a matter of time before Spider-Man came back sniffing around. Even if Connors kept leading him away, repeat visits like this would eventually put the place on Tony Stark's radar. And Stark wanted Peter on his side. Fortunately, Nolan had already stabilized things at Oscorp. Norman Osborn was in custody, and the company was halfway his. It was time to take full control. The shares Norman held were as good as his now. He just needed to formalize it. He messaged Clow to initiate the final stage of relocation. In truth, the transition had already begun days ago. Only a few experiments had needed to wait for results. Now, as he walked back into the lab, he glanced at Norman strapped to the table again. It looked like the Goblin had surfaced once more. "You made up your mind yet?" Nolan tapped the edge of the desk, glancing over the Oscorp enhancement serum files. The so-called Goblin serum. In his eyes, the underlying problem was simple: a genetic illness. The most straightforward solution: gene editing. Of course, in most human cases, gene editing was unstable and unpredictable. Alter a chain, and you risk unraveling a whole sequence. The consequences could be catastrophic. But Nolan wasn't like most people. Norman's face twitched. One side contorted in pain, the other twisted into that signature maniacal grin. "Make up my mind. Bastard, I'll kill you." "All right. Guess we're not doing this the easy way." The Goblin was unmanageable. Every word he uttered was destruction, rage, or paranoia. Nolan didn't care. He didn't need Norman for his powers, he needed his mind. His business acumen. His scientific talent. Let him rage. Nolan's focus was elsewhere. He was still in the middle of acquiring several tech startups on the brink of collapse, not for profit but for access. Equipment, materials, and lab resources to build out his scientific empire. Money was a means to an end. He couldn't waste time managing boardrooms. That's what Norman was for, like pepper pots to Tony Stark. If not for the Goblin persona corrupting him, Norman probably would have turned Oscorp into a true rival to Stark Industries. It was still possible. Biotech is the future of the 21st century. Nolan let out a small chuckle, thinking about an old joke from his past life. Then, ignoring the growling madman strapped to the table, he left. Tonight, he had a date. Jessica was almost his. Outside Alias Investigations. Jessica stood on the sidewalk, scanning the street with barely concealed anticipation. She looked elegant. For the first time in ages, she wore a dress. A real one. Flowing fabric, soft lines, femininity, not the typical tough-as-nails leather or jeans she wore in the field. Ever since gaining her powers, she'd sworn off skirts. They were too revealing when she moved fast, punched hard, or leaped into the sky. But tonight was different. A flashy gold and black sports car purred to a stop next to her. "Evening, miss," said a cocky voice from the driver's seat. "You got plans tonight?" Jessica turned and raised an eyebrow. The man had a perfectly groomed goatee, aviator sunglasses despite the dusk, and enough hair gel to survive a wind tunnel. Classic Tony Stark. "I do," she replied flatly. "Come on. Tell whoever he is that Tony Stark just invited you out. Say you've got a date with Iron Man." Tony smirked, removing his shades with a flourish. Jessica didn't even blink. "Good evening." Then she went right back to scanning the road. Tony stared at her. "Well," he muttered to himself. "That's a new one." A moment later, a modest-looking sedan rolled up to the curb. Jessica's eyes lit up. She stepped away from Tony's car and walked up to Nolan's. "Sorry I'm late," he said with a smile. "Got held up with some new lab materials." "I just got here too," she smiled back. "Here, these are for you." Nolan handed her a bouquet of roses from the back seat. "Thanks. I brought in a guest chef tonight," Nolan added. "You're in for something special." He squinted at the luxury car still parked in front of them. "Why hasn't this guy moved?" he muttered. "Doesn't he know street parking is enforced here?" "He said he's Iron Man," Jessica said nonchalantly. "Asked if I had plans." Nolan glanced at her. "The flashy guy?" Nolan raised an eyebrow. So Stark had arrived. Jessica noticed his expression and smirked. Was he jealous? At that moment, someone knocked twice on Nolan's window. Nolan had already heard him approach. His super hearing made sure of that, so he rolled the window down without flinching. "Hey buddy," Tony said, grinning. "You give me the girl, and the car's yours." Behind the smile, Tony was scanning him. Jessica Jones. Former superhero. Codename, Jewel. SHIELD had a full profile on her. She'd dropped off the map after a traumatic incident, but Stark had been considering recruiting her again, especially with the Registration Act looming. But it was clear she wasn't interested in a pitch. So he tried the charm angle instead. Didn't expect it to fail. Nolan gave him a passing glance, rolled the window back up, clicked on the turn signal, and drove around Stark's car like it was an annoying pothole. Tony blinked. Did he just ignore me? "Friday," he barked. "Yes, Mr. Stark." "Run facial recog." "Who was that guy?" "Already done." "Info on your HUD." A transparent screen popped up in Tony's glasses. Lines of data scrolled down. Subject, Nolan. Affiliations, Oscorp Technologies, shareholder, 51%. Alias, the Vibranium dealer. Intelligence level, classified. Clearance notes, involved in multiple biotech acquisitions. Under SHIELD watch. Possible Wakandan connections. Tony raised his brows. Well. Oscorp's been tanking since Norman lost it. SHIELD's collapse just made it worse. If this guy's been scooping up shares. He reclined in the driver's seat, lips curling into a grin. Nolan. You've got my attention. Friday, keep tabs on Oscorp and this Nolan guy. And flag any ties to Wakanda or Stark Tech. Understood. But first, Tony muttered as the HUD switched modes, let's finish dealing with the kid. The engine of his sports car revved, and with a thunderous roar, he vanished down the street in a blur of gold. Chapter 38. Do you really like me? This is your idea of a fancy dinner? Jessica looked incredulously at the upscale private dining room, where a gourmet chef was preparing noodles. You liked it the last time, didn't you? So I flew in a specialist all the way from Southeast Asia just for you. A savory aroma wafted through the air. Jessica's eyes widened. Smells amazing. Dig in. 2 bowls were placed on the table. Jessica wasted no time, slurping the noodles enthusiastically. Moments later, she leaned back and let out a contented sigh. I'm stuffed. There's one more thing, Nolan said with a smile, placing a small velvet box on the table. Jessica eyed it suspiciously. You're not about to propose, are you? We've barely known each other a month. Nolan chuckled. Not quite. Just open it. Inside, a custom-designed necklace glittered under the light, her name spelled in diamonds. Jessica blinked, stunned. She was never one to be taken in by glamour, but this hit her somewhere soft. She had a history with shiny things, after all. Once called Jewel, her taste for sparkle ran deep. This is for me, she whispered, almost disbelieving. Nolan nodded. It's been a long time coming. He stepped around the table and carefully clasped the necklace around her neck. How do I look? She asked, her voice light, flirtatious. Beautiful, Nolan replied. Well, since I look so good, shouldn't you buy me a drink? If that's what you want. Jessica's gaze shimmered with warmth. Nolan could see it, he had her. All his carefully calculated charm, his psychology tricks, his patience, it had worked. She was finally his. In a quiet, dimly lit room, they sat facing each other, red wine swirling in their glasses. Do you really like me? Jessica asked suddenly. From the moment I met you, Nolan said smoothly. You blew me away. You better not be lying. I hate being lied to. I would never lie to you. What's wrong? Jessica just shook her head. Nothing. She lifted her glass and gave it a soft sniff. This wine smells strong. It's one of my private blends. Give it a try. Is it any good? You'll love it. You're not trying to get me drunk, are you? Nolan gave a soft laugh. It just relaxes you. Makes the world feel lighter. Jessica raised an eyebrow, then drank the entire glass. A moment later, she rubbed her forehead. Whoa. This stuff hits fast. She leaned toward Nolan, swaying slightly. You didn't spike this, did you? Nolan grinned. Just my own little recipe. Makes you feel like you're floating. It's good. Her head dropped onto his shoulder, her arms going limp around him. Nolan inhaled deeply, her scent filling his nose. Finally, he thought. He pulled out his encrypted phone. It's done. Jessica's eyes snapped open. What's done? Nolan froze, eyes locking with hers. She was perfectly lucid. I asked what's done, she repeated. Jessica's fist shot forward, slamming into Nolan's stomach. He barely flinched. Why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? Her voice cracked with rage, her expression twisted in betrayal. Nolan took 2 steps back, calm as ever. I'm just curious how you figured it out. I got word that Matt had gone missing, Jessica spat. Started digging. Traced it back to your friend, Clow. Then, someone sent me an anonymous message saying the entire warehouse ambush was staged. That you were never in danger. Her voice trembled with fury. I thought you were different. I thought you were the light pulling me out of the dark. She took a shuddering breath. You get one chance. This time, I'm walking away. If I see you again, I'll kill you. Jessica turned to go. Wait. She stopped. What now? She said coldly. You're not feeling dizzy. I took a counteragent before dinner. I knew you'd try something. Really? Nolan tilted his head. Then why'd you accept the necklace? Jessica's eyes widened and then her neck seized with pain. A paralyzing jolt ran down her spine. You wired the necklace. Rage and heartbreak twisted together inside her. She had wanted to believe him. Wanted the lie to be real. Jessica screamed, lunging forward with a brutal punch. Nolan ducked, rolling across the room. As he reached the bed, he pulled a shield out from underneath it just as her fist came crashing down. "Strong," he said, blocking. "But sloppy." He swept her legs with a powerful kick, sending her sprawling. Before she could rise, a small metallic sphere rolled toward her. It exploded in a net of electricity. Jessica screamed as thousands of volts surged through her body. She twitched, eyes rolling back but didn't fall. She roared, pushing up with trembling arms, forcing herself upright. Nolan stepped back, raising his shield again. Jessica lunged, knees aimed for his ribs, but Nolan anticipated her perfectly, dodging backward. "You're tougher than I thought," he said. Jessica's vision blurred. Her muscles gave out. She staggered, then collapsed. He caught her before she hit the floor. Finally, Nolan murmured, cradling her unconscious body in his arms. "The fish is in the net." Chapter 39. I need your permission. Inside the back of a delivery truck, Nolan watched Jessica Jones, restrained by magnetic shackles made from pure vibranium, binding both her wrists and ankles. He had spared no expense crafting them specifically for capturing superpowered individuals like her. From his coat, Nolan pulled out a vibranium restraining band, something he had prepared long ago. He'd come up with 2 contingency plans, already suspecting that Jessica might have started to see through him. What he didn't expect was just how sharp she actually was. She had instincts, those rare, detective traits. Clever, sure. But against someone who had prepared for everything? Still not enough. "If you're awake, you can stop pretending," Nolan said with a smirk, staring down at her. "Didn't think your resistance to the sedative would be that high." "Liar," Jessica muttered, opening her eyes. "I didn't have another way to get close to you," Nolan replied calmly. "Sure, you had suspicions. You even found some of the evidence of my ulterior motives. But that's where it ended. The moment you agreed to have dinner with me yesterday, your fate was sealed. So all of it, every word, every look, you never actually liked me." Jessica's voice cracked with a painful mix of disbelief and anger. "Everything was just a setup. Do you get emotionally attached to your lab rats before an experiment?" Nolan said flatly. "Everything I did was to reach my goal. Nothing more. Love is a waste of my time." He wasn't the type to waste time on romantic distractions. With the power he possessed, he considered it a joke to use it on something as trivial as love. "We're here." He cut her off as the truck came to a halt. The doors swung open. Jessica, still burning with fury, was dragged away. Nolan, meanwhile, ascended to the top floor of the Oscorp building, where the remaining board members had already assembled. Ownership of the company had been split among 3 major factions. As Nolan walked in, he spotted a familiar face. Maria Hill. So S.H.I.E.L.D. had sent her as their representative? Without missing a beat, Nolan delivered his announcement. "Dr. Connors is now head of research. From now on, no Oscorp project proceeds without my approval." "Hold it," Hill raised her hand. "I object. I want oversight over company research too." "You're not entitled to that," Nolan shot back. "Unless you hold over 34% of the shares, our bylaws don't require us to share that access. You barely have 20%. Motion denied." Hill narrowed her eyes. "Since when was that part of the bylaws?" "As of this morning," Nolan replied with a cheerful grin. "Meeting adjourned." "You can't just push changes through like that." Hill snapped, her voice rising. "That bylaw was passed without board consensus. Are you under the impression we need your approval?" Nolan said, tone sharp. "This wasn't a capital restructuring. It doesn't require unanimous consent." Just then, the doors burst open and a young man stormed in, shouting, "I don't agree." Nolan turned his head and raised an eyebrow. The kid had thinning hair and pale skin. "Harry? I don't agree with anything you're doing," Harry Osborn said, stepping beside Hill with clenched fists. "And what right do you have to disagree?" Nolan asked, unimpressed. "You don't own a single share. My father is Norman Osborn. Until he returns, I speak for him. You think this is some kind of schoolyard game?" Nolan scoffed. "Your father never formally transferred his shares. He's missing, not dead. You're the one who kidnapped him." "Careful with your words," Nolan replied coolly. "This is a democratic country. Accusations like that require proof. Otherwise, you'll be looking at a defamation suit and charges for threatening private property rights." He waved dismissively. "I don't have time for this nonsense. If you're so sure, go ahead and sue me. I've got all the time in the world." Without sparing them another glance, Nolan turned to Connors and walked away. As they headed toward the lab, he asked, "Any breakthroughs on the Green Goblin reversal serum?" "There's still a few issues. I haven't solved them yet. Send me the data. We need Norman back. Also, what's the status of Phoenix 2.0? Ready for human testing." "Good." Nolan nodded. "Secure our research assets in the most protected wing," he added. "Tell Clow to guard them personally. They're too valuable to lose." "Understood." Connors hesitated for a second, then asked quietly, "Boss, you want to check on the Spider project?" "Yeah. Might as well see if Richard left anything behind." Connors led him to a lab disguised as a jungle biome. Low shrubs lined the edges, their leaves crawling with brightly colored spiders suspended on webs. "Ever since Richard disappeared, I've been maintaining this lab. I didn't really focus on it, just had the interns toss in some bugs now and then." He thought about Peter's terrifying strength. If Nolan hadn't told him, he never would have believed Peter's powers came from these spiders. Nolan studied the lab carefully. "Have this place cleaned up. Once Phoenix 2.0 is finalized, our next priority is the Spider Serum. Show me whatever Richard left behind." "Yes, sir." Nolan wasn't sure if he could recreate Spider-Man's full abilities, but the spiders were definitely worth researching. He remembered that Richard had started his work by embedding Peter's genetic material into his tests. That method, Nolan could replicate. It might even lead to a brand new formula. One capable of producing an army of lizard men, or green goblins, hell, even hulks. He didn't care much for wall crawling or super strength. But spider sense? Now that was vital, an advanced danger detection system perfectly suited for his enhanced reflexes. Richard and Connors had once been colleagues. They probably started from the same place, but their paths diverged. The lizard serum and the spider serum both came from the same origin. Richard was simply the more gifted of the two. He found the balance. Now Nolan needed to rediscover it. If the lizard serum could give someone lizard-like traits, then all he wanted was the spider traits. He had ideas for the goblin reversal serum already, but in science, progress came from learning from the best. "Time to have some fun," Nolan said softly, eyes glinting with excitement. Chapter 40, Phoenix 2.0, the next phase. For the next several days, Nolan was holed up in the lab with Connors, obsessively refining what he referred to as the gene scissors. Yes, gene scissors. Once he took full control of Oscorp's lab, Nolan realized the current gene editing technology was painfully underdeveloped. Even for a company once hailed as the vanguard of bioengineering, Oscorp's tools lacked precision. It wasn't just disappointing, it explained a lot. The problems with both the lizard serum and goblin formula likely stemmed from this flaw. Every day, Nolan and Connors scoured bacterial strains for enzymes capable of embedding genetic material swiftly and cleanly. "Boss, I think I found something in Staphylococcus aureus." Connors waved Nolan over, pointing at the microscope. Nolan peered in and gave a slight nod. "That's it. That's our cutter. What virus were you using in your previous experiments? Nolan asked. Adenovirus. Switch to lab mice. Take the regenerative component from the lizard serum and recreate your experiment directly inside the host. Nolan manipulated the interface at his workstation while the mechanical arms in the lab carefully carried out the procedure on a test mouse. Under the microscope, the new virus armed with what he called the overlapping cleaving enzyme and spliced with lizard DNA was injected. Then, it happened. Connors stared in disbelief as the genetically edited mouse began shedding fur. Patches of emerald green scales started to emerge across its body. This is incredible, Connors whispered. Directed mutation. Clean and precise. He had spent years trying to create stable mutations backed by mountains of experimental data. Yet Nolan had done it on his first real attempt. How did you figure it out? Connors asked. I've spent days poring over evolutionary biology, bacterial mutation patterns, and genetic compatibility, Nolan replied, eyes still locked on the microscope. If you want reliable gene editing, you need organisms with high mutability. Connors was stunned. Is this what genius looks like? Start prepping the Phoenix test subject, Nolan said. And get the company to start recruiting volunteers. The enzyme that Nolan had dubbed overlapping cleaving enzyme was about to become the foundation of a new era in genetic engineering. Soon after, Logan was brought in. Assistants entered the lab, getting things ready. Logan, still fully conscious, looked at Nolan with narrowed eyes. She wants to kill you, you know. What the hell did you do to her? Phoenix test subject secured, one of the techs reported. Nolan gave Logan a passing glance. You mean Jessica? Not my concern. He had all 4 viable test subjects contained in vibranium cages. Logan, being capable of extending his adamantium claws at will, was considered the highest risk. After each trial, they had to restrain him again using vibranium shackles. If he went berserk, he could escape more easily than Jessica ever could. Logan grunted. Just don't turn me into some green freak, and I'll cooperate. Deal? I already know what you two talked about in the holding cells, Nolan said without looking at him. You were being recorded the whole time. 500 microcameras. Every move. Every word. Nolan waved an assistant over. Extract his bodily fluids. Connors, give me a sample of your blood. He needed both of their genetic sequences, Logan's mutant regenerative DNA and Connors' previous mutations, to find optimal insertion points and build a stable fusion model. While Connors watched in awe, Nolan worked with 2 displays of full gene sequences. At first, both sequences glowed red. Then Nolan started manually simulating structural edits, rearranging the 4 nucleotide bases with surgical precision. Eventually, a new genetic structure materialized between the 2 sequences, glowing brightly on screen. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Nolan said, compare the resulting sequence to the component that nearly turned Logan into a lizard last time. Connors quickly ran the data and lit up with excitement. Boss, 99.87% match. But your model is more refined and stable, with no external corruption. Run the test on mice first. Then on Logan. Once the volunteers are in, we start human trials. Later, Connors stood beside a caged lizard mouse, watching its scales peel away as white fur began regrowing in their place. Boss. Run a self-healing test, Nolan ordered. I reduced some of the regenerative factors just enough to trigger programmed cell death in the mutated tissue. He turned to Connors. You want to conduct the human trial yourself? I do. I never want to be the lizard again, Connors said, voice thick, his eyes flickering with vertical slits. What's wrong with being a lizard? He whispered. Green scales began to creep up his neck again. Get out of my body. Connors growled, wrestling with the mutation. Life had changed. He had money now. Security. A future. No more desperation. Let's begin, Nolan said, mixing the components. The fluids swirled and fused in his hands until a gleaming green serum formed Phoenix 2.0. Go ahead. Connors took a deep breath and injected it into his triceps. At first, the same thing happened. Green scales erupted across his skin, climbing up his neck. Boss, did it fail? Connors asked, voice trembling as his head began reshaping into that of a giant reptile. Wait, Nolan said calmly. The regenerative factor is starting to destroy the mutated cells. Damn, humans. The lizard form let out a cry of pain before the transformation reversed. Scales flaked away. His head returned to its human shape. Connors collapsed to the floor, gasping, but grinning. The lizard was gone. Get up, Nolan said. Phoenix 2.0 works. It was not the perfect result I wanted, but it was better than version 1. No cellular collapse. The downside? Lower regenerative efficiency. Connors scrambled to his feet, glancing at his still attached left arm. You're a superhuman now. But be careful how many times you trigger your healing factor, Nolan warned. Overuse it, and you might turn back into the lizard. He had figured out that the lizard serum drew its regenerative properties from the reptilian mutations. Without a perfect balance between the serum and the healing factor, side effects were inevitable. Phoenix 2.0 managed to suppress the side effects but at a performance cost. Boss, you're like a god sent to save me, Connors said with admiration. Cut the dramatics, Nolan replied. Bring over one of the enhanced spiders. I'll handle the spider project next. Your job is to replicate my process. Got it. You want me to convert the lizard serum into goblin formula? You're more familiar with it than I am, Nolan said. You'll figure it out. Yes, sir. Chapter 41, Goblin. You're done. Name transition, Claw equals Claw. Days passed, and Nolan remained buried in Oscorp's state-of-the-art lab. He thrived in this environment. Nothing made him feel more alive than pure, focused research. Boss, it's ready, Connors said, handing him a vial of shimmering green liquid. As Nolan had predicted, the goblin formula and the lizard serum shared foundational similarities. Both had originated from Connors' early experiments. With Nolan's direct guidance, perfecting the antidote became a matter of time. Administer it to Norman. No further tests are necessary, Nolan said, examining the solution and comparing it against his calculated reversal formula. Everything matched. No more trials. It was time to cure Norman Osborn. Meanwhile, Nolan had been combing through Richard Parker's old notes. But something was off. Crucial parts were missing. The data trail ended abruptly. There were no test results, no hypotheses, and no logs of trial outcomes. It was as if Richard had discovered something vital, and then deliberately wiped the trail. Even the effects of the genetically altered spiders Richard cultivated were a mystery. Nolan narrowed his eyes, staring at the DNA strands in the last batch of enhanced spiders. If he could clone them in large numbers, he might still run countless trials using his gene scissors. But these spiders were the last of their kind. Breeding more would take time and lots of it. He needed Richard's data. Any backup data? Nolan asked, not taking his eyes off the screen. Connors shook his head. He disappeared too long ago. He was officially declared dead. After that, I cleared out his lab myself. These spiders were all he left behind. The rest? Anything he had at home. Just some clothes, a few notebooks, nothing on the spider project. There was a letter for his son. Connors paused, lost in memory. Despite their professional falling out, they had once worked side by side. He remembered more than he let on. Let's handle Norman first, Nolan said. He was fairly certain now Richard had left the key formulas with Peter Parker, sealed in that black briefcase. If Peter had it, Nolan wouldn't be able to retrieve the data anytime soon. He'd need a new approach. Nolan and Connors descended to the sublevel lab, the one holding their 4 most valuable test subjects, Jewel, Daredevil, Green Goblin, and a partially mutated Lizard Wolverine hybrid. Logan's ongoing mutation had a purpose. Nolan had attempted to turn him into a biological factory for the Lizard Serum, an auto-generating chemical system. But it failed. He discovered that Logan's healing factor was slowly weakening, just as Logan had warned him. The beta-grade adamantium alloy in his skeleton was beginning to interfere with his cellular regeneration. When that healing factor dipped low enough, and considering the sheer amount of Lizard Serum Nolan had injected over time, Logan would eventually mutate fully into the Wolva Lizard. Thud. 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 Jessica, slumped against the wall until now, sprang to her feet when she saw Nolan. She began pounding on the Vibranium containment glass. "You lying bastard," she screamed. Nolan glanced over casually. "Relax. Your turn is coming soon." Then he turned his attention to Daredevil, seated cross-legged on the floor. Meditating. The chemical agent that mutated him was still a mystery. Nolan had found traces linked to a military source, but he hadn't been able to dig deeper. Claw was working on establishing those connections, especially since Phoenix 1.0 had drawn attention from military factions. Hell's Kitchen had practically become a war zone overnight. And Fisk, that bloated Kingpin, had the nerve to leak Jessica's location to S.H.I.E.L.D. Probably upset Nolan had taken Daredevil. Or maybe Phoenix 1.0 was threatening his hold over the city. Meathead with delusions of grandeur. Not worth the trouble. Daredevil's meditation techniques came from Stick, his mentor and a member of the Chasteed faction at odds with the Hand. They were 2 sides of the same ancient coin. Stick's teachings had unlocked Matt's full potential. In time, he'd developed a citywide radar sense, monitoring New York like a living sonar tower. Meditation had played a huge part in that. Nolan hadn't yet triggered Matt's sensory mutation, but it was definitely on his to-do list. Finally, he looked at the Green Goblin, slouched over, head hanging low. It wasn't clear whether Norman was still in control. But after reviewing footage from 500 cameras, one pattern was clear. The Goblin emerged when Norman's emotions slipped. Just like the Hulk, it was the darker persona born from within an exaggerated version of Norman's rage, not a separate entity. And lately, it was the Goblin who answered, not Norman. "Did you finish it, boy?" the Goblin cackled suddenly, snapping his head up with a maniacal grin. Nolan took the serum from Connors and replied coolly, "Yes." The Goblin reversal formula now with integrated regenerative genes. "Your inherited disorder won't affect you anymore. It'll still linger in your DNA, but it can't harm you." "Bullshit," the Goblin spat. "Even I couldn't crack it." His laughter was short-lived. Because Nolan opened the Vibranium cage and walked in. The Goblin tried to react, but Nolan grabbed his wrist, twisted it, and swept his leg out from under him in one brutal motion. The Goblin hit the ground hard. "What are you, bitch?" Nolan didn't hesitate. He drove the syringe straight into the Goblin's lymph node at the base of his neck. The Goblin let out a blood-curdling scream. The moment the serum entered his bloodstream, the effects hit like a freight train. He collapsed, face contorted in agony, pounding his fists against the Vibranium floor. "Stop! Stop! Please," he howled. The other test subjects involuntarily backed away at the sight. Sweat soaked through the Goblin's jumpsuit. He writhed and screamed like he was being torn apart. Connors whispered, "Why is he reacting so violently?" "He's had it in his system too long," Nolan replied calmly. "The serum deeply altered his genes. Now we're purging every trace of the psychoactive elements affecting his mind. That kind of extraction takes time." It was exactly as Nolan expected. The longer someone is exposed to a mutagen, the worse the withdrawal. And this Goblin? He was paying the price. Chapter 42. Resistance only brings you more pain. Norman lay writhing on the ground, screaming in agony. Nolan simply watched, expression unreadable. Eventually, the screams faded. Gasping for breath, Norman pushed himself up, sweat dripping from his brow. "God, that feels amazing," he murmured. For the first time in years, the voice in his head was gone. The endless mental battle, the constant noise, it was silent now. He looked at Nolan, awe flashing in his eyes. You're a genius. A true miracle worker. You actually pulled it off." Nolan shrugged. "It's just science." He folded his arms. "Join me. The serum I gave you is a reversal agent with integrated regeneration. But if you overuse it, the goblin could resurface. I need your expertise to help perfect the formula." Norman didn't even blink at the warning. After what he'd been through, the idea of that thing coming back was far more terrifying than a flawed cure. "Deal. I'm in," Norman said, then paused. "But I have one condition." Nolan cut him off before he could finish. "Your family's genetic disorder is already included in our research protocols." The goblin formula masked the disorder's symptoms, which made proper analysis impossible. "But now, with you cured." He narrowed his eyes. "Your son, though." Norman's heart skipped. Don't tell me he knew how ruthless Nolan could be. The man lived for research, everything else was secondary. Jessica had fallen into his trap the moment she became a subject of interest. To someone like Nolan, people were tools. Data points. Components to be processed. Norman, despite his flaws, loved his son. The entire human enhancement project had started with Harry in mind. "He's been cozying up with S.H.I.E.L.D. lately," Nolan said flatly. "He's better off staying out of this. The agency's circling the drain anyway. Their days are numbered. He refused to work with me. So I shelved him for now. Prioritized fixing you instead." In Nolan's mind, Harry was just a brainwashed kid fed lies by Maria Hill, told his father was kidnapped and his company stolen. Nolan scoffed. Stolen? He had bought Oscorp. Every share. Every cent. Norman lowered his gaze. "I'll talk to him. He'll listen to me." "Good," Nolan said. "From this point on, you're Oscorp's executive director. I won't involve myself in daily management. But when I speak on research projects, funding, or materials, you follow my lead." "Yes, sir." Norman had no illusions. Nolan wasn't just a genius, he was in control. Norman knew his place. "Connors," Nolan called, "send Peter Parker an Oscorp internship offer. Before onboarding, find a way to get him to do a full medical screening. And if he refuses..." He paused. "Get me his genetic sequence. I don't care how." Then he turned to the glass chamber holding Jessica. "I promise to show you the beauty of experimentation," Nolan said. "Let's begin." With a press of a button, gas flooded the containment cell. Jessica scoffed, rolling her eyes. "You think I'm falling for this again?" she snapped. Then dizziness hit her hard. "Still pretending to pass out?" Nolan sighed. "You guys really need to be more creative. I haven't even done anything yet. Look at Logan, I've run dozens of tests on him, and he's still alive. Cooperate, and I'll let you all go once my work's complete." Jessica snapped her eyes open, but the chamber was already thick with vapor. "Damn you. If I get out of here, you're dead." "Sure," Nolan replied. "We'll see. Increase the dosage." The mist thickened. Jessica's breathing grew ragged, then her body slumped to the floor. Nolan listened to her slowing heartbeat through his custom-built super-hearing headset. He was a marvelous piece of tech. He just didn't have the bandwidth to process all the information himself. Otherwise, he'd have an entire spy network by now. Wait. A flash of inspiration hit him. If he could design a headset that picked up sound like this, What if he turned every hearing aid in New York into a relay? A citywide web of surveillance. Everyone wearing a hearing device could become his ears. Focus, he told himself. It was a good idea, but he lacked the engineering specialists to make it a reality. Connors and Norman were strictly biotech. Marvel had no shortage of geniuses, but most of them specialized. Like Connors. Or Otto Octavius. Still, there were polymaths out there: Tony Stark, Reed Richards, Bruce Banner. Octavius. Nolan muttered. He's next. He would have recruited Stark, but the man wasn't interested. Richards had his own lab and team. Banner was complicated. Hulk is. Prep her for transport, Nolan ordered. Inject her with Phoenix 2.0 Goblin variant. Sir. She's too beautiful to turn into a lizard. Let's keep things clean. Understood. Later, Nolan stared at Jessica's muscle biopsy on a monitor. Her muscle and bone density are off the charts, he murmured. With this level of compact cellular structure, how the hell does she fly? Her muscle fibers were at least 10 times denser than a normal human's. Her skeletal cells were just as extreme. That kind of density should make her far too heavy to leave the ground. He glanced over at her unconscious body as assistants continued collecting tissue samples. Clear the room, Nolan said, waving the others away. Jessica stirred, eyes locking onto his with burning fury. Try flying, he said. He suspected that flight wasn't just a physical trait, it might trigger a neurological response. Maybe her brain secreted a hormone that reduced mass or disrupted gravity's pull. Jessica's eyes narrowed. This is what you call science? Go to hell. She surged forward, but the vibranium shackles held fast. Her face twisted with humiliation. She had been stripped, displayed like a lab rat, cut open, examined, deconstructed. But this was worse than anything she'd endured under Kilgrave. At least Kilgrave used her. Nolan, he didn't see her as a person at all. She was just raw material. Bring Connors in, Nolan ordered. You son of a... Connors arrived moments later. You'll assist me, Nolan said. Begin cortical stimulation. Start mapping every neural response. Try excising select brain tissue if necessary. I want a complete cellular profile. Every cell. Connors nodded without hesitation. Jessica was just another subject now. You could have avoided all this if you just cooperated, Connors muttered. Would have been a lot less painful. Brain stimulation and excision were the most extreme experimental protocols. Usually reserved for the most uncooperative subjects. The lab could simulate any neural signal: pain, pleasure, or fear by mimicking the brain's electrical impulses. Nolan stood calmly, watching. I told you from the start, he said coldly. If you cooperate, the pain stops. But if you resist, then the pain only gets worse. Chapter 43. The Gamble. Inside a black SUV speeding down a rural road, Connors sat behind the wheel while Nolan and Norman Osborn sat in the back, deep in discussion. They were going over the final report on Jessica's dissection. When she initiates the thought of flying, Norman explained, her pituitary gland secretes a unique hormone. It compresses her cellular structure by creating internal vacuoles within her cells, basically making them lighter. He paused. There's also something else. Her cells generate a localized magnetic field. It seems to envelop her entire body, but she can't manipulate it consciously. Her cells produce magnetism? Nolan asked, intrigued. They're forming closed-loop circuits internally. So it appears. Once this mission is over, Nolan said, we need to fully sequence her genome. Agreed. Nolan shifted his attention to the file in his hand. General Ross. Thanks to Claw's distribution of Phoenix 1.0, they'd finally caught the military's interest. Now, Nolan was here to give them a proper demonstration of Phoenix 2.0. Soon, the SUV pulled up outside a heavily guarded facility in the middle of nowhere. Armed soldiers patrolled the perimeter. As the vehicle approached the gate, a military truck rolled out to meet them. A soldier stepped out. "Gentlemen, I'm Lieutenant Spar. The general will see you now. Standard procedure, please step out for inspection." "That's fine. We won't be bringing the car in," Norman replied. After a quick search, the three men were escorted through the compound and into an office building. There, they came face to face with General Thaddeus "Thunderbolt" Ross, the man who had spent a lifetime hunting his own son-in-law, Bruce Banner. Ross had already taken a strong interest in Phoenix 2.0. Claw had leaked to him the Goblin variant, which, though powerful, carried the risk of severe psychosis due to long-term use. It wouldn't turn soldiers into lizard mutants, at least. That was a start. Phoenix 2.0 functioned by having two conflicting side effects cancel each other out. However, because the regenerative factor depleted over time, each variant had unique drawbacks. Ross gave Norman a curt nod. "Mr. Osborn. It's been a while. General Ross." The two men had worked together before. Ross had always favored biotech over mechanical enhancements, whether it was the original Super Soldier Serum or the later Hulk experiments. He believed the human body held limitless potential. Norman had been a valuable partner in the past. But with Oscorp's recent meltdown, most of his government contracts had dried up. Military partnerships were cleaner. No politics. Just results. Norman gestured to the others. "This is Dr. Kurt Connors, my colleague and lead contributor to the Phoenix program. And this." He paused, with respectful emphasis, "is Nolan, my current employer. He's the chief architect and controller of Phoenix." Ross turned his attention to Nolan. "You're the one I've heard about." Always direct, Ross wasted no time. "I've acquired samples of Phoenix 1.0 through unofficial channels. The regenerative effects are impressive, but extended use leads to high fatality rates. I hear you're pushing Phoenix 2.0 now." "We are," Nolan said calmly. "We've brought a working sample." Norman stepped back, letting Nolan take the lead. Connors placed a briefcase on the table and opened it. Inside were 2 vials of glowing green liquid, each like a bottle of liquefied emerald. Ross grimaced slightly at the color. "After the Hulk, I've had enough green for a lifetime." "This is Phoenix 2.0, Nolan said. "Its regenerative effects are slightly reduced compared to version 1, but it's far more stable. Soldiers will live. The trade-off? Potential mild psychosis." "Mild?" Ross asked coldly. "You're telling me the only way to stop my men from dying is to make them insane?" "You could administer follow-up doses," Nolan said, unfazed. "Oh, sure," Ross scoffed. "So every time they go nuts, I pump them full of more mystery juice?" He leaned forward, glaring. "Dr. Nolan, this is sounding more like a sales pitch for defective goods." "You're right, it has limitations," Nolan said, calm as ever. "But if your soldiers can survive long enough to complete a mission before the side effects kick in, you'll get results no other serum on Earth can deliver." Ross narrowed his eyes. "You expect me to pay top dollar for the flawed product?" "No," Nolan replied. "I expect you to take advantage of a system. We'll provide psychological profiling kits for your soldiers. Routine tests will help you identify instability before it becomes a problem. Anyone who doesn't meet the threshold, reassigned or redosed." Truthfully, Nolan would have preferred to avoid the military altogether. The U.S. Armed Forces was a political minefield of factions within factions, alliances, and rivalries. If you aligned with one, you instantly made enemies with another. One wrong move, and he could find himself dragged into a military tribunal, accused of treason before he ever became a true superhuman. But it was Ross. And Nolan wanted the Hulk serum. So a carefully controlled relationship would be acceptable. Ross still looked unimpressed. So what's the point of buying your product at all? Because, General, Nolan said coolly, after the Hulk incident, I know you're desperate for a solution. Working with Oscorp is that solution. Ross scoffed. Oscorp's in the gutter. How is this a solution? He tapped the desk and tossed a stack of documents toward Nolan's media reports, internal memos, and stock analysis. Claims of shareholder deaths, unsafe lab environments, scandal after scandal. Phoenix is only the beginning, Nolan said, ignoring the pile. It's our rebirth. And we're not stopping at 2.0. We're already developing Phoenix 3.0. Minimal side effects. Maximum performance. You'll get first access. Priority supply. And I'm supposed to take your word for it. You don't have to, Nolan said, pulling out a pre-signed contract. Here's the deal. If we don't deliver a significantly improved version within 6 months, we owe you 20 times your investment as a penalty. Ross's eyes flicked to the document. Then back to Nolan. He didn't trust easily, but this kid had fire. He reminded him of a younger Tony Stark. Cocky. Brilliant. Dangerous. He could work with that. Fine. Norman pulled out a folder and passed it over. Ross signed. Nolan smiled. Would you like a demonstration? You've already signed the penalty clause. If the product fails, I'll find you. Ross turned to a nearby officer. This is our quartermaster. He'll handle the pricing, quantities, and final agreements. Norman will handle those details, Nolan said. Our business is done here. This wasn't just a transaction. It was a trust exercise. And Nolan didn't waste time with persuasion. The contract was the persuasion. If he couldn't produce Phoenix 3.0 in 6 months, he wasn't worthy of his own genius. But he would. He always did. Chapter 44, 44. Hydra. Initiating the Daredevil project. The deal was done. The military had placed their first order, 200 vials of Phoenix 2.0. Each one is priced at $80,000 below their original asking price. In addition, Oscorp was granted the right to process the chemical waste from the base. But more importantly, Nolan had acquired the classified incident report on Matt Murdock's accident. General Ross handed over the file without any questions. Maybe he had already tried to replicate the experiment and failed. In the car on the way back, Nolan reviewed the waste sample's chemical composition. This was from the Super Soldier Serum, he murmured. Or at least, related to it. Norman nodded. Ross once asked me to replicate the original serum. I failed. Our work on human enhancement started from that same blueprint. Connors, hands on the wheel, glanced back. Boss, why'd we agree to $80,000 per vial? With our cost projections, we could have pushed for a $100,000 minimum. The military's budget is practically endless. They spend more on coffee. 2 reasons, Nolan replied. Ross, and the chemical waste. Ross was no fool. Nolan suspected the general already had some intel and maybe even ran a few trials. But clearly, he hadn't cracked it. As Nolan studied the formula, he realized something fundamental. The Super Soldier Serum was the root of nearly every major enhancement formula in Marvel's universe. From Lizard Serum to Goblin formula to Hulk transformations, it all traced back to attempts at recreating the Super Soldier Serum. And they always produced something strange. We've got 30 days to deliver 200 vials, Connors reminded him. We need to scale up production. Now that we've perfected gene editing, Nolan said, we can begin cultivating our own enhanced biological stock. Logan will be our main host. He's still adapting. We need to keep monitoring the changes in his physiology. Understood. Back at the military base, General Ross left soon after the transaction. But Lieutenant Spar, the same officer who had greeted Nolan, slipped into a restroom stall, locked the door, and reached down. From a concealed pocket, he pulled out a tiny pager wrapped in a plastic bag. He keyed in a coded message and sent it. A few moments later, the device buzzed with a reply. "Hail Hydra." Spar's eyes narrowed. So he really is the one we've been looking for. The moment Spar laid eyes on Nolan, he'd felt it. That flicker of recognition. Years of training kept him calm, but internally, alarms blared. Once the deal was sealed, he relayed the information. The man Hydra had been searching for, was now Oscorp's new power player. How the hell did he pull that off? In the car, Nolan made a call to Claw. "Double security at Oscorp. Hydra's probably coming." Claw's voice crackled through the line. "You expecting a break-in?" "No. An infiltration. I've already left some tech in the labs. Get your guys to finish the setup. We're not leaving Oscorp now." Norman and Connors exchanged confused glances but didn't ask. "Hydra's been looking for me," Nolan added calmly. "I stole something from them. Something important." Hydra. To most, they were a ghost, an ancient terrorist group long believed defeated. But after the collapse of Project Insight, and with blame for Ultron's uprising partly pinned on them, Hydra's name had resurfaced. "A festering cult trying to rule the world," Nolan muttered. "They won't come openly. They're cockroaches now buried deep. But where Hydra appears, superheroes tend to follow." He remembered how Spar's pulse had spiked the second they locked eyes. A trained soldier wouldn't react like that to a stranger. Spar knew who I was. And Nolan had never dealt with the military before today, so the connection could only mean one thing. Hydra. They were still out there. Just hiding better than ever. Back at Oscorp, Nolan didn't head straight to the lab. First, he reinforced security around his personal workspace. All the traps and automated defenses he'd designed in his spare time, now it was time to deploy them. He wasn't one to start a war unprepared. Like Batman, his philosophy was simple: if they don't move, neither do I. But if they strike first, I crush them instantly. Once everything was set, he finally returned to the lab. Matt Murdock was strapped to the table. "Boss, the compound analysis is complete," Connors reported, rushing in. Right after returning, he'd run a full scan on the backup chemical waste data recovered from the base. The kind Ross clearly didn't know what to do with. "Chemical synthesis is underway. We're mixing the serum in sealed vats as we speak." "Good," Nolan said. "Start decoding Murdock's genome. Are the volunteers ready?" 10 subjects total. All prepped. Perfect. The Daredevil project begins now. Most people couldn't fathom the power of enhanced senses. But Nolan had already glimpsed it through the audio processor headset he created, based on a unique structure of Matt's inner ear. With it, he could hear through concrete. Eavesdrop on entire buildings. Reconstruct conversations. Rebuild environments from sound alone. Now it was time to give himself and others that gift. Inside the quarantine chamber, 10 nude human test subjects lay strapped to surgical tables. The serum emitted trace radiation, so each subject was isolated to prevent cross-contamination. Nolan watched from behind a glass wall, flanked by monitors. He wasn't just running injections, he was matching genomes in real time. Comparing each volunteer's DNA with Matt's. Searching for the closest match. 10 sequences. 10 chances to replicate the accident. Begin injection. He stepped up to the console. 2 screens flared to life. On one, Matt Murdock's complete genome sequence. On the other, 10 real-time readouts of the subject's cellular responses. Synchronize DNA profiles, Nolan ordered. The mechanical arms moved quickly, injecting each subject near the optic nerve, just like the original exposure event. He wanted the replication to be as accurate as possible. If it worked. Chapter 45. Storm on the horizon. Subject 1, Gene Marker Alpha identified. Reduce acetaldehyde aniline by 0.2 grams. Subject 2, Sigma Marker confirmed. Genetic damage at site beta. Increase sodium phenylalanine compound by 3 grams. Subject 5, Gene overlap detected. Neural tissue is expanding at 30x normal rate. Growth is unstable. Reduced dopamine by 1 milliliter. Inside the lab, Nolan's hands moved like a blur across the keyboard, eyes locked on the data pouring in from the bioanalyzers. With his enhanced cognition, he operated faster than any normal human, like a dozen hands working in perfect sync, adjusting calculations, directing procedures, and refining formulas on the fly. Connors, working next to him, was mixing new batches based on Nolan's rapid-fire instructions, injecting volunteers, and gathering real-time genetic feedback. Though the serum was reconstructed using data acquired from the military, it was clear that the original accident that mutated Matt Murdock, an open chemical spill, exposure to light, oxygen, and unpredictable conditions, had triggered something specific. Nolan's task was to recreate that anomaly. His gift wasn't random luck. It was precision. Where the universe rolled dice, he controlled the table. Every superhero transformation starts with a chance. An accident. A miracle. Nolan didn't believe in miracles. He believed in reverse engineering them. More data was poured into the system, mapping how the volunteers' gene sequences were altering in response to each formula. Each one was compared in real time to Murdoch's DNA. Suddenly, Subject 3's genome lit up. The exact structural shift that had occurred in Matt's DNA was now appearing on screen. Repeat Subject 3's protocol. Reconstruct the formula with identical parameters. Adjust dosage accordingly, Nolan ordered, calm but intense. He closed his eyes, running simulations in his head, temperature curves, chemical synergy, and atmospheric variables. Subject 3 markers alpha, gamma, and sigma all confirmed. Structural alignment initiated, a lab assistant shouted, struggling to contain his excitement. Good, Nolan replied coolly. Make that formula the new base. Proceed with comparative testing. Connors watched Nolan in awe. His ability to process enormous volumes of information and instantly extract viable strategies was inhuman. Terrifying, even. If anyone could crack this serum, Connors thought, it's him. Elsewhere in Manhattan, Baron Strucker stared at a surveillance screen with a grim smile. So, it begins. Nolan. I never imagined you'd rise to become a major shareholder in Oscorp, he murmured. He truly is touched by the gods. After Hydra's last major defeat in New York, most of their operatives had gone underground, deeply embedded in civilian life. Only the most vital operations were ever activated. This, Strucker deemed vital. Wake the Winter Soldier, he commanded. Bring Nolan in. Alive. I want him at all costs. Mobilize every available agent in the city. Strucker's aide hesitated. Sir, such a large movement in New York will definitely attract attention. Our numbers in the city are already dangerously low. If this op fails, we may not recover. The Baron's eyes darkened. Execute my orders. No more talk. The aide nearly mentioned the last time they tried to capture someone of this caliber was when Bucky Barnes was nearly destroyed and salvaged only through invasive cybernetic surgery. His body was now more machine than man. But orders were orders. Moments later, encrypted signals were activated. All across New York, seemingly ordinary people, baristas, mail carriers, and construction workers received messages on encrypted devices. Each silently disappeared from their posts. In an underground monitoring facility, Nick Fury leaned back, narrowing his one eye as his surveillance feeds flickered. 9 Hydra assets just vanished from their watch points, he muttered. Natasha, Barton, Hydra's moving. They're deploying en masse. Bring in Cap. Now. Director, I was planning to track down Banner, Natasha started. Banner can wait, Fury cut her off. If Hydra's this loud, it means something major. Find out what. Adapt as needed. She hesitated. Understood. Fury cut the line and exhaled slowly, fists clenched. Damn that Sokovia Accord. Damn the Council. If it weren't for political pressure, he might have still had the resources to respond publicly. Instead, he'd gone underground, leaving Hill to maintain a public presence while he worked in the shadows. Officially, Hydra was gone. But he knew better. They were still out there. Watching. Waiting. And now, they were converging on Oscorp. Tracking the Hydra movement, Natasha and Clint followed a convoy of armored vehicles headed straight for the Oscorp campus. Natasha quickly messaged Fury. Oscorp's their target. Fury responded immediately, isn't Hill overseeing surveillance on that location? I'll ask her. Just then, Clint's phone buzzed. An encrypted file from S.H.I.E.L.D. opened to reveal Oscorp's top-level personnel list. Nolan? Clint asked. He's the majority shareholder now. Is he working with Hydra? But Natasha stood frozen, eyes wide. Nolan. She whispered. A name she hadn't heard in a long time. A name she never expected to resurface. Chapter 46, 46. Super Senses, the first step to Superman. Inside the lab, Nolan's focus was locked on Subject 9. The display showed that his genetic mutations now mirrored Matt Murdock's almost perfectly. Almost. One crucial gene marker still hadn't aligned. He'd hit a wall. Nolan had already reconstructed the scene of Murdock's transformation using data from the incident report, environmental variables, chemical composition, and temperature gradients, all modeled to perfection in the system. He brought up the simulation again. In the video, a truck speeds through the street, its brakes failing. The driver panics, swerving wildly. A child steps into its path. Just before impact, a figure dives out, pulling the kid to safety. The truck crashes. Chemical waste explodes from its tank, splashing across Matt's face. Nolan narrowed his eyes. Subject 9, reinitiate trial. Increase dosage. Inject adrenaline simultaneously, he ordered sharply. Then it clicked, Matt had been saving someone when it happened. That life-or-death stress must have triggered an adrenaline surge, accelerating the serum's binding process. Within seconds, the lab monitors lit up. Gene markers began aligning. One by one, the previously unlinked sequences are locked into place. Both genetic profiles, Matt's and Subject 9's, turned green. Progress bar, 100%. Success, Connors whispered, swallowing hard. This guy's a monster. He thought. A genius monster. Prepare for dissection, Nolan said calmly. Even with a perfect match, he wouldn't proceed until he verified the results on a cellular level. No assumptions. Only evidence. Yes, sir. Night fell. Thunder rumbled across New York. A massive thunderstorm rolled in, casting a heavy gloom over the city. From above, Oscorp shone like a beacon, but it was surrounded. Vehicles like ants converging on Sugar approached from every direction. In a building not far from Oscorp, Steve Rogers peered through binoculars. They're moving in heavy. Full gear, he muttered. Hydra's pulling out everything they've got. Why Oscorp? He asked. Clint Barton turned to Natasha, catching the subtle shift in her expression when the name Nolan was mentioned earlier. She'd hidden it well, but not from him. Natasha's voice was clipped and controlled. When I was tracking Claw, I heard whispers about Oscorp. They're replicating a human enhancement serum. Recent sightings of the Green Goblin. All trace back here. Certain tech involved is unique to Oscorp. She laid out all the intel she could except Nolan. They didn't know yet what she did. They didn't know what she had become. She'd tested it herself. A small cut on her hand had healed in seconds. And Clint? His team had started changing too. But most of them? They didn't survive. They turned into sludge. Hydra's after the serum? Steve asked, frowning. Or the Goblin? We don't know, Natasha said. But there's more going on in that building than we've been told. Steve slung his shield onto his back. Let's find out. They turned to leave but Natasha hesitated again, frozen in place. Clint gave her a light nudge. She blinked and nodded. Right. Let's move. The trio slipped out into the rain. A bolt of lightning splits the sky. Torrential rain poured over New York like divine judgment. Inside Oscorp, lightning illuminated the terrified face of the dissected Subject 9. His eyes were now milky white. Nolan stood over the body, scanning data. So, that's it. The enhanced sensory nerves displaced the visual cortex. That's why he's blind. It wasn't just chemical exposure. It's competition. His brain rewired itself. Vision had been sacrificed to make room for something greater. Perfectly replicable, Nolan thought. No problem at all. He turned away. Begin prep. Removing his super hearing headset, Nolan felt an instant emptiness. The silence was suffocating like being deafened. His brain had adapted to heightened sound. Without it, the world felt distant. Like taking off glasses after years. You could function, but everything felt wrong. He lay down on the table. Connors moved into position. You're sure about this? Injected, Nolan said. The needle pierced the skin near his tear duct. A cool, pale blue serum entered his bloodstream. Instantly, the evolution catalyst is activated and designed to accelerate the body's absorption of foreign compounds. Normally, the serum would take hours to take hold. Nolan's took seconds. First came the heat. Then clarity. The sound exploded in his mind. Footsteps. Breaths. Raindrops. Wind through cracks in the walls. 1,000 overlapping signals, each clear, each layered. His ear canals were reshaped. Eardrums thickened. The ossicles were restructured. Simultaneously, his nose twitched. Every scent is split into recognizable categories, catalogued, indexed, and remembered. Touch responded next to temperature, humidity, and airflow. Every molecule in the air danced across his skin. Multiple senses collided, intertwining into something beyond human comprehension. The world lit up. His eyes stayed unchanged, but the rest. His brain struggled to keep up, at first, an overload of input crashing through his mind. But he'd trained for this. Built for this. And soon, he adapted. This is what it feels like, he whispered. He understood now. He understood Matt. Suddenly, a 3D model of Oscorp's surroundings was rendered inside his mind. Not static, real-time, moving. Dozens of vehicles converge. Nolan smiled. We've got test subjects on the way. He tapped his earpiece. Get ready, he said. Company's coming. Chapter 47, 47. Cat and Mouse, welcome to my domain. The storm raged over New York. Rain pelted the streets in sheets, like shattered glass against the skyline. The bright lights of the city blurred behind a curtain of downpour, transforming everything into a watercolor of chaos. Splash. Footsteps splattered through puddles. Dozens, no, hundreds of Hydra operatives dropped from armored vehicles, hitting the pavement like trained killers on a mission. Each squad was led by an elite soldier wielding oversized weapons, gear no ordinary man could even lift. Squad 1 approaching the objective. Squad 3 in position. One by one, the units reported in. But something was off. As Squad 5 approached Oscorp's front gate, they found it open. No guards. No sentries. No resistance. It stood wide and welcoming, like the gaping mouth of a beast eager to swallow its prey. The squad leader, half his face covered by a tactical mask, hair frizzed and wild like a storm-soaked mop, spoke into his calm with a rasp. Front gate wide open. No resistance. Requesting clearance to enter through the main access point. Negative, a cold voice snapped back. That's a trap. Find another way in. Understood. Remember, the voice growled, we want him alive. He's too valuable to waste. Bring him back no matter what it takes. The squad leader, the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, gritted his teeth. The last time he met Nolan, he'd taken a direct hit from twin grenades and several rounds to the chest. If not for Hydra's experimental exoskeletal rebuild, he'd be dead. Now, he survived off batteries and motor oil. And he wanted payback. The teams flanked the perimeter, heading for the high walls surrounding Oscorp. Grapples fired. Metal claws dug into reinforced concrete. They scaled like insects swarming a fortress. From a rooftop nearby, Steve Rogers watched through binoculars as the Hydra squad spread out. The main entrance is wide open, he muttered. Why aren't they using it? Clint raised an eyebrow. They've clearly got the manpower. Why the detour? Natasha crossed her arms. Because it's a trap. Steve turned. How do you know? I've studied Oscorp's internal systems. And trust me, Nolan is the kind of man who plans for overthinking. Steve narrowed his eyes but nodded. Fine. We flank. He didn't ask further. Not now. Inside the lab, Nolan was still adjusting to the sheer torrent of sensory data flooding his brain. He could feel everything, see through sound, smell individual chemicals in the air, hear footsteps a dozen stories above him. He felt them avoiding the front door just as he expected. He smirked. Old tricks still work, even on new enemies. He had left the front gate wide open. Unlocked. No traps. No guards. An invitation. And they'd taken the bait, avoiding it, just as he hoped. He glanced at his monitors. Real-time sensory modeling painted vivid, dynamic models of everyone approaching Oscorp. Two signatures stood out. Bucky, still alive, he muttered. I thought I turned you into scrap metal. He leaned closer to the screen. And you? Natasha. That Slavic scent profile still burned into his memory. He tapped a console. Light up the walls. Norman didn't hesitate. He flipped a switch. Crackle. Bolts of electricity danced across the outer walls, not the usual perimeter fence, but the walls themselves, now charged with enough voltage to cook a rhino. It was one of Nolan's personal designs, anticipating infiltrators who might bypass traditional defense systems. Boom. Explosions rocked the perimeter as bodies burst into flame mid-ascent. Smoking corpses tumbled to the wet pavement. From a distance, Steve's eyes widened. What the hell? Clint winced. I think they just tripped something. Natasha cursed under her breath. It's him. It's definitely him. He played them, Steve muttered. He wanted them to avoid the main entrance. Clint looked at her. That guy's this calculated? Natasha didn't answer. She already knew the answer. Sir. We can't breach the wall, one Hydra squad leader shouted over the comms. Bucky's voice snapped back, fine. Send a team through the front. Test it. With the rain hammering down and their infrared scopes malfunctioning from interference, they had no choice but to follow orders. A small unit pushed through the open gate. Silence. Nothing happened. Clear. The front entrance is safe. From a mobile command van miles away, Baron Strucker's fist slammed the console. That son of a bitch. He baited us. He knew we'd avoid the front. The wall was the real trap. Send everyone through the gate. Now. I don't care if you have to blow the building apart. Understood. Troops began flooding through the Oscorp lobby like a wave. On a rooftop nearby, Steve tapped into shield comms. Fury, give me a visual inside Oscorp. No good, Fury barked. Signal's dead. They've got blackout shielding like Stark Tower. Steve's brow furrowed. Why would Oscorp need tech like that? Fury scanned the files again. His eyes widened. Oh hell. It's him. Who? Nolan. Steve blinked. Who the hell is Nolan? Natasha flinched. Clint looked between them. Someone wants to clue me in. Fury's voice darkened. He's the one who developed the Phoenix Serum. The one who cracked gene editing like it was kindergarten math. The one Hydra's hunting. And he's sitting at the heart of Oscorp. Steve's expression darkened. You're telling me Hydra's entire operation is centered around one guy? Fury growled. Yeah. And that guy just turned the whole damn city into a science experiment. Chapter 48. Midnight Massacre. Just when the Hydra squads thought the worst had passed. Look out, someone screamed. Too late. From the shadows, tiny machines scurried into the open rat-sized drones with pumpkin-shaped payloads strapped to their backs. Boom. 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 Explosions ripped through Oscorp's front entry like a hellish symphony. Limbs flew. Blood splattered. The air filled with shrapnel and screams. The open courtyard became a butcher's slab. Lightning flashed overhead. Fire lit the sky like a war zone. Damn it. Bucky snarled, barely diving out of range. His exoskeletal frame took the brunt, but the heat still scorched. Over the chaos, a voice crackled from Oscorp's PA system, chilling, amused, godlike. Nolan. Yar, you really had the nerve to show up on my turf. He laughed, cold and cruel. Perfect. I've been meaning to stretch my muscles. His voice echoed unnaturally, bouncing off every wall and floor like a disembodied puppeteer playing with prey. Then blackout. Every light in Oscorp snapped off. ZZZZT. A pulse burst across the compound. Every piece of tech, every comm, visor, and scope died. WHSSSHK. The sound of a blade across flesh. Then, a body crumpled into puddled rainwater. Blood met stormwater. The scent was metallic and warm. He's in the building. He's moving fast, too fast. Infrared's down. Shit, he's. Thud. More bodies fell. The remaining Hydra soldiers huddled, adrenaline spiking. It was no longer a mission, it was survival. Something was hunting them. Use flashbangs, someone shouted. White-hot light flooded the hallways. They finally saw him. Nolan. No armor. No tactical gear. Just a white lab coat, stained with rain and blood, a long vibranium blade in one hand and a shield in the other. He stood still, calm. And he smiled. Let's see what you're made of, he said. Only the elite remained 7 super soldiers and a few dozen hardened Hydra operatives. All others had been culled. From the shadows, Steve Rogers, Clint Barton, and Natasha Romanoff watched the massacre. The earlier explosion hadn't spared them, but Steve's quick reflexes and shield had saved their lives. Nat, you okay? Clint asked. She turned slightly, back bleeding through her suit. Fine. Nothing I can't handle. She wasn't lying. The wounds were already healing. Faster than they should have. She wasn't ready to tell them. Nolan tilted his head, watching a flashbang fizzle nearby. He stepped forward. The water beneath him rippled as he moved too fast to track, too fluid to stop. Flashbangs only lit up the horror. Every time the light faded, more bodies hit the floor. Slice. Slam. Crack. A blur of motion. A scream. A life ended. Nolan was dancing in the rain, a ballet of blood and thunder. He's not a scientist, Clint whispered. He's a goddamn weapon. Natasha had never seen him in action, not like this. She knew his mind was dangerous. She didn't know what his body was, too. Fury's voice crackled in their comms. Gather intel only. Do not engage. Steve didn't answer. He was watching Nolan tear through trained killers like they were made of paper. If they ever fought, how would he win? Whoop whoop whoop. Suddenly, 2 helicopters roared into the sky overhead. Their spotlights cut through the darkness. Miniguns opened fire indiscriminately. Steve's jaw clenched. They're firing in the middle of the damn city, are they insane? Elsewhere, inside a sleek Hydra compound, Madame Viper watched the chaos unfold on her screen. Her eyes narrowed. Has Strucker lost his mind? The whole world's watching. She scanned a dossier ping from Dr. Zola, keywords highlighted. Subject, Nolan. A former Hydra researcher. Super Soldier Program. Genetic Division. This is what he's after. Her mind clicked. No. It's not about capturing him. It's about the serum. She stood. Prepare the jet. I'm going to New York. Her phone buzzed. A message in Japanese flashed. Awaiting your arrival, madam. She sighed. Zola's getting reckless. Back in the storm-soaked courtyard, the helicopter's light cut across the battlefield. Rain blurred everything. But Nolan remained a ghost among flashes. Dodging bullets. Twisting. Deflecting with his shield. Every shot that was missed hit someone else. Then came the voice. Bucky. You're finished, Nolan, he growled, raising his rifle. He fired rapid bursts. Nolan raised his shield. Sparks flew. Bucky, Nolan said with a grin behind the shield. Didn't think you were still functional. With a burst of speed, Nolan charged straight into the gunfire, blade flashing. Clang! Bucky blocked with his vibranium arm, the impact ringing like a bell. New upgrades? Nolan mused. You're still garbage. Bucky snarled, firing again. Nolan swatted the bullets away like flies. Different toys. Same motherfucker. Chapter 49. Game over. Nolan moved like he had eyes in the back of his head. He parried a combat knife with his vibranium blade, spun, and smashed his shield sideways, knocking Bucky's rifle clear out of his hands. A follow-up kick sent the Winter Soldier crashing back into the mud. With a swift pull, Nolan sliced his blade across a super soldier's chest, blood spraying like a burst pipe. Another soldier lunged. Nolan's shield caught him full in the ribs, sending him airborne. He pivoted, raised his knee, and kicked another attacker into the wall. Bone crunched. Now it was 7 super soldiers against 1 man. And he wasn't losing. Flashes of steel danced across the stormlit battlefield. Helicopter gunfire rained down, but Nolan dodged it like it was choreographed, as if he could see it coming. He shouldn't have been able to keep up. He only had 2 hands. But somehow, that was all he needed. With inhuman reflexes, he blocked, parried, and countered, striking out in between every breath, every blink. His vibranium blade is carved through muscle and bone alike. Super soldiers fell. Screams tore into the rain. From the shadows, Steve froze. Bucky? He saw the face beneath the metal. The fragments of a memory reassembled. That's him. Tears welled in his eyes. I have to help him. Steve shouted, turning to Clint and Natasha. Clint looked torn. He's Hydra, Steve. He was brainwashed. He didn't choose this. Steve didn't hesitate. Barton, cover me. Use tranquilizers. We take them down non-lethally. Nat, back me up. Before either could protest, Steve leaped into the fray. Nolan, still dueling the Hydra elite, didn't even flinch. Ah. Here comes America's golden boy. He expected this. Rogers would try to save them all. Classic hero move. From the corner of his eye, he saw Clint's arrow streak toward one of the super soldiers. At the same moment, Nolan's shield slammed into the man's side, delaying his dodge. Thwip. Arrow struck. The soldier dropped, unconscious. Clint blinked. Did Nolan help me? Nice shot, Barton. Steve shouted, charging in. His shield flew. Clang. Nolan met it with his own, the impact echoing across the courtyard. The force made Nolan take a step back, but he remained standing. His shield spun, catching another arrow mid-air and deflecting it. Right into another soldier's chest. Another one down. Natasha had just arrived. Did he just use your arrow to hit someone else? She asked, stunned. I didn't mean to do that, Clint muttered, lowering his bow. What the hell is this guy? Nolan gave them a wry smile. Nice teamwork. But Steve wasn't finished. He slid beside Bucky, blocking his metal arm with his shield. Bucky, it's me. It's Steve. There was a flicker of something behind Bucky's eyes. Recognition? No. Just rage. You're in my way, he growled, slamming blow after blow onto the shield. Steve gritted his teeth, stepping back. Fine. Then I'll stop you first. They clashed. Old friends. Now foes. Elsewhere, Nolan broke through the line, blade flashing, carving through another soldier's arm, then spinning to block incoming gunfire. Natasha, he said, recognizing the pattern of her gunfire without turning. Long time. Clint's eyes narrowed. He knows her. Arrows flew 3 in a row. Nolan raised his shield and angled it perfectly. All 3 darts ricocheted, slamming into other soldiers. Down. 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 What kind of brain processes combat like that? Natasha whispered through comms. How the hell does he know where I'm aiming? Clint hissed. No clue, she muttered. But he's using you better than we are. Then Nolan smiled. Combat trial complete, he said casually. Game over. BZZZZZZT. A deep hum rolled across the battlefield. Up above, the rotor blades of both helicopters suddenly stuttered. Engines failing, controls locked, mayday. Whoop whoop whoop, thud. 2 black shapes spiraled down into the courtyard, rotors shrieking. Steve froze mid-fight. Instinct screamed. Something was very, very wrong. Everyone out, now. He turned back to Bucky and grabbed him in a bear hug. Wake up, damn it. Bucky struggled. Let go. No. Steve shouted, shield bracing behind Bucky's back. He clicked his comm. Evacuate. Now. Boom. A chain reaction exploded across the courtyard. The entire section detonated, a fireball blasting upward like a miniature nuke. Rain pelted the inferno, but the fire wouldn't die. Steve's shield took the brunt as he and Bucky were launched across the pavement. Clint turned only to see Natasha tackle him to the ground, shielding him from the blast. Whomp. Fire washed over them. Clint hit the ground hard, ears ringing. When the smoke cleared, Natasha was barely conscious, blood pouring down her back. Nat. Then he saw it. Her skin, charred and raw, was healing. Tendons regenerated. Flesh regrew. Her back returned to smooth skin as the burned outer layers sloughed away. What the hell? Clint whispered, horrified. Go. Steve shouted, struggling to his feet with Bucky in his arms. His legs, shredded by shrapnel, refused to cooperate. Still, he carried Bucky. Clint followed, hauling Natasha with him. Then he looked back. And saw a silhouette walking through the fire. Nolan. Clothes burned. Eyes glowing. Grinning. He pulled a charred headset from his coat. Target, Barton. Bang. Chapter 50, 50. The Kingpin, bonus. Fury, we need backup. Steve's voice roared through the comms, urgency in every syllable. I'm on my way. Boom. A streak of red and gold descended from the sky like a meteor. Lightning caught the gleam of the Iron Man armor, plating shining amidst the fire and smoke. Friday call for emergency medics and fire response. Immediately. As sirens wailed in the distance, Tony scanned the battlefield: flames, debris, and blood. He turned to Steve and the others. Let's go. With no time for debate, Iron Legion suits descended and swept up the battered Avengers. Staying here meant one thing: scandal. They needed to disappear before the press turned this into another civil war. Wait, my shield. Steve reached out, spotting it among the rubble. Tony nodded, boosting toward it. Boom. 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 Grenades rained down. EMP pulses detonated mid-air, scattering bursts of red static. Inside Tony's HUD, error lights blinked to life. Massive electromagnetic interference detected. Defensive subsystems online. Failsafes loaded. Tony's suit groaned, adapting mid-flight. Then, headlights. Vans. Media vans. Dozens. Reporters spilled out like a flood, shields against the storm with umbrellas and raincoats. It's Iron Man. Captain America. What happened to him? Are the Avengers attacking Oscorp? 1,000 cameras flashed. Biggest headline of the year, one shouted. Another barked into her mic, this just an Iron Man and Captain America spotted at the Oscorp explosion site. Eyewitnesses claim large-scale corporate sabotage. Should superheroes operate above the law? Should we allow masked vigilantes to act without accountability? Did Tony Stark just violate the Sokovia Accords again? One guy even shouted, Mr. Stark. Is it true you're dating Jenna or is it still Monroe? Tony threw up his arms. Okay, we're done here. He yanked Steve and the others upward. The suits blasted off, slicing through the storm. Back to the tower, now. Reporters didn't panic. They'd been through this drill before. Follow them, someone shouted. Tires squealed. Dozens of vans tore after the trail. Left behind, only flashing sirens and emergency responders picked through the wreckage. Oscorp Underground Lab. Boss. You alright? Connors looked up as Nolan stepped into the light, soaking wet, shirtless, burned but smiling. He threw on a fresh lab coat, his eyes locking on the prize. Captain America's shield Vibranium is lying on the table. Perfect condition. I'm fine, Nolan said. Better than fine. This was always the plan. The moment he sensed Natasha, everything shifted. He had to pivot to use the chaos to his advantage. The inferno wasn't collateral damage. It was the checkmate. He'd buried explosives and incendiaries beneath the battlefield, right beneath his feet. Why stay put? Because he knew Steve's instincts: if Nolan fled, the captain would follow. But if Nolan stayed and raised the stakes, Steve would do the only thing he could, throw the shield. The shot at Barton wasn't meant to kill, it was a psychological gambit. One that paid off in Vibranium. And, just as he'd expected, Tony Stark showed up. Of course, he did. Stark had the mobility, the proximity, and the ego. The Sokovia Accords may have fractured the Avengers, but Tony always knew when to play the bigger game. Nolan counted on that. I'm guessing the press was your idea too? Connors asked, half in awe. They're just sharks, Nolan said. Smell blood and they swarm. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Only the picture matters. The truth wasn't important. Norman Osborn stepped into the lab. Press conference is ready, boss. You'll be the face, Nolan said. You know what to do. Of course. Shift all blame to the Avengers. Norman nodded. He'd already begun preparing a full dossier: corporate sabotage, superhero misconduct, unauthorized military tech usage, enough to spark a media wildfire. And the super soldiers? 3 survived, Connors said. Heavily injured. The rest were vaporized. Good, Nolan nodded. Inject them with Phoenix, 1. Let's see if we can back-engineer Jessica's formula from them. Connors took a breath. By the way, there's new intel. That chemical plant from the military, it belonged to Wilson Fisk. Nolan stopped cold. Fisk? The one and only. Nolan didn't like that. He could handle raw power from Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Spider-Man, and even Cap. Physical threats were manageable. But men like Fisk? They were a different kind of dangerous. A calculated kind. Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin. Criminal mastermind. Ruler of Hell's Kitchen. Arch-nemesis of Daredevil, Punisher, and now, potentially, his enemy. Nolan clenched his fist. He knew better than to start a war with someone who fights like a CEO but kills like a mob boss. And worse, smart ones always find your weaknesses. Chapter 51, 51. Daredevil's final role. Several days after the incident. Stark Tower, New York. Oscorp files lawsuit against superheroes for trespassing. What's our response? The New York Times. Tony Stark rubbed his temples, scowling at the headline on his phone before slamming it down on the desk. You tell me, what the hell were you doing there? He looked up at the team, frustration boiling over. Public trust in us is already hanging by a thread. I told you to tone it down, be subtle, stay under the radar, and this is what I get. He muttered under his breath, for crying out loud. On the couch, Clint Barton and Steve Rogers sat with heads lowered. They both knew they'd walked right into a trap set by that guy, Nolan. The public backlash against superheroes had reached a new peak. There were now open debates about whether every action by a hero should be logged, catalogued, and published. Steve finally spoke up. We intercepted intel that Hydra was mobilizing in force. Fury sent us to investigate. He glanced down at his empty hands. No shield. Without it, was he still Captain America? Did you find anything useful? Tony's tone cooled a little at the mention of Fury. We did. Hydra's looking for someone. A man named Nolan, Steve replied, referencing the files Fury had passed on. Tony's eyes narrowed at the name. Nolan. I've run into him recently. You know this guy? I do. Dug into him not long ago, but didn't follow up, just archived the file. Check the new intel Fury sent. Tony pulled up the dossier on his desk display. The deeper he scrolled, the more tangled it became. Nolan's escape from a Hydra facility, links to Ulysses Klaue, and a suspicious pattern of financial activity involving the acquisition of bankrupt manufacturing plants. And then there was the Clinton incident. Phoenix, 1. Phoenix, 1. What is that, some kind of drug? Designer stimulant? Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued. We just got the latest field report, Steve said. There's been a surge in so-called immortals in the Clinton district. These guys are strapping bombs to themselves, blowing up and surviving it. They're not terrorists. They're assets, expendables belonging to someone. This guy developed that. Tony scanned Nolan's profile again. Just an average student with an unimpressive thesis. Graduated. Joined Hydra. Then vanished, and re-emerged a completely different man, now dabbling in the world of enhanced abilities and black market science. Ding! Mr. Stark, you've received a letter sent from Oscorp. Would you like me to open it? Tony glanced toward the AI interface. Let me guess. Norman sent me another cease and desist. No, sir. The sender is Nolan. Tony's eyes narrowed. He barely knew the guy at most, they crossed paths once while he was out looking for Peter. Let's see it. He expected an angry rant. But as he read, his expression shifted, serious, focused. Steve and Clint exchanged glances, curious but knew better than to pry. It was addressed to Tony. Bam! Tony slammed his fist onto the table. Friday, pull up everything we have on Bucky Barnes. Now. Steve jumped to his feet, alarmed. Tony, what the hell's going on? Read it yourself. Steve leaned in to read the message. His face twisted with disbelief. That's a lie. Bucky didn't kill your parents. Nolan's trying to manipulate you. I'll find out the truth myself, Tony snapped. Until I do, he stays under surveillance. No way. Bucky's a free man. This whole thing stinks. If he did kill my parents, he's a murderer. Plain and simple. The argument escalated quickly. Clint sighed as the shouting match flared again. Just like last time when the Sokovia Accords nearly tore the Avengers apart. If this kept up, the team might not survive much longer. But the real question remained. Who the hell was Nolan and how did he know all this? How do I know all this? In an upscale Manhattan office, not the lab for once, Nolan sat calmly, reviewing files on Wilson Fisk as Norman Osborn looked on, clearly intrigued. I'm just one of those people with insight, Nolan said with a casual smirk. Keep stirring the pot. How are the stock numbers looking? There's media speculation that the explosion was caused by illegal experiments. Shares are dipping again. That's fine. Once the new product drops, the stock will rebound. Keep buying as much as you can. Yes, sir. I've already talked with Harry. He understands the stakes now, he knows where he needs to stand. Nolan nodded. Good. He's your son, Norman. He's worth grooming. What about Parker? The Spider Gene project held the key to true regenerative power. Dr. Connors was handling the decoding. Meanwhile, Nolan focused on analyzing Jessica's genetic sequence. Peripheral R&D tasks like the upcoming Rapid Heal bandage and the fast-acting regeneration spray were assigned to the former Oscorp scientists. He's thinking it over. Said he's also considering Stark's offer. Stark, huh? Nolan exhaled sharply through his nose. Send Connors to talk to him. Stark's into mechanicals and energy. Parker's talents are better suited for our field. Understood. Just then, the door burst open. Claw walked in, visibly relieved to see Nolan alive. He dropped onto the sofa. You okay after what happened? Nolan nodded. No need for small talk. How did it go? He'd sent Claw to negotiate preliminary terms with Fisk. Claw's return meant the ball was rolling. Now it came down to details and final agreements. He's open to a deal but wants to meet you personally. Did he mention what he wants in return? Claw hesitated, then spoke. He wants Daredevil. Nolan raised an eyebrow. What for? Matt Murdock was basically spent. The Phase 1 trials of the Nightshade Serum had concluded. Though the test subjects were still under observation, the serum's long-term effects were unknown. Still, Nolan had kept Murdock around just in case. He said he wants to kill him. Personally. Nolan nodded. Fine. Bring him. Seems that's Daredevil's last role in this game. Chapter 52. Yes, I'm threatening you. Nolan and Claw arrived at a grim-looking high-rise in the heart of Hell's Kitchen. Even on the way there, Nolan noticed just how chaotic the neighborhood had become. People were literally exchanging gunfire in the streets. At the building's entrance, two men in black suits stepped forward and blocked their path. Stop. Weapons check. Out of our way. A cold voice cut in before either of them could respond. A bald man stepped into view, a bullseye tattoo marked dead center on his forehead like a target. Nolan narrowed his eyes. One of Daredevil's archenemies, Bullseye. A mercenary by trade, Bullseye had worked for Kingpin before. Thanks to Nolan capturing Matt Murdock earlier, a lot of the original timeline had shifted. He wasn't even sure if Matt's lover was still alive now. You idiots really thought it was smart to block the boss's guests. Bullseye scoffed. Welcome, Mr. Claw, Dr. Nolan. The boss asked me to escort you personally. He turned to Nolan with a smirk. So, where's the package? In the trunk. Bullseye walked over and popped the trunk. Inside lay an unconscious figure. He grabbed the limp body and yanked it out. Murdock? Yup. You sure? Bullseye knew Matt. He'd once hired him as a lawyer to sort out a legal mess, but the guy was blind. So how had he dodged his throwing knives like a trained fighter? Nolan nodded. I'm sure. Without another word, Bullseye pulled out a pistol and fired 3 clean shots straight into Matt's head. Bang. 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 Blood sprayed across the inside of the trunk. Matt's body spasmed as the bullets hit. Nolan's gaze sharpened slightly. He'd expected at least some unnecessary banter, not immediate execution. But that was typical Kingpin, no need for villain monologues when a bullet would suffice. Damn it. What about my car? Claw shouted, staring at the blood-soaked trunk. Relax. It'll be clean, spotless, Bullseye said casually. Gentlemen, shall we? Oh, and by the way, Nolan added, he's been injected with the serum. You'll probably need to keep shooting until he turns to paste. If you don't finish the job, he might get back up. He wasn't joking. Truthfully, Nolan hadn't been ready to kill Matt just yet. He'd hoped to extract information specifically about Stick's whereabouts or the sensory-enhancing meditation techniques. But no matter how many times he asked, Matt simply stared him down. It was clear, he wasn't talking. Which made him useless. Nolan didn't need Matt. He could study those techniques himself. Still, he figured it'd be faster to track down the Hand or even the Chaste. They both had what he needed. Noted, Bullseye said, eyeing the slowly healing bullet wounds. His expression darkened. He'd heard rumors about unkillable freaks running around Clinton lately, but never expected Daredevil to be one of them. Well then. I'll toss him into the incinerator. Let's see if he survives that. As Bullseye started dragging Matt's body away, Nolan stopped him. If you hear anything about the Hand, or Elektra, send it to this email. You'll be compensated. He handed over a slip of paper with a printed address. My services don't come cheap. I know. And I'm guessing I don't need to remind you who Elektra is? Of course not. Bullseye tapped his comm and continued dragging Matt away. The two guards stepped aside, allowing Nolan and Claw to enter the building. A woman exited the lobby with a polite smile. Gentlemen. The boss is expecting you upstairs. Lead the way. On the top floor. Dr. Nolan. It's an honor to finally meet you in person. Inside a lavish office, a man built like a brick wall rose to his feet. His very presence exuded danger like a caged tiger ready to pounce. He strode toward Nolan and Claw, extending a hand. "Mr. Fisk," Nolan said with a smile, meeting his grip. Fisk began to squeeze but Nolan didn't yield an inch. "If you're trying to intimidate me, Wilson, you're going to need more than a handshake." Fisk's eyes glinted with surprise. He'd expected a scientist, not someone with a grip like a steel vice. "You're stronger than you look," Fisk said, releasing him and motioning for them to sit. "So. I hear you want to buy 3 of my chemical plants." That was true. Nolan had no intention of revealing that the plants were linked to Jessica's mutation or that they were essential to his expansion plans for the Oscorp production line. Better to keep things strictly business. "I do," Nolan replied simply. "You know the kind of business I run," Fisk said. "I wasn't planning to entertain this deal, considering the trouble you've caused me." He leaned back, voice casual. "But then again, you brought me a gift. So I'm listening. Mr. Fisk, you sicked Jessica on me last time. I'd say we've both caused each other some grief." "Fair enough. But you wouldn't be interested in those plants unless they were tied to your experiments. Care to tell me why?" Nolan only smiled. "Matt Murdock?" Fisk probed. Still smiling. "Jessica Jones?" Still nothing. Fisk narrowed his eyes. "This is business, Mr. Fisk," Nolan finally said. "I'm here to purchase 3 chemical plants. What I do with them afterward is irrelevant." Fisk stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly laughed. "You've got balls, I'll give you that. Name your price." "Actually, I've changed my mind. I don't want to sell anymore. Janine, show our guests out." The woman from earlier nodded. Nolan rose to his feet, but then paused and looked Fisk dead in the eye. "Oh, one more thing, Wilson. Clinton's gotten pretty chaotic lately. I saw a street shootout just a block away." His voice turned cold. "Would be a shame if your wife and kids got caught in the crossfire." Fisk's expression darkened. His eyes turned icy. "Are you threatening me?" Nolan smiled. "Yes, I'm threatening you. I came here in good faith. I brought a gift. You're the one who chose to play games." Fisk's jaw clenched. But he said nothing. Chapter 53. Deal with Kingpin. Nolan and Fisk locked eyes in a heavy silence. Fisk's stare was as aggressive as ever, intimidating, forceful. But Nolan's gaze was something else, calm, still, like the depths of the ocean. Unreadable. Fisk knew full well until the day he killed his wife with his own hands, she and their daughter were his most vulnerable point. The one line no one dared cross. But when you're facing an enemy you can't kill, and they know how to leverage your weakness, that weakness becomes a liability. That's why, in the end, Wilson Fisk murdered the woman he loved the most. He wanted to become someone without weakness. Someone more than human. Fisk's cold face suddenly shifted, a smile breaking through the tension like nothing had just happened. "Dr. Nolan, you're quite the joker. Please let's sit and talk business." As if Nolan's threat had never been uttered, Fisk gestured for tea. "Janine, bring us some tea. Got it straight from the east, thought you might appreciate it." Nolan took his seat again with a polite smile. "Mr. Fisk, let's keep this professional. I've looked into those 3 chemical plants. To you, they're just production facilities. You've got plenty, these 3 won't hurt your bottom line." Fisk forced his anger down and replied, "And what do I get out of this?" "I can ensure the circulation of our serum in Clinton drops significantly. And from now on, you'll be informed ahead of time before any Osborn shipments land in your territory." Fisk narrowed his eyes. "You're offering a solution to a problem you caused. That's not a negotiation. That's extortion. You're not curious about our product." That got his attention. He'd seen the results firsthand, what those injections did to people. He sat forward, his interest piqued. You're offering me the Phoenix Serum? I'm proposing this Oscorp will grant you exclusive bidding rights for distribution in the Clinton district. Control the channel, and you become the undisputed king of this region. Expand your network. Consolidate power. Nolan leaned in. You and I both know how annoying superheroes can be. This is my way of showing respect. Just then, Fisk's phone buzzed. Janine answered it. It's Bullseye. Fisk didn't even turn his head. What did he say? He says. Murdoch's dead. She didn't recognize the name, only repeated the message. Fisk looked at Nolan, then slowly nodded. All right. Let's talk. Back in the car, Claw drove them back toward Oscorp, still looking confused. Why sell distribution rights to Fisk? We're leaving a ton of money on the table. From his perspective, it didn't make sense. They already had their own networks, especially in a place as chaotic as Clinton. Sales were booming there, less so in polished, upper-city zones. Fisk controls more channels than we do. Handing him the contract just shifts our strategy to high-volume, low-margin sales, Nolan explained. Besides, the chemical plants were the goal. And now they're ours. Still feels like a steep price. Not really. Fisk is on our side now. And the more tech we develop, the more people will come sniffing around Ross, Fisk, whoever. They're all part of the web I'm weaving. Nolan shook his head. There's a difference between being a hustler and a businessman. Before we were just street dealers. No matter how valuable our product was, we weren't taken seriously. Now, we are. Claw was quiet for a moment, then nodded. You're smarter than me. I'll follow your lead. Nolan glanced down at the file in his hands. Once the next-gen formula is ready, you'll handle distribution again. But this time, our target market isn't just street-level dealers. He looked up. We're going after power brokers. Senators. Diplomats. Stark has money, sure, but his power lies in connections. You think half those political wolves would dare speak against him? They owe him their jobs. If there's ever a vote targeting Stark, it'll be shot down before it reaches the floor. Money's a tool, not the goal. Understood. Oh, and heads up. Chaka is probably going to be killed in a terrorist attack soon. It's part of a setup. Someone's trying to trigger public outrage against superheroes. Nolan's voice was calm, casual, but Claw stiffened. He tapped the steering wheel, trying to process. By now, Claw trusted Nolan's words almost blindly. He didn't know how Nolan got his intel, just that it was always right. Even something like this. An assassination plot against the King of Wakanda. Any thoughts? Nolan asked. Claw didn't answer immediately. He was still digesting what this meant. Wakanda was supposed to be untouchable. But ever since partnering with Nolan, Claw had gained more power than he'd ever dreamed of. And it all started with one sentence: I can help you bring Wakanda to its knees. Now, it didn't sound like a fantasy anymore. If the king's going to die anyway, Nolan said, why not make sure we retrieve the body? He looked out the window, voice low. Vibranium isn't the only valuable thing in Wakanda. Chaka himself could be just as useful. If we get him in time, I might be able to bring him back. But, he'll be killed during a speech, Claw muttered. Then his eyes widened. Oh. I get it. He finally understood. Nolan was planning to orchestrate a massive explosion during the assassination big enough to mask a body swap. Exactly, Nolan nodded. Since there'll be an explosion, either way, might as well make it really count. I'll make the arrangements. And once we're back, handpick a few loyal men. Inject them with Phoenix Serum too. What about me? Claw asked, eyes shining. That near-immortal ability? That was superhero-level stuff. You sure? If I inject you, your arm will regenerate. You won't be able to use your cybernetic weapon anymore. Claw hesitated. He glanced down at his mechanical limb, so much firepower. Letting go of it felt wrong. Then again, Nolan added, "You're not a frontline guy. Keep the weapon for now. I'll make you a new suit that integrates it, once I finish the Power Armor series." Claw lit up. "Thanks, boss." "Boss? Don't call me that." Claw laughed. "Come on. I work for you now. And it sure beats being a fugitive. Who'd have thought I'm actually on my way to becoming a superhero?" Superhero? Chapter 54. Crisis. Back at the lab, Nolan rubbed his temples, clearly exhausted. If he could help it, he wouldn't have dealt with people like Fisk at all. He preferred types like Logan's muscle over mind. Easier to manage. Heading down to the sublevel lab, he found Jessica glaring at him with a burning hatred. "Where did you take Matt?" She'd seen Nolan leave earlier with Murdoch unconscious in tow. Now Nolan was back but Matt wasn't. And there was no way in hell she believed he'd just let Matt go. "He's dead," Nolan replied. But you said you wouldn't kill him if I cooperate with you," Jessica said with hit of anger in her tone. "I lied," Nolan said bluntly. Jessica froze. Shock hit first. Then guilt. She collapsed to the floor, legs giving out. Her eyes turned glassy, her expression hollow. She'd brought Matt into this. She was the one who convinced him to help Nolan. If she hadn't, this wouldn't have happened. Nolan looked at his two remaining test subjects, Jessica and the half-transformed, lizard-skinned Logan. Neither was easy to deal with. Especially Logan. Even if you tore every muscle from his body, he'd just regenerate. And with adamantium shielding his vital organs and brain, there wasn't much room to work with. Leave them for now. They'll make good test cases later. He turned his gaze toward Jessica. With the chemical compounds finally delivered, it was time for the next round of trials. Sedate Subject 2. His assistant pressed a button. A mixture of high-concentration ether and neurotoxins filled the chamber, knocking Jessica out cold. "Have we extracted the compound?" Nolan asked Connors as they moved into the prep room. This experiment was critical. Both Connors and Norman were assisting Nolan's enhancements, flight capability, and the next iteration of the Phoenix Serum were all on the line. He'd already bartered hard with Fisk and burned bridges to get the formula components. Failure wasn't an option. "Begin the trial," he ordered. Norman was in charge of synthesizing the compound and collecting trial data. Connors focused on monitoring Jessica's biological markers. Nolan, meanwhile, sifted through mountains of real-time data, searching for the key, the why behind every mutation, every cellular reaction. Days passed. Another test subject lay lifeless on the table, skin cracked open like dried earth, blood pooled across the floor. Another failure. Nolan muttered. His eyes scanned across endless streams of images and DNA markers on the monitors. Everything had been perfect. So why was the subject's skin splitting apart? Why was the muscle growth overwhelming the dermal layer? Norman stood silently nearby. He didn't know what to say anymore. He was a capable scientist, sure, but his time was split between R&D and Oscorp's public affairs. He couldn't keep up with the depth Nolan operated at. "Did we replicate Jessica's transformation accurately?" Nolan asked. "We did," Connors said, rubbing his own forehead in frustration. "Including the adrenaline surges during moments of rage. Even the ambient environmental factors were accounted for." Nolan frowned deeper, combing through the data, hunting for a breakthrough when the lab phone rang. "I told you not to interrupt during a trial." Nolan snapped. That call had shattered a fragile moment, he'd been on the verge of something. "I'll take care of it," Norman offered quickly, heading toward the door. "No. Put it on speaker." Nolan exhaled slowly, trying to hold on to the thread of inspiration still dancing at the edge of his mind. What was Jessica missing? "Sir," Norman said, returning. "There's been a disruption at the launch event. Protesters are claiming our products are defective." Nolan's eyes narrowed. "Today was the launch for our regenerative bandages and spray, wasn't it?" "Correct," Norman replied. "Harry's running point at the event." "Right. Norman's son. But if Norman's here, who's managing the press?" "What happened?" "Put the live feed on the screen." Both the bandage and spray were spin-off products from the Phoenix Serum, intended to drive Oscorp stock through the roof. And now someone was interfering. The screen blinked to life. Total chaos. Volunteers were panicking. A man lay motionless on stage. Harry stood frozen, clearly overwhelmed. Media swarmed the scene, cameras flashing wildly. "Patch me into Harry's comm." "Right away." A moment later, Norman said, "Harry, your father wants to speak to you." "Dad, boss, sir." Harry stammered, clearly rattled. A volunteer wanted to regrow his severed finger. He used the spray, but then he started seizing. He collapsed, and he died. Then people started shouting. Protesters are everywhere. The media, there are cameras everywhere. Nolan's expression hardened. Hydra. Shield. After that last battle at Oscorp, he'd pissed off at least 2 major factions. Both had the means and motive to sabotage his launch. "Where's the body now?" Nolan asked. "Still on the stage. Medics say he's flatlined. No pulse. Inject him with Phoenix Serum too. Bring him back." "Too late," Connors interjected. "Our data shows resurrection's only possible if the brain is still viable, about a 30-minute window, max. Getting from here to the event, even with a chopper, takes over an hour. Unless you have the flight speed of a fighter jet," he added quietly. Nolan turned back to the experiment data, eyes sharp. His vision flickered with a memory of Jessica's accident. A truck tipped over. Chemicals spilled across her body. Flight. How the hell can Jessica fly? Her epidermal cells create self-sustaining bioelectrical loops, Connors replied, which generate localized anti-gravity magnetic fields. Nolan's eyes lit up. Exactly. Change the method of application. Full body immersion. He finally saw it. He'd been thinking backward, assuming the transformation started internally. But Jessica's flight came from her skin. From external absorption. Her outer layer soaked up a massive chemical load, triggering the mutation. That's how her body achieved the dense musculature in flight. "Wait," Connors said slowly. "Are you saying you want to gain flight right now? Fly to the event yourself?" "That's the plan. I'll manage the chemical control from inside. Just observe my cellular changes in real time. But we haven't even tested the concentration. I'll handle it." Nolan pointed to the transparent chamber originally designed for visual observation. "Prep the immersion pod. Now." In a matter of minutes, the lab was rearranged. The chamber was filled with viscous, emerald green liquid. Nolan climbed in without hesitation. Begin the trial. Chapter 55. Takeoff, flight. The moment Nolan submerged himself in the green solution, he felt a wave of searing heat surge through his body. Then came the tearing. "Draw blood," he said calmly. A mechanical arm extended into the chamber and extracted a vial of his blood. "His cellular activity is off the charts," Connors exclaimed, staring at the monitor. "These blood cells. They're mutating like stem cells but with hyperadaptability. This isn't just regenerative. It's revolutionary." He quickly rattled off data. Gene markers 2 and 3 have mutated, marker 5 has ruptured. Add beta-phenylalanine. Drop concentration by 20%, Nolan ordered. Inside the chamber, his skin was flying under the heat like being tossed into a volcano. Muscles spasmed violently. Even his enhanced healing struggled to keep up. Still, Nolan remained composed. Monitoring data. Giving commands. Connors continued injecting compounds as instructed, pulling more samples. Marker 8 ruptured. Others stable. Double helix showing mild torsion. Hemoglobin level spiking, structure is becoming denser. Reduce concentration by another 8%. Inject 20 milliliters of adrenaline at 15% strength. Nolan's face turned pale, his breath sharp. If not for his already enhanced physiology and healing factor, he would have been torn apart from the inside out. But what mattered most now, was precision. Live data. Real-time reaction. Adjusting the serum on the fly, crafting the perfect formula for his body. Soon, the liquid in the chamber turned a luminous emerald green. Nolan felt the heat shift, rising to the surface, washing over his skin. The pain intensified. It was like a power drill boring into his bones. Still, he clenched his jaw and barked, "Pull another sample." A new blood draw. On the monitors, 2 DNA sequences began to merge, slowly aligning and then fusing perfectly. No discrepancies. No mutations. It worked. Connors gasped. Norman stared, stunned. Nolan, however, wasn't done. Inside the chamber, his body was undergoing a complete transformation, cell by cell. Organ by organ. Even his healing couldn't numb the agony anymore. His entire nervous system was aflame. Inject high-energy glucose-fat compound. Now, he shouted, barely holding on. Massive energy loss. His body needed fuel, or the transformation would destabilize. Syringes pierced his skin, pumping the mixture in. And then the pain peaked. Awe. The chamber trembled as Nolan's scream echoed through it. Steam blasted from the pod. Connors and Norman exchanged a worried glance. Did he? Connors rushed to open the chamber. White mist poured out. Then. A figure stepped from the fog. Muscular legs are first sculpted like a bodybuilder's. Then, the torso's chiselmuscles are stacked like steel plates. And a face striking, sharp-jawed, camera-ready. If any woman saw him right now, she'd scream. Ha! Success! This is the power I wanted. Nolan opened and clenched his fists. Every fiber of his body radiated force. He could flip a car without trying. Jessica's enhancements required training, meditation, and control. Nolan. He was now the male version of Jessica plus more. Raw strength. Flight potential. No strings attached. Norman handed him a black long coat. Nolan threw it over his shoulders. The fabric clung to his hulking frame, barely containing the mass underneath. There was no doubt, the man inside that coat could tear down walls with his bare hands. And for the first time in a while, Nolan felt less pressure. Most superheroes or villains now. No threat at all. This was why he spent so much effort replicating Jessica's physiology. The payoff was here. Delete all my biometric data, Nolan ordered. Burn the samples. No trace. Understood, Connors nodded. He'd seen the data earlier. Nolan's cellular makeup was unreal. Every cell was as active as a stem cell, rapidly absorbing chemicals without the need for penetration enhancers. It explained why Nolan could modify protocols mid-experiment and still succeed. His body adapted faster than the science could catch up. Connors had already purged the records. Nolan grabbed the case of serum Norman had prepared. How much time left? 30 minutes, Norman said. So I only need to hit Mach 0.5 to make it in time. Connors hesitated. Yes, but sir, are you sure? We haven't tested your flight speed yet. Even if you hit Mach 0.5, the air pressure might be more than your body can handle. I'll manage, Nolan said confidently. Open the ceiling. Above them, the lab's roof folded away like origami, revealing the sky. I'll study in flight. Alert Harry, I'm on my way. Without waiting, Nolan bent his knees, and launched. In a single bound, he shot out of the lab. Ha 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 ha. Air whipped past him. His hair snapped wildly in the wind. And then he felt it. A force building within his body. Like a shifting magnetic field aligning itself. His brain registered the change. Instinctively, he triggered the right neural response. His legs twitched and the magnetic force shot backward. Whoosh! Nolan vanished in a blur, a human missile ripping through the sky. This is what humanity dreams of, Nolan roared. Absolute freedom. The wind howled, ripping the sound from his mouth. He laughed harder. But even he could feel the pressure. His body was strong, but it would need more. He'd need to reinforce his internal structure, or find a way to project a stabilizing field. Still, he was airborne. And flying. For the first time in this world, he has felt a sense of freedom. Chapter 56, 56. Chaos. Nolan streaked across the sky, a blur against the wind. But real flight was no easy feat. Without a biological energy field to shield him, he was forced to rely on sheer physical resilience to withstand the brutal wind pressure. His body buckled slightly with each shift in force, struggling to stabilize midair. But his learning curve was fast. Adapting quickly, Nolan adjusted his posture, flattening his body into a more aerodynamic form, arms pinned close, legs aligned. Like a living missile. The only problem, he had to cradle a secure case to his chest. It prevented him from striking the classic Superman pose, but he made it work. His speed surged. A blur across the skyline. A phantom slicing toward his destination. Back at the chaotic launch event, Harry Osborn answered his phone, his voice edged with panic. The crowd had erupted, angry, loud, and growing increasingly violent. Protesters were screaming for Oscorp to shut down the product launch. Fortunately, Claw's security detail was holding the line for now. Hold them back. The boss is en route. Harry said firmly. He won't make it in time, the voice on the other end replied. He will. He's flying here himself. Flying? You mean like, on his own? The confusion was clear. Their company's aircraft couldn't make the trip in under 30 minutes. Their fastest drone was barely faster than a chopper. No aircraft. I mean, he's flying. Personally. Now hold the damn line. Understood. Harry ended the call, dazed. He hadn't processed what that really meant. His father had always placed his faith in Nolan more than anyone else. Nolan had already stabilized Norman's genetic disease. Even Harry himself could suppress his inherited illness with a single Phoenix 2 injection. That kind of healing, that power, was real. Unlike S.H.I.E.L.D., who'd promised hope and delivered nothing. Straightening his jacket, Harry composed himself. Let the press in. Dozens of reporters swarmed in like sharks drawn to blood. The shouting began instantly. Harry Osborn. Is it true Oscorp no longer belongs to your family? No comment, Harry said smoothly. One question per reporter. Next. The previous reporter was shoved aside by a pretty brunette from the Penny Post. Harry, these bandages and sprays you're selling, have they been properly tested? Who verified the science behind them? Or is this all just a gimmick? Harry smiled. Our lead scientist is Dr. Kurt Connors, recognized worldwide for his contributions to regenerative biology. Every test has followed rigorous, ethical protocols. Our volunteers signed informed consent and were approved by the ethics board. But according to medical examiners, she countered, one of your volunteers is already dead. A blonde woman in business attire pushed forward, speaking rapid fire like a machine gun. His name was Williams. The only breadwinner in his family. He lost his finger while working overtime in a steel mill. He has a wife and son. What does Oscorp plan to do for his family now that you've killed him? She knew everything about the man. She wasn't just reporting, she was building a narrative. You're assuming liability without evidence, Harry shot back. There's no confirmation that our product caused his death. Medical reports suggest a pre-existing heart condition. You're dangerously close to defamation. I'm Christine from Vanity Press. If I receive a lawsuit from Oscorp, I'll wear it like a badge of honor. But that won't change the fact you killed Williams. Who said he's dead? Harry's response hit like a grenade. Silence. The crowd froze. Reporters exchanged confused glances. That wasn't the expected defense. Most would deny culpability. Not claim the man was alive. You'll see, Harry said calmly. This isn't over. The truth was he didn't know how close Nolan was. He just had to stall. And then it got worse. Williams's wife is here. A woman burst through the barricades, screaming, "Murderers! You killed my husband!" The mob picked up the chant. Murderers! Murderers! The collective roar of voices pounded like a tidal wave. Security buckled under the pressure. Beep! 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 A modified jeep slammed through the gates, barreling straight toward the crowd. Loudspeakers blasted from its roof. Move! Move! Let me through! Panic erupted. People scattered like sardines. The vehicle plowed forward like a rampaging beast, more war machine than the jeep. Security raised their weapons. Damn it! If it doesn't stop, shoot the tires. Harry's eyes widened. They wouldn't. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Gunfire echoed across the plaza. Bullets slammed into the jeep's windshield, then bounced off. They're shooting. Oscorp's killing civilians. It's a setup. People dove for cover. The air was chaos. Bulletproof glass, Harry muttered. This was planned. This wasn't random outrage. This was engineered. Someone had sent that jeep here, knowing full well how it would play out. Shoot the tires. Even that didn't work. The tires were armored military grade. Every round pinged off uselessly. The jeep didn't slow down. Didn't swerve. Didn't stop. Just kept coming. A mechanical bull charging headfirst into Oscorp. Harry took 2 steps back, heart pounding. Where the hell is the boss? Chapter 57, 57. Revival. The speeding jeep barreled toward the barricade. Nothing was standing between it and a full-blown disaster. Until boom. The ceiling above the venue exploded as if struck by a missile. Shards of metal and concrete rained down like a meteor storm. People who'd been ducking for cover scrambled back in panic, terrified of being crushed by falling debris. And then he arrived. A shadow dropped from the opening like a comet. Crack. The ground shattered on impact. From the rubble, a figure rose tall, unmoving, unstoppable. Nolan. He stood directly in the jeep's path, calm and unshaken, as it roared toward him. He twisted his torso and threw a punch. Stop. Carrico him. Threatening to spill. I won't let you down. No one had ever trusted him like this before. Certainly not his mother. She always told him he was too stupid to be an engineer. That he'd never be anything but an invisible tech. She wasn't wrong. Not back then. But this was different. Nolan treated him with dignity. Respect. And Max would never forget that. Connors, Nolan said, waving the geneticist over. Take him for analysis. And if he declines any tests, respect it. Got it. Oh, and get his workstation reassigned. He's not an electrician anymore. Connors gave Max a polite nod and let him out. When the door closed behind them, Norman Osborn, watching from the corner, spoke up. You sure he's worth all that? He was trying to sound casual, but Nolan caught the edge in his voice. Feeling displaced, Norman? Not at all, Norman replied quickly. I just think a team like this should be led by someone a little more dependable. Nolan didn't miss the implication. And by dependable, you mean someone who looks like you? Norman stiffened. Let me be clear, Nolan said, his tone cool and razor-sharp. Max is more than qualified. His powers are nearly unmatched in an urban setting. The grid is his playground. He's unstable, Norman countered. Too emotional. That kind of power in the wrong hands. He's not in the wrong hands, Nolan interrupted. He's in ours. Norman looked away. He doesn't replace you, Norman. You manage the company. You innovate. You hold the sword. Max is the sword. Norman hesitated. Then nodded. I understand. Good, Nolan said. Let the bruisers punch the walls. We build the fortress. Norman smirked awkwardly. You always preferred the lab to the battlefield. Exactly, Nolan replied. Even if the world only saw the flying fists and thunderclaps, he knew where the real power came from. Chapter 63, Spider-Verse, Bonus. The issue with Electro has been resolved for now. Max Dillon was in training, under constant monitoring, and already adjusting well to his new identity as the first member of Nolan's superhuman strike team. But Nolan himself had locked back into the lab, immersed in what he called the Project Arachne initiative, a gene-editing experiment that might push the very limits of human evolution. And it was consuming him. Several days later. Nolan rubbed his bloodshot eyes. He'd been staring at formulas for hours, calculating mutagen decay rates and synaptic compatibility thresholds. Begin sequence, he muttered, tapping a button. The massive screen lit up, running a new comparative algorithm. On one side, Peter Parker's genome. On the other, the genetic makeup of various enhanced spiders alongside Nolan's own hybridized DNA. A flurry of data zipped across the screen. Protein structures are locked into place. Cross-referenced gene markers blinked green one by one. Progress, 89%. 97%. 100%. Genetic match successful. Nolan exhaled. Finally. He hadn't just been experimenting on any spiders. These were genetically unique specimens carefully bred from Richard Parker's original prototype batch. Some were evolved for speed like jumping spiders. Others carried brute force wolf spiders. The deadliest were modified black widows. And from each, Nolan had extracted and edited the genes most suited to human augmentation. He had spent hours and days editing the spider embryos, using precision gene editing tools to induce specific mutations just before they began producing venom. Once the venom was present, any edits risked killing the host. Now, only one goal remained. From the final specimen, he extracted 2 precious drops of venom, stabilized it in a vibranium-tipped injector, and stared at the amber fluid. Let's see if it was worth the effort. He plunged the needle into a vein. Instantly, a searing coldness shot through his bloodstream, spreading like frost fire across every nerve. His vision swam. Then darkness. He felt weightless. Then unbound. Nolan's consciousness left his body, accelerating beyond light, pulled through something vast. A web. An endless, shimmering lattice connecting glowing orbs, each a universe. The Great Web. He stood floated in an impossible void, a space beyond time or material. The multiverse sprawled before him like a living tapestry. 3 colossal, humanoid shapes waited for him in the center of the web. Silent. Unmoving. And above them. A shape. It looked arachnid. A colossal, shadowy figure with countless legs curled beneath it. Its presence crushed him, not physically, but spiritually. Like gravity itself had a voice. "Curious little thief," it said. Then everything blurred. Nolan was falling backward, spinning through a kaleidoscope of stars, webs, and glowing worlds. Back in the lab. His eyes snapped open. He gasped. Was that the spider totem? He didn't dream that. He knew it. Felt it. He'd tapped into something far bigger than just a genetic upgrade. He had touched the source of spider-powered beings across the multiverse. And somehow, it let him go. Strange, he murmured. Why didn't it stop me? But his thoughts halted as a new sensation surged through his limbs. Power. He leaped off the lab stool. And landed across the room, perched on the ceiling. He grinned. Strength. Speed. Reflexes. His body now carried the precision of a spider. The durability of a super soldier. The raw power of Jessica Jones. He clenched his fists. Time to run some field tests. Chapter 64. Testing the power. The Oscorp training facility designed to stress-test weapons and enhanced individuals was quiet, save for the occasional crack of electricity. Max stood near a target rig, arcs of lightning dancing between his fingers. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a bolt screaming through the air, vaporizing the target in a flash of light. Behind him, footsteps. He turned and immediately straightened up. Boss. Nolan gave a brief nod, stepping into the room. You're improving fast. Max beamed. Professor Connors has been working with me. Said I need to push my capacity, absorb more current and release it faster. Like building muscle. Good. I need your help with something. Nolan's tone changed, calm but purposeful. I need to test my reflexes. Max blinked. You mean, you want me to shoot you? Don't hold back. They moved into the precision chamber. Max hesitated, raising his hand. Alright, but don't sue me if I fry you. The lightning sparked, then snapped outward like a fastball. It tore through the chamber straight toward Nolan. But just before contact. He moved. A fraction of a second early. Crack. The bolt slammed into the wall behind him. Again, Nolan said, already resetting his stance. Max didn't need to be told twice. More bolts followed. Dozens. Each one met the same fate, dodged with inhuman precision. Nolan's body weaved between them, a blur in motion. And Max? He was stunned. Okay, what the hell, he panted, feeling his energy draining. Boss, how are you dodging electricity? Nolan finally stopped, catching his breath. Spider sense, he said with a grin. Passive. Predictive. Combined with enhanced perception, it's like I'm seeing danger before it happens. Max blinked. So, this is the power of a real superhero? Nolan just smirked. That's the power of science. Next up, strength testing. They moved to the reinforced impact rig. A thick alloy plate, sensor-lined and capable of reading up to 50 tons of pressure. Nolan cracked his knuckles. If the data from his gene stack was right, Soldier Serum, Jessica Jones' enhanced physiology, and now Peter Parker's spider DNA, his baseline, he was terrifying. He swung. Boom. The plate vibrated. The screen blinked. 23.0 tons. Max's jaw dropped. Boss, you could flip a tank. Nolan tried the other fist. Same result. 23.0 tons. Consistent, he muttered. Good. He rolled his shoulders, nodding to himself. With my current flight capabilities, super strength, regeneration, and precog reflexes, there aren't many people on Earth who can touch me. Then his tone shifted, introspective. But I'm not done. The real breakthrough, Nolan knew, lay not in just power but precision. His next leap would come from cracking the decay formula of the genetic stability algorithm Richard Parker had devised. With it, Nolan could custom-engineer hybrid organisms that could serve as living mutagenic editors. Like the super spider had been for Peter. Once I finish this, Nolan murmured, I won't need random mutations. I'll design evolution itself. He looked up. At Max. The light bulb moment hit. Of course. He had a spy with a backdoor pass into Parker's world. Max, I need you to retrieve something. Max stood a little straighter. Name it. Nolan pulled up a photo on his phone, a battered, brown leather case. This belonged to Richard Parker. A company asset. Took it home before his disappearance. You'll find it in the Queen's residence address incoming. Max nodded. Get in. Get the case. Get out. You'll slip in as a current. Toss the case out before you leave. No confrontation. Max cracked his knuckles, static buzzing between them. Understood. Nolan grinned. You're not just lightning, Max. You're a scalpel. Let's go get our research back. Chapter 65, 65. Choose, death or obedience. The hallway lights buzzed faintly as Nolan descended into the lower chambers, the quiet, sterilized depths of Oscorp where failed experiments waited for their next purpose. Only two subjects remained, Logan and Jessica Jones. The former sat in the corner, half feral and hollow-eyed. His lower body had finally regenerated, but the man looked older. Worn down. The latter Jessica sat motionless. Eyes blank. A shell of the woman she once was. Nolan stepped into the chamber. Logan snarled, pressing against the reinforced glass. Back to watch your lab rats squirm. Nolan didn't respond. Logan had become background noise, valuable only as long as his regeneration remained uncracked. Until then, he could rot. He turned to Jessica. You have a choice, he said calmly, coldly. Swear loyalty or be discarded like broken hardware. Jessica didn't flinch. Didn't blink. Didn't breathe like someone who cared about breathing. Nolan sighed and turned toward the control panel. Let's jog your senses. With the press of a button, the chamber's ventilation sealed shut. A second command opened the emergency flood valves. Cold, sterile water began to pour in slowly at first, rising around Jessica's ankles. Then her knees. Her waist. Still, she didn't move. Not even a flinch, Nolan muttered. Impressive. Or just stubborn. The water climbed higher. Her lips quivered. Her breath hitched. Finally, the surface crested her mouth, then her nose. Jessica choked instinctively, sputtering and coughing, but still didn't beg. Didn't plead. Just stared at him through the rising current, her eyes glassy and dead. You'll drown, Nolan warned. And still. Nothing. Logan exploded from his corner, fists pounding the glass. You psycho. Let her go. But Nolan didn't even look at him. He watched Jessica instead, arms folded, mind calculating. She had been broken long before he found her manipulated by Kilgrave, drained of will. Her strength wasn't in her fists, it was in her spite. That, too, was fading. Jessica floated, fetal, suspended in a tomb of water. Moments passed. Then minutes. Her movements slowed. Her heart rate dropped. A final breath escaped. Silence. You still had a chance, Nolan said softly. And turned away. You bastard. Logan roared, voice raw. She wasn't your toy. She was a person. I don't need toys, Nolan replied without emotion. I need results. And Jessica hadn't delivered. In the lab upstairs, Connors glanced up as Nolan entered carrying a soaked, lifeless body in his arms. Jessica. Is she? Connors began. Gone. Nolan handed her off to an assistant. Cremate the remains. Increase the furnace to compensate for her cellular density. The assistant gulped and nodded. Jessica Jones, the first-named superhuman Nolan had put down, was incinerated without ceremony. There would be others. Status on Max's mutation? Nolan asked, wiping his hands and heading toward the biolab. Connors hesitated for half a second then returned to the data streams. His cells are hyperreactive. When I introduced even trace amounts of Phoenix Serum, his internal current rejected it entirely. Nolan frowned. So he can't be upgraded. He's perfect for electricity. But other enhancements might destabilize him. Fine. Shelf is the idea for now. Focus on Jessica's strain and see if we can isolate a weaker, safer derivative. Connors nodded. Got it. Also, about that other name, you asked me to reach out to. Dr. Otto Octavius. Nolan looked up. And? He's interested in our work. Says he's willing to collaborate. Good. We'll talk when I have time. There's one catch. He's short on funding. Barely keeping his research alive. Speak to Norman. Sell off a fraction of our stock. Enough to float Otto's projects and earn his loyalty. You sure? At this rate, Oscorp's valuation's about to hit the stratosphere. Nolan's voice was calm but firm. Money is a tool. Not the mission. Connors gave a slow, impressed nod. And Nolan returned to his terminal already mapping out his next step. Chapter 66, 66. News of Professor X, and Stark's resolve. 2 days later. The rain had stopped, but the sky over New York remained gray. Inside Oscorp's executive office, Nolan stared at the brass-trimmed urn resting on his desk silent, unmoving. The door opened. Max stepped in, slightly breathless, a folded piece of paper clutched in his hand. I got it, boss. Nolan stood, eyes still fixed on the urn. Were you seen? No. Not unless someone checks close and notices it's missing, Max said, handing over the page. Nolan finally looked up, took the paper, and scanned the formula written in a familiar, methodical scrawl. It was exactly what he needed. Good work. He didn't smile. Collect 20 grand from finance. Max blinked. 20. Thank you, boss. He caught himself staring briefly at the urn then looked away and left quickly. Nolan stood in place for a moment longer. Then moved. In the lab, Connors was already waiting when Nolan walked in, sleeves rolled, a fire burning behind his eyes. You got it? Nolan didn't answer. He just placed the formula on the table, opened his laptop, and began running simulations. Start prepping the lab. We're making Phoenix Serum version 3.0. Connors grinned, awed. Behind them, green lines streamed across the monitors matching genetic markers, simulating recombination models, and balancing volatile compounds. Elsewhere, deep in Oscorp's containment levels, Logan had been dragged from his cell. He looked worse for wear, unkempt and gaunt, but his eyes still burned with a familiar rage. You're going to pay for this, he growled. Nolan didn't look up from his screen. So. Xavier reached out. Logan said nothing. But the twitch in his jaw was all the confirmation Nolan needed. He clicked his tongue. Not that it matters. If the professor was back at full power, he wouldn't be whispering in your mind, he'd be knocking on my front door. Logan's silence was telling. Still time, then. Nolan tapped a command key. Start prepping the match tests. Let's finish what we started with Weapon X. Connors moved without a word. Elsewhere, Stark Tower. In the dimly lit war room of Stark Tower, Tony stood with arms crossed, eyes locked on a series of suspended holograms. Images flickered, a montage of brutal hits, silent assassinations, men and women falling to a ghost with a metal arm. Steve Rogers said nothing. Not exactly the innocent victim story you painted, Cap, Tony said bitterly. That metal-armed friend of yours. I've traced nearly a dozen kills to him. Executives. Senators. Entire families wiped out. He was brainwashed, Steve answered. Used like a weapon. Used? Tony snapped. He is a weapon. And from what I've seen, he wasn't just used, he was customized. He flicked his wrist, closing the death logs and pulling up a newsfeed from Oscorp. Norman Osborn stood at a podium. The headlines blared. Superhuman terror, Oscorp facility attacked. Was Captain America involved in unauthorized operation? Tony's voice turned icy. And guess who they're blaming? I didn't plan the op, Steve replied. We were following Fury's orders. I don't care whose orders, Tony shot back. You act like you're above the world. You're not. People died. Silence stretched. Steve finally said, the Avengers don't answer to governments. We act where we're needed. Tony stared at him. Then laughed bitter, hollow. That's your excuse. No oversight, no responsibility. Just good intentions and a pretty shield. He turned to leave. From now on, he said coldly, you clean up your own mess. Don't expect Stark Industries to sweep the blood under the rug. He paused at the door. And Rogers, if I find out you moved Barnes, if he even breathes without me knowing, I'll have Friday put a hole through his head before he blinks. Then he was gone. Alone in the silence, Steve Rogers exhaled a long, tired breath. And quietly clenched his fist. Chapter 67, 67. The hand signal, Madam Viper. Oscorp Tower, Executive Office. The doors opened without a knock. Tony Stark walked in like he owned the building, trailed by an ever-tense Happy Hogan, eyes constantly scanning the room as if expecting a bomb to go off. At the far end of the office, Nolan stood by the window, the Captain America shield propped against the wall beside him. Well, Nolan said with a faint smile. The great Tony Stark. To what do I owe the pleasure? Tony didn't answer at first. His gaze went to the shield. That, looks like something a friend of mine lost. Nolan glanced over at it, amused. I found it. If you're interested, Mr. Stark, I might be willing to sell it. After a little study, of course. Tony didn't rise to the bait. I'm not here for souvenirs, he said. I'm here to ask you, personally, to drop your suit against Steve Rogers. Nolan raised an eyebrow. That's unexpected. You, asking on Rogers' behalf. I'm not doing this for him. I'm doing it for what he used to stand for. Used to. Nolan chuckled. Mr. Stark, maybe you haven't noticed, but the age of hero worship is over. Rogers and his crew blew up part of my facility and endangered civilians. What they used to be doesn't matter. It was a tactical operation. Authorized. Authorized? Nolan stepped forward, his tone sharpening. And how many times has your little authorization left a crater in someone else's city, Sokovia? Lagos? New York? Tony stiffened. This isn't about past mistakes, he said. This is about preventing future ones. Nolan leaned back. Ah. The Hero Registration Act, then. Tony didn't deny it. I believe people with extraordinary abilities need accountability, he said. Just like anyone else. Records. Oversight. Safety nets. Nolan nodded thoughtfully. And who holds those records, Mr. Stark? Who oversees the overseers? Silence. I'm not saying you're wrong, Nolan continued. But you're assuming those records won't fall into the wrong hands. You assume every enhanced person is like you, wealthy, famous, publicly known. He stepped closer. Not everyone can afford to be unmasked, Mr. Stark. Tony frowned. You sound like Rogers. No. Rogers believes in freedom without boundaries. I believe in structure. Control. But not blind obedience. Nolan's voice dropped to a near whisper. Instead of folding everyone into a government-sanctioned cage, what if you created something better? Tony looked up. A global registry, of our own making. A network. A league. Not run by politicians. Run by people like us. Tony narrowed his eyes. You mean like a true superhero union? Exactly. Independent. Accountable. Transparent. And if you need funding. Nolan smiled. Oscorp is more than willing to invest. Tony turned, walking toward the door without a word. At the threshold, he paused. Thanks for the coffee, he said. We'll be in touch. Nolan watched him go, smirking. Hook set, he murmured. Now let's see what swims into the net. Minutes later, Nolan's phone buzzed. One message. Anonymous. No words, just an address. And a photo. A severed hand marked with a crimson tattoo. The hand. Nolan dialed. Claw. Send the payment. He looked at the shield again. That red-white-blue paint is hideous. We'll fix that. As he turned to leave, Norman Osborn burst in. Boss. We got intel from the agents we interrogated. Hydra? Yeah. From Japan. They were sent by Madam Viper. Nolan froze. Viper's here? Norman nodded. Looks like this world's folding in on itself. X-Men's Viper and Hydra's Viper, they're the same now. Of course, Nolan muttered. And let me guess, she's working with the hand. The address we got from our mole matches the location the hand just sent you. Nolan exhaled and smirked. Perfect. What's the plan? We hit them both. Two birds, one nest. Chapter 68. Transplanting regeneration. The message was simple, an address, a severed hand, and silence. Nolan paced in his office, staring at the image. Was she there to take me out, he muttered. Or does she have her own game? It didn't matter. He needed to go. Whether to retrieve the hand's mystic meditation methods or to drag Madam Viper back into a containment cell, either outcome would be valuable. But first, he needed to finalize the one piece he'd been chasing from the beginning, true, perfect regeneration. Phoenix Lab, Oscorp Underground. Inside a sterile lab chamber, Dr. Kurt Connors hunched over a tank, surgically precise fingers working under a microscope. Inside a reinforced containment unit, a mutated salamander squirmed. The creature wasn't ordinary, it had been genetically altered using Nolan's formula. Kurt was close. So close. Nolan stepped in behind him. Progress? Connors jumped slightly, then gave a small nod. Almost there. I'm running target mutations through the salamander's genome, using your decay formula as the catalyst. Nolan approached the monitor. On screen, genetic diagrams streamed past. Several markers flashed red. He scrolled down, tapped a few commands, and all the reds turned green. Kurt stared. You solved the last sequences? Nolan just smiled. They weren't that complicated. Connors muttered to himself. Genius. All this time, he prided himself on being one of the best biogeneticists in the world. But Nolan wasn't just talented, he was something else. A mind that saw through bioinformatics like it was kindergarten math. "Finish it by tonight," Nolan said, lifting the newly repainted shield now with a silver S emblazoned across the front. "I'll check in after I deal with this eyesore." Connors barely nodded. His gaze was locked on the complete dataset Nolan left behind. Hours later. Sweat beaded on Connor's forehead as he watched the salamander begin to heal from repeated, brutal incisions. He had torn it apart, cut skin, removed organs, and broken limbs. Each time, it regenerated faster than anything he'd recorded before. Better than Logan. He grabbed his phone. "Kurt Connors, message sent, it's done." Nolan returned shortly after, armor still half reinforced and carbon fiber tight beneath his coat, shield slung casually over one shoulder. "Show me." Kurt showed him the logs. The mutated salamander was now a living bioeditor, able to trigger and accelerate genetic modifications based on a subject's DNA profile. "This one," Kurt said, pointing, "is matched to me." "And now," Nolan said, "you inject." Connors nodded. He extracted the newly synthesized green serum and pushed it into his own veins. Within moments, he gasped. Not from pain but from relief. Old injuries, years of nerve damage from lab accidents, experimental burns, and joint stiffness are gone. Every cell felt like it was buzzing with life. He looked at Nolan, eyes bright. "It works." "Good." Nolan tapped into the system, uploading his own genetic blueprint. "Now modify one match to me." Connor selected a new specimen that was larger and more aggressive and began altering its genome accordingly. Before long, he handed Nolan a fresh vial of shimmering green liquid. Nolan didn't hesitate. He plunged it into his arm. A burning rush of power ripped through his bloodstream. His muscles clenched, bones resonated, and his skin flushed. He staggered but then stood straighter than ever before. He flicked a scalpel across his hand. The wound vanished in seconds. A drop of blood hit the slide. Under magnification, his regenerative markers danced across the screen more active than even Logan's. "You're not just healing," Connors said quietly. "You're evolving." Nolan nodded, eyes glinting. "Time is no longer my enemy." "Put Norman and Harry into the sequencing queue," he ordered. "We'll tailor the formula to cure their genetic instability and start distributing 3.0 prototypes immediately." Connors took notes. "Also," Nolan added, "label both the mutant salamander and the enhanced spiders as Class 1 strategic assets. I want full isolation protocols. No unauthorized personnel near them." "Understood." As Nolan watched the sample shimmer in the vial, his thoughts returned to Madame Viper and the whispers of the Hand's secret teachings. He was ready now. He had the mind. He had the body. Soon, he'd have the spirit. Chapter 69. Viper and Elektra. Norman and Harry slowly sat up on the lab's surgical tables, their bodies feeling lighter than ever before. Norman exhaled, glancing at Nolan with gratitude. "Boss, you've saved the Osborn family." The degenerative genetic disorder that had haunted their lineage was completely purged and replaced by regenerative genes. The pain they had lived with for years was gone. Even the effects of prototype number 2 paled in comparison to this. Harry stared at Nolan like he was looking at a god. Ever since discovering that Spider-Man was his classmate, Peter, he had fantasized about becoming a superhero, possessing extraordinary strength, agility, and the adoration of crowds. That was every young man's dream. But now, seeing Nolan, he understood what true power was. He didn't need powers from an accident, he created them with his own hands. He had the means to heal, to extend life. What else could you call that but divine? "There's no need for flattery," Nolan said calmly. "Just do your jobs well. I always take care of my own." He then turned to Dr. Connors. How's the data? Are the results consistent across different individuals? Connors nodded. Norman's regenerative rate is slightly lower than Harry's. It could be due to enzyme differences or overall physique. But boss, your healing factor is 3 to 5 times faster than either of theirs. Even as he read the numbers aloud, Connors swallowed, awed by the implications. After injecting Phoenix Serum, 3 into all 4 subjects, Nolan ordered tests on muscle and skin regeneration. Nolan's healing ability was simply abnormal. In the best possible way. Burn the data, Nolan ordered. And keep Phoenix Serum, 3 under wraps. We're not ready to defend it yet. The 3 men immediately nodded in unison. They understood, once the secret got out, billionaires and power brokers would descend like vultures. And without the power to fight back, negotiation wouldn't be an option. They wouldn't ask politely. They'd take it. If they couldn't take it, they'd start a war. Only strength commands respect. Even now, if black gold is discovered somewhere in the world, a certain country always shows up first, ready to claim it, no matter the cost. It was the same when Tony Stark announced he was Iron Man. He faced political pressure, corporate sabotage, and outright attempts to steal his tech. Eventually, he compromised by gifting the military a downgraded knockoff, the Iron Patriot. But even today, they still demand access to his Iron Man and arc reactor technology. Connors put Logan in cryostasis, Nolan instructed. I'll handle him later. Keep refining the Jessica serum. Then he turned to Norman. See if you can find a compatible host for the Daredevil serum, preferably someone who's blind. If that doesn't work, test the alternative designs I gave you. Understood, Norman replied, then added, Boss, that site you asked me to monitor. A few days ago, a convoy of trucks arrived. A lot of new personnel too. I kept a small team there for surveillance. Noted. I'll deal with it personally. Nolan looked up and shouted, Max. Norman reached for his phone, assuming Nolan meant to call someone. But sparks flared across the lab's security shutters. Electricity arced into the air, gathering and pulsing. Moments later, a figure took form in the center of the room, Max Dillon, crackling with blue energy. Get dressed, Nolan said. You're coming with me. Yes, boss. Nolan had sensed Max hiding in the electricity. His awareness, enhanced by spider sense and mental focus, had picked him up long before. Some called it a sixth sense. In Eastern mysticism, they might say, divine intuition. Westerners would call it enhanced extrasensory perception. It was likely why Matt Murdock advanced so quickly in his meditative training under Stick, becoming his most gifted pupil. This kind of mental strength amplified mystical disciplines like meditation to frightening degrees. Nolan had the potential, but not yet the method. That's why the hand's ancient techniques were his next target. Later that night, Hell's Kitchen, New York City. Inside a small, dimly lit apartment, 2 women sat facing each other. One had vibrant green hair, a striking, venomous beauty like a jungle serpent. The other, cold, silent, stood barefoot atop a closed coffin. Her black suit clung to a lithe, motionless frame. Her eyes, cold and dark, betrayed no emotion. It was Elektra, the resurrected weapon of the hand. You haven't made your move yet? Viper asked, narrowing her eyes. She hadn't dealt with the hand in a while, and now, to her surprise, its leader was this silent girl. A child in appearance, but not in presence. From the moment Viper saw her, she knew, they were the same kind of predator. The Sanctum's agents have reappeared, Elektra said softly. They're searching for something. If we act too soon, they'll interfere. Even the mission you contracted us for could be compromised. Viper's expression hardened. If you wait too long, he'll make the first move. And then you won't be in control. He's just another enhanced human, Elektra replied flatly. How many of those have the hand already brought down? Superman. Please. Against the beast, nothing stands. Her black eyes didn't flicker once. Viper stared deep into Elektra's face. She had operated in Japan for decades. She knew the hand's founders were 5 ancient beings who had lived for centuries, perhaps longer. Compared to them, even she was a child. But those 5 remained hidden in the shadows. It was Elektra, Black Sky, who ruled on the surface. The hand's power in New York had grown quickly, especially after Baron Zemo had destroyed most of Hydra's assets. But Viper hadn't brought her own people across the ocean. Instead, she turned to the hand. She needed someone to test Nolan, and, if possible, eliminate him. Discover what he was hiding. I'll remain here for a little while longer, Elektra said coolly. But when the time comes, I'll strike. Just be ready to deliver on your end. You'll have what you asked for, Viper replied. Chapter 70. On the verge. Unbeknownst to those inside the building, 2 figures stood atop a nearby high-rise, watching everything unfold. Max glanced at Nolan. Boss, I'm picking up movement all around the area, but I can't actually see them. What gives? It was one of Max's developing abilities, bioelectric perception. Over the past few weeks, he'd been training hard under Nolan's guidance to master his powers. Nolan hadn't asked him to leap straight to electromagnetism. First, he had to fully control electricity and then move toward generating magnetism from it. Electricity and magnetism went hand in hand, but Max wasn't there yet. Bioelectric sensing was his first step. Everything living with a physical body emits electrical signals. Nolan could feel them too. His hypersenses picked up faint heartbeats and soft footsteps, cloaked ninjas, almost certainly using hand techniques. It made sense. Their enemies, the Sanctum's underground operatives, had enhanced perception too. Stick, their leader, wasn't quite as insane as Daredevil, but still dangerous. They're hand agents, Nolan explained. One of our targets. They've got something I want. Try to keep some of them alive. Max didn't know who or what the hand was. But if they were enemies of his boss, they were his enemies too. Suddenly, multiple white-robed figures appeared on the ground. Leading them was an older man, cane in hand, baseball cap pulled low. Among the others, he stood out easily. Stick. The old man tilted his head, his shaded gaze turning directly toward Nolan and Max. Though his eyes were hidden behind dark glasses, his grip on the cane tightened, muscles and veins bulging. Nolan narrowed his eyes. Had he been spotted? He'd handed Daredevil over to Bullseye for elimination. That made Nolan an indirect accomplice in Matt Murdock's death. If Stick knew the truth, he'd undoubtedly come for blood. But how did he find out? Was it Kingpin? Bullseye? Nolan's eyes scanned the rest of the group. Before Daredevil had joined, the Sanctum Order only had 10 members. Nolan didn't follow that series closely, so aside from Stick and Elektra, he barely remembered anyone. Still, a few of them gave off distinct energy signatures, but he wasn't worried. Neither the Hand nor the Sanctum Order concerned him. With his current power level, they were just names waiting to be crossed off the list. Nolan's senses twitched. Someone else is here. His gaze shifted and there, on the street below, was a muscular man clad in a black and yellow combat suit. Nolan's expression darkened. Iron Fist. He recognized him instantly. A white martial artist wielding chi-based powers inspired by Eastern mysticism. Like Shang-Chi, but with a very different legacy. Kunlun is a hidden mystical city of martial power. So, Iron Fist's presence here made sense. His father was killed by the Hand. Of course, he'd show up if the Hand was moving something important. Chi. Nolan was curious. He wanted to study this so-called Iron Fist. Maybe even take it for himself. As for offending Kunlun, who cared? This was America. Kunlun was a world away. The hand had clearly gotten sloppy. Whatever they were guarding, it had attracted way too much attention. This is getting interesting, Nolan muttered. They must be here because of those trucks that showed up a few days ago. The Sanctum agents and Iron Fist had no reason to target the hand unless the hand had something very important inside that building. And now, they were on high alert. Dozens of ninja-like figures began emerging from the shadows, surrounding the perimeter in defense. Then, two figures stepped forward. Elektra and Viper. Well, now, this just got even better, Nolan smirked. So Elektra has been reborn. In the Marvel mythos, Black Sky, a being destined to be the vessel for the ancient demon known as the Beast, was considered a weapon of untold power. The Beast was an ancient, primal evil. Unlike Mephisto or Dormammu, its exact nature was never fully revealed in canon. But it held dominion over death, resurrection, and mystical transformation. The leaders of the hand were chosen to be vessels of the Beast. Nolan didn't know exactly how the 5 fingers of the hand connected to it, but this was his first brush with a truly mystical power source. His work in science didn't mean he was limited to tech alone. Even Tony Stark had built magic-powered armor. If mystic energy could be harnessed, Nolan intended to do it. Superman had one critical weakness: magic. That's why even when he was physically indestructible, he could still be controlled or injured by sorcerers. Not the stronger versions, of course, like Silver Age Superman, Golden Superman, or Cosmic Superman, but Nolan wasn't there yet. Right now, he was still a budget version. And if one day the Sorcerer Supreme came knocking, he refused to be helpless. Elektra must be taken alive. His intent must have been too obvious because Elektra, who'd been focused on the Sanctum Order and Iron Fist, suddenly turned her head. Those cold, all-black eyes locked onto Nolan's. In that instant, he saw a monster lurking behind them, something ancient and inhuman, watching him through her gaze. "That your target?" Elektra asked calmly. Viper followed her gaze and saw 2 silhouettes on the rooftop. One of them was Nolan. The other wore a dark, customized suit and hat, but his glowing blue face made him easy to recognize. "Didn't expect him to show up here," Viper muttered. "Let's finish this," Elektra said, her voice clear and sharp. A small smile tugged at her lips. "It seems, the gods are fond of him." Chapter 71. Shocking the Chaste. Suddenly, Elektra pointed toward Nolan and Max from across the rooftops. In the next moment, several ninja-like silhouettes leaped silently through the moonlight, landing behind them with barely a sound. The steel of drawn katanas gleamed ominously beneath the pale moon. Max instantly turned, placing himself between Nolan and the incoming assassins. Blue electricity rippled across his body. "Well damn, instead of dealing with Iron Fist or the Sanctum Order, they come after me first." Nolan scoffed. "You really are asking for death." "Max," Nolan said coolly, "leave one alive. I want to bring it back for study." "Understood." Max shot forward in a blur of electric blue. The ninjas barely had time to register his presence before their vision was engulfed in blinding arcs of light. Crack crack crack. Electricity exploded across the rooftop, sparking violently as shrieks of pain echoed into the night. The smell of scorched flesh and burnt leather filled the air. After charging up, Max's strength and speed spiked drastically. Though he couldn't yet travel through power lines or fully become lightning, his mobility far outmatched these trained killers. Their weapons, however, well forged, couldn't even scratch him. In a matter of seconds, all that remained on the rooftop were twitching corpses, most reduced to smoking husks. One lone ninja writhed on the ground, still alive. "Cleaned up, boss," Max said, returning to Nolan's side. "Good work," Nolan nodded. "You're getting the hang of your powers. All thanks to your training regimen." Nolan's gaze swept back toward Elektra. The battle had erupted in full. Hand ninjas clashed with members of the Sanctum Order and Iron Fist. Arrows whistled, explosions lit up the skyline, and even bursts of fire shot through the chaos. Clearly, the Sanctum Order wasn't limited to mere martial arts. As for Iron Fist, he fought like a street brawler, but his body was tougher than steel. He took blows head-on, powered by the inner chi that made him nearly impervious to weapons. "Target Iron Fist," Nolan ordered. "The big guy. I'll handle the other two." Max didn't hesitate. He didn't care who the man was. If his boss pointed, he'd move. That's what his mother had taught him, loyalty and gratitude above all. Then Nolan moved. Boom! The stone ledge under his foot shattered, and he launched forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was airborne. "Incoming!" Elektra called out, instantly sensing the danger. But it was too late. Before the Hands ninja reinforcements could react, Nolan had already grabbed Elektra by the throat and hoisted her into the air. Viper, standing nearby, erupted in clouds of green toxin, her form vanishing in a cloud of venomous mist. Running away. Nolan smirked, floating above the ground with Elektra in hand. He shot forward like a missile, slicing through the toxic fog, and seized Viper from behind by the nape of her neck. Viper twisted unnaturally, her spine contorting like a serpent's. "Didn't expect you to be this strong," she hissed. Suddenly, Nolan winced, pain shooting up his arm. Black venom had begun spreading from his hand toward his shoulder. But then his body forced the toxin out in thick black streams. "Interesting, you remind me of someone I once knew," Nolan muttered, unfazed. Viper didn't panic. She just smiled. And then Nolan noticed that her skin felt slick, her neck shedding layers like a snake. She was molting. A green flash burst from her collapsing body. From within, a spectral crown glowing and serpentine rose into the air, then vanished in a streak of green light. She had the crown of serpents. Nolan narrowed his eyes. Her body, once warm and alive, went limp and cold. Viper was dead. But her essence, her soul, had been taken. The crown must have been the source of her power, a conduit of the ancient chaos god Set. Like a totem or artifact, it granted divine might. Earth, as usual, was a magnet for cosmic anomalies. And it wasn't just the MCU anymore, this world was a hybrid of comics, film, and TV canon. That crown was very real, and now it was gone. "One target down," Nolan muttered. Still, the encounter wasn't a total loss. He'd learned something valuable about Viper. And she wouldn't be returning anytime soon. By the time she did, he would be even stronger. He looked at the other in his grasp. "Elektra. Wanna try escaping too?" She didn't answer, not because she wouldn't but because she couldn't. Nolan's grip around her throat was unyielding. She couldn't breathe, let alone speak. The Hand ninjas who had been locked in combat turned at once, charging toward their captured leader. That's when Elektra's body began to shift. Black mist began leaking from her skin, her body absorbing the beast's energy. Her strength surged. The darkness spread outward, not just enhancing her, but her followers too. Each ninja who inhaled the mist became faster, stronger, and more violent. "Now this is interesting," Nolan whispered. His brief frustration over Viper's escape vanished. So Elektra really was the vessel for the beast. A perfect subject for mystical research. He looked at the charging ninjas. Still holding Elektra in one hand, he blurred forward with terrifying speed. Boom! 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 Bodies exploded like overripe fruit, shattered mid-sprint. His enhanced senses and spider reflexes made dodging impossible. The ninjas, even empowered by dark chi, were insects to him. Their broken bodies rained down on the streets below like sacks of wet meat. "Impossible," whispered a chaste member, eyes wide in horror. "How can a human be this powerful?" Nolan didn't use chi, he didn't use magic. He wasn't relying on sacred weapons or training from monks. Just a raw, unstoppable force. Speed. Strength. Precision. He was no longer just a man. He was a force of nature. Chapter 72, 72. How about I kill one to prove it? While Nolan was tearing through hand ninjas like a force of nature. On the other side of the battlefield, Iron Fist was still trying to process what was happening. 1 second, he was being swarmed by assassins, and the next, they were gone. Then, before he could react, a figure appeared in front of him. No words. Just fists. Who the hell are you? Danny Rand shouted, blocking a sudden blow. He stared at his attacker, a man cloaked in shadows, electricity dancing across his skin, crackling in blue arcs. Electro? Danny asked instinctively. How do you know? Max snapped. If there was one thing he hated, it was being lumped in with second-rate nicknames. Danny narrowed his eyes, misreading the situation. You working with the hand? He raised his fists, channeling chi through his limbs, his body instantly hardening with mystical force. Nope, Max replied. Boss wants you alive. That's all I need to know. The two clashed. Though Danny's combat technique was leagues beyond Max's, the difference was elemental. Literally. Every time Danny got close, lightning surged through Max's body, forcing him back. The chi couldn't block the current, and the paralysis slowed him down just enough to put him on the defensive. Meanwhile, across the rooftop, Nolan was finishing what could only be described as a massacre. Though massacre suggested something gruesome or vengeful. Nolan's work was clinical, like a runaway train smashing through a wall of glass. Stick stood still, sensing each ninja's life snuffed out in rapid succession. Saint Fire, one of the Chaste's agents, trembled as he watched the slaughter unfold. He's not human. Even with all their training, all their tests and rituals, it didn't matter. Blood rained from above like crimson petals, and broken bodies hit the ground in a symphony of meat and bone. In under a minute, every hand ninja in the area was dead. Only Nolan remained hovering in midair like an executioner from the heavens. Anyone else wants to try? Nolan asked, holding Elektra up by the throat with one hand and smiling faintly. At his current level, every punch carried the force of a speeding train. Add his flight momentum, and it was more than enough to reduce any human body to a pulp. Even with Elektra empowering them with the beast's aura, they were still human. Just slightly tougher. In the end, they died like everyone else. The only threats Nolan considered worthwhile were the 5 fingers of the hand and the beast itself, should it ever manifest. But the beast was likely projecting its power here, not fully present. If it wanted to appear physically, it would have to answer to Kamartaj first. Elektra stared into Nolan's eyes, her pitch-black irises filled with disbelief. She'd been set up by Viper. Without hesitation, Nolan jabbed a small, needle-like device into her neck. Sleep it off, he muttered. It'll all be over when you wake up. Though she wielded the beast's power, Elektra herself wasn't that strong. A short burst of electricity surged down her spine, and she collapsed, unconscious. Nolan slung her over his shoulder like a sack and turned to face Stick and the remaining members of the Chaste. Though blind, Stick could sense everything with precision. As Nolan stared, the rest of the Chaste tensed. Stick, huh? Nolan said. Let me guess, who told you I was here? Bullseye? Kingpin? There was no doubt in Nolan's mind. Stick had looked straight at him the moment he arrived. And that reaction, emotional, angry, it wasn't just tactical. Stick knew. He knew Nolan was indirectly responsible for Matt Murdock's death. Despite their differences, Matt had been Stick's greatest student. His pride. And now he was gone. You're not gonna talk. Fine. Nolan shrugged. It didn't matter if Kingpin leaked it. All that mattered was what came next. He didn't care about the Chaste's morals. Or their grief. He had no interest in slaughter, only in what he could take. Power. Secrets. Weapons. I'm very interested in your secret techniques, Nolan said, grinning. So let's make a deal. Hand over the Chasteed's mystic training, and I'll let you live. It was a generous offer, in his eyes. He'd already gained a lot tonight, might as well grab the full set. No chance, growled Stone, stepping forward. You killed Matt and now you want our legacy? Stick's voice was calm but grief-stricken. You're a monster. Another agent trembled with rage, gripping his sword. He lunged, only to be stopped by Stick's staff. I don't like repeating myself, Nolan warned. Either hand over the knowledge, or join Elektra in my lab. His voice dropped in temperature. He couldn't understand why people resisted even when they knew they had lost. Whoosh! A sharp gust whipped through the alley. Look out! Stick shouted. Too late. Boom! Stone was slammed into the pavement with a sickening crunch. A boot landed hard on his face, crushing him down as Nolan stepped onto his skull, pressing with increasing force. Stone struggled, veins bulging, trying to break free, but Nolan's foot felt like a mountain pinning him down. The concrete cracked beneath him. Stick, Nolan said coldly, answer the question. He'd been impressed by Stick's heightened senses. The techniques the Chasteed used to develop them could help Nolan expand beyond his current range, maybe even reach Daredevil's legendary citywide perception. Still not talking? Nolan said. You think I won't kill you? How about I kill one of you right now just to make a point? Chapter 73, 73. Meditation Technique and Capturing Danny. Don't give in. The Chasteed has never feared death. Stone roared defiantly, his voice muffled from having his face shoved into the concrete. But Nolan only kept his gaze on Stick. He knew these Chasteed warriors were fanatics. He couldn't guarantee they'd cave over the life of a teammate. Besides, after what happened to Matt Murdock, there was no reconciling with the Chasteed. He was already their sworn enemy. Trying to negotiate was pointless. Maybe it was best to capture all of them and deal with the rest later. Unlike his past experiences with biotech and physical augmentation, Nolan had never worked directly with mystical forces before. With the Super Soldier Serum program, he'd been on solid ground. He understood biology and physics. But mysticism? That was a whole different frontier. He already had Elektra and was about to secure Iron Fist. Whether he needed the others was still up for debate. Even Stone with his hardened skin, flame, and his pyrokinetic, or feather with flight, all of that seemed secondary. What truly intrigued him was the meditation technique they practiced. It seemed to be the foundation of their powers. He suspected their superhuman abilities stemmed from this method of unlocking the body's latent potential. If he could acquire that system, it would be a major leap forward in his research into the mystic arts. Stick, ever perceptive, could tell Nolan wasn't bluffing. He watched Stone's head gradually sink deeper into the ground beneath Nolan's foot. Stick! Let's fight him now. Flame snarled, conjuring flames into his hands. Fight? Nolan laughed coldly. With what, exactly? He raised his foot higher, pressure building. I'll count to 3. If I don't get an answer, no one walks away. 1. You let him go first, and I'll give you what you want, Stick finally said. You think you can negotiate from a position like this? Nolan's voice turned icy as his foot pressed harder. 2. As he lifted his leg for the final stomp, Stick called out, Fine. But what if, you can't even learn it? Stick added. I don't fail, Nolan said without hesitation. There's nothing I can't master. The others in the Chasteed stared at him, stunned by his arrogance. Stick let out a short, bitter laugh. Even Matt, took nearly 6 months to grasp it. Then let me be the exception. Can you at least remove your foot first? Sure. Nolan eased off the pressure, allowing Stone to yank his head out from the pavement and retreat behind Stick, his bloodshot eyes fixed hatefully on Nolan. Stick exhaled, then began explaining. The meditation method we use, it's not just breathing. It's a discipline that unlocks the body's hidden reserves. The root of all our abilities. He knelt amid the ruins of the battlefield and began to demonstrate. Nolan listened intently. Stick explained how this method was derived from ancient hand teachings adapted, purified, and improved by the Chaste over centuries. Every member of the Chaste trained in it. It was the foundation behind their extraordinary senses, hardened bodies, elemental powers, even flight. Stick began guiding Nolan through the rhythm of the breath. Slow. Controlled. Deep. Then shallower. Then empty. It wasn't just breathing, it was alignment. The breath controlled the mind. The mind, the body. And emptying the mind was the true hurdle. Stick warned him it took months, sometimes years, to master. That's why members of the Chaste gave up their emotions. Emotional attachments got in the way of true detachment. But Nolan? He followed Stick's cadence effortlessly. His learning ability was monstrous. He adjusted his breathing rhythm within moments. As for emptying the mind, that was the easiest part of all. Stick had barely finished the first stage when he stopped mid-sentence. Because Nolan's breathing had already slowed to perfect rhythm. He had entered a meditative state. His body relaxed, and a strange stillness fell over him, like he had vanished into himself. Stick removed his sunglasses, stunned. The others stared wide-eyed. He mastered it. Just from a single demonstration. Starblade murmured. He'd spent a full year just learning the basics. But Nolan had entered the state in less than 2 minutes. Then Nolan opened his eyes. You can all leave. I'm in a good mood today, he said casually. Your technique's not bad. And for the record, Bullseye killed Daredevil, not me. I just handed Matt over to Bullseye and Fisk. If you're looking for vengeance, try them first. As he spoke, Nolan's voice remained calm, detached. He'd already memorized the breathing patterns. Every interval, every phase. His ability to focus, to detach from the world, allowed him to drop into a meditative state without effort. And in that state, something had changed. He could feel his body like never before. Every cell. Every muscle. He could manipulate their rhythm. Strengthen them. Densify them. It was like becoming his own biological instrument. This was just the beginning. He looked away from the Chaste and toward Max's fight with Iron Fist. Danny was clearly struggling. Despite years of training and the full legacy of Kunlun behind him, he was getting pushed further and further back by Max's relentless assault. Nolan gave the order. That's enough, Max, finish it. Lightning surged. Max released a burst of terrifying voltage. Danny's fists flared with golden fire chi manifesting into blazing strikes. Boom! Electricity exploded. Max was thrown backward. Danny stood his ground, trembling, barely conscious, but smiling. Had he survived? He watched as Max rose to his feet, completely unharmed. Danny collapsed, unconscious, in disbelief. Max dragged him over to Nolan and dropped him at his feet. Boss, target secured. Chapter 74, 74. The Hand's Relic, the Dragon Fossil. Stick gave Nolan a long, unreadable look. It was clear now Nolan no longer saw them as equals. Ever since he'd mastered the meditation technique, it was as if the handheld had no value in his eyes. Let's go, Stick muttered, stifling his frustration. The remaining members of the Chaste quietly followed their leader. But just before leaving, Stick glanced back one final time. Bullseye. Nolan pulled out his phone. Claw, is everything ready? All set. Then let them in. Moments after the call ended, several transport trucks rolled in through the compound gates. Claw jumped down from the lead vehicle, taking in the battlefield strewn with bodies. He instinctively swallowed hard. Nolan never held back. When he moved, it was catastrophic. The body count here was absurd. Take everybody back to the lab for dissection. I want these two locked in vibranium cuffs. There's also a live one on the rooftop. Secure and transport them as well. Understood. Search the building. The hand was guarding this place. There has to be a reason. Got it. And one more thing. Send a message to Kingpin. Tell him all his allies are dead and the Church of the Sacred Path is watching him now. You're really gonna be that direct? The only way they could have gotten wind of this is through him. He created the problem. Let him deal with the fallout. Copy that. The squad sprang into action, combing the site for intel while cleaning up the mess. While they worked, Nolan turned to Claw. When we get back, have your mechanical arm removed. You're getting the Phoenix Serum version 3. You finished it already? Nolan nodded once. Claw couldn't contain his grin. You're a damn miracle worker, boss. He had expected to wait weeks, maybe months. But Nolan always exceeded expectations. Max looked on, visibly envious. He knew what Phoenix Serum 3 meant. Nolan noticed. Your physiology's still unstable. The serum can't bond with your body yet. But once you master your power, immortality will be child's play. Those words lit something inside Max. Coming from anyone else, he'd call it a bluff. But coming from Nolan, he believed it. Claw eyed the glowing blue man beside him. He recognized Max Dillon. Electro was officially on the team now. They just hadn't crossed paths until today. Did you find anything on Luke? Some leads. Military archives. I've got my people talking to General Ross's team. We might get a DNA sample. Make it happen. And while you're at it, keep an ear out for any trace of the X-Men. Claw nodded. Also, word is 2 weeks from now, Wakanda's king is giving a speech at the United Nations. You got a team in place? Already assembled. Good. Nolan nodded. The heart-shaped herb still held potential. It could only be used once per person, but even once was enough to push the human body to its limits. In rare cases, it even led to visions of the Panther God. Minutes later, one of his men approached from the house. Sir, finding this locked in a biometric case must be important. Nolan took it and tore the lid clean off with a flick of his wrist. Password-locked cases were child's play to him. Not vibranium? Then it's just plastic with attitude. Inside was a polished wooden box. He opened it. A single ancient bone sat nestled in velvet. It looked like a fossilized spine segment. This is what the hand was protecting. He had only a surface-level understanding of the hand's origins, just the legend of the beast. But for someone like Black Sky to guard it, that meant it had to be tied to the 5 fingers of the hand. Or worse. Sir, there's also a sarcophagus. A coffin? He turned to see it, almost perfectly matched to Black Sky's frame. Lock her in vibranium cuffs. Seal her in the sarcophagus. On it. Sir, all bodies accounted for. What's left is charred beyond recognition, but the others are en route to the lab. These ninjas might be worth studying. Their physical enhancements and the beast's influence could reveal a lot. Good. Call the cops. Let them clean up the scene. 2 days later. Nolan sat cross-legged in his private office, practicing the Sacred Path's breathing technique. It was unlike anything else, less about brute enhancement and more about awakening dormant potential. The stronger your natural foundation, the more it is unlocked. It made sense now why everyone used this method. It wasn't a trick. It was a blueprint for greatness. Nolan felt it. His strength and his regeneration were rising. Jessica's powers were still a mystery. She hadn't even scratched the surface of her potential. And Logan, his healing had been compromised by the adamantium bonded to his skeleton. They had no way of measuring his true peak. But according to the data, Logan, at his strongest, could tank a nuclear explosion and live. Sure, it was an older generation nuke. But surviving it still meant something. It puts you in a league of your own. Just then, his phone buzzed. "Boss," said Connor's, voice crackling over speaker, "Logan's requesting a call." I thought he was already on ice. So did we. But the guy assigned to monitor the freezer blacked out right after reporting it. Nolan narrowed his eyes. "Send Max to get Logan. Tell everyone else to clear out. I'm on my way." Someone had moved fast. Was it the bald man? He knew what this meant. Logan had reached out. He'd bought himself a reprieve. Good thing too. If they'd dumped him into the ocean, no one would have found him for decades. Chapter 75. The Sentinel Program. Max had always been different. Unlike most, his brain operated like a conductor, shielded by constant electrical currents. It made him nearly immune to telepathic interference. Magnetic fields couldn't touch him the way they did others. By the time Nolan entered the lab, Logan was already thawed. He sat restrained in vibranium cuffs, unblinking eyes locked onto Nolan as he approached. But it didn't take long for Nolan to realize this wasn't Logan in control. It was Charles Xavier. Professor Xavier, Nolan greeted calmly, seeing right through the facade. They had never met in person, and yet, even from within Logan's mind, Xavier's presence was unmistakable. Despite his immense power, Charles Xavier was never feared for his strength but respected for his integrity. In every timeline, every universe, he was the kind of man people could trust. Still, Nolan wasn't the type to gamble on kindness. If Xavier had truly recovered to his full power, Logan would have never remained cuffed this long. "Nolan," Logan's voice said, though its tone was far too calm, almost paternal. "The elusive genius from the East. I've seen everything you did to him, through his memories." "You're studying mutants," Xavier stated more than asked. "I'm studying all forms of extraordinary power," Nolan replied, meeting his eyes. For a moment, he could see Charles's consciousness shimmering behind Logan's gaze. "You seem to know me." "I know more than you'd expect," Nolan said. "More than I should, perhaps. But you're too young to know that much history. There are always exceptions in this world. Like you. Like Eric. Like me." Xavier nodded slowly. "Fair enough. I'd wager neither you nor Magneto have regained full strength yet. So why risk showing up in front of me? The US government is still hunting you, aren't they?" Nolan hadn't expected Charles to take such a bold approach, possessing Logan to make contact. "We don't have a choice, Mr. Nolan. We need Logan." "For what?" "For the future of mutant kind. He's essential." "The Sentinel program?" So it was already happening. Nolan remembered somewhere around this time in the original timeline, Charles and Eric had reached out to Logan, warning him of the Sentinel's return. "You know more than I imagined," Xavier admitted, surprised. Nolan cracked his neck, the sound sharp and deliberate. "Let me guess, the government's still secretly developing Sentinels." "As far as I know, yes. The first-generation models were a challenge, but we managed. Still, they never truly shut it down. Not completely." "Then you know you can't let them finish what they started." "And why is that?" "Because the world's changed," Nolan said firmly, his voice filled with a quiet certainty. "I've studied enhanced beings and gathered data from countless cases. This world isn't just some cinematic crossover of superheroes and mutants anymore." He began pacing slowly. "I used to believe mutants and superhumans were two separate groups of mutants born with their powers, superhumans created by freak accidents or science. Jessica Jones and Daredevil from chemical exposure. Banner from gamma radiation. The Fantastic Four from cosmic rays. Tony Stark. Pure tech. Xavier listened carefully. But when I examined the mystic techniques, when I cracked the healing gene in Logan, I started seeing patterns. If the Sentinels rise again, they won't just be hunting mutants. They'll be at war with 90% of the powered population. That's a bold claim, Xavier said, though he didn't sound dismissive, more intrigued. You've studied X genes, Nolan continued. You know their activation peaks during childhood when genetic expression is most volatile. Correct. During early developmental stages. But here's what I think you missed: you've spent so long focusing on mutants that you forgot to consider the rest of humanity. You call it the X gene. A gene, Charles. You know as well as I do genes can be dominant or recessive. What if these so-called superhumans are mutants too? Just latent ones. Recessive carriers of the X gene, whose abilities only manifest through extreme catalysts: radiation, trauma, technological augmentation. Xavier froze. He hadn't considered that. Not really. But the logic was disturbingly sound. You're suggesting that the line between mutants and enhanced humans is thinner than we thought. Exactly, Nolan said. Your mistake was always starting from the assumption of difference. Mine was in assuming separation. But what if we're just looking at the same spectrum from different points of expression? Xavier furrowed his brow. That's an untested theory. No peer review. No sample size large enough for validation. Which is why I need more data, Nolan admitted. More X-gene samples. More enhanced DNA. If I can prove this theory, maybe we can end the war before it starts. Maybe mutants and humans won't need to fight over their future. If you're right, Xavier said slowly, then this changes everything. If I'm right, Nolan said, then mutants aren't a separate species. They're humanity's next step. And powered humans? Just part of the same evolutionary tree. Chapter 76, 76. A deal. If you can present more data to support your theory, Xavier said evenly, then perhaps I'll consider backing your research. But right now, you're grouping mutants and enhanced individuals under one umbrella, claiming it's all just dominant and recessive expressions of the X gene. I can't endorse that. His interest was clear, but so was his skepticism. I never expected your endorsement, Professor, Nolan replied calmly. Just a small concession. That depends. What kind of concession? I want to make a trade. I return Logan to you. In exchange, I need genetic material from you, Scott Summers, and Eric Lencher. Xavier hesitated. You can have mine and Scott's. He's my student, he'll listen. But Eric is different. He's a friend, not a subordinate. And he'd never agree. Stubborn as always. Principled, Xavier corrected. There's a difference. Fine. Then I'll take samples from Aurora Monroe and Bobby Drake instead. Xavier studied Nolan's face. Neither man backed down. After a moment, he finally said, all right. But only once. If you fail to extract what you're looking for, don't expect another opportunity. Deal. A rare smile crossed Nolan's face. So what if he didn't get Magneto's DNA? Cyclops, Storm, and Iceman offered more than enough. Cyclops, high-energy optical blasts. Storm and Iceman, elemental manipulation. With the right research, he could simulate superbreath, extreme thermal dynamics, and atmospheric control. All that in exchange for Logan? Worth it. Nolan never killed heroes for the sport. He used them. Just like he'd leveraged Matt Murdock. Had the Chaste approached him like Xavier had, he would have struck a deal with them too. I'll have the samples delivered, Xavier said. I expect you to hold up your end. I will. As the psychic link faded, Logan's posture shifted. His usual savage glare returned. Xavier was gone. "You're free," Nolan said. "You've got someone who still believes in you." Logan didn't reply. But Xavier had already shown him everything that was said, what was promised. He knew now wasn't the time to fight. Xavier had urged him to prioritize the future of mutant kind. Even if Nolan's theory proved right, outcomes could never be guaranteed. He had to regain his freedom and find Xavier and Eric. Nolan saw it. The caged wolf had been commanded to sit. Only Xavier could have done that. He tapped the intercom. "Bring Logan back to his holding cell. Restore standard living conditions." He was no longer a frozen specimen, he was a bargaining chip. Cryogenic containment was no longer necessary. "Boss. Black Sky and Iron Fist are awake." Kurt Connors's voice came through the comms. Nolan's eyes lit up. Perfect. This was his entry into the occult side of the world. He made his way quickly to the secondary lab. "Have you dissected them yet?" he asked on entry. Connors shook his head. "No, but we've drawn blood and begun preliminary scans." He handed Nolan the report. Nolan scanned the data and filed it away in his mind. Nothing unusual in Black Sky's blood. Some irregular red and white cell counts, but we haven't begun structural analysis. "Bring her in. I'll perform the autopsy myself. And fire up the electron scatter cameras, I want every detail recorded." He was deeply intrigued. The Hands God, the beast, wasn't just a myth. Even if Black Sky seemed weak, she was its chosen host. Any entity connected to demons couldn't be underestimated. Moments later, Black Sky was wheeled in, still sealed in her sarcophagus. Her pure black eyes locked onto Nolan. "You defile the beast," she growled, her voice distorted, no longer girlish, but guttural and grim. The sarcophagus likely served one of two purposes, either to restrain the beast's possession or to anchor its influence in the physical world. Nolan wasn't fazed. He raised his scalpel and made his first incision into her skin and muscle. "You seek to dissect a demon," she taunted, showing no signs of pain. "Try it. See what you find." She wasn't reacting to the lack of anesthetic. It was as if her body wasn't even hers. "Begin scanning for reactive cell responses under all frequency bands," Nolan ordered, eyes locked on the monitor. "You'll never understand the beast's power," she hissed. "But I can show you. Let me in. Let me possess you. Feel it firsthand. I can offer you power, magic, secrets of the unknown, immortality." "I already have all of that," Nolan said flatly. So her mouth shut. Norman Osborn stepped into the lab, suited up and ready. He'd rushed over, leaving Harry to manage Oscorp alone for now. Norman picked up the surgical thread and stitched her mouth closed with clinical precision. This beast, what if it functions like the Green Goblin persona? A kind of split identity? Psychological mutation? Norman mused. "Extract her brain tissue," Nolan ordered. "Connors, run every radiation test we have. Try every frequency and hybrid combination." Then, without missing a beat, he turned to the next table. "I'll begin dissecting Danny Rand. We need a comparison case." "Understood." The Iron Fist was wheeled and restrained but burning with defiance. "You know who I am?" Danny spat. "Oh, I know exactly who you are," Nolan said coolly. "CEO of Rand Enterprises. 66th Iron Fist. Thief of Kunlun's power." Danny scowled. Nolan stepped forward, eyes gleaming with conviction. "Now I'm stealing it from you." Chapter 77. Experimenting on Danny. For the past several days, Nolan had locked himself in the lab, running continuous experiments. And during those days, Danny Rand and Black Sky had endured levels of pain neither had ever known. Black Sky was manageable, she was just a vessel. The beast couldn't feel pain the same way. But Danny? He was human. Every shock, every incision he felt all of it. He had even tried to summon his iron fist multiple times. But not even that could break the vibranium cuffs restraining him. Meanwhile, Dr. Kurt Connors was calibrating the lab's scanning equipment, using every known light frequency to analyze the samples taken from both subjects. Then, it happened. "Boss, I've got something," Connors called out. He had discovered that beta radiation, specifically high-frequency electron streams, could illuminate a previously undetectable substance inside both Danny and Black Sky's cellular structures. What was once unseen had become visible under the right conditions. Nolan leaned in. "If it's observable, it's not from another dimension, it's just been hidden by our limitations." "Good. Begin the full analysis." He was fascinated. If this energy could be extracted or, better yet, replicated, it could become another tool in his arsenal. After all, the beast could mutate ordinary humans through sheer presence. And Danny's chi, the so-called Sholau energy, could amplify his body to supernatural levels of strength, speed, and durability. That meant these two powers likely operated on similar physical pathways. But chi had even more potential. It could heal, numb pain, sync minds, and even project consciousness. It wasn't just power, it was a multidimensional influence. And that's why Nolan had risked provoking Kunlun to capture the Iron Fist. Danny hadn't yet mastered his connection to Sholau. If he had, not even Max Dillon could have held him. Nolan remembered stories. In peak form, the Iron Fist could stop a bullet train with a single punch. Sholau. He briefly considered dissecting the ancient dragon itself just to see what secrets lay beneath its scales. But no, not yet. One step at a time. Apply targeted electric stimulation to his cerebral cortex, Nolan ordered. Connors placed a custom-designed neural helmet on Danny's head. It delivered controlled shocks to specific brain regions. It was a cruel tool but effective for reluctant test subjects. Nolan already had Danny's neural response map. He knew how to trigger the chi surge. A jolt of electricity to the right spot, plus a dose of adrenaline, and Danny's fists would ignite, glowing like molten steel, overflowing with raw power. "Aff! Who the hell are you people?" Danny roared, his body surging against the restraints. All his years of martial discipline, his training to endure pain, it meant nothing in the face of this kind of violation. He was Iron Fist. Kunlun's immortal weapon. The chosen of Sholau. Why? Why am I still this weak? I am Iron Fist. I am the defender of Kunlun. I am power incarnate. Suddenly, the dragon tattoo on his chest began to glow faintly, its wings spread wide. It wasn't just for the show. A flood of chi surged from deep within, answering his desperation. Danny welcomed it with open arms, channeling it instinctively to reinforce his limbs. Connor's monitors spiked. His energy output is climbing. Fast. Begin beta ray tracing, Nolan instructed. Track the energy flow through his nervous system. He wasn't worried. Not yet. "Max," Nolan called. A surge of static formed into a humanoid figure. Max Dillon stepped forward, composed entirely of living electricity. "Boss. If he tries anything, hit him with everything you've got. Don't worry about killing him." "Understood." Danny thrashed against the table, but it was too late. His body was acting on its own. He hadn't fully mastered the teachings in the Book of the Iron Fist, otherwise, he could have used chi to block the oncoming surge. But right now, he was vulnerable. "Confirmed," Connors said. "The dragon tattoo is acting like a battery, channeling chi across his entire system. Under beta radiation, the energy presents a red bioluminescent signature." Nolan ignored Danny's struggle. He focused on the cellular slides, on the muscle tissue, and on the animated nervous system model glowing across the digital display. A red pathway emerged as a chi circuit. "So it's like flipping a switch," Nolan murmured. Instead of manually controlling every cell, the user just activates a circuit like a fuse box. That's Nolan's method. But only those with the right traits, combat prowess, spiritual focus, and chi compatibility could complete the circuit. No wonder the Iron Fist mantle was so rare. What a waste. The truth was, Nolan wasn't interested in being Iron Fist. He was more interested in what made Sholao's power tick and how to extract it. Redirect the chi to my body, he said. That's the next step. I want to see if I can absorb it. Sholao itself was still too dangerous to engage. But the power? That he could take. Stun him. I need his system suppressed. Yes, sir. Max placed his hands on Danny's restrained arms. His entire electrical charge flowed into Danny's body thousands of volts. The chi-enhanced skin withstood the first few seconds, but then the energy overwhelmed it. The current ripped through Danny's organs, scorching every nerve it touched. The lab was filled with the smell of ozone and singed flesh. Nearby metal instruments began vibrating, drawn toward the energy vortex forming around the experiment table. Danny let out a final scream and then everything went dark. His body collapsed. Unconscious. Chapter 78, 78. Experimentation and Control, Bonus. Using the same techniques he had used on Danny, Nolan began applying his experiments to Black Sky. But he quickly realized that the beta radiation had to be adjusted. Different energy levels were required to observe different forms of mystical energy. The power of the beast, he found, registered several levels lower than the chi of Sholao. This demonic energy, it's erratic, Nolan muttered. It spreads unevenly, more like static discharge than a directed current. It dissipates far more quickly than the chi used by Iron Fist. More importantly, it seemed to converge in specific regions of the brain, notably Brodmann areas 1, 2, 3, 41, and 42, the sensory and auditory processing centers. Norman Osborn, gloved and ready, stepped forward with 2 milky white vials. Those regions? That's exactly where the neurological mutations occurred when the Green Goblin serum took hold. He paused. In other words, this demonic energy can distort perception, hallucination, split personalities. It could easily spawn a secondary consciousness. Post-mortem analysis on those hand ninjas we dissected shows the same brain damage, Connors added. Frontal lobe aggression, increased impulse activity. Norman nodded. His obsession with second personalities had only deepened since his transformation into the Green Goblin. He studied them endlessly. Nolan reviewed the reports and nodded. Good. So theoretically, the Goblin antidote could help neutralize this demonic energy? In theory, yes. But it'll take many trials to be sure, Norman said. Let me handle that end. You two keep working on Jessica and Matt. Let's see when we can produce a Daredevil and Jessica Jones army of our own. Understood. With the occult research now moving forward, Nolan could focus on solving it himself. All he needed was a way to manipulate or channel the powers of the Beast and Sholao. Black Sky remained silent during the discussion. Once Norman and Connors left the lab, the demon spoke. That human, the one who spoke just now, carries the scent of Mephisto. He's been tainted by demonic influence before. Green Goblin, Nolan replied coolly. So that's your signature: neurological deterioration, psychic suppression, cellular degeneration. It's not that complex. He began adjusting the lab systems. Every energy-conducting machine in his facility had been redirected to this room: magnetic generators, lasers, plasma coils, thermal disruptors. The Beast couldn't hear Nolan's reasoning, he didn't understand science. But he knew Nolan's intent. You think you can control demonic power? The Beast laughed. Impossible. Only demons can wield it freely. It's beyond your kind. Is that so? Nolan smirked. Science isn't about tools, it's about understanding. It's about finding rules, unifying them, and bending them to your will. If I can observe it, I can track it. If I can track it, I can control it. He activated a high-frequency thermal field. Heat energy. Waves of brutal heat surged from the magnetic emitters and blasted into the dissected organs on the slab beside him, Black Sky's tissue, now fully exposed. You're wasting your time. Let me out, the beast offered again. Together, we could rule this world. With your mind and my strength, nothing could stand against us. But it was a bluff. Bound by a sarcophagus and vibranium restraints, the beast couldn't do anything. He hadn't yet fully merged with Black Sky. Her consciousness still lingered, hidden deep within. Once she was gone, he would have full control. But for now, he was trapped because of Nolan. Once I complete the fusion, the beast snarled, you'll be the first one I destroy. I'll show you pain, true pain. The energy in the tissue began to stir. The heat had triggered it, if only momentarily. Nolan raised an eyebrow. Heat. He shut down the thermal field and switched to electrical discharge. As the current surged into the tissue, the demonic energy began to tremble again. Not pain, he murmured. Dissection. He watched the electromagnetic readouts carefully, then turned to laser manipulation. Nothing. No response. The beast cackled. You said if it could be seen, it could be controlled. But look at you, grasping at straws. You'll never understand demonic power. Not without magic. Nolan ignored him and switched the field to magnetics. That's it. He said suddenly. Electromagnetism. He made the connection, the thermal field was generated by a magnetic coil, which had also interfered with the energy. Electric currents also generate magnetic fields, and those, too, had triggered a reaction. Now he ran a full magnetic sweep, escalating through different field strengths and wavelengths, applying them to tissue samples from Black Sky, Danny Rand, and even the hand ninjas enhanced by the beast's power. His fingers flew across the keyboard. One screen logged readings. Another mapped nervous system response. A third registered biofeedback. Multiple datasets streamed in simultaneously. He was running them all in parallel. The computer stuttered under the data load, but Nolan manually corrected its processes mid-run. Then, finally, a formula emerged on screen. S equals H asterisk theta slash D asterisk C. It wasn't just a theory, it was a formula. A scientific equation for manipulating mystical energy. Even the Chi of Shou-Lao had responded to it. So this is your great invention, the beast sneered. Nolan didn't respond. He fine-tuned the algorithm and adjusted the input frequency based on bioluminescent feedback from the samples. Zap. The generator roared to life. A powerful magnetic field surged through Black Sky's body. Instantly, the wild, scattered demonic energy was pulled into a single focal point, contained. What? What did you do? The beast's voice shrieked in panic. He had just been cut off from the power he controlled. Nolan exhaled and smiled. Containment achieved. He looked up calmly. Demonic power is overrated. Chapter 79, 79. Extracting Shou-Lao's Chi, what a waste. The beast's panic came too soon. Nolan calmly moved his equipment into place as the demonic energy, still confined by the magnetic field, began circulating inside Black Sky's body under his direction. What are you doing? How are you severing my control over the demonic energy? The beast howled, panic lacing its voice. Because of the mages in Kamartaj, the beast couldn't descend to Earth directly. Its only option was a projection, possessing hosts via rituals, channeling its power into carefully prepared vessels like Black Sky through the hands worship and blood sacrifices. And that possession came from one thing, demonic energy. You're a monster. The beast growled. If you had simply let me in, we could have ruled this planet together. His voice dripped with venom and regret. From the moment the beast laid eyes on Nolan, it had sensed overwhelming potential. His body, terrifyingly, had perfect compatibility with demonic energy. But instead of becoming a host, Nolan had caged it, and worse, dissected it. The beast couldn't understand it. How could such a frail human harness such control? Even the sacred path, its longtime thorn, was only made up of exceptionally skilled fighters. Now, here it was, reduced to a lab rat in someone else's experiment. On the screen, Nolan watched as the previously chaotic demonic energy condensed into a tight black sphere under magnetic compression. It was forcibly ejected from Black Sky's body, caught neatly by a waiting containment chamber. The orb hovered inside a reinforced glass box as automated arms encased it in a specially designed magnetic shell. With a flick of a switch, the internal magnetic field surged. The swirling mass of darkness began to ripple and pulse like ink in water. Even the surrounding air chilled. Nolan's spider sense twitched, a rare thing. That black sphere could pose a real danger if mishandled. Next, let's talk about Sholao's Chi, he murmured. Giving this power to Danny Rand? A complete waste. He turned to the restrained form of the Iron Fist. Bring him in, Nolan said. Danny was rolled into the room, already furious. The moment he laid eyes on Nolan, he shouted, "You've made an enemy of Kunlun." "Nice, I'll be paying Kunlun a visit soon," Nolan replied coolly. "What do you want now?" Danny sneered. "Trying to steal the Iron Fist. Countless people have tried. But without Sholao's blessing, that power will never be yours." "Iron Fist," Nolan sighed. Always with the prophecy talk. Even after years of spiritual training, Danny was still burdened by the white savior complex, convinced he was destined. It wasn't erased by wisdom. Just masked by it. That same belief had made him powerful, but also laughable. If Nolan succeeded, Danny would be obsolete. A broken relic. And Kunlun. Once Nolan held the power, no one could take it from him. Let him be the 67th Iron Fist, then. Who said Kunlun got to decide? Anyone who holds Sholao's Chi is the Iron Fist. Nolan got to work, ignoring Danny's screams. He began feeding magnetic fields through layers of bioconductive gel, watching how Chi reacted under different levels of interference. Compared to demonic energy, Sholao's Chi was in a league of its own. It wasn't just body enhancement, it was a toolset. It could heal, protect, amplify, and synchronize the body and mind. Much more sophisticated than the beast's crude power. Nolan's fingers blurred over the keys, screens awash in pulsing green code. Thousands of readings flooded in. And then, he found it. A magnetic field is 15 times stronger than the one used to contain demonic energy. 15 times. This could affect human tissue, Nolan muttered. Sholao really was on another level. He looked over at Danny, bound and glaring. This dragon's gift wasn't just mystical, it bordered on divine. And yet Danny had squandered it, relying on instinct, improvisation, and brute force. His version of Chi's mastery was barely refined. Just a street-level brawler with divine tools. If Nolan had access to this power, he'd reach Danny's level of control in 3 days. Let's begin. What a waste of potential. He turned the dial. The electromagnetic field surged to the maximum. Equipment began to tremble. The lab's foundation buzzed with unseen power. Danny's body tensed violently. The sheer pressure of the magnetic field affected his brain, his thoughts fractured, his vision pulsed with static. Then, something shocking happened. His chi surged on its own. It flowed beyond his conscious will, spilling across his body, drifting from its natural path. The dragon mark on his chest ignited in a blinding glow. Nolan's eyes narrowed. Instantly, he engaged the siphon systems. Streams of brilliant white energy, pure chi, burst from Danny's core, flowing like rivers through the air and into reinforced containers. Danny screamed. The pain wasn't external, it was internal. The chi was being torn from the marrow of his bones, stripped from the deepest wells of his soul. Nolan moved quickly, activating additional collection units. The chi was flowing faster than expected. And the volume? Remarkable. He watched the tank fill with swirling white light. The potential locked inside Danny was staggering. All that power, wasted. Danny Rand, the so-called immortal weapon, couldn't even tap into a fraction of it. In raw potency, he dwarfed Black Sky. And yet in the original timeline, he was trading punches with street thugs. Chapter 80. A successful experiment, the Demon Army Blueprint. Finally, it's done. Nolan hadn't left the lab for days, standing watch as Sholao's chi was continuously extracted under a stabilized magnetic field. Now, he observed Danny's chest. The iconic dragon mark had all but faded, leaving behind only a faint outline of wings scorched into his skin. This idiot was controlling power this vast, scoffed Black Sky, her voice carrying the shocked tone of the beast inside her. Only now did the beast realize what kind of force the Iron Fist truly wielded. All this time, he dismissed Danny as nothing more than a martial arts zealot with a glowing fist. He hadn't expected Kunloan's so-called immortal weapon to house a force that rivaled divine power. No. He wasn't controlling it, Nolan corrected. He was being assisted. In the source material he'd read, Nolan remembered many had tried to steal the Iron Fist's power, and most had failed. Not because the power was inaccessible, but because they couldn't control it. The truth became clear now. Those faint wing-shaped burn marks. Likely a safety lock implanted by Sholao itself, a metaphysical regulator. The chi inside Danny's body was like a dam's reservoir. He was merely the valve. Without a properly sized outlet, the overflowing power would burst through and destroy the vessel. That's why most hosts either imploded or went mad. But with enough control or the right tech, you could bypass the damage. Which means, strong magnetic regulation is the key, Nolan muttered. Sholao's chi wasn't absorbed into the body, it overlaid it. Like a reactive energy source, not intrinsic fuel. He could create a wearable field device, perhaps even a portable version of the magnetic ring he used on demonic energy. The challenge, however, was figuring out if chi had to flow through Danny's original neural circuit to function, or if any pattern could be programmed for amplification. Connors, Nolan called, I need new test subjects. He paused. Preferably Hydra's super soldiers. 2 days later. Nolan massaged his temples as he studied the effects of demonic energy on enhanced humans. 3 Hydra super soldiers had been captured, each one rare and dangerous. Originally meant for testing the Dissecting Serum, Nolan had reassigned them to this latest phase. He figured they'd survive either way. The first subject stood in a reinforced observation chamber. On his finger, a custom-built demon ring loaded with a dose of demonic energy. Once unlocked via fingerprint scan, the ring's internal magnetic field would disengage, flooding the subject's body with demonic energy. 1 dosage unit equals 1 magna surge, Nolan noted aloud. It was his new term, a measurement scale for mystic energy manipulation. The base unit? The first extraction of demonic power from Black Sky. 2 magna surges were enough to drive a super soldier into insanity. 1. Probably enough to shatter the mind of an average person. Nolan had been siphoning energy from Black Sky constantly, enough to nearly drive the beast into isolation. The creature had never imagined someone could scientifically weaponize demonic power. The more Nolan extracted, the weaker the beast's connection to Black Sky became. Its hold was slipping. Let's make a deal, the beast offered in desperation. Physical augmentation is the most basic application. With my knowledge, rituals, sigils, esoteric geometry, you could become unstoppable. Nolan gave him a bored glance and ignored him. You don't barter with devils. Not when you know exactly how they lie. The beast gritted its teeth. You'll regret this. It wasn't used to talking to a human without discovering a flaw, some desire, some ego, something to exploit. But Nolan had none of that. He didn't lust for shortcuts. He didn't wish to skip steps. And without a weak spot. The beast had nothing. In the lab, the first test subject began violently convulsing. The demonic energy had reached his brain, untethered. Too unstable, Nolan noted. For the remaining 2 subjects, he applied custom-built magnetic collars, designed to suppress demonic energy from reaching the cerebral cortex. As he activated their rings, the energy surged through their bodies, but stopped short of the brain. Their muscles twitched, their eyes dilated, but they didn't fall into madness. Just raw power. Amplification. Controlled enhancement. Success, Nolan said, watching the energy curve ripple across their bodies. The collar's field regulation works. Each collar could be adjusted dialed precisely above 1 magnasurge. At that level, the energy couldn't breach the brainstem. Which meant he could mass-produce demon soldiers. Nolan stretched, pleased. This wasn't just about demonic energy anymore. Any external force that altered physiology, chi, radiation, or even mutant genes could be field-regulated like this. He waved to his assistant. Shut off the ring on the first test subject. But the man didn't calm down. Still mad. Nolan frowned. Irreversible neurological decay. The corruption couldn't be undone once the demonic energy touched the brain. That made the first exposure point the most critical threshold. Tell Norman to dissect Subject 1. Upload the brain scans to the database. On it, the assistant said, wheeling the man out. I can't believe you actually did it. The beast murmured. You created a system, without magic, that can weaponize demonic energy. He sounded broken. Nolan turned, pulling out a device, his latest prototype, the demonic transformation unit. No. I created a method anyone can use. He looked at the beast, coolly. Just because you haven't seen it, doesn't mean it's impossible. Chapter 81. Sunspot. A ring and a chain-style magnetic collar. The earlier magnetic collars Nolan had developed were purely for testing, no aesthetics required. If they looked like dog collars, so be it. But if Nolan was going to wear one himself, it needed to look presentable. The chain design was sleek and, more importantly, capable of regulating energy up to 5 magnasurges. Now it was time for a personal trial. He wanted to experience the demonic amplification directly. The energy scaled with the user, and the more magnasurges funneled in, the stronger the effect. Right now, Nolan could punch with 20 tons of force unassisted. He wanted to see what would happen with demonic energy added to the mix. He tapped the ring. A surge of molten-like heat radiated from his palm, flooding his body with overwhelming power. He felt it instantly, every muscle charged, every synapse humming. He nodded with satisfaction and stepped into a private testing pod near the lab, smaller than the training chamber, but outfitted with a compact alloy force gauge. With no preparation, he threw a single punch. Boom! A deafening bang echoed across the chamber. The readout lit up, 30 T. 1 magnasurge gives about a 5-ton boost. If I push to 5 surges, I'm easily hitting 50 tons. Not bad, Nolan thought. Especially considering this was just demonic energy. But it wasn't the real prize. His gaze shifted to the giant containment tank of Sholau's Chi at the lab center. That was the real game changer. The demonic energy was just a tool. A sidearm. The Chi was a divine arsenal, one Danny Rand had barely scratched the surface of. But how do I structure a flow circuit inside my body? He hasn't moved to experiment with it yet. Chi followed precise meridian pathways inside Danny. Unlike demonic energy, it didn't just flood the body randomly. It had order. Direction. Intent. Science always begins with replication. Don't change too many variables too soon. Strong magnetic fields could restrain Chi externally, but using it internally was another challenge entirely. Nolan wasn't going to risk anything without a modeled internal route. And it wasn't like he could casually generate magnetic fields from inside his body. Magneto and Max Dillon were outliers. Magneto's powers were born from traumatic awakening, not formal study. Max? Before getting powers, the guy was a powerline repairman. He barely understood voltage, let alone how to direct electromagnetism consciously. Neither of them had engineered internal magnetic flow circuits. As Nolan leaned back in his chair, brainstorming potential solutions, Connors's call came in. "Boss, there are some people here. They say they're from Xavier. They've brought the samples, and want to see you in person." Charles Xavier, huh? So the DNA samples were finally here. I'm on my way. Nolan trusted Charles at least enough to believe he wouldn't try anything underhanded. He had Black Sky and the now useless Iron Fist wheeled back into containment before changing into a clean lab coat and heading for the Oscorp HQ lab. He replayed Xavier's timing in his head. By Charles's account, the Sentinel program had begun. That meant this was roughly around the end of the Wolverine timeline, just before Days of Future Past would have kicked in. Which also meant Mystique was probably already captured by the US military. Her DNA would be the breakthrough that led to adaptive Sentinels. Bolivar Trask had created the prototype Sentinels, sure, but they were limited. Once Mystique's shape-shifting gene was added, the Sentinels became monsters capable of mimicking even Omega-level mutants like Iceman and Magneto. Of course, Nolan thought, that was only possible because those Omega mutants never fully tapped into their potential. Too many powers. Not enough brains. But if Days of Future Past hadn't been triggered yet, then Apocalypse was still waiting beneath the sands of Egypt. This raised a new question. Would this timeline continue as is, or shift once the past was altered? Or, could Nolan intervene himself? His thoughts raced as he arrived outside the office door. Before entering, he checked the security cam feed on his phone. Inside the office, seated with Norman and Max, were four unfamiliar individuals wearing distinctive uniforms. Storm. Iceman. Beast. And a fourth man dark-skinned, wearing a suit, and clearly Latino or South American. For a split second, Nolan didn't recognize him. Then a name flashed in his mind. Sunspot. Target identified. He pushed the door open, smiled warmly, and entered. "Welcome, X-Men," he said with a polite nod. Everyone in the room turned toward him. "You're Nolan?" Aurora Monroe asked, surprised. She hadn't expected someone so young, or so sharp-looking. Charles had described him as a brilliant mind, but nothing prepared her for the presence he carried. Nolan's eyes, however, locked onto the fourth man. Sunspot. He hadn't expected to see him here. In Days of Future Past, Sunspot had already been part of Xavier's inner circle, battling Sentinels head-on. Seeing him here made sense. But it also complicated things. Because unlike Pyro or Human Torch, Sunspot absorbed solar radiation to grow stronger. That was something Nolan very much wanted to study. A solar-powered bioreactor, right in front of me. The temptation was strong. But he didn't act. His deal with Xavier had only included Storm, Iceman, Cyclops, and Charles's genetic samples. Trying to grab Sunspot now could damage everything he'd built with Charles. Not yet, he thought. Soon. Especially now that Charles was regaining his powers. Hostile actions wouldn't go unnoticed. And if Nolan crossed the line, he'd hear Charles's voice in his head before nightfall. No, this wasn't the time to burn bridges. This was the time to build the foundation. Chapter 82, 82. Logan's Rage. Sorry. Only one chapter today. Nolan had arrived at a delicate moment in the timeline. Because of the looming threat of the Sentinel program, the once divided mutant factions had temporarily united. Otherwise, it would have been easy to manipulate one side and capture the other. A shame. If Sebastian Shaw's body were still around, I wouldn't even need Sunspot's ability. Not that it mattered. Nolan had multiple avenues toward becoming stronger. Solar absorption was iconic, one of the most powerful traits of Superman-esque figures, but for him, it wasn't a necessity. There'll be time to study Sunspot later. Focus on what's already on the table. Where's Logan? Ororo Monroe asked, her tone sharp. She already knew the plan. This trip was about trading back Logan. She never imagined someone could capture Wolverine, let alone hold him. It had been years since anything like that had happened. Nolan's attention finally drifted from Sunspot, landing squarely on Ororo. The professor told you the deal, right? Nolan said flatly. So, where's the package? He swept his gaze across the team again. Iceman. Sunspot. Storm. Beast. Power and brains, well-rounded. Beast narrowed his eyes and held up a metal briefcase. We need to see Logan first. Once he's here, we'll hand this over. Fair, Nolan said. He motioned for Norman Osborn to retrieve Logan. Norman quickly left the room, while Max, ever cautious, remained tense. His senses warned him just how potent these mutants' biosignatures were. All except the blue-furred scientist in the back. By the way, Dr. McCoy, Nolan said casually, have you abandoned your work on the mutant suppressant? Truth be told, Nolan had always been curious about Beast's X-gene inhibitor. It was a dangerous weapon. If its effects could be generalized, it could be used against any enhanced individual with physical mutations. You know about that? Beast blinked. Before they left the mansion, Xavier had told him, Nolan might be as intelligent as you. Possibly more. And the theory he presented about Chi, mutation, and enhanced evolution? It had shaken Beast to his core. If Nolan's theory was correct, then everything Hank had built his research upon was fundamentally flawed. Of course I know, Nolan said with a small smirk. I dug through your archived papers with Xavier. Some were sealed, but with the right channels, I got access. He didn't mention that General Ross had handed them over in exchange for access to Oscorp's regenerative sprays and tech. You've got talent, Dr. McCoy. But you're chasing a shadow. You're not wrong, but your framework is. Hank looked intrigued, but Ororo quickly interjected, cutting off further discussion. Now was not the time. Still, Nolan smiled. If you're ever curious, feel free to email me. It's listed on Oscorp's main site. Beast started, but Ororo glared. Now was definitely not the time. Just then, Norman returned, pushing in a mobile gurney. Logan was strapped down, unconscious, his body covered in white scars and needle punctures. His limbs were locked in 4 separate magnetic cuffs. An oversized restraint hugged his waist. His skin was pale. Lips dry. He looked exhausted and abused. What the hell did you do to him? Ororo snapped, voice trembling with rage. She had a history with Logan, romantic, in some versions. She knew his healing factor well. These kinds of scars only appeared after massive trauma in a short period. Nolan glanced over at Beast. You've seen Logan. Now, I believe I'm owed the samples. Beast looked at Ororo. She clenched her teeth, glaring at Nolan. She wanted nothing more than to summon a lightning storm and blast him into atoms. But Xavier's words echoed in her mind. If Nolan's theory is true, it could redefine our place in the world. Give it to him, she muttered. Beast opened the case. Inside were 4 vials, each carefully labeled with the donor, Charles Xavier, Scott Summers, Ororo Monroe, and Bobby Drake. Good. I trust Charles enough not to tamper with them, Nolan said. He tapped a control panel on the side of the gurney. Clank 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 clank. The restraints were released all at once. And in that very instant, Logan's eyes snapped open. Die, you cold-blooded devil, he roared. With a bestial growl, 3 adamantium claws burst from each hand, slashing forward at blinding speed. But Nolan had already moved, 2 steps back, just enough to evade the strike. His right thumb brushed across his ring. Demonic energy surged through his body. His muscles swelled. Power flooded his nerves. He launched forward like a predator. Boom! The air cracked with a sonic burst as Nolan's fist shot forward, enhanced by chi, demonic force, and his own strength. The punch landed squarely in Logan's chest. Boom! The impact rocked the entire room. Guh! Logan's body folded in half at the waist, then went airborne like a cannonball. The force of the strike turned the air itself into a wall. It exploded outward, shaking every fixture in the room. What the hell? Logan! Everyone froze. Logan smashed through Norman's desk, barely slowing down. Crash! He kept flying, straight into the office's bulletproof exterior window. Crack crash. The reinforced glass shattered like sugar, shards spraying across the room as Logan plummeted toward the city streets below. Logan! Ororo shouted, leaping toward the opening. Without hesitation, she dived after him, lightning already crackling at her fingertips. Chapter 83. Genetic samples acquired. The outside wind howled through the shattered window until Aurora Monroe re-entered the building, clutching Logan in her arms. You, she growled the moment her feet touched the floor. Logan's body was limp, his entire frame seemingly reduced to jelly, his muscles soft, bones unresponsive. But within moments, his body began to regenerate, bones knitting, tissue reforming. His healing factor kicked in automatically, restoring what had been shattered. He landed on his feet, his chest heaving with rage, eyes locked on Nolan. You're a devil, Logan growled. One day. I'll get you myself. Nolan calmly deactivated his demon ring, withdrawing the surging power within. Smiling as Logan spat his threat, he replied casually, I could use a new test subject. If you get captured again, we'll see if your beloved professor still comes running. The rest of the X-Men formed up. Bobby Drake radiated cold mist from his hands. Sunspot's skin darkened into obsidian, solar heat rippling off his body. Ororo hovered in the air, her irises glowing white, with storm winds swirling around her like a halo of fury. But Max Dillon, now pulsing with lightning arcs, was already bracing for a command. One signal from Nolan, and he'd unleash hell. Even Norman Osborn wasn't idle, he discreetly pressed a button beneath his desk. WHRP thup thup thup. Outside the broken window, 4 military helicopters rose into view, miniguns swiveling toward the mutants inside. You sure you want to do this? Nolan asked, his coat billowing in the wind. At the very least, Beast dies first. Ororo's white eyes glared down at him. In her mind, Professor Xavier's voice echoed gently. Ororo. Bring them back. Now is not the time to fight Nolan. But Professor. I said no. Nolan is not our enemy, at least not yet. Xavier's tone hardened with authority. Ororo slowly allowed her powers to fade. Her pupils returned. The wind calmed. She dropped to the ground and stared daggers at Nolan. We're leaving. As much as it pained her to retreat, Xavier was right, now was not the time to provoke a new war. Fine, Beast muttered, rubbing his sore neck. He knew they could have done damage, but not without casualties. Sunspot and Iceman hesitated but eventually followed her lead. The room dimmed as their powers receded. Logan stood last, still trembling with rage, but a voice in his head, Charles again, warned him not to escalate. They left. Nolan watched them go in silence, unreadable. Once they were gone, Norman approached. "Sir, why not take them down now? I had the Reaper Corps ready on standby." Norman had no idea of the X-Men's full potential. To him, it was simply a numbers game. "We wouldn't win," Nolan said flatly. "And except for Logan, they're not our enemies." He exhaled slowly. Despite his growing strength, the pressure in his chest hadn't eased. Not yet. If Ororo had truly let loose, a focus tornado could have flattened the Oscorp building. Still not strong enough, Nolan thought. He knew letting Logan go would draw the X-Men's attention. But he needed that regenerative gene not for power, but for survival. In a world of gods and monsters, immortality was his insurance policy. He turned to the case in Norman's hands. Inside were the genetic samples of Storm, Iceman, Cyclops, and Xavier. Iceman and Storm would be used to enhance pulmonary functions, replicating superbreath abilities. Cyclops' optic blasts would be studied to fuse with his ocular pathways. And Xavier's DNA? Insurance against future telepathic attacks. Even a weak expression of his power would create a new tier of mental defense. Even watered-down versions of these powers would elevate Nolan to a whole new class. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, Wilson Fisk sat in his penthouse office, puffing on a cigar. Across from him stood Madame Gao, seated politely with a faint smile on her face. Behind her, two short, robed Asian men stood silently, their eyes sharp and wary. "Mr. Fisk," Gao said with a measured tone, "we've lost something valuable. I'd like your assistance retrieving it." Fisk's brow furrowed. Bullseye stood quietly behind him, silently assessing how to kill Gao in one shot. "I can't help you," Fisk replied. "You were responsible for the delivery," Gao said, her voice still pleasant. "We signed an agreement. You were to ensure it reached us safely." Fisk ashed his cigar with a dry chuckle. "I moved the shipment. That was the extent of my obligation. I delivered it to your people, the Hand. Our agreement ended there." He recalled the reports. The Hand's facility had been slaughtered. Bodies everywhere shattered, not sliced. It wasn't ninjas or mutants. It was brute force. Inhuman strength. Fisk had his suspicions. All signs pointed to one man. Nolan. Madame Gao's gaze sharpened. "You control Hell's Kitchen. The artifact was lost on your turf. As our ally, you should help us recover it." "Was that Alexandra's idea?" Fisk asked coolly. Gao nodded slowly. "Yes. And the others agree. All 5 of us want that item back. Because it wasn't just Black Sky they had lost. They had also lost the Dragon Bone. Black Sky could be replaced just a matter of time and money. But the Dragon Bone? That was their source of longevity. Their life extension. Without it, their wealth and power meant nothing. And whoever had taken it had done so with unfathomable strength. Even Black Sky, merged with the beast, hadn't stood a chance. Now, desperate, the Hand had come threatening their own allies. They knew it would fracture the alliance, but they had no choice. The Dragon Bone was irreplaceable. Fisk stared at her for a long moment, then finally spoke. "Nolan." Gao's eyes narrowed. "Nolan," she repeated. "You mean Superman?" Chapter 84. The Hand returns with more samples. Several days later. Even at night, Oscorp Tower remained lit like a beacon. Inside, Nolan rubbed his temples. After days of observation and testing, he had finally cracked the preliminary sequencing on the mutant DNA samples delivered by Xavier's team. Due to only having blood samples, certain genome fragments were incomplete. But that didn't matter. He didn't need perfection, only potential. Cyclops and Storm's X genes were relatively straightforward. But Xavier and Iceman, their genomes are exponentially more complex. Their genetic structures had hundreds more anchor points, with compound links that would take most scientists years to unravel. But Nolan? He was nearly done. He sat before his screen, launching the genetic modeling software originally refined from Dr. Richard Parker's notes, layered over the template of the enhanced spider genome. Because Xavier's gene influenced neurological function, Nolan decided to save it for last. For now, his priority was Storm and Iceman's genes, particularly isolating segments that could enhance pulmonary output. As tempting as it was to wield elemental weather control and cryokinesis, too many abilities would cause internal competition. Even with his body's adaptability, Nolan knew how important internal synergy was. Otherwise, he might as well have spliced himself with Max Dillon and called it a day. Cyclops, however, was simple. His optic blasts originated from his eyes. If Nolan could splice the gene directly into his optic nerve genome, the ability could be naturally housed there, no conflict. Point 1, switch adenine to guanine. Thymine to cytosine. Point 2, apply 32-degree torsional shift, cleave purine triplets. Point 3, fold structure at 180 degrees. Nolan muttered endlessly, his hands flying over the keyboard at inhuman speed. Each simulated change required mental reconstruction of chemical reactions, structural fold patterns, and future permutations. Gene editing wasn't like snipping a wire. It was a biochemical ballet involving CRISPR enzymes and viral carriers delivering highly targeted payloads into specific loci, targeted mutation by precision chemistry. And Nolan wasn't working on one point. He was manipulating the entire gene chain, mapping, simulating, and adjusting it faster than most GPUs could keep up with. His brain processed calculations with surgical precision. His fingers blurred, creating phantom images over the keyboard. If not for the reinforced military-grade keyboard, it would have been destroyed by now. Finally, he loaded the spliced gene fragment into the test subject, a genetically modified spider, one from the same strain that gave Peter Parker his powers. Under the electron microscope, the spider's DNA mutated rapidly, transformed. The hybrid DNA now bore the complete signature of Cyclops' optic gene. But the original spider genome was too compromised. The recombinant strain was incompatible with spider physiology. The spider convulsed violently inside the containment box. Its exoskeleton twisted and collapsed. Within seconds, its internal tissues liquefied into sludge. Nolan wasn't fazed. He extracted the organic slurry with a needle, carefully filtered it, and produced a vial of lime green serum. He placed a drop under a high-magnification scan. Green-tinted data flooded the screen. This was a success. To Nolan, all processes led to one of two outcomes, 1 or 0. If you understood every variable, then failure became impossible. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, silhouettes flickered across rooftops surrounding Oscorp Tower. Small, agile figures dressed in black ninja uniforms moved like shadows. The hand had returned. Their leader muttered something in hushed Japanese. The rest responded with a whispered, unified, "Hey," before dispersing into the night. Their mission had two goals. Rescue Black Sky. Recover the dragon bone. The leader clutched a strange stone in his hand, a mystical locator that glowed brighter the closer it came to the dragon bone. But first, they needed to infiltrate Oscorp. And they had strict orders. Don't alert the Superman. The one who flipped a jeep with one hand. As they slithered through vents and shadows, deep in the tower, Nolan paused mid-keystroke. More guests. The breathing was quiet. Very quiet. But thanks to his training in the sacred path breathing arts, plus the heightened senses from the spider genome, Nolan detected them. Their stealth was impressive, almost undetectable. Only hand ninjas moved like that. He'd been trying to get their mystical body training secrets from the last captured ninja, but even after 4 days of torture, the man refused to speak. Well then, guess I'll be collecting more samples tonight. He reached for his phone. Max. We've got intruders. Bring the undying core and infrared scanners. On it, boss. Atop Oscorp Tower, a blue bolt of lightning exploded into the sky. Max Dillon stood floating above the roof, electricity crackling at his fingertips. He now understood enough about electromagnetism to generate anti-gravity pulses via friction-charged polarity under his feet. It wasn't flight, not yet. But he could hover. It was early-stage magnetokinetic propulsion, but it meant Max had entered a new tier. Where most scientists still used iron rods to detect magnetic fields, Max could see them. He couldn't control them yet, but Nolan had a plan for that. Max grinned. Because for the first time in his life, he wasn't just a freak. Nolan had never treated him like a monster. He gave Max a purpose. A mission. And anyone who threatened that would face the wrath of the Electro. Chapter 85. Look into my eyes. A series of enhanced soldiers burst out of Oscorp Tower, each one a product of Phoenix Serum 2.0. While version 3.0 did exist, it was classified, expensive, and still undergoing refinement. Mass-producing it would risk exposure and financial collapse. Version 2.0 was good enough. As for General Ross, Nolan already had plans to supply him with a limited tier, version 3.0, a weaker strain. The true version, that stayed in-house. He'd already learned that people's bodies reacted differently to regenerative genes, adaptability varied. But he possessed the spirit of evolution. His body integrated everything with precision. Surprisingly, Dr. Kurt Connors, who once tested the lizard serum, adapted better than even Norman Osborn or Harry. Still, all of them, regardless of tier, were vastly stronger than the early 1.0 and 2.0 test groups. For Nolan's undying core, Phoenix 2.0 was more than enough. Above the battlefield, Max Dillon wore a pair of high-tech goggles. Through them, he saw every living being's bioelectric signature like glowing silhouettes. His enhanced vision streamed back to Oscorp's mainframe, feeding targeting data directly to every undying soldier in the field. It didn't matter how good the ninjas were. The hands' techniques were built around suppressing sound, heartbeat, and breathing. But bioelectricity? If you were alive, Max could see you. Inside the hands' infiltration unit, panic was setting in. How do they see us? Their leader growled as waves of Oscorp's enhanced soldiers charged directly toward them, ignoring shadows and stealth. They fought in coordinated trios, each striking with brutal purpose. Thunk. Katanas flashed from their sheaths. Cold steel met modern firearms. But the soldiers didn't flinch, they had trained for this. With surgical timing, they drew their pistols and fired in unison. Gunshots lit the battlefield. Modern gunslinging met ancient swordplay. American Iaido versus Japanese Iaido. Clang. 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 Bullets deflected off flashing blades, sparks flying. The hands' assassins advanced swiftly, one closing the gap to his target, Andy, a lead soldier under Claw. Andy wasn't special when he enlisted. He had cancer. Terminal. He volunteered for the Phoenix Initiative to escape death. Now, he was reborn. His cancer had reversed. His cells regenerated constantly. He was stronger, faster, harder to kill. And he was loyal, because Nolan had given him his life back. Andy kept firing, aiming for vital points, unflinching as the assassin's katana deflected every shot. The ninja, Kamigawa Shinjin, one of Madame Gao's elite, closed the distance in a flash. His blade sliced across Andy's throat, fast and clean. To him, it was over. No one survived that strike. No one ever had. He turned to attack the next soldier. Click. Going somewhere? A massive hand grabbed his shoulder. Kamigawa turned in horror. Andy. Alive. Not only alive, uninjured. Blood had barely dried before the wound vanished. Andy grinned coldly and emptied his pistol into Kamigawa's back. Bang! 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 Each shot blew through muscle and organs. Even the most conditioned hand warrior couldn't withstand high-caliber bullets and internal trauma. "Why aren't you dead?" Kamigawa gasped, collapsing. "Guess," Andy smiled, touching his now pristine neck. "Capture the rest alive," he shouted. "That's Dr. Nolan's order." "Yes, sir." Inside Oscorp's main lab, Nolan wasn't watching the battle. He had just injected the Cyclops gene. His eyes burned. The heat was spreading, radiating from his pupils like furnace coals. Just then, the lab door opened. A tall figure stepped inside, shaved head, bullseye tattoo on his forehead. Bullseye. "So Fisk is working with the hand now?" Nolan muttered. Bullseye smiled. "Call me a mercenary, Doctor. The hand pays well. Just hand over what you stole, and we'll walk away civil." "Boss," a voice called from the surveillance room. "There's a tank blocking the corridor, bullets bounce off him." "Some kind of armored freak." Nolan glanced at the screen. "Rhino? You're all in on this, huh?" Apparently, the hand had emptied their checkbook tonight. Shing! A throwing knife flashed across the room. Nolan tilted his head. Thunk! It scraped past his ear and embedded in the wall, hard enough to crack reinforced steel. Bullseye blinked. "You dodged that?" He was stunned. No one had ever dodged one of his projectiles. Not even Daredevil. "Look at me," Nolan said softly. Bullseye met his gaze. His eyes glowed crimson. Foosh! Two searing beams of concentrated red energy erupted from Nolan's eyes, vaporizing everything in their path. Cyclops' optic blasts perfectly replicated. Superman's heat vision, Marvel style. Chapter 86. Rhino's Rampage. Bullseye had never seen anything like it. He'd sensed something was wrong. The red glow in Nolan's eyes had triggered every survival instinct honed through years of being a world-class assassin. But his body just couldn't react in time. Fwoom! A searing beam of energy tore through his chest, melting muscle and shattering bone. The wound was cauterized the moment it was made. No blood, just burnt tissue. Then came the force. His body slammed into the wall, caving it in. He hit so hard that he left a dent. And then, Nolan simply tilted his head. Swish, SHK. His laser vision arced cleanly, severing Bullseye's head from his body. The head hit the floor with a dull thud, still frozen in shock. No blood. Just scorched, sealed flesh. Wilson Fisk's prized weapon was gone in an instant. Nolan stood over the body, his eyes slowly dimming. "Not bad," he muttered. "Still not quite Superman's heat vision. But it'll do." Unlike Cyclops, Nolan didn't need visors or restraint mechanisms. His neural pathways weren't damaged. He had perfect control. What's more, he was already experimenting with trajectory shifts, rotating beams, and even controlled detonations. Cyclops was always underrated, he said. The real problem was that the X-Men roster had too many overpowered members. Meanwhile, outside Oscorp, a red blur bounced across the plaza, flipping over cars and dodging pillars of concrete. "Hey, big guy. Back again?" Peter Parker shouted, grinning under his mask. Charging after him was a gray-skinned behemoth, with a massive horn jutting from his forehead. "Rhino!" He roared and crashed into a wall, obliterating it on impact. Norman Osborn and Dr. Connors ducked behind a column. That wall was reinforced concrete. Connors muttered. "This brute's force output must be near 70 tons in a full charge." 70. Norman winced. Nolan's gonna want him alive for study. Rhino rampaged forward again, demolishing another barrier as if it were paper. But this wasn't his arena. Confined corridors, narrow angles, everything favored Peter. With his spider sense and agility, Rhino simply couldn't catch him. "Get down here and fight like a man." Rhino bellowed, eyes bloodshot. Ever since he got this invulnerable body, people feared him. Now, for the third time, this damn wall crawler was playing games with him again. Peter hung from a ceiling pipe and called out, "Third time's the charm, huh, Alexei? You really don't learn." His plan was simple: wear Rhino out, lure him to Oscorp's power grid substation, and fry him using the supercharged electric eel tank Nolan kept below. Peter dodged another charge and flipped backward. Click. Nothing came from his web shooter. Crap, forgot to reload. Rhino saw his chance. He charged the horn down, full steam. Peter leaped, barely clearing the incoming brute, and launched a web from his other wrist to slow Rhino down. The web snapped. Too strong. Too fast. Holy. Peter somersaulted mid-air, landing against a far wall. "You two done yet?" A calm, commanding voice echoed across the battlefield. Boom. A figure crashed down from above like a meteor, slamming shoulder first into Rhino. The ground trembled. Walls cracked. The plaza erupted in dust and debris. It was like watching two bulls colliding at full speed, raw power versus raw power. They held in place, muscles bulging, locked in a violent struggle. Rhino grunted, pushing with everything he had. Nolan pushed back. "Now!" Nolan barked. Peter's eyes widened behind the mask. Holy hell! Nolan's as strong as him. Chapter 87. Rhino, secured. The moment Nolan gave the word, Peter snapped out of his awe. What was left of his web fluid hissed from his launcher, splattering thick, reinforced strands around Rhino's legs. The specially formulated adhesive hardened the instant it hit the air, locking Alexei's feet to the floor like poured concrete. Wrath! Rhino roared, trying to charge, but he couldn't even budge. The behemoth toppled, shaking the ground as he hit the concrete like a felled tree. Peter swung down nearby, chuckling. "That's game, big guy." He flicked his wrist, prepping to call in the police, but a hand rose to stop him. "Nolan." "No need," Nolan said, already stepping forward. "This man broke into my company. He's my responsibility." Peter blinked. "You mean, not prison?" Nolan didn't answer. He pulled out a handful of silver, nail-like projectiles and flicked them through the air. Thunk thunk thunk. Each embedded deep into Rhino's skin with sharp hisses. "Ha!" Alexei snarled. "My skin's invincible, idiot. You think some needles." Wham! The micro-injectors had vibranium tips, sharp enough to pierce tanks. They drove straight into his nerves, releasing a cocktail of near-pure ether into his bloodstream. Alexei's world doubled, tripled. Then, blackout. Peter looked between the unconscious Rhino and Nolan. He hesitated. After all, Nolan was his boss. The man had taken a chance on him and respected him. But Peter had stopped Rhino. Didn't that count for something? Then Nolan turned and met his gaze. "Spider-Man," he said calmly. "Do you believe I'm wrong to keep someone who broke into my company? Someone who was clearly here to steal our research?" Peter hesitated again. That wasn't wrong. And technically, yeah, Alexei had smashed through private property. People were working late in the building. If things had gone just a little differently, someone could have died. Still, it felt weird handing him over to someone, not the police. Peter swallowed, trying to think of the right words. "I mean, I kinda helped minimize the damage." Nolan raised an eyebrow. "Minimize," he repeated. "You broke at least 8 walls and collapsed a staircase." Peter glanced around. Yikes. The place was a wreck. He opened his mouth to speak again, but Nolan cut him off. If I were you, I'd leave now. Before I find out who you really are and file a lawsuit. Peter coughed awkwardly, lowering his voice a notch. Yeah, cool. Thanks for the talk. Then, in typical Parker fashion, he sprinted across the room, straight through a broken window. Aw. Crash. He really just jumped. Nolan muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. No webs and still jumped. Behind him, Connors and Norman approached. What do you want us to do with him? Connors asked, motioning to the unconscious Rhino. Forget sedation. Cut his motor tendons, Nolan said flatly. No regeneration. I want him compliant. Just then, a burst of blue lightning crackled outside, and Max Dillon, aka Electro, phased into the room. Boss. Mission complete. 7 down. 15 captured. Nolan smiled. Excellent. Go to payroll and collect your bonus. Max blinked. I don't need a bonus, sir. He stood a little straighter. I'm the head of Oscorp security now. This is just part of my job. Nolan nodded with quiet approval. How's your mother? She's doing better. Less moody lately. Good. Nolan watched Max leave, satisfied. A soldier is loyal not out of ideology or guilt but by choice. Max didn't care about justice. He just wanted respect. And that was much easier to manage. Later that night, Nolan returned to his lab, dragging Rhino's limp body behind him. He passed Bullseye's scorched remains and kicked the decapitated head out of the way. I'll deal with you later. Then he paused. His gaze shifted to the sealed case containing the dragon bone. The piece of skeletal remains that once belonged to a divine serpent. Soleil's Chi, Nolan whispered, dragon's breath. He knew it wasn't a coincidence that this artifact radiated Chi identical to the Iron Fist. Maybe this was the key to mastering its full potential. But there was too much to study: demon physiology, Chi-based martial arts, gene fusion theory, mutant biology. Even his mind had limits. Where can I find more minds like mine? He wondered. People like Octavius, Beast, Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom is too risky. A name popped up on his screen. Otto Octavius. Time for a meeting, Doctor, Nolan said, eyes gleaming. He looked at the dragon bone once more. Then shut the case. Chapter 88. Dr. Octopus joins the team. The following morning, Osborn Enterprises once again dominated the headlines. Osborn Tower bombed. Again. The media was ablaze with coverage. This time, Norman Osborn took to the airwaves, criticizing the superheroes for failing to protect the public's property, despite profiting from taxpayer funds. He went on to claim that superheroes should not be idolized, they were simply people with extraordinary abilities. The general public, Osborn argued, needed to stop viewing them as saviors. Norman's really pushing it, huh? Barton muttered, watching the broadcast from a secure location. Does he really think we need him to protect us? Falcon asked, adjusting his glasses. This only made sense if Norman's political agenda was trying to gain leverage amidst the Superhero Registration Act mess. Rogers grimaced. This whole split Iron Man and the pro-regulation side versus Captain America and the anti-regulation side, it's dangerous. And now that Superman is involved with Tony Stark, things are going to get more complicated. He turned his attention to a more personal matter. Did you hear? Tony met with Nolan. You mean Nolan, the one running Osborn? Falcon said, eyebrows raised. What's Tony up to now? All I know is that Stark's pushing for full oversight of superheroes, Rogers said, balling his fists. If that means Nolan's part of it, then I'm worried about what happens next. In Osborn's laboratory. Meanwhile, Nolan was deep in conversation with an unshaven scientist, his deep focus lingering on a new research direction. "Dr. Octavius, you're seeing the pattern, yes?" Nolan asked, his eyes scanning the screens filled with data. Dr. Otto Octavius, known as Dr. Octopus, nodded, flipping through the data, his eyes wide with excitement. "Dr. Nolan, I had no idea you were so versed in neurophysiology and atomic physics," Octavius marveled, impressed by the breadth of Nolan's knowledge. Nolan merely smiled. "Understanding the mechanisms of neural transmission and the integration of exoskeletal extensions are just the beginning," Nolan responded, calmly flicking a switch. "What you need now is precise microsensors and responsive actuators. I've already mapped out some Zeta Ray's exoskeleton data and cross-referenced it with your previous attempts." Octavius eagerly accepted the materials Nolan handed him, diving into the research without a second thought. "I've been struggling with this issue for years," he said with awe. "But this could work." Nolan observed quietly, noting how the brilliant scientist was already immersed in the information, as expected. He had no doubt that Dr. Octopus could accelerate the development of the mechanical arms of his tentacles, which had already fascinated the scientific community. "I'm sure you've encountered a similar issue before with mechanical appendages," Nolan said. "But this new data allows for perfect integration between biological tissue and machines. What you're trying to do is not merely enhance the body's movement, but expand the neural system itself." Otto raised his brows. "You know about my project involving the merger of machine and man?" "Of course," Nolan said. "I've already looked into your past research. That's why I want to offer you something more." He turned, presenting a set of corporate documents. "Osborn Enterprises is ready to fund your next big step. I'm opening a new department, Artificial Intelligence and Engineering. And I want you to be second in command." "Second in command?" Otto asked, brow furrowing. Nolan's smirk was unshakable. "Yes, because I'll be the CEO of this venture. But I believe your intellect can take this project to the next level." Otto's eyes lit up with curiosity. He hadn't considered it, being a chief engineer under a company that offered practical resources. And the idea of having a solid budget was tempting. "I'll join," Octavius said, his voice resolute. A new addition to the team. Later that day, the tension outside Osborn Enterprises had reached a boiling point. The building was once again at the center of the news, not for any crime committed, but for a more personal reason. Dr. Octopus was now officially part of Nolan's growing organization. In the adjacent lab, Nolan began preparing for the next phase of his strategic operation. Meanwhile, Spider-Man Peter Parker was starting to regret his earlier actions. He had helped out but had caused a mess, leaving things far worse than he anticipated. His focus shifted as the chatter from his earpiece indicated a new target, the Rhino. Nolan needed someone to handle the powerful brute. Peter sighed, wiping his brow. "Can't just leave these guys around." With everything getting out of hand, it was clear that Nolan had far grander plans. From Dr. Octopus joining the fold to Peter's constant internal struggle, the stage was set for a new era of heroism or villainy. Chapter 89. Spinal Transplant, Ant-Man. With Otto Octavius joining the team, Oscorp's AI and engineering division finally had a real heavyweight leading the charge. Originally, that responsibility was supposed to fall to Claw. But he'd been tasked with a more important mission expanding Oscorp's influence in the military-industrial sector. Negotiations, defense contracts, classified tech. Claw was handling all of it. Without a dedicated lead, the department had been stuck in limbo. But Nolan had plans. He was diving headfirst into powered armor research. Unlike bio-enhancements, suits were easier to replicate and scale. And let's face it, armor never goes out of style. Even Spider-Man ended up in a high-tech suit, didn't he? Meanwhile, Nolan was still analyzing the remaining mutant DNA they had collected from the X-Men. Xavier's genome was intricate, layered in psychic complexity. But Nolan wasn't interested in telepathy. He was after abilities like those of Iceman and Storm, which were easier to isolate and potentially replicate. He planned to integrate parts of Xavier's genome into his own. The idea of constantly having to watch his back around Charles unsettled him, and he hated feeling vulnerable. Strings of genetic code streamed across a large display. Modeling Xavier's genome was proving far more complicated than Cyclops, and Nolan needed to tailor the code to his own physiology. As the screen processed, Nolan turned to an object he'd left untouched for weeks, a fragment of the spine, the so-called dragon bone retrieved from Black Sky's former lair. He'd shelved it while researching demonic energy and the Elder Aura, and frankly, he'd forgotten about it until the hand resurfaced recently. He had his team bring Black Sky into the lab. The entity stared him down, silent and defiant. "Let the beast speak." "I have questions for him," Nolan said coolly. "He refuses," Black Sky replied, his voice calm and cutting. "He says if he speaks, you'll drain him of his power. He'll be drained either way, unless he wants to lose control completely." Nolan had already deciphered much about demonic possession. When a demon attaches itself to a host, it injects corruptive energy that rewires the brain, mutating tissue and generating an entirely new persona. The stronger the demon, the faster this transformation. Eventually, the host's original identity is overwritten entirely. It wasn't possession. It was conversion. "So, you've changed your mind?" "Thinking of letting me in?" the beast said, voice deepening as it surfaced. Black Sky's eyes darkened to a pitch void. "How do I use the dragon bone?" That's something the elders use to extend their lives. "I don't know the specifics. We cooperated, but they never trusted me fully. They wanted my power. I wanted to cross over. That was the deal. So you're useless now. Guess I'll go back to extracting power the old-fashioned way." As his assistant moved to prep an injection, the beast growled, "Wait. That bone, it has structure. Energy. If you understood mystical manipulation like Iron Fist's chi, you could pull it out." "Structure." Intrigued, Nolan paused but still signaled for sedation. "You bastard. I gave you an answer," the beast snarled. "Hand over your occult knowledge, and we'll talk about your release." To Nolan, the beast wasn't a prisoner, he was a resource. His demonic essence was a keystone in creating Oscorp's next-generation forces. "I'd rather die and return to hell." "I will return." Black Sky shouted as the sedative took hold. Nolan ignored the outburst and placed the dragon bone under a high-magnification lens. It lacked marrow, connective tissue, or standard internal scaffolding. Instead, it was filled with a pearlescent substance that mimicked both red and yellow marrow, but radiated strange energy signatures. Using a beta ray emitter, he scanned the material. Fluorescence lit up the screen. It was familiar energy. Dragon Force. Identical to the Elder Aura they discovered, but locked tightly within the bone's matrix. The structure acted like a magnetic seal, keeping the power trapped inside. Then it hit him. What if his own bones were replaced with this material? Could he store Dragon Force inside his own body? No Iron Fist-style energy circuit? No problem. There had to be another way. Bone meditation, targeted structural reshaping. He recalled a meditative method he'd obtained from the Sanctum, one designed to unlock untapped parts of the body through mental focus. The mystics called it directed awakening. With enough control, he could use meditation to allow the dragon bone to reshape the rest of his skeleton. Then came another, bolder thought. Transplant it. He could implant the dragon bone directly into his spine. More specifically into the coccyx. That vestigial remnant of childhood vertebrae would be the perfect place. By adulthood, it was biologically dormant and an ideal host site. If the dragon bone could slowly influence and overwrite the rest of his skeletal system, he might be able to generate an internal dragon force reservoir. He pressed the comm for Connor's lab. "Connors, come to my hub." As the speaker buzzed, he caught the faintest sound of whispers. Muttering. Someone talking to themselves. He activated super sensory mode. Data from sound, scent, and pressure overwhelmed his brain. Like assembling a virtual simulation, his mind built a full 3D model of Oscorp Tower and the surrounding area. Everything seemed normal, except for one anomaly. Floating in the air outside the tower. A mechanical bird. And seated on its back. A tiny figure. Chapter 90. Ant-Man pays a visit. Scott Lang. Nolan frowned. What the hell was he doing at Oscorp? If he remembered correctly, Scott had already sided with Captain America during the Accord's fallout. Don't tell me he's here to steal back the shield. Nolan had already broken down the composition of the shield. Most of it was Vibranium, but there was a synthetic element in the alloy, something not found in nature. A man-made element, rare and unstable. It was the key that made the Vibranium atoms bind even tighter, enhancing the already legendary durability of the shield. He'd already documented its properties in detail. At this point, the shield wasn't just a collectible, it was a scientific breakthrough. Still, if Rogers offered something valuable in return, Nolan might consider a trade. But stealing it? That wasn't going to fly. He tapped his comms. Max, we've got a little bug buzzing around the front door. Deal with him. Alive if possible. If not, that's fine too. Understood. Max Dillon, Electro, nodded from his lab station, already suited up. He was used to staying late anytime Nolan was in the middle of a project. Unless Nolan clocked out, Max rarely left. Down in the underground training chamber, Max stepped into the elevator, heading to the ground floor. Outside Oscorp Tower, a red mechanical drone circled overhead. Redwing, Falcon's trusty surveillance bird, was scanning the entire structure using X-ray vision, looking for one thing, Captain America's shield. Redwing, any luck finding the shield? Scott asked, clinging to the side of the drone and speaking into his earpiece. Still scanning. Give me a minute, Sam Wilson replied, voice tense. Scott rolled his eyes. Or, just drop me in there and I'll find it myself. Scott, don't do anything stupid. Oscorp is dangerous, Steve Rogers chimed in, clearly frustrated. He hadn't approved this mission. In fact, he'd told Scott not to go anywhere near Nolan. But by the time he found out, both Ant-Man and Falcon were already en route. Come on, I've been in worse places than this. Oscorp. Please. Scott chuckled. Then Falcon's voice came through, suddenly more serious. Heads up. Someone's coming out the front door. So what? We're airborne. He can't see us. I think, he just did. From the drone's feed, they saw a man step through Oscorp's front entrance, glance up, and smirk. His lips moved. Falcon read them instantly. Bug. Scott, watch out. Falcon shouted. A flash of blue light exploded upward, lightning. Crack. A bolt of electricity struck Redwing in midair. Even Falcon, an expert flyer, couldn't react fast enough. Boom. The drone erupted in flames. Scott screamed as he was flung through the air, spiraling into chaos. Damn it. Steve's voice roared over the comms. I'm okay. Scott shouted, shrinking midair and catching himself atop a flying ant. Thanks for the save, buddy. But before he could regain altitude, another bolt of lightning ripped through the sky. The ant never stood a chance, its tiny form sizzled and dropped. Scott's suit shielded him from the worst of it, but his utility belt sparked violently. Oh no. He didn't need to check, he already knew. The EMP blast had fried his size regulator. FZZZZT. Suddenly, a towering red giant materialized in the sky. Scott's suit had short-circuited in growth mode. He plummeted to the ground like a meteor, landing with a seismic crash that cracked the pavement and snapped a full-grown tree in half. A jagged branch rammed into his backside, and he howled. Arg! Damn, tree! He smacked the belt's control switch over and over, but nothing worked. Thankfully, it was nighttime, and the streets were mostly deserted. Otherwise, a 50-foot man landing outside Oscorp would have made the evening news. Max hovered above, eyes wide. Even he didn't expect this. Then another figure dropped from the sky. Nolan landed beside Max, his coat fluttering slightly. It was almost laughable. One random surge of lightning had fried the Ant-Man suit's regulator pure chance. But it made sense. The original Ant-Man suit was far from perfect. Hank Pym's tech had always had its vulnerabilities. Come on, not now. Don't glitch out on me. Scott prayed, still frantically mashing the belt. Miraculously, his body shrank in a snap down to toddler-sized. He darted forward on tiny legs, only to feel a massive hand clamp around the back of his neck. Where do you think you're going? Nolan lifted him like a squirming child. Scott fumbled for a backup shrink disc, but Nolan noticed and flung him across the courtyard like a frisbee. Scott hit the dirt, groaning. The disc flew from his hand, striking a tree in the distance. Poof! The entire tree shrank to the size of a bonsai. Still leafy, just tiny. Scott, tell me, does Hank Pym know you borrowed his suit for a heist mission? Nolan said with a faint smirk. And now you're trying to rob Oscorp? Scott's eyes widened. He didn't respond, he just kept pressing his malfunctioning belt in desperation. Bzzzzzt. Nolan tapped a button on his own glove. A piercing buzz filled the air, an electromagnetic pulse. Sparks exploded from Scott's belt. Fried. Toast. Gone. Okay, that's bad, Scott muttered. I can't change size anymore. You're staying like this, then, Nolan said, gripping him by the collar like a misbehaving kid. He turned to Max, grabbed that drone wreckage. Send it to engineering for reverse engineering. On it, boss. Max glanced at the miniaturized Scott in Nolan's hand. Man, shrinking and growing like that is wild. Back in the lab, Nolan stripped the suit off the still shrunken Scott and dropped him into a containment cage. Hey! That's my tech! Scott shouted. Nolan smiled. Possession is 9/10 of the law, my friend. He locked the cage with a casual click. Didn't expect a bonus prize tonight, he muttered, grinning as he turned back to his experiments. Chapter 91. Wanda, bonus. The Ant-Man suit had only two key components. One of Scott Lang's advanced body suits, capable of size manipulation. 2. The Insect Command helmet, that sleek, bug-eyed mask he always wore. But what really had Nolan's attention was the Pym particles. In the Marvel Universe, no shortage of tech defied all scientific logic, black box miracles that simply worked, even if no one could explain how. Pym particles were exactly that. Microscopic subatomic constructs, capable of compressing and expanding physical matter. Developed by Dr. Hank Pym, the founder of Pym Technologies. Hence the name. As far as Nolan could tell, the events of Ant-Man had already played out. The company was now run by Hank's daughter, Hope Van Dyne. And both father and daughter treated Pym particles as top secret, world-shifting tech, believing it was too dangerous to fall into the wrong hands. They'd erased all trails. Nolan had tried to believe him but couldn't find a single lead. Who would have thought the tech would just walk right through his front door? He quickly reverse-engineered the controls, extracted a vial of glowing crimson fluid from Scott's belt, and held it up to the light. So this is Pym particles. He stared at the swirling liquid. Every cell in his body buzzed with curiosity. But he held back. No matter how eager he was, research had to be methodical. Besides, it wouldn't help him yet. What he really wanted was something more volatile, say, Sunspot's solar core or Sebastian Shaw's kinetic energy absorption. Imagine shrinking a star and storing it inside his own body. He wouldn't just be a superhuman. He'd be a walking stellar reactor. He exhaled slowly. One step at a time. Let's start with the dragon bone. Just then, his terminal beeped. Incoming message. He glanced over. Sender, Steve Rogers. Getting desperate already? Nolan muttered. I'll get back to him later. Right now, he was more focused on something far more critical, calculating how to transplant the dragon bone into his own coccyx, the vestigial structure at the base of the spine. He was about to call in Connors when Scott, bless his clumsy heart, accidentally shorted his belt. Nolan had to intervene personally so Max wouldn't blow him across the city by mistake. Connors, I need you in the lab. I've got a surgical plan to go over. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Scott's been captured, Steve Rogers said grimly, slamming a fist on the table. He stared at the screen, still no response from Nolan. He clenched his jaw. This was his responsibility. Scott had gone into Oscorp on his mission. I'm going to get him back. I'm coming too, Clint Barton said immediately. Count me in, added Sam Wilson. But before either could move, Natasha Romanoff stepped forward and shook her head. Sending in more people will just make things worse, she said coolly. Only one person should go with Steve. You mean Wanda? Sam realized. The most powerful asset they had, Wanda Maximoff. Her power had no visible ceiling. If anyone could stand up to Nolan, it was her. But Wanda. Sam hesitated. She hadn't forgiven herself after the Crossbones incident when her chaos magic redirected a bomb skyward, only for it to explode and destroy an entire building. She'd gone into self-imposed isolation afterward, blaming herself not only for the deaths but for dividing the Avengers. Will she even agree to go? Clint asked. Natasha's voice was low and firm. This isn't a personal favor. This is Nick Fury's assessment. Nolan is a pure pragmatist. He doesn't act out of morality, only utility. If you want to deal with him, you need leverage. And right now, Wanda's the only thing he might respect, or fear. Steve drew in a slow breath. I'll talk to her. Scott's in trouble because of me. I won't let him rot in a cage. Back at Oscorp. Dr. Kurt Connors examined the data on Nolan's screen, eyes narrowing in disbelief. You're really doing this? He asked. Boss, there's only one sample of this bone. You're going to implant it without any controlled testing? He didn't understand why Nolan was pushing this so suddenly. There were no repeat trials and no simulated insertions. Just raw integration of an alien bioelement into a human spine. You don't have to worry, Nolan said calmly. I've already run the models. This is the next step. We've hit a ceiling in our study of demonic energy. This procedure could break us through it. He tapped the screen and explained as Connors followed along. During infancy, several coccygeal vertebrae fuse into one. This is common in mammals. The fusion point is biologically inactive in adults, making it perfect for the implant. But that's natural fusion. This dragon bone is foreign tissue. Your body might reject it. Logan had his entire skeleton coated in adamantium, Nolan countered. I'm implanting a single fragment. My regenerative factor will handle any cellular resistance. He leaned in. We've also run simulations. My healing gene resists immune rejection. The structure of the dragon bone is hexagonal like a honeycomb. Very similar to real bone, just denser and more organized. Connors nodded reluctantly. Nolan had clearly done his homework. When he'd read through the entire surgical plan, Nolan looked him dead in the eye. You'll lead the procedure. What? No anesthesia, Nolan added. You'll perform the implant. If you're unsure about anything, ask, but your hands will do the cutting. Connors swallowed hard. He could do it. Technically, it wasn't even the most complex operation he performed. But the subject was Nolan. If he failed, I'll do my best. Not good enough. You will succeed, Nolan said, his tone still calm. You're a genius, Kurt. In biology, there's nothing you can't do, only things you won't attempt. As word spread, Norman arrived. He remembered the last time Nolan had put himself on the table when he injected himself with the Jessica serum. That moment changed Norman's perception of him forever. He thought that was the limit. But now, watching Nolan prepare to graft an unknown bone into his own spine, Norman realized something else. There was no limit. Nolan lay down on the surgical table, perfectly composed. Connors, dressed in sterile gear, reviewed the surgical layout one last time. You're here. Good. Help out, Nolan said to Norman, without turning. Norman bit back his protest. Nolan had made up his mind. All he could do now was help ensure it didn't end in disaster. Commence dragon bone transplant, Nolan said. Connors picked up the vibranium scalpel, hand steady. He made the first incision at the base of Nolan's spine. Blood pooled, but not for long. The tissue began healing immediately, forcing him to cut again and again just to keep access open. Pain flared across Nolan's face, but he didn't flinch. He lay still, mentally tracking every movement, every shift of the blade. He didn't need to look. He knew Connor's every move. Chapter 92, 92. Commanding the power of the dragon. Shift slightly toward the left sacrum. S3 nerve should pass through the second foramen in the dragon bone. S2 needs to curve around the third foramen quickly, incise the periosteum of the second coccygeal segment. Align the dragon bone now. A little more to the left. Nolan calmly adjusted Connor's movements as he guided the surgery with perfect clarity. Connors had been tense at first, but Nolan's precise instructions helped him settle into rhythm. Before long, he was focused, confident, and fully immersed in the transplant. Norman stood to the side, watching everything intently. He realized this was why Connors surpassed him in academic achievements, because when Connors worked, he disappeared into the science. Norman couldn't do that. His mind was always split, obsessing over outcomes, over consequences. He envied the ability to become pure logic under pressure. Still, he didn't let it show. He acted as a perfect assistant, supplying tools, reading vitals, and staying out of the way. Administer the anti-stimulant, Connors said quickly. Boss, brace yourself. I need to sever part of your spinal cord. This was the critical moment in integrating the dragon bone with Nolan's spinal nerves. The spinal cord was, after all, the body's second brain, responsible for processing reflexes and motor control. Though Nolan's healing factor could regenerate tissue, there were still risks. The sheer volume of nerve endings here made it agonizing. With no anesthesia, the pain was savage, like something out of medieval torture chambers. Nolan grunted. The sensation was intense, but compared to what he'd endured while bonding with the Super Soldier Serum in his early days, this was almost tame. If anything, the serum had enhanced his pain threshold and emotional control. His breathing remained steady as Connors exposed the cord and connected the bundle of delicate nerves to the dragon bone's interface. And then they moved. Tendrils of nerve slithered along the bone like vines, finding an unclaimed banyan tree. The reaction was instant and visceral. Connors said nothing. He carefully sealed the interface, pressing muscle and tissue back into place. Nolan's body began healing immediately, stitching together the torn edges in seconds. There was no need for sutures. The only trace left behind was a thin streak of blood near the base of Nolan's spine. It was like nothing had ever happened. Connors wiped his forehead. He was soaked in cold sweat, hands trembling slightly. He'd performed more complex surgeries. But never on someone like Nolan. Nolan pushed himself off the operating table. Norman handed him his shirt, but Nolan waved them both away. You two go. I need a moment alone. Truthfully, he didn't feel any different. If he didn't know better, he'd think the dragon bone was never implanted at all. Norman, head out. I'll keep Connors here in case anything changes. Understood, Norman said and left without protest. Nolan sat cross-legged on the lab floor and began regulating his breathing. He shifted into a state of deep meditative focus, following the techniques passed down from the sanctum. As his mind emptied, something changed. Normally, his internal energy field was even balanced across every limb and muscle group. To activate a specific ability, he had to consciously awaken that part of his body. This was the basis of his theory on latent versus dominant mutations and how mental focus could trigger dormant X gene expressions in ordinary humans. But now, his tailbone was burning with activity. With just a hint of thought, the area lit up like a forge. The mild warmth he usually felt during meditation turned into lava, spreading upward like molten fire erupting along his spine. He cancelled the meditation and opened his eyes, but the sensation remained. The energy was still flowing alive within him. Connors hit my spine with beta radiation. Now. This was it. The beginning of a whole new evolution, his first real connection to the mystic realm through biological integration. He had toyed with demonic energy before, but it was crud-like clubbing stone with stone. If this worked, he'd be able to engineer biological vessels to store and channel demonic energy. And with the bone's magnetic containment properties, no external tech would be needed. No leaks. No drain. Just raw, internalized power. Connors activated the beta emitter. The moment the beam swept across Nolan's back, the screen lit up. Fluorescence bloomed across his spine, especially near the lower vertebrae. It was radiant. But as Nolan focused inward, he realized he couldn't extract the dragon force yet. The energy was reinforcing him, yes. But it wasn't being channeled outward. Not yet. Boss, I saw something interesting, Connors said, eyes on the scan. The energy in your tailbone extended in filament-like tendrils. But then, it stopped. Recoiled. Nolan narrowed his gaze. He turned to the secure cabinet and retrieved his full reserve of the aura, a milky white, highly volatile mystic essence. Prepare to transfer it to my spine. All of it. If he was right, it wasn't just about compatibility. It was about volume. Iron Fist had absorbed the energy of an entire dragon. This ancient bone fragment likely held only a fraction of that power. Connors gave a hesitant nod. He didn't understand how the mystic energy worked, but he could operate the containment units just fine. He activated the electromagnetic siphon, guiding the swirling white energy from its containment chamber directly toward Nolan's back. Nolan suddenly shuddered, a surge of blazing heat shot through his body, as if his blood was being replaced with magma. Focus. He fell into meditation again, channeling all mental clarity into his spine. In his mind's eye, his spine transformed, like a great beast awakening from slumber. It opened its jaw and devoured the flowing elder aura with hunger and precision. Boss, you're back. Connor's voice trembled. Etched along Nolan's skin glowing like a brand was the image of a dragon. Not just any dragon, but one far more majestic and serpentine than Danny Rand's. It coiled down his spine like a living sigil, as if the ancient power now belonged to him. And perhaps it did. Chapter 93, 93. Wanda arrives. Nolan didn't respond to Connor's comment. He was still deep in meditation, focused entirely on the surge of dragon force coursing through his body. The power rooted itself in the dragon bone implanted at the base of his spine, then began climbing upward, rewriting every vertebra it touched. His bone marrow, spinal tissue, and even his red and yellow marrow were being transformed and fused by the milky white energy from the elder aura. And then Nolan began directing the flow, consciously replicating the Iron Fist's internal chi pathways from memory. But unlike demonic energy, which always leaked or scattered, Dragonforce obeyed him completely. It moved as he commanded, traveling through his spine like a conduit and reconstructing the same internal circuit Danny Rand used to focus his own power. Suddenly, energy flooded into Nolan's arms. He opened his eyes. His hands glowed with brilliant, pearly light. Simultaneously, his internal meridians ignited, triggered by the spinal route of the Dragonforce. "This is on a whole other level," Nolan whispered, awed. "Stronger than any demonic energy I've ever used." And that was only the beginning. He was tapping into less than 1% of the Dragonforce now. The rest remained stored within his spinal column, dormant, waiting. He recalled dissecting Danny's body after their final confrontation. The dragon sigil on Danny's chest wasn't tied to his DNA. There were no genetic alterations, just a supernatural brand grafted to his muscle tissue. It wasn't a physical mutation. It was mystic imprinting. That's why Nolan chose the dragon bone for his experiment. It was the only known material outside of high-density magnetic materials that could bind and contain mystic energy like Dragonforce and demonic essence. He'd already modeled the bone's molecular lattice structure. Now he had proof, it worked. "Connors, start running diagnostics. I want to know how much amplification I've achieved." One by one, Connors attached electrodes across Nolan's body. Initially, with the Dragonforce suppressed, readings came back normal. Then Nolan activated it again. The readings instantly maxed out, every meter flashing error symbols, registering beyond measurable range. "Boss, the data's scrambled. It's off the scale." "I can see that. I'll test manually." Nolan glanced in the mirror at his back. The dragon emblem was glowing beneath his skin. He smirked. "Guess I'm Dragon Superman now." He walked to the reinforced alloy wall, the same one he'd tested demonic energy against. Last time, using 1 unit of demonic force, 1 SP, he'd managed to register a 35-ton punch. Now, Dragonforce, just a single measure, contained 10 SP, 10 times the power. And this time, the energy wasn't leaking. It was focused, pure. He exhaled. His fist flared with glowing force. Boom! The punch created a shockwave that rattled every piece of equipment in the lab. Crack! The alloy wall didn't dent. It exploded, disintegrating into fragments that scattered across the room. Connors, watching through the camera feed, swallowed hard. That wall had been rated to withstand over 100 tons of force. And Nolan had barely put effort into that punch. Is he even human anymore? Connors whispered. He's practically a god now. Nolan stood calmly, unfazed. It wasn't surprising. His base physicality had always been superior to Danny Rand's. Now, with Dragonforce, he wasn't just enhanced. He was reborn. Still, there was more to do. If he could somehow acquire the Iron Fist's Codex, the full legacy of Nolan's dragon wielders, he could unlock the full potential of the Dragonforce. Especially if he found Nolan's original meditation technique, which might surpass even the one he'd received from the Sanctum. But Danny wasn't talking. This meant Nolan would just have to extract the memories manually, perhaps with help from Xavier's psychic templates. Nolan stepped outside, sunlight breaking through the tower windows. The morning had arrived without his notice. "Connors," he said, glancing back. "Take a break." Even though Connors had injected himself with Phoenix Formula 3, giving him insane regeneration, he still needed mental rest. Even Logan had to sleep eventually. "I'll dive back into the Jessica serum," Connors replied, nodding. "I think I've cracked it." Nolan didn't argue. He appreciated Connors' drive, it made him stand out among the others. "Hardworking as always," Nolan muttered. "More people around here should follow his lead." But there was no time to rest. He had to begin modeling Xavier's genome, focusing on isolating telepathic pathways and refining them for surgical integration. Now that the mystic system had stabilized, the next stage was psionic evolution. If Danny wouldn't talk, he'd extract the memories directly from his mind. The Mystic series was complete for now. Next up was Project Demon Bone, designing bone-based implants that could store demonic energy without external tech. Gene mapping complete, the AI chirped. Nolan scanned the screen. Now came the hard part, editing Xavier's genome, grafting it with extreme precision to match his body's unique markers. Let's get to work. 2 days later. A man and woman walked through Oscorp's front doors. The man was tall, handsome, broad-shouldered, refined, dressed in a sharp suit that clung to a body honed by war. The woman? A vision of raw power and grace. Crimson hair cascading down porcelain skin, cheekbones sharp enough to carve glass. Every step she took radiated mystique and strength. They turned heads instantly. At the front desk, the man smiled warmly. "Good morning. I'm Steve Rogers. Is Dr. Nolan available?" Despite the circumstances, Steve remained courteous. He had, after all, come to negotiate Scott Lang's release. It had taken him 2 full days to convince Wanda Maximoff to leave her apartment and accompany him. "Do you have an appointment?" the receptionist asked, momentarily stunned by his charisma, then regaining her professional composure. "No appointment," Steve said gently. "But can you inform Dr. Nolan that Captain America would like to speak with him?" The woman's eyes widened. Captain America? But almost instantly, her admiration turned to revulsion. Her warm gaze soured. Across the lobby, whispers erupted. More heads turned. People recognized him, but not with respect. They looked at Steve like he was a venomous snake. Something dangerous. Something they wanted to stay far, far away from. Steve stood still, caught off guard. What the hell happened? Why was everyone looking at him with such unfiltered contempt? Why, did it feel like the world had turned against him? Chapter 94. Attack on Chaka. Wanda kept her head lowered, unable to meet the eyes burning into her from all sides. The stares around her were like blades piercing her chest, carving open old wounds she tried so hard to forget. Whispers of Sokovia resurfaced in her mind. The memory of King Chaka's pointed condemnation still echoed in her ears. With great power comes great responsibility, yet unchecked, it becomes destruction. "Just call him," Steve said quietly beside her. His voice was steady and confident. In Steve's heart, he believed he had done nothing wrong. Superhuman abilities belonged in the hands of those willing to fight, not shackled by bureaucrats who would hesitate when hesitation cost lives. He remembered the war and how instinct and decisive action had saved the Howling Commandos from Hydra's traps. He could live with his choices. Even if Bucky's fall still haunted him. "I don't have the authority to contact Dr. Nolan directly," the receptionist said stiffly. "Only Norman Osborn." "That's fine." Though her eyes glared with obvious disdain, professionalism won out. She picked up the phone and spoke quietly. Moments later, she hung up. "Dr. Nolan is currently engaged in an experiment. However, Director Osborn is available. Would you like to meet him?" "Yes." Under the scathing glares of the lobby, Steve and Wanda stepped into the elevator. Just as the doors began to close, someone slipped inside. "Made it," the boy panted. "Sorry, almost late." He turned and his eyes lit up. You're Captain America." "I am," Steve replied, smiling faintly. Finally, someone who didn't look at him like a criminal. The kid was young, enthusiastic, and practically bouncing in place. "My name's Peter Parker. I'm interning here. I'm a huge fan, you're, like, my hero. Gwen's gonna freak when she hears I met you." "Nice to meet you, Peter," Steve said warmly. He found himself raising a brow. Something about this kid felt different. Sharp. Peter grinned brightly. "I love the Avengers. Always dreamed of being a superhero. The elevator dinged on the 4th floor. Peter waved eagerly as he exited. "Keep fighting the good fight, Cap." Once outside, Peter's cheerful expression dropped. He quickly pulled out his phone and typed a message to a secure email address. Mr. Stark. Captain America was spotted at Oscorp. Proceeding with caution. Satisfied, Peter pocketed the phone and disappeared down the corridor. He knew full well the Avengers had fractured. And he was firmly on Stark's side. If Oscorp's leadership flipped to Roger's faction, it could get ugly. At the top floor of Oscorp Tower, the doors slid open. Waiting for them was a young man, hand extended in greeting. "Welcome, Captain America. I'm Harry Osborn." "Good to meet you, Harry," Steve said, shaking his hand. He knew who Harry was, the heir to Oscorp. Rumors said Maria Hill had once tried to bring him into S.H.I.E.L.'s fold, but evidently, that had failed. Now even Hill didn't show her face around Oscorp much anymore. Harry led them into a lavish executive office. "Good morning," Norman said with a charming smile. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. Coffee, water, tea?" "My boss prefers tea," Norman added casually. "Tea's fine," Steve said. As they sat, Steve's eyes narrowed there, mounted proudly on the wall behind Norman's desk. His shield. He would recognize it anywhere. The decades-old paint was gone, replaced by a glossy metallic coat emblazoned with a large S. Something twisted painfully in Steve's chest. It felt like seeing an old comrade, hollowed out and stripped of identity. "I'll have water," Wanda said quietly. Harry nodded and slipped out to order the drinks. "You'll have to be patient," Norman said smoothly. "Dr. Harker's experiments can be intensive." Norman's demeanor was relaxed, almost too casual, like the whole superhero crisis had never touched him. But then Harry poked his head back in. "Director, today's the King of Wakanda's address to the UN." At that, both Steve and Wanda stiffened. Norman's smile widened. "Why don't we watch together? I'm quite curious about what he has to say." With a tap, the large TV flickered on. The feed showed King Chaka stepping up to the podium at the Vienna International Center. His opening line stunned the room. "I have a dream." Quoting Martin Luther King Jr. He wasn't here just to talk. He was here to make a statement. As Chaka spoke, the crowd grew restless, righteous anger simmering under the surface. He likened superhumans to armed vigilantes, loose cannons with no oversight. He painted a grim picture, unregulated superheroes as dangers to the world, capable of leveling cities with no accountability. They wielded destructive power with no consequence, no trial, no justice. And then, Chaka publicly thanked Tony Stark for his support in creating a new international accord. Steve sat in cold silence. There were no villains here. No masterminds twisting the truth. Just people, afraid. He glanced sideways at Wanda. She sat still, but her hands trembled faintly in her lap. The final blow came when Chaka deliberately singled her out. "There are those among us with the raw power of nuclear weapons, unregulated, unstable." The camera cut briefly to her image, her face solemn, her hands glowing faintly in the archived footage. A weapon. Not a person. Steve leaned closer, voice low and urgent. "Wanda, this isn't your fault. If Crossbones had gotten those bioweapons out, millions would have died." Wanda's crimson eyes flared briefly, then dimmed as she drew a deep, shaky breath. "I'm fine, Captain," she whispered. At the Vienna International Center. Chala stood by the window, overlooking the plaza. He listened silently as his father continued the address. Then. Screams. Panic. Chaos erupted outside. Through the glass, Chala saw a surge of movement, a ripple of terror. He spun toward the podium. "Father, look out," he roared. He sprinted forward just as a shadow lunged toward the crowd. And then the world exploded. A ball of searing fire tore through the square. The shockwave blasted the glass into shards, and the concrete blackened under the blast's heat. Screams filled the air as people were hurled backward like rag dolls. Chala hit the ground, coughing, every breath tasting of smoke and burnt metal. Through blurred vision, he saw his father's fingers twitch alive, but barely. Desperation flooded him. He yanked a small aerosol from his belt, ready to stabilize his father. But as he reached forward, another explosion ripped through the building. Flames engulfed the upper levels, consuming everything in their path. Baba Aya! Chala screamed, but the fire roared louder. Chapter 95, 95. Wanda, PTSD ignited. In the Oscorp executive office, the massive screen blazed with the image of fire. An instant later. Blackout. The camera feed from the Vienna International Center was obliterated by the explosion. Wanda flinched sharply. The explosion, the chaos it all mirrored Nigeria. It hit her like a freight train, dredging up the horror she had buried. Her hands trembled as vivid memories resurfaced. She could still hear Chaka's accusations. She still feels the public's loathing burning into her skin. Steve immediately caught the change. He saw the telltale signs: the glazed look, the rigid posture. Not again. Wanda. Stay with me. Calm down, he said firmly, his voice cutting through the rising static in the room. After the incident in Lagos, professional evaluations confirmed it: Wanda was suffering from PTSD. And explosions, especially ones linked to political consequences, were powerful triggers. But Steve's words were barely reaching her. In Wanda's mind, she was trapped, replaying the Nigeria blast over and over. She heard the screams again. You murderer. You killed my son. It's your fault. You were supposed to save us. The voices swarmed her consciousness, like flies buzzing in her ears, louder and louder, driving her into a desperate panic. Scarlet light began to shimmer around her. Her eyes blazed red twin stars of uncontrolled chaos. The energy around her body intensified, crackling dangerously. Steve cursed under his breath. If Wanda lost control here, she could tear Oscorp Tower apart. I can't let her spiral, he thought. I have to reach her. But before Steve could move, a blur darted into the room with a speed even Steve couldn't track. Before Steve could say anything, the newcomer reached Wanda and placed a hand gently over hers. You're okay. It's not your fault, the voice said, low, warm, calm. You didn't mean for any of it to happen. The hand radiated a strange, soothing energy. A calming presence that seeped directly into Wanda's core. Scarlet Witch's raging aura flickered, then dimmed. Her breathing slowed. The light faded from her eyes. The figure was Nolan. Fresh from his latest experiment, having just unlocked telepathy through the Xavier genome, Nolan had sensed the incoming chaos even before the explosion had fully registered. Thanks to his enhanced sensory grid, he'd modeled the situation and rushed to intervene. Recognizing the threat, he made a pit stop at Danny Rand's unconscious form. Using his freshly gained psychic abilities, Nolan quickly extracted the full knowledge of the Iron Fist, especially techniques related to mental stabilization and spiritual calming. Barely minutes later, he had applied them here. Between Dragonforce's soothing energy and his new psychic affinity, he enveloped Wanda's mind in a bubble of tranquility. Slowly, her trembling stopped. Her body sagged. And as her knees buckled, Nolan caught her effortlessly. What happened to me? Wanda asked weakly, blinking up at him. She caught the strong scent of him, warm, alive, and flushed crimson. Realizing she was cradled in a man's arms, she quickly pulled away. Nolan released her casually. You almost turned my company into a crater, he said lightly. Wanda bit her lip, mortified. Meanwhile, Steve, catching his breath, finally recognized Nolan fully. It had been a while, but he wouldn't mistake him. Not the man who had confiscated his shield. "Good to see you again, Captain," Nolan said as he dropped into a seat casually. Wanda quietly sat on the couch, hands folded tight. Then the darkened screen flickered back to life. But this time, the scene had shifted. No longer the Vienna International Center. Now, it was a live news broadcast. Christine Everhart, the anchor from Vanity Fair, appeared on screen, reporting in front of the smoking ruins. "Moments ago, a massive terrorist attack struck the Vienna International Center," she said. "Firefighters are on the scene, attempting to rescue survivors, with assistance from Iron Man himself." On the screen, armored suits flew through the smoky sky, repulsor spraying freezing agents onto the burning wreckage. The FBI and Interpol are now treating the twin explosions as coordinated attacks. Early casualty figures are still being compiled. Christine's tone darkened. This conference was intended to finalize the Sokovia Accords, the proposed regulation of enhanced individuals. Notably, Captain America has publicly opposed the accords, raising speculation about the timing and motivation behind this attack. More insinuations. More fearmongering. The narrative was already being spun, painting Steve and the anti-accords faction as potential conspirators. Nolan gave a small, humorless laugh. "Well," he said, switching off the screen, news cycles running at full speed. "Now then, what brings Captain America to visit an ordinary civilian like me?" Steve pulled himself out of the swirling storm in his head. "Focus. The mission first. Last night," Steve said, "Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, was captured here." Nolan's smile sharpened. "Scott?" He tilted his head innocently. "I'm not sure I recognize the name." "The guy who can shrink," Steve clarified tightly. "Ah, right," Nolan said, drawing out the realization. "The industrial saboteur who tried to break into my labs." He sipped his tea leisurely. "I had Norman look into it. Turns out, he's a serial burglar. I was planning to hand him over to the police for attempted corporate espionage." Steve's jaw tightened. He knew Nolan was baiting him, forcing him into a moral corner. Would Captain America defend a criminal? "I'm not here to make excuses," Steve said steadily. "I'm here to ask for his release." Nolan leaned back, amused. A rare sight of Captain America swallowing his pride. "Apology accepted," Nolan said with a grin. Chapter 96. I like deals. Steve took a slow, steadying breath. "He wasn't here to steal Oscorp's corporate secrets," Steve said, voice firm. "Scott was only trying to retrieve something for me." He pointed at the shield mounted on the wall. His shield. Or at least, it used to be. The familiar star was gone, repainted over with a bold crimson S. Nolan followed his gaze and smiled slightly. "That's still company property. Intellectual property related to an ongoing research project. By every legal definition, Captain, that makes it commercial espionage." Steve clenched his jaw. He knew Nolan wasn't technically wrong. Still, Wanda finally spoke up, quiet, but unwavering. "That shield, it originally belonged to Captain," she said. Even after everything, she still stood by him. Nolan's eyes glinted. "Maybe it did. But it's mine now." He rose from the couch, hands folded casually behind his back. "As I recall, Captain, you attacked me first." His voice remained calm, even friendly, but there was iron beneath the words. "In any court of law, it's called self-defense. The shield was left behind. I picked it up. I didn't steal it." Nolan's eyes turned to Wanda. "And tell me, was I wrong? Rogers fought to protect someone tied to Hydra. The very organization he once fought to destroy." Wanda froze. She hadn't known all the details. She had locked herself away for weeks, lost in guilt and grief. She trusted Steve blindly, believing his cause was righteous. But now, doubts crept in. She glanced at Steve, seeking answers. Steve's expression was strained. He didn't deny it, because Nolan was telling the truth. He had fought to protect Bucky Barnes. And Scott Lang had broken into Oscorp under Steve's orders. Both actions were legally and morally questionable. Nolan watched them both, smiling faintly. He understood Steve perfectly. The super soldier wasn't wrong for caring. But his fatal flaw was that he could never truly leave the past behind. He clung to it, desperately. He was a relic from another era, still fighting the wars of yesterday. "You really think," Nolan said, his tone light but mocking, "you can walk into my company, demand the return of stolen property, and retrieve a criminal, all because you say it's the right thing to do?" Steve's fists clenched at his sides. He had no defense. Nolan shook his head and sat down again, taking a slow sip of his tea. Superheroes were so used to operating above consequence. They didn't even realize how much they expected the world to bend around them. Steve gritted his teeth. He had no time for pride. Scott needed him. "What do you want?" Steve said, voice low. "What will it take to get Scott back?" Nolan smiled. At least Rogers wasn't completely naive. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Let's see, you're broke. Your reputation is trashed. Your shield is already mine." He glanced at Steve, then back at Wanda. "What could you possibly offer me?" Rather than answer, he simply threw the question back at Steve. "You tell me," Nolan said. "What can you trade?" Steve stood taller. "Anything I have to offer," he said evenly. "As long as it doesn't involve harming others or breaking the law." Nolan's smile widened. Exactly what I wanted to hear. Because Steve wasn't just an individual. Behind him were deeper resources. Old shadows. S.H.I.E.L.D. still existed, in the cracks, in the dark places. And wherever Nick Fury went, secrets followed. Nolan leaned back. "Simple," he said. "I want something from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vault." Steve's eyes narrowed. Nolan began listing, almost lazily. The Destroyer's remains. Samples of Hulk's blood. Thor's biological data. Captain Marvel's energy readings. Prototype Infinity Stone derivatives. He smiled coldly. "Or maybe genetic samples from your precious mutants and Inhumans." Each item he named carried enough power to alter the balance of the world. Each one was locked away deep within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s black sites. "You bring me one," Nolan said casually, "and you get Scott back." Steve's face hardened. "I don't have access to those." "Then ask Nick Fury." "But..." Nolan cut him off sharply. "That's the deal. Take it or leave it." He drained the rest of his tea. "I'm a businessman, Captain. I believe in fair exchange. Everyone gets what they want." He set the cup down with a faint clink. "But don't mistake me for one of your idealists. I hate thieves." He met Steve's gaze evenly. "If you don't move quickly, Scott will be officially charged with espionage. You think you can break him out of a maximum security facility before the authorities get to him? By all means, try. And tell Fury," Nolan added, voice low and dangerous, "not to get cocky. He thinks carrying a pager linked to Captain Marvel makes him untouchable." Nolan's eyes gleamed. "But Earth's deeper than even he knows." A click echoed across the room. A voice crackled to life. "You shouldn't know that," said Nick Fury. The voice came from Wanda's shoulder, her coat, more precisely. Steve stiffened. Nolan just chuckled. "I figured," he said. "You're predictable, Fury. Surveillance is your drug of choice." He smirked at Wanda. "You really should check your wardrobe more often. Microdrones are so easy to miss these days." Steve's fists tightened at his sides. Of course, Fury would tag Wanda. She was too powerful not to monitor. Fury trusted no one. Not even Captain America. Chapter 97, 97. Start of Civil War. I know a lot more than you think, Nolan said smoothly, his voice cutting through the heavy atmosphere like a blade. Think carefully about my offer. Honestly, some of the things you're hoarding are just gathering dust. Wouldn't you rather let me put them to good use? Nolan's words were not really aimed at Steve, they were aimed at the hidden listener. Nick Fury. He was sure Fury was monitoring Wanda, almost certain. Wanda was simply too powerful to be left unchecked. Fury's strategy had always been the same: covet the power. Fear the power. Chain the power. The same way he had treated the Hulk. The same way he treated anyone too powerful to control. And that's why, in the end, every true powerhouse and every free spirit eventually abandoned S.H.I.E.L.D. Because Nick Fury didn't want allies. He wanted weapons. Scarlet energy flared faintly around Wanda's body. A spark popped off her shoulder, tiny but burning with outrage. She realized then everything she had done, everywhere she had gone recently, had been under surveillance. Without her consent. Without trust. Without respect. Her face tightened. I can't help you anymore, Captain, Wanda said, standing up. Her voice was calm but final. You'll have to deal with Fury yourself. She turned to Nolan and gave him a soft, genuine nod. Thank you. For earlier. Nolan smiled warmly. Always happy to help a beautiful lady in distress. If you ever need anything, you know where to find me. He chuckled lightly, his gaze appreciating but not disrespectful. Wanda, radiant with raw, chaotic beauty, was in her prime, a perfect storm of power and vulnerability. In Nolan's mind, it wasn't just attraction. It was an opportunity. Imagine studying her genome. Unlocking the secrets of chaos magic itself. And maybe, along the way, having a little fun. Wanda left without a backward glance at Steve, ignoring his stricken expression. Steve exhaled heavily, his hands clenching at his sides. I'll think about your offer, he said quietly. You do that, Nolan replied. Truthfully, if it weren't for Wanda, he wouldn't have bothered meeting Steve at all. As for Bucky. Nolan had been wondering, if Bucky was already captured by Stark, who was pulling the strings now. Zemo? The name floated through his mind. But whether this Zemo was a Hydra commander or a vengeful civilian, it didn't matter. Either way, it had nothing to do with him. Nolan's plans were already moving forward. A message blinked on Nolan's phone. Package secured. Nolan smiled. He turned to Norman and Harry. Call a meeting. Bring Connors, Max, and Kraus. Harry, you come too. Yes, sir. Norman and Harry chorused instantly. Harry practically beamed with pride. Being invited into the inner circle wasn't just a career leap, it was trust. True trust. Unlike certain federal agencies, Nolan could name. Elsewhere. At a safe house, Clint Barton and Sam Wilson stared at Wanda, confused. What happened? Clint asked, frowning. Wanda hesitated, then looked them squarely in the eye. Did you know why Captain Rogers lost his shield? And why Scott was captured? They exchanged uneasy glances. Clint nodded. We know. Wanda exhaled. Ask him yourselves. Without another word, she retreated to her room, shutting the door firmly. Clint and Sam looked at each other. It didn't take a genius to figure out what that meant. They'd failed. Badly. A few hours later, Steve returned to the safe house. He quietly filled them in on everything that had happened. The confrontation. Nolan's conditions. Wanda's departure. And the heavyweight that now hung around their mission. What now? Sam asked grimly. Steve's voice was tight. "I have to talk to Fury." But before he could move, the phone rang. Clint picked it up. "Hello?" Tony's voice crackled down the line. "Get to the tower. Now." Click. The line went dead. Clint blinked. "Tony says, get to the Avengers tower." Steve nodded once. "Let's go." When they arrived at the upper levels of the tower, the atmosphere was heavy. Tony was there. So were Natasha, Vision, Chala, and Rhodes. Without a word, Tony turned on the central holoprojector. A video began to play. December 16, 1991. The footage was grainy but clear enough to recognize the scene. A narrow road. A dark car driving down the night-shrouded highway. Suddenly, a motorcycle screeched into view, cutting the car off. The rider dismounted. Steve's breath caught in his throat. A figure long-haired, gaunt-eyed, dressed in tactical gear. Bucky. The Winter Soldier. Without hesitation, Bucky ripped open the driver's door, dragged the man out, and smashed his skull with a single brutal punch. The woman in the passenger seat screamed, pleading. Bucky didn't hesitate. One blow silenced her forever. Then he ignited the gas tank, and a thunderous explosion engulfed the car. Bucky mounted his bike and roared into the night. The recording ended in cold, merciless silence. Steve's stomach twisted painfully. Beside him, Tony was shaking, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Breath shuddering in his chest. "Friday," Tony said hoarsely. "Target, Winter Soldier. Kill him." Steve spun toward him, horrified. "You can't. You don't know if that footage is real." Tony's voice was raw. "I know tech better than you ever will, old man. That video is real. Damn it, Sam." Steve barked. Out in the corridor, Falcon sprang into action. Drones buzzed to life, and gunfire erupted trying to buy them precious seconds. "You kill Bucky," Steve growled, face dark with fury, "and I swear to God, I'll end you myself." This wasn't about politics anymore. Or even friendship. This was survival. Steve would protect what little he had left. At any cost. Chapter 98. Facing Sholau. After Steve and his team left, Nolan descended into Oscorp's private containment levels. His collection of specimens had once again reached full strength. Black Sky. Daniel Rand. Rhino. And, begrudgingly, Scott Lang. Truth be told, Scott's value paled in comparison to the others. Yes, Scott could shrink to the quantum level and grow into a 30-foot giant. But from a research standpoint, he was hardly groundbreaking compared to the monstrous durability of Rhino, or the supernatural forces embedded in Black Sky. Black Sky's secrets were already being dissected. Sooner or later, the creature would either escape or be fully drained of its demonic energies. Nolan wasn't concerned. If Beast, the true intelligence lurking inside Black Sky, wanted to trade mystical knowledge for his freedom, Nolan would even consider it a fair exchange. But right now, his attention turned to Daniel Rand. Still unconscious. Still breathing. Still shackled. Scientifically, Danny had already served his purpose. Socially, however, controlling Rand Enterprises could still be a lucrative tool. But that would require keeping Danny alive and controllable. And Nolan despised unnecessary variables. "I prefer certainties over chaos," he muttered. That was the essence of true science, transforming unpredictable variables into defined results. In the end, Nolan decided. He would extract everything valuable from Daniel's mind, particularly the exact coordinates of Kunlun, and then terminate the asset. No loose ends. No wild cards. Nolan motioned to his assistants. They wheeled Danny's limp form to a clean table. Nolan placed his hands over Danny's forehead. Dragon force and psychic energy surged into the Iron Fist's mind. Last time, he'd rushed through only scanning for the Iron Fist Codex knowledge. Now he dove deeper. Searching. Digging. Extracting everything. Including Kunluan's location. At last, Nolan had what he needed. But then something shifted. A golden flare. And Nolan's vision was wrenched from the sterile lab into a swirling abyss of blackness, illuminated only by roaring crimson flames. Before him towered a colossal dragon, sleek and serpentine, halfway between Eastern elegance and Western monstrosity. Its eyes are massive, and vertical gold slits pinned him with fury. "Fool," the dragon snarled, its voice like an earthquake. "You dare to steal the power of the dragon?" Nolan stared calmly. He recognized the creature immediately. Shou-Lao. The so-called source of the Iron Fist's might. But Nolan knew the truth. Shou-Lao was no god. No sacred protector. Just another weapon, another pawn trapped by ancient mistakes. Depending on which legend you believed, Shou-Lao had once been a fisherman cursed by the dragons after betraying them for personal gain, his heart ripped out, his body chained to an endless cycle of death and rebirth. Or forming something harder than steel. Nolan leaned closer. "Fascinating," he murmured. "Organic metal armor. Grown, not forged. It wasn't natural. It was a product of forced genetic manipulation, layering living tissue over an engineered, metallic polymer." And yet, when Nolan examined the wound he had made, blood still trickled out. Which meant no regeneration. The rhino's skin was strong, nearly indestructible but non-renewable. Without external intervention, once damaged, it stayed damaged. Nolan sprayed a burst of regenerative mist over the wound. New skin grew back quickly, but normal human skin, not reinforced rhino hide. Nolan clicked his tongue in disgust. So it's just a shell. Once broken, it's useless. Like the electro experiments he'd dismissed before, Rhino was another half-success. An impressive exterior. A hollow foundation. Still, all wasn't lost. Rhino's sheer muscle mass and brute strength were undeniable. Those traits could be harvested and replicated. It was genetic. It could be reproduced. For now, Nolan muttered, let's keep it simple. A soldier didn't have to be perfect. He just had to be useful. He placed his hands on Alexei's massive skull. Dragon force and psychic energy pulsed into the Russian's brain. It wasn't even a challenge. Alexei's mind was blunt and sluggish, barely offering any resistance at all. When the procedure finished, the giant's eyes fluttered open. He blinked. Then, grinning like a loyal dog, he rumbled. Boss? Nolan smiled faintly. Good. Now, Nolan said, voice low and commanding, I need to perform some more tests. It may hurt. Alexei pounded his chest proudly. Boss can do anything. I'm ready. The brute's loyalty was absolute now, thanks to the implanted suggestions. It helped that Alexei's criminal background had conditioned him to respect authority figures absolutely. The simpler the mind, the easier the loyalty. And the less dangerous the betrayal. After harvesting a few more tissue samples from Alexei's body, nothing critical, Nolan watched as the newly minted rhino climbed off the lab table. The ground shuddered under his weight. Nolan raised an eyebrow. Careful, he said flatly. Sorry, boss. Alexei barked. Your midsection, Nolan pointed. Is your weakest spot right now. The skin around the wound site was normal human flesh, not reinforced hide. But don't worry. We'll fix that. He tapped a file on the table. You're going to be injected with Phoenix Serum V2. Alexei scratched his bald head. Phoenix what? You don't need to know, Nolan said. Just trust me. Alexei grinned wide. Thanks, boss. Nolan handed him over to Dr. Connors, who had just entered the lab. Take him, Nolan said. Administer the serum and keep him under observation. Connors, eyeing the mountain of muscle nervously, nodded. Nolan watched them leave. His mind was already elsewhere. The bigger picture. The real challenges ahead. Phoenix Serum V2 would accelerate cellular regeneration, reinforcing Alexei's weakness. If Alexei proved stable, maybe he'd earn Phoenix Serum V3. But Nolan wasn't naive. He wasn't about to create an unstoppable monster without safeguards. No free monsters. Only weapons. Only controlled assets. Stripping off his lab coat, Nolan rubbed his temples. There was a greater challenge looming. Something infinitely more complex. He needed to crack the secret of super breath, the integration of Storm's weather manipulation and Iceman's molecular freezing into his own body. It would require fundamentally rewriting his respiratory gene expressions. And that wasn't even the hard part. Because, unlike most mutants, Storm and Iceman didn't just manipulate existing matter. They bent fundamental forces. Temperature. Airflow. Molecular speed. At a glance, it seemed impossible. But Nolan had a theory. It wasn't magic. It was magnetism. The brain's electromagnetic field. Storm could command weather not because she prayed to it, but because her mind's magnetic field could excite, slow, and direct molecular behavior in the environment. Iceman. He could directly inhibit molecular movement, causing the temperature to collapse and manifest ice. Not water freezing. Molecular suppression. He wasn't freezing air moisture. He was creating mass. That put Iceman on a whole different scale. An Omega-level mutant. The problem was simple. Their brains were designed to handle such feedback loops. Nolan's wasn't yet. But if he could replicate the brain's magnetic amplification, if he could strengthen his internal magnetic fields, then he'd do more than just match the mutants. He'd transcend them. Chapter 100, 100. The Universal Mutant. Magnetic Fields. Nolan murmured, his eyes fixed on the blood samples of Storm and Iceman. The idea hit him like a bolt of lightning. The issue wasn't the lungs. The problem was that the lungs couldn't think. The brain could generate bioelectricity and manipulate its magnetic field through willpower, allowing mutants to manifest their abilities. But lungs? Lungs just breathed. Unless he could teach them to simulate brain behavior. Breathing was movement. Movement generated biocurrent. Biocurrent generated magnetic fields. What if? What if the lungs could produce magnetic fields responsive to breathing strength and tuned to specific frequencies? Nolan's thoughts ignited. If mutant powers were triggered by tuning the brain's magnetic fields into specific resonance bands, then, theoretically, by manipulating any organ's magnetic field, one could wield mutant-like abilities. Not just from the mind, but from the body itself. Opening a new document on his secure terminal, Nolan began typing furiously. The Mutant Ability Formation Hypothesis. X gene is the switch. Mutant ability expression results from tuning brain magnetic fields into specific activation bands. Mastery of a mutant's powers is the conscious refinement of these frequencies through practice and trauma. He paused, then added another line. What if external organs could be engineered to mimic brain-derived magnetic resonance? His eyes gleamed. He wasn't just theorizing anymore. He was building a new frontier of biotechnology. A new kind of evolution. Nolan's fingers flew across the keyboard, shaping the rest of the theory. If electromagnetic frequencies can be biologically expressed and amplified, then organs like the lungs, heart, or even muscle fibers could serve as mutant ability conductors. Not merely passive organs, but active, tactical weapons. The potential was staggering. It explained how some mutants had ridiculous abilities. How someone like Iceman wasn't just freezing water. He was slowing molecular movement at the quantum level. He wasn't manipulating moisture. He was reprogramming physics. No wonder Omega-class mutants were terrifying. And then Nolan saw the missing piece. The mimicry factor. Not just raw power. Adaptability. That's why Mystique's genes were so terrifying, Nolan whispered. Her powers weren't just shape-shifting. Mystique's true potential was the ability to mimic the biomagnetic signature of other mutants. If she had realized it, she could have become the god of mutant kind. And yet, like so many others, she had stayed ignorant of her true potential. Just another wasted opportunity. Finished, Nolan compiled his new thesis. The Magnetic Resonance Model of Mutant Abilities, a foundational study on X gene activation and artificial replication. He emailed the paper to Dr. Connors, uploading it discreetly to Oscorp's research platform under a pseudonym. The bait was set. It wouldn't be long before the real sharks came sniffing around. Maybe even Hank McCoy himself. Nolan grinned. Let's see who takes the bait first. His mind sharpened again. Now came the application. He needed a living medium, someone who could control internal biocurrents without outside interference. Someone like Max Dillon. Max Dillon, better known as Electro, possessed the rare ability to command electricity at the cellular level. If Nolan could adapt Max's bioelectric traits into the lungs, he could create controlled internal magnetic fields, fine-tuned like a radio dial. Max wasn't just a battery. He was the prototype of a universal mutant. Nolan called Max into the lab. I need you, Nolan said without preamble. You're going to help me reshape evolution. Max blinked. Okay, boss. Whatever you say. Over the next few days, Nolan dissected Max's genetic sequences, isolating the precise loci responsible for his electrical generation. Max, still loyal and mostly clueless, submitted to the procedures without complaint. Though he occasionally winced whenever Nolan borrowed more lung tissue than seemed reasonable. The results were stunning. Max's bioelectricity wasn't chaotic. It was structured. It could be guided. Harnessed. Repurposed. Nolan spent sleepless nights reconstructing a directional mutation protocol. A hybrid between Max's electric field manipulation, Storm's atmospheric conduction, and Iceman's quantum cooling. And the target organ? The lungs. A breathing-powered mutant ability. He created a solution, directional current mutation serum. Inside the serum, Max's bioelectric traits. Storm's atmospheric signature. A modified template for Iceman's cryokinetic template. A complete integrated system. All that remained was testing. Bring in the volunteers, Nolan ordered. His team rolled out a half-dozen subjects. All were willing. Or desperate enough to pretend. They were injected with the serum while Nolan and Dr. Connors monitored the changes through live imaging. As the serum entered their systems, the subjects writhed, gasping in agony. Their lungs shimmered on the ultrasound screens, cells restructuring themselves. One by one, indicators began to flash. Success rates fluctuated. Some collapsed immediately. Others stabilized, barely. But a few. A precious few. Their lungs glowed faintly under the scanner. Not with light. But with magnetic signature resonance. Nolan's eyes gleamed. It's working. A new breed of mutant wasn't just a fantasy anymore. He was about to create them.